In an age of endless information, the true advantage is not access, it is interpretation. Welcome to Aneke TV, where journalism goes beyond headlines, beyond reaction, beyond speculation. Here, stories are investigated, issues are analyzed, voices are challenged, because an informed society is a stronger society. A discerning audience is a powerful audience. We are live, daily broadcasting, relentless clarity. Aneke TV, where knowledge meets broadcast. Every heart has a story.
Behind every smile, there may be silent pain.
Behind every success, a battle no one ever saw.
Behind every scar, a journey of hope, faith, forgiveness, and resilience.
This is where real people tell real stories.
Stories of love, stories of betrayal, stories of loss, stories of redemption.
No scripts, no filters, just honest conversations that inspire, challenge, and remind us what it truly means to be human. Join Adena St. Rachel as she goes beyond the headlines and beyond appearances to uncover the moments that shape lives forever.
Because sometimes the most powerful stories are the ones that have never been told. Welcome to Hearts and Souls, where silence is broken.
Hearts and Souls, only on Aneke TV. Move with the word. Across Nigeria's dynamic economy, enterprise is on the move. From the resilience of small businesses to the expanding reach of indigenous industries, commerce thrives on innovation, determination, and vision. Finance is evolving, powered by technology and driven by a new generation of entrepreneurs. In a rapidly changing world, digital transformation is redefining how we save, invest, and grow wealth. From energy to agriculture, manufacturing to tech, Nigeria's economic landscape continues to diversify. Policies shift, markets respond, and opportunities emerge. Every figure tells a story. Every trend shapes the future. The question is, where is the next opportunity? On Aneke TV, we bring you clarity beyond the numbers. This is Business Outlook on Aneke TV, tracking the markets, analyzing the trends, and spotlighting the drivers of economic growth. Aneke TV, informing enterprise, shaping perspective.
From the trading floors of Lagos to the commodity hubs of Enugu, we say thank you for joining us and welcome to Aneke TV Business Outlook, coming to you live from our studio here in Enugu. From local market moves and forex liquidity key global commodity trends, we'll bring you the numbers driving Nigerian economy today. Stay tuned as we break down what matters most to your portfolio. And this is the Business Desk, where data meets destiny and your weight finds its voice. I am Uche Osai. Let's make your money move with the world. Starting with the Nigerian Stock Exchange, where the Nigerian equities market opened the trading week on a modest bullish note, with the benchmark all-share index gaining a 0.05% to close at 245,316.36 points. Total market capitalization, which gained 21.10 billion naira, bringing total market valuation to 158.35 trillion naira. Trading activity remained robust, with investors exchanging 421.44 million shares, valued at 18.99 billion naira, across 54,695 deals. Despite positive index performance, market breadth closed negative, recording 28 gainers against 32 losers. Value leader Universal Insurance PLC dominated overall volume trading with over 46.84 million shares changing hands as low-price financial tickers saw elevated retail turnover. Arade Holdings and First Holding Corporation led total market turnover by value, driven by institutional reallocation following First Holding Corporation's strong earning momentum. Now quickly here are the top 5 gainers, led by Eternal PLC. The Eternal PLC leading the gainers charts, surcharging 10% to close at 36 naira 30 kobo. Captain Offshore Support Group also hit the maximum daily limit, rising to a 10% positive adjustment to close at 5 naira 50 kobo. Omatech Ventures PLC, equally in the positive, gained 9.88% to finish trading at 1 naira 78 kobo. Ava Capital Partners appreciated by a bullish 9.70% to close trading at 9 naira 5 kobo. MC Nichols PLC, closed the day at 6 naira 25 kobo, making a bullish advancing adjustment of 8.70%. And quickly to the top laggards, where we saw Ecobank Transnational recorded the heaviest decline, dropping 9.95 bearish adjustment to close at 80 naira 10 kobo. Cabri PLC losing shaded 9.92%, ending the section at 58 naira 10 kobo. Champs Holding Company fell by 99.79% to close trading at 3 naira 50 kobo. Transnational Express PLC, equally on the losing streak, closed under a bearish adjustment of 9.57% to close trading at 2 naira 55 kobo. Regency Assurance PLC slipped a negative 9.09% adjustment to close trading at 80 kobo. Now quickly here is the market outlook for today. The ASI continues to trade within its wave, with 3 grand cycles recovery, maintaining a positive 4.94% gain over the past 4 weeks. Resistance is expected around 254,000 basis points. Expect cautious range-bound trading through today's section. Investors are likely to rotate out of underperforming consumer names affected by operational costs. And they are relocating capital towards high-yield banking and telecommunications counter ahead of Q3 dividends expectations. And quickly moving on to the forex market, where the Nigerian naira opened the trading month under the modest pressure in the foreign exchange market. The local currency recorded a marginal daily depreciation of a negative 19% from its previous close, reflecting continued intraday liquidity adjustments in official spot transactions. Looking at the official window, the naira closed at 1,363 naira 6 kobo against the US dollar, sliding by approximately 2 naira 50 kobo as corporate forex demand picked up following the weekend break. At the street market or the black market, what we officially call the parent market, yes, the British change, trading ranged between 1,480 naira to 1,495 naira against the dollar, maintaining a narrow parallel market premium of less than 9% over the official rate. Quickly taking a look at the naira performance against other major currencies, the naira hovered around 1,735 naira against the British pound sterling and 1,482 naira against euro at the official market. Now quickly here is our market projection for today. The naira is expected to trade within a tight band of 1,360 naira to 1,372 naira per dollar during today's section. Sustained intervention by CBN coupled with high money market yields should keep speculative pressure in check. However, corporate seasonal demand for mid-Q3 import settlements could cap significant short-term currency gains. And quickly moving to the Brent crude, yes, where we'll take a look at the global energy market, where global crude benchmark experienced a sharp downturn as of yesterday, with Brent crude prices dropping over 5%. The steep decline marks a noticeable pullback following July's rally, as geopolitical risk premium evaporated from energy contracts. The Brent closed trading around $83.35 per barrel, sliding over $4.50 per barrel, worth approximately 5.2% as of yesterday. The US West Texas Intermediate (WTI) equally fell in tandem by 4.7% to trade at $79.50 per barrel. The pullback comes after a volatile July, where global crude benchmark gained over 15 to 20% amid heightened Middle Eastern supply concerns. Looking at the market drivers, we're looking at Middle East geopolitical de-escalation. The primary driver for yesterday's price drop was a sudden reduction in the geopolitical risk premium after the United States paused military strikes option against Iranian targets to pursue diplomatic negotiations regarding maritime security through the Strait of Hormuz. Another factor is the OPEC Plus output increase approval, adding downside pressure. 7 key OPEC Plus alliance, led by Saudi Arabia and Russia, agreed over the weekend to increase collective crude production quotas by 188,000 barrels per day for September 2026. This step completes the planned unwinding of the voluntary output costs first introduced in 2023. And quickly to our market projection. Brent is expected to trade between $83.50 and $86 per barrel through today's European and US trading sessions. Market dynamics favor sideways consolidation. Energy desks are watching near-term technical resistance at 50-day moving average, with trading desks holding positions ahead of weekly crude inventory data and central bank policy cues. And that quickly takes us to the Nigerian commodities market, where the Nigerian commodities and staple food market opens today with persistent regional price divergence across major commercial hubs, while post-harvest supply flows from northern agricultural belts continue to anchor grain prices in the federal capital. Transport tariff, last-mile logistics, and elevated FMCG processing costs continue to drive retail premiums across southern markets. Now, taking a look at the local rice, 50 kg bag of wheat in Abuja, which stands for the North Central, is trading between 55,000 and 65,000 naira. In Lagos, southwest Nigeria, ranging from 60,000 to 75,000 naira. And Enugu, the southeast market hub, is quoted at 65,000 to 78,000 naira. The trend here is that stable to mid-upward momentum is driven by interstate transport haulage. And then quickly taking a look at imported rice, the 50 kg bag of wheat in Abuja selling between 85,000 and 95,000 naira. In Lagos is retailing at 90,000 to 110,000 naira, and Enugu is ranging from between 95,000 to 115,000 naira. The trend here is tightly linked to foreign exchange pass-through and port handling charges. Now the white and yellow gari, a paint bucket of wheat in Abuja, the lowest regional band at 900 naira to 1,200 naira. In Lagos, we had moderate retail range at 1,100 to 1,500 naira. In Enugu, we had premium pricing at 1,500 to 2,000 naira. The trend here is that cassava processing constraints maintain elevated retail margins in southeast hubs. Now taking a look at the brown beans, 50 kg bag of wheat in Abuja anchored between 65,000 and 75,000 naira. In Lagos, is trading from 75,000 to 85,000 naira. In Enugu, where we have highest retail quotes at 85,000 to 95,000 naira. Huge distance from northern agrarian corridors creates a step-up price gradient. Now taking a look at edible oils. Speaking to vegetable and palm oil, the 5 liter of it in Abuja is sold between 14,000 to 17,000 naira. Lagos is sold between 16,000 to 20,000 naira. In Enugu, the price ranges between 17,500 naira to 22,000. And this is a result of the widespread cost pressure driven by packaging and distribution expenses. Now quickly taking a look at the key market drivers. Abuja benefits from direct supply routes from Niger and Kaduna, shielding capital city markets from severe transit markups on grains and legumes. Another factor here in Lagos relies on massive volume throughput at key hubs like Mile 12 to absorb freight hikes, keeping local grain markups lower than eastern markets. Enugu and the broader southeast reflect the highest localized premiums due to interstate transit costs, combined with localized cassava processing tight spots. And quickly to our market outlook. Expect range-bound retail prices across major staples today, with edible oil maintaining moderate upward pressure. Retailers in Enugu and Lagos are likely to face resistance from price-sensitive consumers, limiting further intraday margin increase, while traders await new early crop harvest inflows to ease transportation charges. And we'll take a quick break. When we return, we'll take a look at the international market. Stay with us.
Every hat has a story.
Behind every smile, there may be silent pain.
Behind every success, a battle no one ever saw.
Behind every scar, a journey of hope, faith, forgiveness, and resilience.
This is where real people tell real stories.
Stories of love, stories of betrayal, stories of loss, stories of redemption.
No scripts, no filters, just honest conversations that inspire, challenge, and remind us what it truly means to be human. Join Adena St. Rachel as she goes beyond the headlines and beyond appearances to uncover the moments that shape lives forever.
Because sometimes the most powerful stories are the ones that have never been told. Welcome to Hearts and Souls, where silence is broken.
Hearts and Souls, only on Aneke TV. Move with the word.
Welcome back. You're still watching the Aneke TV Business Outlook. Now let's take a look at the international market performance, where global stocks markets delivered a split performance yesterday. European equities and Wall Street index futures rebounded, buoyed by plunging energy prices and softening bond yields, while Asian markets faced severe selling pressure, led by a sharp rout in technology and semiconductor stocks. Starting from the United States Wall Street, U.S. index futures pointed to a firm opening, with S&P 500 futures up a 0.7% and the Jones Industrial Average gaining a 0.4%. And in European markets, starting with Germany, yes, the German DAX led European gainers, jumping 1.26% to close at 26,024.50 points, boosted by industrial automotive off-takers and lower energy input costs. In France, CAC 40 advanced 1%, lifted by strong usury and consumer discretionary buy-side interest. And in UK, FTSE 100 bucked the regional trend, edging down a 0.10% to 10,857.66 points. Declines in major energy producers and healthcare heavyweights like AstraZeneca pulled the London benchmark into negative territory. And quickly moving on to the Asian markets, South Korea Kospi suffered the steepest pullback, plunging 5.13% to settle at 6,257.45 points. Heavy sell-offs in semiconductor heavyweights, Samsung Electronics, and SK Hynix drove the sell-off following profit-taking and margin concerns across the global chip supply chain. And in Japan, Nikkei 225 softened by a 0.94% to close at 63,754.19 points, dragged down by chip testing equipment makers tracking regional tech weakness. And in China, Shanghai Composite slipped a 0.59% to close 3,809.66 points amid cautious sentiment surrounding economic recovery metrics. And in Hong Kong, Hang Seng resisted broader Asian weakness, gaining a 0.48% to finish at 26,009.40 points, supported by gains in consumer tech and domestic retail shares. Now taking a look at the global market drivers. A 5% decline in Brent crude benchmark provided a macro tailwind for energy importing economies across Europe and North America, mitigating short-term inflationary pressure. Caution around artificial intelligence capital expenditure and earnings sparked heavy institutional profit-taking across East Asian technology hubs, particularly in Seoul and Tokyo. And quickly, here is our market advice, especially for our Nigerian investors. We are urging you to prioritize capital preservation via high money market rates, while selectively buying into fundamentally sound market leaders on any technical dips. And here is a quick reminder. While we give you the data, we don't give you the final directives. Always consult a certified financial advisor before making any investment decision. We urge you to stay sharp, manage your entry points closely, and let the numbers guide your strategy through today's opening bell. And keep watching the Aneke TV market update to stay ahead. I am Uche Osai. Invest wisely.
Across Nigeria's dynamic economy, enterprise is on the move. From the resilience of small businesses to the expanding reach of indigenous industries, commerce thrives on innovation, determination, and vision. Finance is evolving, powered by technology and driven by a new generation of entrepreneurs. In a rapidly changing world, digital transformation is redefining how we save, invest, and grow wealth. From energy to agriculture, manufacturing to tech, Nigeria's economic landscape continues to diversify. Policies shift, markets respond, and opportunities emerge. Every figure tells a story. Every trend shapes the future. The question is, where is the next opportunity? On Aneke TV, we bring you clarity beyond the numbers. This is Business Outlook on Aneke TV, tracking the markets, analyzing the trends, and spotlighting the drivers of economic growth. Aneke TV, informing enterprise, shaping perspective. Time, the silent witness to human courage, the keeper of memory, the archivist of greatness.
Across the vast landscapes of Africa, from the savannas to the bustling cities, voices once rose. Ideas once bound and visions once dared to challenge the limits of their age.
They were not merely individuals. They were epochs in human form.
In literature, minds such as Chinua Achebe, Wole Soyinka, and Ngugi wa Thiong'o reclaimed the African narrative.
Through ink and imagination, they dismantled distorted histories and restored the dignity of African identity. Their words were not just stories.
They were mirrors reflecting a people long misunderstood, and windows opening the world to the depths of African civilization.
In the realm of science and knowledge, pioneers like Philip Emeagwali proved that African intellect could reshape the frontiers of computing and technology. Their work was a quiet revolution, reminding the world that innovation knows no geography.
And in leadership, towering figures emerged when history demanded courage. Men like Nnamdi Azikiwe, Kwame Nkrumah, Nelson Mandela, and Julius Nyerere redefined freedom, not as a privilege bestowed, but as a right reclaimed.
They spoke for millions. They endured prisons, exile, and resistance. Yet, their vision transcended the politics of their time.
They dreamed of a continent awakened. Today, their echoes travel through generations.
In every African classroom, in every curious mind, in every dream that refuses limitation. For history is not merely what has passed, it is the foundation upon which tomorrow stands.
The past still speaks. Its lessons remain. Its voices endure.
This is not just remembrance, it is inheritance. Echoes of the past, where history breathes and legacy lives on. Hello, good morning. Welcome to Aneke TV Sports. This is Good Hope Chukwumadu Sports Oracle, bringing you what's happening around the world of sports. And in the world of sports, we have the football, we have Formula One, and the rest of them. Today promises to be interesting while we unveil to you the information which has been hidden, as you may not know or as you could know. And it is very important to just let you know that we are together, and it's worldwide here. Worldwide.
Good morning. It's a beautiful Tuesday morning, I can tell you right here.
Yeah, it's a beautiful Tuesday morning.
A wonderful one. Though at least it's not raining today, unlike yesterday where when you come outside you meet the rain and you have to go with umbrella or something to cover yourself. Now today is just a normal cool weather, and it's a lovely day to discuss about sports, and we are here once again, like you have said. I remain your humble host worldwide, saying good morning to Enugu and worldwide. So Mr. Budo,
are you sure you are a humble host?
If you look at me, you know that I'm very humble. The fight that I slated for us, I had to take it off and let the people know that okay, let's just keep it on a friendly level. So is that not more like humility and being humble? So I just decided to concede that we just have a tie, that it should be a draw. You won, I won, you lost, I lost. So at the end of the day, it's just a draw for two of us.
Well, it's important to also note that you ran away. This guy ran away. He escaped.
Are you going to convince people that I ran away.
People, you see what he said? People.
Do you have evidence?
He had to put with evidence.
Yes. Is there any evidence, any video evidence, something? You can't just, now you can't just come outside to the people and say I run away. You know, when anybody is talking, now you have to bring evidence. So show the people.
I will show the people
this is the evidence of me.
I will show them evidence, and it's going to be very clear.
I hope that evidence will not be AI or something.
You will see.
Be real evidence.
You will see. So today we are looking at many issues that has been going on in the world of sports, but most important issue that has been making rounds just from last night till now, you know, where FIFA is still on their raid, talking about Gianni Infantino to, you know, just sell the some stakes from the FIFA World Cup by 20% to private investors. And you know, the Qatar, Saudi Arabia, and countries around that region has come out to Middle East has come out to back him. While you have, you know, the FA, English FA, and UEFA still standing where they are standing. And it's been interesting to see CAF, you know, also CAF said it's interesting to see CAF go and do their own thing. It's interesting to see CAF just in the middle, because right now they cannot go front, they cannot go back. That's where they are right now. Because CAF seems to be, I don't want to use the word that may be bad, but they seem not to be clear really on what they want, which I'm sure that they could go for the best. You know, I won't say it's an African thing. I will actually say
it is. It's part of it.
Okay, is it an African thing?
It's an African thing. That's the mentality. You know, the Europeans, or you saw UEFA, without any delay, they've gone into the drawing board, made their decision that this is against football, without any, you know, thinking of whether we are going to gain personally, because there is a huge amount that was promised. So now, if you come to the, you know, CAF side or the African side, you will see that personal interest. That is why they have not gone to the drawing board. It's not that they don't know that this decision is not going to favor the world of football. They know that already. But looking at what is going to come to their pocket, first of all, that is why there is a delay. Are they going to go against the decision rather than, you know, having more money in the bag for them? Then FIFA can sell the 20% stake they want to sell. This is you gaining while FIFA is doing their thing. You are just a member, you know, that is going to just support or say no. So I can tell you that it's just a personal gain of or personal interest. That's why they have not even made their decision clear. UEFA, right from onset, made their own decision clear. They have about 50-something nations within UEFA that made their own decision. And not just UEFA, you saw CONCACAF the other day making their own decision very clear. Other continents are making their own decision. Even the Asian side now have come out to make that. So what is now still holding you people? It's not that you are not aware. This thing has been lingering for more than 2 weeks. And of course, from the angle I'm seeing this thing, or from what we are having, I can tell you that this decision will not go through from what we are having. If not just people are now coming outside, Wales came out as a country, as an association the other day to say they are not part of this, they're not going to be part. The English side are also coming out, preparing their own statement. PSG president and the association, they are preparing their own statement. They want to have a meeting today. And you see that so many other people are already, you are already seeing, or you are already getting what they want to say, that they are not with the statement. So many are already threatening to boycott whatever competition that is going to be hosted by FIFA, even if it's the Club World Cup, if it's the, you know, normal World Cup that we are expected for 2030. So they're already coming out. And of course, this decision is not for the, I can tell you that if you want to make decision, you should let your people know. Like, you are not, Infantino is not the only person in charge of FIFA. You are the president. There are so many other members in that association. You don't just come outside, wake up in the morning, make a decision that you want to sell 20% stake, you know, talking about the media side, talking about the visibility side, talking about the publications, who is going to sponsor, who is going to have the rights, who is going to be in charge of ticketing. That's the part you want to say, a very important aspect of football. Not where the people, and of course, not other aspects of football. This is where we are going to be viewing football. Imagine selling it that maybe Super Sports or DSTV or a channel cannot show, then you have to pay a huge amount to be able to televise this thing. So there are so many things to take in consideration before you do these things. It's something you bring to the drawing board. Let the people make their own decision. Explain to them that this is why you want to sell it. If it's bringing more, you know, funds to, or more revenue to FIFA, you will not show them the blueprint. Okay, this is what I want to do. Look at it. Are we going with it or not? So when you have explained this thing and everybody now gets the understanding and, you know, try to tilt to the angle that you are pushing them to tilt to, people, you will have the backing of the people. There will be support, but not coming outside. Almost all the bodies, all the nations involved are not even aware. Then you are coming to make a decision. I also saw that if this decision is going to go through, he's going to increase his own personal salary from about 2.6 million to 26. That's, you know, adding. So there is a lot that goes with this decision that you didn't come outside to let the people know. That's why the people are just telling you they are going to boycott it, and I can't see the reality or the possibility if just UEFA herself should say no and they are going to boycott the World Cup. It's going to be very difficult to go through. Then you are going to come outside 2030 World Cup. You are going to tell us that Germany is not going to partake in the World Cup. France is not going to partake in the World Cup. The Spanish side is not going to partake. Italian side is not going to partake. England is not going to be in the World Cup. Then who is going to play the World Cup? Then you will now have, okay, let's assume CAF agrees with you. So you will now have the African nations, the Asia, that's talking about India, Japan, all those people, China, coming to play the World Cup, Nigeria, Senegal, Morocco. What will now happen to the rest? Imagine if South Americans don't agree with it. So you will not be seeing Argentina, you will not be seeing Brazil. What are you not going to play the World Cup? Who is going to play the World Cup? Who is going to participate? How interesting is it going to be? How is it going to generate people to view it? And so at the end of the day, you see that the important people, despite Asia, you know, trying to go with the decision, I can tell you they are not so important as UEFA going against it. So I don't know how Infantino is still, because in fact a vote of confidence has been passed now that they don't even want him again as the president. He should step down with immediate effect. So we are going to see what's going to happen within these coming weeks. I don't know the possibility, but from what we have seen, if just that this UEFA is not agreeing, I can tell you that.
Well, let me just come in. Maybe we can see this from the outside. I'm not concerned about all this matter. What I'm concerned about is my calf.
Your calf has
yes, calf, because of course we still have a story where they have not been able to pay about 250 million
to the people that participated in the
FIFA Club World Cup
that they played last season.
No, it's Chelsea now. They have not been able to pay Chelsea, and 2029 FIFA Club World Cup is coming. There's no view of it in place, and it's kind of raising some questions. What is going on with the government of Gianni Infantino? What has been going on? This is now an eye-opener to the world to understand the nook and crannies, the method that he has been using to rule FIFA. And I'm sure there will be some litigations at the end of the day. There will be some litigations, UEFA and the countries which decide not to support Gianni Infantino in his bid. But I am seeing this from an aspect before we go right to the next story, or in the world of WWE. I want to say, even if Saudi Arabia, all those countries get to support Gianni Infantino, you have the big guys. The big guys UEFA. That's what the UEFA, the CONCACAF.
If UEFA and CONCACAF alone are not supporting.
You can't. If the whole Europe, if the whole Europe cannot support you in that bid, then it's done. So that means when we have something like World Cup, it will be China, Japan versus Nigeria and Senegal. That's what we are going to see, because South Americans might not be involved also. So you will not be seeing Argentina, you will not be seeing Brazil, you will not be seeing the Uruguayan side, you will not be seeing Mexico. Then you come to the bigger boys that's talking about the Spanish side, the French side, the German side, the Italian side. You will not be seeing these people. England will not be in the World Cup. Then, okay, Wales, Northern Ireland. So I don't know, is that going to be called a World Cup, or I think they will tell me to another name. I'm not sure that will be World Cup. That will be a soft cup, because it's going to be a soft cup, because it's not a World Cup. No, it's going to be a soft cup, because it's going to be like, I'm not saying those countries are not playing football, but you know that there are key factors that brought them to limelight. Like Cristiano Ronaldo brought Saudi Pro League to limelight, and then Lionel Messi brought the MLS to limelight. So you see, those, in fact, Saudi Pro League has more visibility than MLS. So we're going to see what happens at the end of the day. And we're talking about Obafemi this morning. Yesterday, Obafemi was on the news for winning Brock Lesnar in the fight that had to take him to the next level. And it's just been less than 5 years that this guy went out to started getting himself involved into the world of WWE, and right now he is said to be one of the household names in this world of WWE. And I'm seeing someone rising, and that's Obafemi. Obafemi has risen to the top. Looking at him, Brock Lesnar, the fight, the game, how it was really amazing. Seeing that he has come just from behind, from an amateur to a professional to that top where you see him on the headlines, sports headlines, where you see him on the international headlines, and you see him making that progress that we all are looking out for. It doesn't look like he started in Nigeria, something like he grew up in Nigeria. It looks like all his history he has been doing WWE wrestling over there in US. I mean, talking about doing it internationally. Right now he is one of the household names. So you can't mention 10 names without mentioning Obafemi.
No, right now in wrestling, I think 10 names is even quite too. I would say it's quite too much. You can't even mention 5 without mentioning. This is Brock Lesnar, one of the most dominant wrestlers that we have seen over decades in WWE. He does not fight often, but when they fight, Lesnar, it was just like Stone Cold. You don't see these people often. You don't see Undertaker often in the ring. So when they fight, they almost tend to get the victory. It's usually difficult to defeat these people when they were in their prime. So I can tell you that WWE, this is not even the first time Obafemi has defeated him. We know this is not their first match. This is not their second match. This should be the third match where he had to defeat Lesnar again. And Lesnar passing the button, like passing the torch to him, is like, he had to introduce him again after he lost. He came back to the ring, held his hand, lifted it up, and collected the mic and said, "This is the future of WWE." And imagine this young man, just will I say less than just like 5 years in the game, and he is dominating so well. He's somebody that this was the finishing move I was talking about yesterday, where he had, look at, if you notice the floor now, this is the bare, he had to pull out the cushion on this side. Now he just gave him that tombstone just to make sure that he got the victory. And I can tell you that it was like Obafemi was no more human, because you have done everything possible that you can do to human being to get the victory. You did not get the victory. You delivered your own finishing moves 3 times on somebody. You did not get the victory. Imagine delivering your finishing move and the person is standing up. It's not that you deliver the finishing move and the person just lie down there. They will count 1, 2, and maybe probably kick out at the count of 2. This person, you will deliver your finishing move, he will be standing up. Then, is this human being, or is this somehow like a god that is just trying to pretend that he's human? Because I have not seen that kind of thing. Finishing move is supposed to bring somebody down, then they will struggle after the count of 2, just getting to the count of 3. They will not kick out from the wrestling matches I used to watch. This one, they will deliver finishing move on you. You are standing up. Come on, you are supposed to respect finishing move and stay on the floor. Then wait for about 2 before you are getting to the 3rd count. You should kick out of it. So Lesnar did everything. Took out the cushion, delivered another person's finishing move. That's the Undertaker. When Undertaker delivers finishing move to you, I can tell you that there are, in fact, a few, I can't count up to 3 people that are kicked out of his finishing move. So he delivered this thing, tombstone on the bed decks, and this young man still kicked out of it. At the end of the day, you will just see that this is just the future of WWE.
This is just the future of
WWE. You can't beat him.
You can't beat him. That's the thing. You can't beat Obafemi right now. He has the body. I used to wonder how Brock Lesnar had to pick him up like that. Like, seeing that image, it was just the perfect image. Even though he had that final Triple H, show, that final Triple H destruction. Obafemi, he could not win Obafemi. That's to tell you the undying and resilient,
very lazy. He does not give up.
Yes, you see,
give up.
That's actually what sports it. You don't give up. You keep fighting. Now, let's just go down to Anthony Joshua. Anthony Joshua's fight, and
Anthony Joshua is back again.
He's back again with Tyson Fury. It's going to be one of the fights that we are waiting for. Anthony Joshua is going to fight Tyson Fury.
Is the fight it's the fight we have been waiting for, not the Prengas fight.
No, this is not. That's that.
The Prengas fight.
Prengas fight is like Pringle.
It was more of a warm up.
It's like a Pringle.
It was just warm up. The date has not been fixed yet for this fight, and we are seriously waiting for the.
It's not going to be in UK. That's the most important thing. It's going to be in New York. Remember when we talked about this fight earlier, we said that from the information that was released, that they could have it in UK or US, but right now they had to seal their mind that it's going to be in the US. US would have more physical viewership, while UK will have more streaming viewership.
I think the world of boxing need more of that physical viewership. People
US will have more physical viewership.
For people to
UK will have more,
online.
Yes, people will stream a lot. Now, it's going to be one of the fights that will determine if Anthony Joshua is going back to retirement or not.
I don't think even
it's going to be one of the.
Let's say he loses this match. I'm not sure he will go to retirement.
No, I'm saying
that's not a criteria. He should
that's what I'm saying. It's going to be one of the fights that will determine Anthony Joshua's fate in 2026 if he's going to continue.
He should,
or if he's going to take some break.
He has taken some break from last year to this year. He took quite a number of months, about 7 months. Came back, used Prenga to warm up. So it's a warm up fight because they were never in the same category. We expected. We said it all over again. Round 2, you finish somebody in round 2. You are never in the same.
But actually, Prenga said that he was the one who did not do a lot because he was looking at Anthony Joshua and he was seeing a man who is determined to finish him.
Okay, so anyway, that's just an excuse. That tell me you did not do a lot. You have been preparing. Prenga, you are aware of this match more than a month or 2, so you cannot tell me you are. This is just so. Imagine me and you now. Okay, you don't want me to use you. Okay, imagine me now.
You facing Obafemi.
That's what I want to say. Imagine me now. They said they fixed a fight for me and Obafemi. No, Obafemi will be 2. Let's say
Tyson.
Tyson? No,
Tyson.
Junior Spence. You know Junior Spence.
Yes.
So imagine me now. They now fixed a match for me and Junior Spence in boxing. Amateur. I'm not even amateur. Said
you are
zero level
amateur, professional
pre-amateur. I've not had any training.
Experience.
Then I will not go and start training. For let's say the match is 2 months ahead. I will start training, doing my best. What is the probability that I'm going to win that match, even if I should train from now every day till 2 months time, when I've not been in this game for I've not even fought any professional battle. I've not even fought maybe with you first of all to try and see the technique. I'll just start training. We are not on the same level. We are not there. This is like a middleweight. I'm not even in the junior weight or pre-junior weight. So that's why we say it's a training match. It's supposed to be a match that will warm you up. So Prenga and Joshua, we are not on the same level. So Joshua was expected to get a victory in that match. So now this is the refight. Tyson Fury. These are 2 people that are on the same category.
And we also have this is
good fight for me that anybody can come outside. I can tell you that Joshua's chances of winning is about 50%.
Then
Fury's chances is about 50%. So at the end of the day, we'll
fight week. While we're talking about fight week from Makina versus Oliha, that's the fight that is coming. It's just on August 8th. It's going to take place. Just 4 days from now, we are going to see this team lining up, and it's going to be an interesting thing seeing that they are going to fight each other. You see that guy that has kept his face like wisdom. Then you see Walsh versus Denny. It's going to take place on same day, and we have Williamson versus Simpson 2nd.
August 8th.
Yes, August 8th.
This weekend, though.
This weekend. It's Saturday.
On Saturday. Once we are getting to the weekend always seems very filled up with so many sporting activities. Well, we are not seeing the Formula 1 yet, but I know very soon, because of the security challenges there, we'll start seeing or hearing from the Formula 1. Where next we are going to have a Grand Prix, but of course the boxing world, we always get to watch them during the weekend, and we are going to see this weekend. It's already packed for you viewers. You're having the fight week: McKinney versus Oliha, Walsh versus Denny, and Williamson versus Simpson. this fight August 8th is something that we can't afford to miss while we are waiting for Anthony Joshua versus Fury's dates to be slated. We are aware that the venue is going to be in New York, but the date has not been slated, but I know it's probably going to be September. I'm seeing that fight coming up September. I'm not sure it's going to be this August.
Yeah,
they are going to have to give him some time
so he can, relax and also refresh his, mind. Of course, there's a way boxing works. I've been looking into some fights to see how these guys prepare. Losing two of your associates, guys who help you to get ready for the fight, motivate you, get you ready with your towels, dab you, try to encourage you in any way they can. Losing two of them is not a joke. It's not. But easy. We're seeing a fight that when Tyson Fury faces Anthony Joshua is going to be a memory for Anthony Joshua. I feel like I always tell you, there will be memories, still thinking about those guys, because they will not hurriedly leave his mind.
No, they might never even leave.
Yeah, so still thinking about him, still having him in his consciousness, still having them in his consciousness. Yeah. So he will now use that energy and then be dealing with people. And while we're still talking about boxing, let's just go over to Formula One, where we have Lewis Hamilton is the only driver so far that has always picked a point in 2026. He has always picked a point. There's no race that he has not picked just a point. He's giving the winner vibe. He's giving the never say never die vibe, and it's something that we are celebrating today in this family, because Lewis Hamilton, looking at his age and how much he has done so far, after 11 rounds, he has always picked up a point. Looking at having the likes of Lando Norris, Oscar Piastri, George Russell, Kimi Antonelli, Max Verstappen, and Hadjar. In fact, Charles Leclerc, all these people that are lined up here, there's just about 3 or 4 we could say are way up to Lewis Hamilton's age, but others, he is older than them, and you're seeing that championship mentality still running in his blood. I really celebrate Lewis Hamilton because he is good.
You're not putting the side in it. You're not putting the side in it.
Oh yes, as Lewis Hamilton, he's really good, and he's really doing so well, and is an encouragement to other young drivers that no matter your age, you can still do something. Yesterday, just like in the evening when we were kind of catching up the air, we're talking about footballers who, at some age they had to retire because of age, because of strength. Yeah. Cristiano Ronaldo should be done with football at least 60.
60.
Okay, let's say at least 42, 43. He should be done.
The way Cristiano Ronaldo is going, are you sure that man will not play till 45?
Okay, let's say 45, but he may not play up to 60.
No, of course.
You see, so but Lewis Hamilton can drive up to 60.
Football and driving
it's not too different. It's quite too different. But what I'm saying is, it's something that we need to really celebrate him for. While we expect likes of Kimi Antonelli, Lando Norris, Oscar Piastri to
live up to
the standard, to the expectation, it's going to make sense.
Hamilton, every point, that's to say that he has finished all the race, because it's when you finish that you get a point. So it's something that, like you say, we should celebrate. A man at above 40 still driving in 2026, finishing all the race. If he has not come out first, he has probably won second, if not second, third at the end of the day, but he has finished. There's nothing like did not finish. When you see DNF as did not finish in the race, so probably he has, it's not even probably, he has finished all the race in 2026. So it's something in Formula One, not in fact, he's the only one in this 2020 that has done it. So imagine Piastri has not finished all the race that he has. Norris has not finished. Verstappen, even my favorite Kimi, has not finished. So these people are still going to be learning something. If not anything to learn again, having to finish the race. There's something that you should learn.
They should really finish the race. That's why we are going into the world of the Commonwealth Games in Glasgow that happened just few.
I think we should go on a short break, because now we are going.
No. The thing is that I want to bring it then when we look at the side we run off. Nigeria still finished 7th. That's all I want to do. Okay. Nigeria still finished 7th.
Yeah, we are still, but somebody has gone above once again. Well, let's go on short, but when we come back, we'll give you guys the full details of the Commonwealth game. We'll stay with us, don't go anywhere.
Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you walk. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
All right, welcome back from that very brief short break. It's still Aneke Sports right here on Aneke TV, and we have been discussing sports, and we are about to go into the world of Commonwealth Games, where a lot has been happening. Medals have been attained by different countries, but some countries are still yet to get enough medal. Why our own team Nigeria, we are still doing very well talking
at the
about
7th position.
Despite being
we're doing well at the 7th
we're still doing well.
Yeah,
for me, I know we are moving. It's like we are tilting backwards a bit, but we are still accumulating some medals. Okay, since right from yesterday to today, I don't think we got any medal, because this is the same 10-7-7 that we wear.
Yes, I know. So I'm just reminding the people that we finished 7th because we are the only African team.
I think that's the only. That's where we still have bragging rights. We are still 7. But look at New Zealand has come above. New Zealand, it's like you didn't notice. New Zealand. They have come above. Look at India, that came above us just this weekend, and look where they have gone to, 4th. They have even left us 2 gap different. New Zealand have come above. Then Scotland are still, the table is really changing.
Australia is just they are living their life in.
I don't know what's going on with Australia. I don't know if this game was supposed to be done in their backyard or something.
Really, they're just living their life in the game. But while we are talking about that, we have a leaderboard 2026 list where we have Noah Lies, who has taken 9.79 meters, that's per second, to win in the US Championship just in this 2026. He is said to be the fastest.
That's the 100 meters.
Yes, the 100 meters man. He has really shown that class right now. You have Oblique Seville from Brazil, and you have Emmanuel Eseme from Ghana. I really like Ghanaian names. You always know it's the Ghana. Asakro, that kind of name. Then you have Kainsola Ajayi by 9.84 seconds, and Ronald Longa, then Lachlan Kennedy, Ronnie Baker, Kenny Bednar, and then you have Colin Kebinachpi, then you have Sam Blaskopi, Courtney Lindsay, and Kadran Goldsky are the ones who has really shown. But we have the last, that's South African Bayanda Wazala.
The United States guys, they are good in this.
They're really good in this
what
part
we call
of the
100 meter.
yeah.
We know them to be very fast. This is just like their own specialty. You don't get to beat them in this 100 meter. They have, right from time, they always have the guys that, in fact, men and women, they do well in this their 100 meter race, 100 meter, 200 meter, 400 meter, even the hurdle. And I'm also proud of this, our Nigerian Kainsola Ajayi, who finished 9.84. The difference, you might look at this thing that is quite big, but it's not really big. It's, in terms of seconds, this person finished 9.84, while the winner finished 9.79. That's a matter of just few split seconds, that he had to. So it's something good, just with maybe a little bit push, a little bit hard work, you can get to even beat this record of 9.79. And of course, the person talking about Oblique Seville, the Jamaican person, is also a fast runner, 9.82 compared to the winner 9.79. Then Emmanuel Eseme from Ghana. So the African continent as a whole in this 100 meter, they have done us proud. We still have South Africa who are at number 10. So if we're having 3 of our African brothers among the first 10, it's something good, because in this list now we are having to see the US having 5 people. So if you remove 5 of the US guys that are in this place, you are going to see Africa in the remaining 5 have 3 people represented across the Jamaica has 2, then of course Cape Verde. So this is something good for the African continent to be represented, fully represented. 3 people coming outside in the 100-meter race, and it's something that we are proud of. We are proud of you, Kayinsola, Ajayi. Though the medals table, I would say we did not go front, we did not go back. There was nothing, we did not attain anything because Kayinsola was on the 4th position. If just a bit of just milliseconds 84 and the other person finishing 83, talking about the Ghanaian person who will have attained another bronze medal, tilting that our 7 medal that we have on the bronze to 8, and maybe probably we'll have more numbers there, but we are still on 10-7-7. That is 10 gold medal, 7 silver medal, 7 bronze medal. So for me, there is no plus or minus. We are just where we used to be.
Yeah, where we used to be. For me, I would say that it's not a surprise to see Nigeria because we know how to really do well in Commonwealth Games. And while we're still talking about Commonwealth Games, let's bring you that there's this minstrel, a goalkeeper, talking about the African lady who she just turned 20 years, and yesterday she made 2 penalty saves against in their game against Morocco. It was a wonderful game as the Senegalese goalkeeper was look at the way she smiled. Take a look at that, and then take a look at the lady who took the penalty, how she's standing. I really love this images, how she was just captured.
This moment is kind of funny because
she was like this is the moment. Yes,
the young girl was very confident.
Very confident. And yesterday was her birthday, 20th birthday. Women are really
very young looking lady. She had to save the first penalty. The penalty was retaken. The ref or the Moroccan player took the first penalty, and the ref came out to say that the keeper moved out of the line. She was not on line when the penalty was taken. So the Moroccan ladies wanted to now have a change. They wanted to change the person that was going to take the penalty or take the retake of the penalty that was earlier taken. And the ref also said no, that the same person that took the first one should be the same person. That there is nothing like you change a taker who has already been selected, who has played and miss just because the keeper left the line. She has the opportunity to do it. So we were thinking, okay, this is another chance for you to get the ball inside the net. And the young girl, the Senegalese keeper, was still smiling. Said, okay, bring it on. Take the second penalty and let's see what's going to happen. And unfortunately, she still took the second one and she still saved it. So it was in fact, it's a way of celebrating her birthday that you have to stop penalties that we'll call it penalties now because it was not taking just one penalty that was taken twice. She saved it, the same person, and when she comes out from that, of course, the match ended in a goalless draw. There was nobody that had to score a goal. If that Morocco had scored that goal, they would have won the match. But she stopped both penalties from that same person, and it was like, for me, it's a celebration. It's like a victory for even the Senegalese team who we are on the verge of losing the match. So they had to get a draw and still have that hope of qualifying. Of course, don't forget Nigeria, we are playing tomorrow against the Egyptian side, and there is not like any atom of even draw. I can tell you that we will not qualify for the next round. So we are going.
My heart just skipped now because you said any atom of draw that we will not qualify. I didn't hear that any atom of draw. I heard we will not qualify. No. It was resounding on my mind.
The way it is now, the mathematics that we have put ourselves in now is that we need to win.
Yeah, we need to
nothing
win.
Short of winning.
Nothing short of winning, and nothing short of the next game. Because I'm seeing that we are getting ready.
Yeah, of course.
We are getting ready. We are preparing. You see, Alozie, Chemakan Nadozie, and Ashishat Oshuala, the goal scorer.
Yeah.
The Zambian goal. That was a wonderful goal. I hope you saw that.
I saw the goal.
It was a wonderful, very wonderful goal that she scored there, and she has been scoring for the past, WAFCON games. Like WAFCON season. She has been scoring right from time. She has been so influential, and we're going to see other players score. And Nigeria retaining that title. It's very important that we retain that title.
For us to retain that title, we need to win tomorrow's match because I want to just bring this table that we are having now, though we are not going to show it, but just a brief summary of what we are having on the table. Nigeria is currently sitting third. First is Malawi having 6 points. Second is Zambia having 3 points. Nigeria is third having 3 points. Now, we are on the same point with Zambia, but I can tell you the goal difference Zambia are having. They have 6-1. That's they have scored 6 goals, having conceded 1. We have scored 3, conceded 3. So it's like 0 balance. So we need to win with a lot of goals, because if Zambia
is Egypt you are going to
we are
play?
playing Egypt, so we need to beat these people in a way that our goal difference will favor us. Because if Zambia should win Malawi, let's say 1-0, they will be on 6 points. Malawi will be on 6 points with +2. Zambia will be on 6 points with +5. So we, now that we are on 0, we need to win at least 3-0, having to see Malawi win. So you see that we are now doing mathematics at the end of this. So one of our prayer, in fact, we have 2 prayers. One will be to win the match first of all. The second will now be for Malawi to either beat Zambia or draw. If Malawi should win that match or even draw, we'll qualify. So our mathematics now, our prayer is win our match first of all, comfortably, 2 to 3 goals. Then Zambia will now be praying for Zambia to get a draw or lose, because if they should win, we'll now start doing those calculations of maybe best losers. That's now where we will now fall to. So I hope it does not get to that.
It will not really get to that. I really hope it will not get to that. And it's something that we need to see. Our women has been doing so well.
Yeah.
Just that, you know, there will still be the more viewership of men's game. If it was AFCON, you'll be hearing it everywhere. And this one, no one hears. It's just me and you that knows about, and some other people who are really into sports. Now, let's just take a look into what's happening across the European sports. We have already discussed about the Gianni Infantino saga, about how countries and, you know, other FIFA conglomerates are losing interest in his government. Let's also take a look at, you know, where you will see Vinicius Junior back to training, and Arsenal still not going to take in or get Bruno Guimaraes because Newcastle has rejected his bill.
Anyway, you are the one that have a better word to describe this Arsenal Football Club, and I don't have the better word. I don't want to describe them in any manner. But you see a club that is serious, you will know they are serious. Tottenham, when you hear Tottenham want to buy player, you will not even spend 1 week. They have signed the player. This season, they are showing that seriousness. And a club like Arsenal that just won the Premier League are supposed to even show more seriousness in retaining that Premier League, because now you are the current holder. You have to do a lot to retain it, to hold on to it. There's nothing bad in winning it back-to-back. Manchester United has done that back-to-back. Manchester City has done it back-to-back. So there's nothing wrong in you coming to do it again back-to-back. You have won it. Now it's time to retain it, to prove that you are the reigning champion. And you are taking so long in signing Bruno Guimaraes, who Newcastle have told you the price. This is the asking price, and you don't want to even live up to the asking price. I don't know. As a champion, that should not be the behavior that you are portraying. If Tottenham we are the one going for this Bruno Guimaraes, I can tell you that deal will have been done and sealed. They will have signed contract, personal terms will have been negotiated, or everything concerning the deal will have been done. Look at Chelsea. They move into the market, get who they want to get. So for me, coming from Arsenal, this is not a champion behavior. A champion should show or prove that he is a champion. He should want to retain his title. Premier League, you are the current holder, retain your title. You have sold Christian Norgard to Everton. You are probably thinking of even selling 1 or 2 players. And the one you have been going for, you are still yet to conclude. This is more than 2 weeks now that Arsenal have been going for. It's not that they don't know the price, but you are still beating around the bush. And of course, the transfer window will soon come it will soon close. Premier League will soon start. We have barely 3 weeks to go, and you are still negotiating, trying to beat around. This is not necessary. If you are, I'm just saying it like maybe they are not even really interested in signing him. That's what I'm saying, because I know they have a lot of options in their midfield. They still have Declan Rice. They still have their captain, what's it called? Odegaard. They still have Eze. They still have Zubimendi. So they still have Merino. So maybe that is why they are not so pushing forward to sign. That's just what I can take from this, because if you are really interested, and as a champion mentality that you are supposed to portray, and you are still delaying, when you know the price, you should come outside with the bid of getting to that price range, or even going above to just secure the deal. Where for me, okay, maybe nobody else is interested. That's what if another person should put interest in Bruno Guimaraes, I can tell you that maybe Arsenal would not maybe get serious to really sign him. That's just what I can say concerning this Arsenal's attitude. Will I term it like a Adesica or something? That this attitude is not portraying what a champion should portray. But at the end of the day, we'll see what is going to happen with Arsenal Football Club. I hope. For me, I just want everybody to be progressive.
I want everybody to progressive, but it doesn't take away the fact that we're seeing Arsenal not living up to the expectation of championship. That's to tell you that they're still new. They feel they're still in their world. They're still new. Like, yes. For instance, now, same Liverpool is still like looking.
Liverpool,
they're in the middle of the ocean.
Liverpool are just looking as if they don't even know what to do.
But they're
looking like newcomers to the league. Like, this is their first time. They don't know what to do.
Como has done more transfers. Has done solid transfers.
Look at Bayern Munich going out to say they are no more in the transfer market. They have done all their transfers, sealed everything. Now they have told you players they want to even sell. But talking about buying, they are no more in the transfer market.
And that's the team.
Done and dusted. Then you, as a big team that you are supposed to be one of the traditional four, we call in the Premier League, when you say Manchester United, Chelsea, Arsenal, Liverpool, you are one of the traditional four that we used to know. Not having to make those moves to... in the Champions League, don't forget, you are not playing only the domestic league where you might not have other things that you are bothered about. You are not bothered... You are having the injury crisis. You are not making the move. Liverpool and Arsenal, I don't know what is going on this season, but I think Arsenal's one is even better. They still have enough players. They still have if they decide not to sign, they still have but Liverpool, imagine Liverpool not signing. So they will now go into the league, starting the league with these people. Then you are now going to wait for the next transfer window to start doing this.
And when is the next transfer window?
That's probably December,
January, because this transfer window is gone. Well, we're going to see what happens at the end of the day. And where we're still talking about that, Neymar Jr. has said that he is going to play till December, that he's not going to retire or step back a little from football. We are seeing Vinicius Jr. back to training, even though he's asking for his image rights. He's asking for his image right. But we have seen someone who is committed to play again after the rumors said that he would seek a new competition, a new league that's talking about Arsenal being linked to Arsenal. And when I read the news, I was like, Vinicius Jr. to Arsenal. So if Arsenal cannot pay for Bruno Guimaraes,
Arsenal that they are not able to pay for Bruno Guimaraes till this time, and they're not going to afford. Who then pay? Will you be able to now pay for Vinicius Jr.? So you will see that at the end of the day, it's not something that we are looking like is going to be a possibility.
It's not going to be something that is possible. I know that Vinicius Jr. would eventually renew his contract. There's no club as big in the world, I'm using that word, in the world, from facts and figures, like Real Madrid, like Barcelona, like Manchester United, all these big teams. So if he would eventually leave, he's not going to leave Real Madrid this season. Maybe, let's say, after some time he plays, maybe he waits till next year when his contract expires.
Probably to 2027.
Yes, he would just have to leave. But for now, he's just seeking and looking for his image right, and that is something that we really need to understand. Because Mbappe has 100% image right.
What I see from this thing, why Mbappe has that right? Mbappe came from where he had the negotiation power. He came from Paris Saint-Germain, where he was like a mini god. So Mbappe knew what he was negotiating for, and Real Madrid needed Mbappe. So they were not buying him from a small club that he does not have that negotiation power. Him and his agent. When he was bought from Monaco, he also was like they were begging him to come to PSG. And when he came to PSG, they gave him everything. Where you were the captain, you had to take the penalty, you have your image right. When you even go and when Neymar Jr. came to Paris Saint-Germain, you are aware that if he goes to clap to the fans after the match, he has some bonuses. So Mbappe had so many privileges that he was aware of. So when Real Madrid wanted to sign Mbappe, he knew the negotiation in the power that he had. So he tendered everything to Real Madrid that I want almost 100% of my image rights. And it was given because Real Madrid wanted to sign him by all means. This is different from Vinicius Jr., who had already signed contract. He was not coming from that background that he had the negotiation power. So he came, wanted to be, in fact, he has been in Real Madrid before he even had the opportunity to start shining. So he now does not have that much of bargaining power on his side right now, because if he wants to leave, Real Madrid can decide to open the door, because they're even looking for a way to move Mbappe back to that wing and get a striker. So now Vinicius Jr. does not have much of that bargaining rights right now in his hands. So that's why the contract is looking like something that is delaying. You come out to say you want your image rights, you want more increase in the salary. Real Madrid said no. He now said, okay, let's leave the salary aside. I want my image right at least to that level of Mbappe. Now Real Madrid has trying to negotiate again, like if they are going to give him or grant him that his wish or let him go. So they are trying. They are now the power right now lies in Real Madrid's hand more than what is lying on the Vinicius Junior. But at the end of the day, I know he does not want to leave Real Madrid. He's still somebody that is committed to playing for Real Madrid. This is one of the best clubs in the world. In terms of history, I don't think there's anybody that has up to the number of Champions League that Real Madrid have. In club football, Champions League is the highest of it all that you can attain, talking about clubs. So Real Madrid in terms of that are one of the best clubs, or if not the best club in terms of Champions League. So you wanting to play for Real Madrid and not having the negotiation power, it only means that you have to stay. The contract they have offered you, at the end of the day, you have to accept, because no other club is coming. Paris Saint-Germain are not coming with a better contract.
Are you saying Arsenal is not coming?
Arsenal is coming, but what are they coming with? They are coming, but what are they coming with?
They're coming with 20 million.
If we want to look at what Arsenal is coming with, you will see that probably that image right. If Arsenal are even proposing 100% of his image right, then with maybe better salary, at the end of the day, Vinicius Junior will go, because you are having the only difference is that maybe the history that you had with Real Madrid, where you have to float. When he scores goal, you go and show people that you have a 15 Champions League on your badge. If you go to Arsenal now, you might not have that 15 Champions League to show people. That's just the difference. But you have community shield to show to the people that you have. So it's just basically the difference. But you are receiving a better salary.
You have community shield.
You show them. If it's 15 community shield, you are going to show it to them.
Do you think Arsenal has up to 15 community shield?
I don't ask me. It's not me that is going to bring out Arsenal link. Yes, it's
Liverpool. After Liverpool, Manchester United. Like
whatever you are going to show them one Premier League. That Arsenal has one Premier League. So you have something to show at least. You are not going to say, but what of if you are talking about Tottenham now? What are you now going to show? That you have
you are showing blank space.
You will show the one Europa League that you have.
So
at the end of the day,
they won by just a mistake.
Anyhow they won it, they have won it. So if Arsenal are coming from Vinicius, they have to bring something to the table. Something that Real Madrid are not willing to offer. You are going to give him his 100% image right. You are going to give him a better salary. For him, at the end of the day, it's football. Look at Bernardo Silva that went to Real Madrid the other day. He has come out to say that Real Madrid are the best club. That in fact, no, you cannot say no to Real Madrid. This is someone that has played in Manchester City in recent time. The best club, if you are talking about the best club in England in the past 5 years, is Manchester City. Nobody has won the amount of trophy they have won. Talking about Premier League, winning Premier League back to back as if it's their right to be winning Premier League. You won it the first time, won it the second time, won it the third time, won it the fourth time. Young man, what is it? Are you the owner of the Premier League? So they are the best in terms of the past 5 years. Please don't misquote me. In the past 5 years I'm using, they are the best in the Premier League. Nobody has won what they have won in the Premier League. So him coming from that kind of club where he has won so much, going to Real Madrid, still telling you that this is one of the best clubs in history, you will know then, yes, Real Madrid, it's like there's something here that the players want to do. So Vinicius does not want to leave that club. That's just the truth. He does not. He's just trying to negotiate for something better. Give me 100% of my image right. And I don't see anything bad in what he's asking for. Just that he did not ask from the beginning. Yeah. So that's just the problem. So at the end of the day, he will just have to stay. Run out your contract 2027. I believe more other clubs will be coming. So we are going to see what happens in this coming week.
Yeah, we're going to see what happens. For me, I know Real Madrid are ready for Vinicius Junior. Vinicius Junior is ready for Real Madrid. While we're still talking about that, we're still looking at Memphis Depay, coming out to say that he would, before he will renew his contract, there are some things he wants Corinthians to do for him. He needs a suit, he wants the kind of request he's making. I'm sure he's seeing that. I don't know if he knows that if those Corinthians, not the Corinthians in the Bible, the people, the Corinthian football team, if they can actually afford it, he's just listing many things. I don't know where he saw.
Memphis Depay, if you look at Memphis Depay, it's just, well, let's say sometimes I don't want to term these people just footballers. They have one lifestyle that they just want to enjoy life. Yeah. He has played for Manchester United. He went to the French league. He has played for was it Atletico Madrid or Barcelona? He has played in the La Liga. So he's just moving around, enjoying football. This person is not too particular of him winning trophies. That's not his calling in football. He just wants to enjoy that lavish lifestyle. Coming to ask for some things in Corinthians, This is not even part of the people that are in the top 5 league. Will I say, if not, I'm not sure if they're in the top 10 leagues. You are coming to give them some requests that you know might not be possible.
Yeah.
For me, it's just an indirect way of telling these people that you want to go.
I want to go.
Just come out and tell them, I want to go. Than requesting. Don't forget there are other footballers in this people.
Yes, now.
What are you not expecting from these people to start requesting for? Because you are not all that a star player. You are not all that a match changer. That they will say, okay, put Messi.
Are you an iron breaker?
Let's see. If you are saying Messi, put Messi in the match now. Messi will bring change.
Yeah,
you say put Ronaldo.
You know you're having Messi.
Then you are saying Mepis DP. You are requesting as if you are Spider-Man or Superman that they cannot do with that. Just come out, tell the club, I want to go.
Yeah.
That would be a more matured way or more civil way of doing it. It's not requesting for some absurd things that you know that they might probably not grant to you, and at the end of the day, you guys will now have a mutual consent. Okay, let him just go.
Well,
that's what I'm just seeing from it.
That's really interesting to see things he's asking. But for me, I know it's going to be a contract agreement that they're going to talk about, and very soon we're going to see how the tides turn. This is where we are calling it a day on this edition of Aneke TV Sports. Thank you very much for watching. It has always been a pleasure having you, and I want you to just go down to the comment section and tell us what you think. Who you expecting Manchester United, Chelsea, Liverpool, Arsenal to sign, and
especially Liverpool.
Especially Liverpool, yes. We are expecting them to sign, and also you can share the program and invite your friends to watch too, and stay true and stay safe on this day of the day of 4th August 2026. I am Good Hope Chukma, the Sports Oracle. Thanking you very much for watching.
All right, I remain your humble host worldwide, saying have a lovely and a beautiful Tuesday. Bye-bye.
So sad how the seasons change. Sad how the feelings go away. We were in love, but now it's over. So once in a while I dream.
A good morning and welcome to news around the globe on Aneke TV. I am Princess Ken Ochoma. Glad to have you join us. On the headlines this morning, Lagos State Government prioritizes mental health in public policy push. Federal government plans multipurpose Plateau Dam to end water crisis. South Korea orders emergency measures as heat wave kills 16. Okonjo-Iweala demands infrastructure execution to drive growth. Now the news in details. The Joint National Public Service Negotiating Council has issued an August 11th deadline to the Minister of Finance, Mr. Taiwo Oyedele, demanding an urgent meeting over unpaid civil servant entitlements. The Public Sector Union expressed deep frustration over 2 official letters sent since May went unanswered. Union leaders warn that continued silence from the federal government risks triggering a widespread industrial dispute across key ministries, departments, and agencies. Central to the dispute is the immediate payout of 2 months' wage award arrears for March and April 2026. The union is also demanding the full implementation of an approved 40% peculiar allowance backdated to May 1st, 2026. Labour leaders emphasized that the ultimatum represents a final attempt to reach an amicable resolution. They noted that failure to address the outstanding financial claims will leave public servants with no choice but to initiate industrial action nationwide. The Nigeria Union of Pensioners, Oyo State Council, has threatened to launch indefinite mass protests on August 18, 2026, targeting the management of 2 state-owned tertiary institutions. Speaking in Ibadan, Union Secretary Comrade Shegu Abeton accused the heads of Lautech Teaching Hospital, Ogbomoso, and Emmanuel Alayonde University of Education, Oyo, of refusing to implement approved pension increases. Abeton highlighted that while core government agencies comply with Governor Seyi Makinde's directive, which approved a 25 naira minimum monthly pension alongside percentage adjustment backdated to January 2025, the 2 institutions delayed implementation for 19 months. The union confirmed plans to collaborate with the Nigeria Labour Congress on a 3-day warning strike. Pensioners vowed to stage daily public demonstrations until all accumulated arrears and approved pension adjustments are fully disbursed. The Lagos State Government has renewed its commitment to mental health awareness, formalizing emotional well-being as a public policy priority to combat social stigma across the state. Speaking at a public enlightenment event in Ikeja, organized by the Ministry of Women Affairs and Poverty Alleviation, Permanent Secretary Mrs. Reynat Onigbanjo warned that untreated psychological distress fuels domestic violence and reduces workplace productivity. Under the state's Themes Plus development agenda, Lagos is integrating counseling and psychosocial services directly into community support networks, economic empowerment initiatives, and domestic violence response units. Keynote speaker Dr. Damilola Odukoya urged residents to treat emotional resilience with the same urgency as physical health. Officials called for open dialogue in homes, workplaces, and places of worship to encourage individuals to seek professional support. The wife of the Anambra State's governor, Dr. Nonye Soludo, has reaffirmed the administration's commitment to exclusive breastfeeding as a vital cornerstone of its maternal and child health policy. In a statement marking World Breastfeeding Week, Mrs. Soludo described optimal infant nutrition as the most effective strategy for giving every child a healthy start in life. She explained that exclusive breastfeeding promotes healthy development, strengthens infant immunity, and fosters vital maternal bonding. Mrs. Soludo urged nursing mothers to practice strict breastfeeding for the first 6 months. The governor's wife emphasized that no water, herbal mixtures, or supplementary foods are necessary during this initial period. She assured residents that the state government will continue empowering mothers to breastfeed safely and confidently. The Nigerian Educational Research and Development Council has issued an urgent public disclaimer disowning fraudulent letters soliciting funds for the printing and distribution of the revised basic education curriculum. The Council's Executive Secretary, Professor Salisu Shehu, labeled the solicitation letters fictitious and unauthorized. He advised government agencies, private schools, and international development partners to disregard any requests for financial contributions. Professor Shehu confirmed that the federal government has fully funded the production, printing, and nationwide distribution of the revised curriculum through official federal and state education channels. The Council reassured stakeholders that authentic updates regarding the curriculum, which incorporates digital literacy and foundational skills under the Renewed Hope agenda, will be issued strictly through official council's platforms. The class of 1996 Alumni Association of Federal Government College, Ilorin, alongside the school's leadership, has warned the federal government against privatizing or handing over federal unity colleges to private managers. Speaking during an alumni reunion, class president Mr. Chukwunye Izog cautioned that introducing commercial interests would drastically increase tuition fees and shut out children from low-income households. Reinforcing the appeal, FGC Lorry Director Principal Dr. Abo Paul urged federal authorities to preserve public ownership, which historically guarantees equal access to quality secondary education for all socio-economic groups. Demonstrating support for their alma mater, the 1996 set donated solar-powered borehole systems, sports equipment, and a 3D printing technology to enhance learning and living conditions on campus. President Bola Tinubu is scheduled to receive the proposed National Policing Bill on September 3, 2026, marking a significant milestone toward establishing state police forces across Nigeria. Unveiling the operational timeline following a presidential working group meeting in Abuja, Chief of Staff Femi Gbajabiamila described the draft legislation as a major reform designed to localize security operations while protecting fundamental human rights. To facilitate public input, the presidency launched an interactive consultation portal, nationalpolicybill.com, allowing citizens to submit recommendations before the executive bill is transmitted to the National Assembly. Gbajabiamila emphasized that strict federal standards will be written into the law to prevent political leaders from misusing state police units, ensuring federal intervention remains evidence-based and exceptional. The House of Representatives Ad Hoc Committee investigating the Presidential Foreign Investment Promotion Council faces criticism from civil society organizations as it prepares to conclude its legislative inquiry. Critics raised concerns over the panel's credibility, citing its failure to interrogate key public officials, including Chief of Staff Femi Gbajabiamila, and its refusal to allow self-acclaimed agency head Adeyemi Adeniyi to testify publicly. Civil society organization CISLAC faulted the Yusuf Gagdi-led committee for ignoring financial trails and failing to investigate the death of an intermediary linked to an alleged 400 million naira bribe. Despite demands for the comprehensive public hearing into how the unauthorized entity accessed government institutions, the committee's decision to round off proceedings has drawn sharp accusations of a legislative cover-up. The federal government has finalized plans to construct a multi-purpose dam in the Gile community of Kanke local government area, Plateau State to address long-standing water scarcity and infrastructural deficits. The Minister of Water Resources and Sanitation, Professor Joseph Utsev, announced the project during an inspection tour alongside APC National Chairman, Professor Nentewe Yalwata, stating that technical teams will conduct detailed feasibility studies immediately. The proposed dam is engineered as a rural development driver to provide potable water reticulation, agricultural irrigation, livestock support, flood management, and small-scale hydropower generation. Community leaders and traditional elders commended the federal government's initiative, noting that the vital water infrastructure will stimulate agricultural growth, job creation, and economic expansion across rural Plateau State. The National Broadcasting Commission, NBC, has filed a motion before the Court of Appeal in Abuja, seeking leave to challenge a court judgment that barred the regulatory body from imposing arbitrary monetary fines on broadcast stations. The legal action followed an earlier decision by the appellate court, striking out the Commission's initial appeal due to a clerical misdescription of its statutory name in official court filings. Represented by Mr. Dapo Akinosu, the NBC is requesting an extension of time to contest the High Court's ruling obtained by Media Rights Agenda, which nullified 5 million naira fines. The NBC argued that leaving the lower court's judgment unchallenged weakens Nigeria's broadcasting regulatory framework and limits its legal authority to penalize non-compliant media outlets. Political stakeholders in Osun State have intensified calls for peace ahead of the August 15th governorship election, warning political parties against inciting violence or deploying hate speech during campaigns. The Peace Advocates Group, operating under the Kim Pact Development Initiative's Peace and Mediation Working Committee, made the call during a consultative visit to the Nigerian Union of Journalists Press Center in Osogbo. Osun Kan Chairman, Reverend John Adeleke, urged political leaders, parents, and youth groups to reject electoral violence, reminding candidates that democratic contest will conclude while state unity endures. Responding, Osun NUJ Chairman, Comrade Adeyemi Aboderin, assured the committee that journalists would provide balanced and conflict-sensitive reporting throughout the electioneering period. You're watching news around the globe, coming to you live from Aneke TV. For more updates and breaking stories, stay connected with us on our social media platforms, Facebook and YouTube at Aneke TV. And now here is a recap of some of the major stories making headlines. Lagos State Government prioritizes mental health in public policy push. Federal Government plans multi-purpose Plateau Dam to end water crisis. Coming up shortly on the foreign scene, South Korea orders emergency measures as heat wave kills 16. On business news, Okonjo-Iweala demands infrastructure execution to drive growth. Stay with us.
Every heart has a story.
Behind every smile, there may be silent pain.
Behind every success, a battle no one ever saw.
Behind every scar, a journey of hope, faith, forgiveness, and resilience.
This is where real people tell real stories.
Stories of love, stories of betrayal, stories of loss, stories of redemption.
No scripts, no filters, just honest conversations that inspire, challenge, and remind us what it truly means to be human. Join Adena St. Rachel as she goes beyond the headlines and beyond appearances to uncover the moments that shape lives forever.
Because sometimes the most powerful stories are the ones that have never been told. Welcome to Hearts and Souls, where silence is broken.
Hearts and Souls, only on Aneke TV. Move with the word.
You're welcome back. Conflicting public statements from Washington and Tehran over peace negotiations have heightened global market volatility following a missile strike on a commercial vessel near the strategic Strait of Hormuz. U.S. President Donald Trump stated that diplomatic talks were underway after he paused authorized military actions, describing the dialogue as a vital opportunity for Iran to secure a negotiated agreement. However, Iranian foreign ministry officials denied engaging in negotiations, affirming that no diplomatic meetings are taking place or scheduled with American representatives. Despite the diplomatic deadlock, global financial markets reacted with cautious optimism, causing crude oil prices to decline slightly, while major international stock indices recorded modest gains. A logistics warehouse facility located outside Russia's second largest city, St. Petersburg, was struck by an enemy drone attack on Tuesday morning. Leningrad Regional Governor Alexander Drozdenko confirmed the strike via telegram, though specific details regarding casualty figures, structural damage, or specific targets were not immediately released. In response to increased military drone activity along the shared border, neighboring Finland imposed emergency flight restrictions over the eastern Gulf of Finland airspace. Defense authorities in Finland confirmed the airspace closure as a precautionary safety measure to safeguard civilian aviation and maritime navigation in the Baltic region. South Korean President Lee Jae-myung has ordered emergency government interventions to protect vulnerable populations as a historic heat wave sweeps the country, claiming at least 16 lives. Addressing a cabinet meeting in Seoul, President Lee warned that extreme weather conditions are becoming permanent, ordering an immediate structural review of the national power grid to prevent widespread outages. The executive directive follows unprecedented heat levels, including a record-breaking 42.5 degrees Celsius registered in the southeastern city of Yangsan, the highest temperature recorded in 122 years of meteorological tracking. The Korean Meteorological Administration expanded its highest level heat warnings across Seoul and the Gyeonggi province, prompting public health officials to establish emergency cooling centers nationwide. And on to business news. First Lady, Senator Oluremi Tinubu, has expressed disappointment over low participation from state governments in the 50 million naira community category of the Renewed Hope Initiative's Green Nigeria Challenge. Speaking at the presidential villa while commending FCT Minister Wike, Mrs. Tinubu explained that the initiative aims to mobilize youth to transform abandoned public spaces into green parks. The First Lady commended the FCT administration for successfully remodeling the Abuja City Gate, citing the project as an exemplary model for urban renewal and environmental conservation. In response, FCT Minister Wike revealed that the administration plans to replicate the Green Recreational Project in Abuja's Life Camp district to promote sustainable urban living. Vice President Kashim Shettima and Anambra State Governor Chukwuma Soludo has urged sub-national governments to create competitive economic policies capable of attracting private capital investment. Speaking at the 2026 Delta State Economic and Investment Summit in Asaba, Vice President Shettima commended Governor Sheriff Oborevori for prioritizing industrial expansion beyond crude oil revenue. Echoing the call, Governor Chukwuma Soludo emphasized that macroeconomic stability provides state governments with strong momentum to foster regional commerce and trade cooperation. Governor Soludo advocated for making investment promotion a continuous operational policy, urging Nigerians to consume locally manufactured products to stimulate industrial growth and employment. Operatives of the Lagos State Police Command have uncovered 2 illegal warehouses used for packaging counterfeit pharmaceutical products, arresting 2 suspects linked to the illicit trade. Following an intelligence-led operation at Auto Causeway, police arrested Eze Okudilichukwu and Chukwudi, who were caught repackaging adulterated drugs, including omeprazole, ampiclox, and Viagra, for distribution and export. Lagos State Police Commissioner Fatai Tijani disclosed that search operations led to the discovery of a loaded transport truck and hundreds of cartons containing fake medicines and printed packaging material. Commissioner Tijani confirmed that police officers rejected bribery attempts during the raid, adding that the suspects and recovered exhibits have been handed over to NAFDAC for prosecution. World Trade Organization Director General Dr. Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala has urged Nigerian political leaders to shift focus from budget allocations to strict project execution and infrastructure maintenance. Speaking at the 2026 Delta State Economic and Investment Summit, the former finance minister stated that public spending cannot deliver growth without structured asset management and maintenance. Dr. Okonjo-Iweala emphasized that upgrading seaport facilities, building digital infrastructure, and lowering trade costs are essential to enhancing Nigeria's regional trade competitiveness. She commended Delta State's proposed 1.664 trillion naira budget for prioritizing capital expenditure, urging state leaders to maintain fiscal discipline and utilize local natural gas reserves for industrial hubs. And on to sports news. South African international defender Ime Daniel Okon has ended speculation regarding an international eligibility switch, confirming he will not represent Nigeria's Super Eagles. Despite his Nigerian percentage through his late father, the former SuperSport United centre-back stated that South Africa remains his home and the only national team he will represent. Family representative Francis Atman explained that the Johannesburg-born defender was never contacted by Nigerian football authorities during his developmental years in youth football. Okon affirmed that his international commitment to South Africa's Bafana Bafana is absolute, noting that his entire athletic career and personal identity are rooted in South Africa. On entertainment news, veteran broadcaster Frank Idoho has clarified that his departure from the popular television show Who Wants to Be a Millionaire resulted from a corporate sponsorship exit rather than a sack. Speaking on a recent episode of the KK show, Idoho dismissed reports claiming he was dropped by producers as inaccurate and misleading. The media personality records spending 4 years working at the Federal Radio Corporation of Nigeria before transitioning to television, where the national quiz show brought him mainstream prominence. Idoho explained that Who Wants to Be a Millionaire suspended operations after its primary sponsor, who backed the show for a decade, withdrew financial support following a regulatory penalty. And now to end the news, the main points again. Lagos State integrates mental health services into public policy networks to curb domestic distress. Federal government approves multi-purpose dam project in Plateau State to resolve water scarcity. South Korea deploys emergency grid measures as historic heat wave claims 16 lives. WTO chief Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala urges Nigerian leaders to focus on project execution and asset maintenance. That concludes news around the globe on Aneke TV. For more updates and breaking stories, follow us on all our social media platforms, Facebook and YouTube at Aneke TV. Thank you for watching. I am Princess Ken Ochoma. Have a good morning.
Security is not just police on patrol. It is safety in homes, schools, markets, and mines. Without it, progress is impossible. Be alert, report danger, support community watch. True security is collective responsibility.
Hello everyone, we are here again. As we understand, it's the holiday season for school children. Now today we are asking a pertinent question. Should students be allowed to just enjoy the public holiday period, or should they be enrolled, into school skill acquisition classes or school holiday lessons organized by schools? We're asking teachers, parents, traders on what they think is the best fit for students during the holiday season.
The best thing I propose for them is that lesson is okay, because what they are teaching now is what they will meet in first term scheme of work, but the teaching will not take time. Their holidays lesson is just from 9 o'clock to 12 o'clock, so it takes them time to learn what they're supposed to meet the next term. It is good. After that 12 o'clock, they will go home and rest. It's okay.
I'm again has taken Gagulago. Can you see Bocatan another one? Gotta go. Makana now steady on a head chicken. I'm on our recording. Okay, yeah, Shibuna. Oh, Mazzy, now more like our finish and no Obacha or one like a Ghana go school. Now Mukwalaka at the same time. I have been when is Mikana, where is Mika Brainy? I'm a chocolate on now.
Just like the popular saying, an idle mind is a devil workshop. So I wouldn't want any child to stay at home. It's better you engage them, especially those that are working in a firm, like those that are working in a radio station or a teacher. It's better you engage your child so the person will know whether I am to continue with what my parents are doing or I'm to choose my career.
Holiday for me, it is for them to rest, but at the same time, at least if they have other things, that can keep them busy, that will not much stress them on, or just like the time that they're studying. There's something that is going to be make them lesser stress. If they will be engaging in such a thing, it will be good.
More na suggest when I get on holidays. Eje chọrọ ha obere ọrụ aka. Ụfọdụ bụ ndị na-amụ ịkwa akwa, ụfọdụ bụ ndị salon, ụfọdụ ụmụ nwoke na-amụkwa ihe furniture, ụfọdụ na-amụ alụmako. Kama ị nọwa nkịtị onye ahụ chifo ọpụta nwee ihe ọ na-amụta ya wụọ nwee ka akwụkwọ si gụchaa akwụkwọ ịma na o nwegwa aka ọrụ karịa ịnọwa nkịtị n'ụlọ maka ọ nọrọ nkịtị ọ na-anyị nọkịta n'ahịa bifo ị naruo asị gị na ọkwụwa mmadụ isi ma onye asị gị na ya na-achọ ọkụkọ ya ma ọ na ya na-achọ ewu ya mana onye ahụ pụtara ị na-apụta ọpụta chi na-eji ọ nata bifo ọ na-amụ ihe na-emenụ ọ na-aba na mkpụrụ ụra.
Holidays na-adịkwa ma in a way mana holidays time bụ oge ụmụaka ji enyere parents aka. Sometimes dịka anyị nwa nọ na shop hotel o nwere onye nke gbagote tukwuru ọ bịakwa join na the business ka ọ fụkwa ebe si eweta egeji akwụrụ ụgwọ school. Also holidays dịkwa mma oge ndị nwere chance ji eji amụ ọrụ mụtata ọrụ maka na ọrụ bụ knowledge ga-adị ya n'ime. Ọ gachagoro school ọ ga-enye ka ọrụ.
Everybody should enroll his or her child to skill, even if it's fashion, hairdressing, anything, but let it be skill. It mustn't be education all the time. Yes, education is very good. It's very good. Already they are into education, but they need skill because it pays now.
I want my children to go holidays for village, for my mother's house, is because let them know their village. There are peoples in the village, because children were there for township supposed to know their village. Them supposed to know, no be only me born am. I get mama who born me before I born the children.
Vacation, long vacation. This is really enough time for them to have a rest and a review of actually what they have studied all these years. During our own time as a student, we close by 2 o'clock and we rush home to do other things. But these days, hardly do people or students close by 2 o'clock. You find out they close by 4 o'clock. Why? Some of them have lessons ongoing. This long vacation, it is a time that children need to rest, at least a little bit. It is true that hence all the schools, and mostly the private schools, clamor for private lessons during this holiday. It don't supposed to be so. It don't supposed to be so. Because what are they really teaching? Is it what they have taught them before now? Or are they teaching them what they had to know before? Are they teaching them different things from what the curriculum, the school curriculum contains? I don't really know. And this should also be the time that parents should relate more. Parents should look into the children and find out actually what is happening. Has this teacher been able to train my child in the way I want them to go? This is the time to even look at their spiritual life, because things are happening these days. They call themselves Gen Zs. Gen Zs in what angle? Gen Zs into crime. Parents should not leave the training of their children only to the hand of their teachers. You don't know the character of the teacher. You don't know how the teacher was brought up.
If a vox pop proves anything, it only highlights that humans have varying opinions to different subjects of conversation. And as we've listened to parents, some have said, oh, they need to engage in holiday lessons so as not to forget what they've been taught. Some have said they need not engage in holiday lessons. Whatever the divide is, we understand one thing, that parents and guardians want what's best for children, be it to learn trade or to gain quality education. It's all in the best interest of their children and their wards. In Enugu, Princess Ken Ochoma, Aneke TV News.
Frontline Africa is Aneke TV's flagship current affairs program, where critical national and continental issues take center stage.
On Frontline Africa, we examine politics, the economy, security, business, health, and a wide range of other key sectors shaping society.
The program is insightful, engaging, and interactive, providing a platform for informed analysis and meaningful public discourse.
Here, issues are discussed raw, balanced, and expertly, with depth, clarity, and a commitment to fact and accountability.
Join us every Saturday at 5 in the evening, only on Aneke TV.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news, you need clarity, you need speed, you need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world. Good morning, Nigeria. It's a beautiful morning here on the coast city. Welcome to Sunrise on Aneke TV, where every sunrise begins with delightfulness, love, and purpose. I'm bringing you that daily dose of brightness and joy. I'm Good Hope Chukuma, coming to you live from our studio here in vibrant Enugu.
It's a beautiful Tuesday morning. Welcome to Sunrise. I am Princess Ken Ochoma.
And I'm Uche Osai saying good morning to you, our global audience. Thank you for letting us into your space this beautiful morning. However, we'll urge you to go grab that cup of coffee or tea, relax, enjoy this ride, because the sunrise is set sail.
The sunrise is set sail, and Ochoma is already on her traditional wear today. Because it's Tuesday. Yes, it's
the only thing that is outstanding is that this week, perhaps, there could be something that is being paid at somewhere that we are not aware. She's glowing.
She has been traditional.
She has been traditional.
She has been a
looking
traditional
more beautiful. What's happening, Ochoma?
I thought
are you going through life?
I thought it was the Rex that used to get compliments. I don't know when it's removed to give you.
And even Istuche this morning was looking very fabulous. I forgot to just mention it because I was paying attention to some of the things I was doing. But right now, looking at him, I was. Well, you know, people could wake at the right side of the bed, and it's one of the things I've noticed so far.
Every side of my bed is the right side of the bed. If I wake from the left, is the right side. If I wake from the left, is the right side.
It's an interesting morning, and it's a Tuesday morning, of course.
So what's happening at the rural rugged area where you're collecting tithes and
well, this morning there was some, you know, drizzling. I would use that word. There was some drizzling, and what's happening there is that a lot of people are coming out of the university, getting into the next phase of their life, and they are having a lot of questions. What they are going to do? What is Nigeria preparing for them? So we're having a mass exodus of those who are coming out of the university, going into the labor market, and they are asking questions. What is Nigeria preparing for them? Because yesterday we had a conversation about the past, how Nigeria was, the academic process, how when people come into school they have even new tickets, and you can't find that in our age. Even Ochoma could confirm that. So it's a question.
Did you graduate thinking about what Nigeria will do for you as well?
I think I already knew early enough that for one to succeed, you have to carve your own path, and that the country. I think before I left school, I knew that Nigeria probably will not have anything to offer me.
Nigeria has something to offer.
So the fact that the only thing I knew Nigeria, or at that time, the only idea I had was, okay, it's a land full of possibilities. That whatever you decide to venture in, somehow you will find leverage in it and then exceed.
That's Nigeria for you.
Yeah, that's Nigeria for us.
Nigeria for you. If you're waiting for anybody to hand you opportunities, it may not come if you don't have a name behind your surname. However, but when you put in effort in Nigeria, one thing that obviously it rewards, though at times it could be frustrating, but Mr. Res Arum, who always tell us to be hopeful that we are Nigerians, and I recently began to anchor on that.
All right, let's go to our quote for today, our inspiration segment coming from Martin Luther King Jr., where he is going to be inspiring us this morning. He said, "The ultimate measure of a man is not where he stands in moments of comfort and convenience, but where he stands at times of challenge and controversy." The ultimate moment of a man is not where he stands in moments of comfort and convenience, but where he stands at times of challenge and controversy. You know, there's this Igbo proverb that says, you know, it is emergency, you will know the brave, you will know the strong man, you will know the mighty man. And it is also that emergency that could ruin the mighty man or the strong man. So from what Martin Luther King is saying this morning, it is not just a measure for a man to know where he is when there's confidence. It's also when there's a problem, his reaction, how he's going to panic, what he is actually made of will show. So it is just letting us know this morning that we are humans. Of course, he's motivating us humans. People out there who are engaging in one or two things today, doing business, trying to get themselves together, that we actually have to understand that there will be a time in our life we could have some issues, some things that may come up, and the way we respond to issues, situations would mean and will determine how that man is or that how you are. So we need to respond well. We need to build ourselves today so that tomorrow we can even, you know, have that confidence. But if we don't have it, then we can know how to respond well during emergencies.
A man's strength is measured by his moments of comfort and convenience, but his absolute strength, his absolute elasticity is stretched in a place of challenge and controversy. What becomes of you when your comfort is taken away? What becomes of you when your convenience is taken from you? Those are the moments. Who do you become when that thing that makes you is taken away? Who do you become when you're in a circle where you don't call the shots? Who do you become when you're in a space where, you know, you have to submit to a certain kind of struggle to excel? Those points, those extremes are the moments where, you know, your ultimate measure, your ultimate strength is observed. And hopefully when you get to that point and you've excelled or you've surpassed that pressure, then you can, you know, identify, can say, okay, truly, this is the strength of my person.
Yeah, Martin Luther King Jr. Whenever I see this name, you know, there are names that come to my mind. But I remember their struggles that led to the first black American president, upon which Obama benefited. So when I see men like this, there's another one, Jesse Jackson. When I remember them, you know, I take whatever comes from them seriously. However, in this quote this morning, for me, what comes to mind is the refining of gold. For you to have gold in its pure form, in what we come to enjoy and celebrate, the glittering and everything has to pass through the funnels. And in this quote, telling us that the ultimate measure of a man is not where he stands in moments of comfort and convenience, but where he stands at times of challenge and controversy, tells you that the best of men are always refined in moments of challenge and controversy. But unfortunately, you see that a lot of us in this time are unwilling to go through this pressure. In fact, we need to be cautious about the next generation of men that we are raising, who, you know, run away in the face of challenge. And this is moments where, you know, people, it was in moments of heated challenge and controversy that you know the true worth of a man. You know what that man is meant of. So we'll continue to urge ourselves that when it matters most, in moments of inconvenience, that we should always pander to the side of truth, which is always very inconveniencing.
We'll take a short break. When we return, we're going to be bringing you the weather updates. Stay with us.
The Insight with Uche Osai.
Having the political will to confront whatever is the challenges.
Igbo man wrestles with
the tortoise that had a lot of ingenuity, a lot of ideas, and the tireless.
It will take the bold mind of government in power to say, let there be electoral reform, no matter whose house is God.
And it's there. We did everything. All of us came and
supported him with our last blood.
In-depth analysis, expert views, real voices, uncover the stories shaping Nigeria today. Deep dive, honest, unfiltered, only on the insight with Uche Osai on Aneke TV. Join us. You're still watching Sunrise on Aneke TV. Next, we'll take a look at the weather report across major cities in the southeast today.
All right, welcome back. This is still Sunrise here on Aneke TV. Now we'll be getting straight into the newspaper headlines and analysis for today. I shall be looking at stories from the Sun, Vanguard, Punch, Daily Trust, and the Vanguard newspaper.
And joining us with deeper insight, in-depth analysis is Aneke TV's in-house analyst, Res Arum. Mr. Res, a pleasure to have you.
Thank you for having me, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, you know, we didn't get to see yesterday, so how was the weekend?
Well, it has come and gone. You know, almost every Friday we continue to thank goodness it's Friday. And last Friday we were thanking goodness it's Friday, believing that the weekend is going to be somehow exciting. But unfortunately, it wasn't, because you know, there are things you need to do a weekend and it will be worthwhile. And that thing you need to do a weekend and it will be worthwhile was not there. So we were just, we went back, lie down on the bed and counted the ceilings.
Anyway, the men will understand what you meant by that. I saw Choma is lost, but however, Choma did remind me this morning that you're looking handsome as well. Because when I was to her, you know, she pointed me in that direction. But however, it's always a pleasure to have you on Sunrise, Mr.
Thank you, thank you.
You're welcome. All right, we'll just read out, before we get into the conversation, we'll just read out some of the newspaper headlines as it appeared on the newspapers this morning. Now, from the Punch headline, it reads 2027, Tinubu, Atiku, Obi, weigh ex-governors for campaign Director General roles. On the Vanguard headlines, Nigerians' quality of life took us to Tinubu, says Onaikon. Nigerians' quality of life took us to Tinubu. On the Guardian headline, post reforms, federal government others pass burden of economic growth and stability to state governance. That's the head story on the Guardian. And on the Daily Trust, we paid 50 million naira to secure KB judge's release, says family. We paid 50 million naira to secure KB judge's release, says family. National Policing Bill gets 7-week action plan. That's the cover story on the Nation newspaper. National Policing Bill gets 7-week action plan. And on the Daily Sun this morning, Presidency sets September 3rd for State Police Bill. Presidency sets September 3rd for State Police Bill.
Now we take a look at the Daily Sun headline, which says President sets September 3rd deadline for State Police Bill. The presidency has set September 3rd as the deadline for the submission of the State Police Bill to President Bola Tinubu. The move is aimed at fast-tracking the constitutional amendment to allow states to establish their own police forces amid worsening insecurity. The bill is now expected to be finalized by stakeholders and sent to the National Assembly for legislative action before the deadline.
All right, Mr. S.
Yeah, the state police coming into being in Nigeria is on its way. The amendment of the Constitution is still there, yet to be assented by the 2/3 of the State House of Assemblies. And then the bill, because after the amendment of the Constitution, it gives room that supports, that's a framework that supports the bill itself, where the nitty-gritty of how the policing business will be done, state, national police will be done, will be made. And presently, the group undertaking, the group set up by the presidency undertaking that police bill, that is now working on some of these frameworks that is needed for the National Assembly to make the bill, because you are going to just come out, put things together, give it to the presidency to now send it to the National Assembly. So they are now working on it, and it is now thrown open for suggestions, ideas by the general public. Now, the chairman of the working group, Femi Gbajabiamila, the chief of staff to the president, has said it is now open for all to come in with the various ideas that they have about ensuring that the state policing will be effective, will not just be one security outfit that will have flaws, that will elicit criticisms at the end of the day. You know, the Nigerian situation where there are fears that the governors will hijack the state police apparatus and use it against their political opponents. These are some of the factors that they want to nip in the bud, and that is why it's now open for everyone who would want to criticize in future to begin to make inputs, viable inputs, such that we take care of such situations, so that it will not happen after all. So, and that is where they are presently. So they set up that by September 3rd, all that would have been done, and the committee would have, the working group would have finished whatever thing they have to do, and forward same to the presidency for onward, transmission to the National Assembly, who will now sit and look at what has been forwarded by the presidency, and there and then too, they will also make a public hearing on it still, even when the working group are making it, they will still make another public hearing, so that at least at that level, those who may not have actually submitted anything could come or submit something, a memorandum or a memoranda for those, submit a memoranda that may be considered as part of the process. So this is exactly the way to go. I think they are working. I mean, it's on course. The situation is on course. The policing bill is on course. They will certainly come out with something that be good enough. And if there are flaws, they are going to be, observed. And of course, there are rooms for amendments. If there are flaws and we start experimenting what has been done, there are rooms that might make the National Assembly to call for amendment. And somebody will have to sponsor a motion for the amendment of areas that have been seen to do not have the required effect on effective policing at the state level and the national level.
Okay, for me, I just feel I am glad, in a way that the state police bill is about to become a reality, because we've had stages leading up to submitting it to the president for assent, and seeing that the presidency has scheduled September 3rd. From what we've learned from the House of Reps and National Assembly, that measures are being put in place, to ensure that state leaders do not abuse the outfit. And from the news this morning, we read that a portal had been created for Nigerians to make their suggestions, what they would want to see, or maybe corrections, suggestion as to what they should expect, or they would expect in the police bill once it's passed. So this is a step in the right direction. I hope that by the time everything is finalized, we would have a system that works, that would benefit both, states and the federal government.
I hope when everything will be finalized, the communities and the society and the people living in communities will not finish. That's my own. And also, seeing this from a perspective that I wanted to ask in 2026, are we sure that this state police reform is going to come into play in 2026 from the way it's going? Now, in September 3rd, we're already having the 2026 already. We are having the year. Security challenges. We are seeing how states are battling, how this insecurity is touching every state, almost every state in Nigeria. But the question is, dragging it to September 3rd, now you are moving, will it come into play in 2026? That's just my question.
Well, it is something you don't even need to rush. If you do a ragtag bill, that will be signed into law.
But it's not today that this conversation
I am talking. If you do a ragtag bill, you see, making a law, especially laws that are very critical in any society, is something that requires a lot of meticulousness, so that the law you make will stand the test of time. You see, if you hurriedly do a policing bill or a policing act, one, you remember that it had not been in the Constitution for state policing. So, first amendment of your Constitution is a rigorous one, the one that requires the assents of states, 2/3 of the states in Nigeria. So, you see, that one is still in process, and they speeded it up for it to have been passed for the amendment. That's a bill has been passed for an amendment. It has not even been signed into law by the president. When it is signed into law, then the framework for the actual nitty-gritty of policing is the one we are talking about, that is still at a stage. So, you see, they are doing most of these things almost concurrently. They are passing through the same stage. Ordinarily, if the other one had been there, then it would have been the policing framework that we'll be talking about. But they are doing both almost at the same time, and they are all running. So if you hardly do that, it may not work. And if it doesn't work, then we go back to square one. You see, in Igbo, they said, when you stand up to dig up a yam and you break it along the way, then when you are going to get the bottom part that has been broken into the soil, you sit down because you're going to get exhausted. Do you understand it? So, which means, akwụrụ ọtọ bujeji, itukwara na toptamia. That is what the Igbo says. So, I am not perturbed about the little time it's taking them to do it, provided they will do a thorough job.
I think you've summed it quite well. You know, so far they will do a thorough job, because when you look at what he just raised, it is a concern that most Nigerians share, that we shouldn't in a hurry, you know, to get state police and then abuse the whole process. And you remember that the former IGP of police, you know what the time frame he gave, and while we are still at it, at the end of the day, we pray that he's not justified by the time frame he gave. However, when we talk about this bill, for me, this is an opportunity for us to be able to, you know, go into the creation of this bill with a view to mitigate the challenges that will arise from abuse. Let's have that mindset. Let there be a collective understudy and input in making a bill that would be able to stand against any sort of abuse. And if I may add, I would wish that we'll take this opportunity to correct even the appointments of the IGP, speaking about the federal police. This is an opportunity for us to equally right the wrongs with the federal policing as it is at the moment. And part of it, for me, is the appointment of IGPs. Let us use the opportunity to do away with the executive overreach in appointment of IGPs and the tribalistic tendencies that has heralded such appointments over time. Let us use the opportunity to, you know, have a framework that will necessitate the possibility of having to appoint officers based on merit, based on their achievements and their capacity to deliver on the job, not based on their tribal affiliation or link to those who are the helm of affairs in Nigeria. We use this opportunity to look at why is federal policing, because what everybody is not talking about is what are the failures of the current federal policing that we have. We are looking at the shortfall in policing in Nigeria in terms of capacity and manpower, wanting to create state police to mitigate the present challenges. But nobody is raising the issue why federal policing is failing, why it is the way it is at the moment. And this is an ample opportunity for us as a people to put the legal framework that will correct those anomalies, not just that to be sure that it's not replicated in state police, but to make sure that we sanitize the already existing federal policing. And nobody is talking about that. And for me, this is quite important. You know, whenever police is mentioned, I don't know if anybody has been around police barracks and quarters, you will pity these men. And at times, though, I used to think and ask, do they equally pity themselves? Because they live in one of the worst habitable human condition that you can imagine in some of the barracks. So, away with that, then talk about welfare and other factors that has hindered them from delivering effective standard policing in Nigeria. And if we can create that legal framework at this time, then kudos to them. But away from all this, I believe that when we are done, we should be sure that that process shouldn't be abused, irrespective of how highly placed. And part of it, if I am to submit, the same way we are trying to create the legal frameworks to ensure that it is not state police is not abused at the subnational. Let's equally create the framework that will ensure that the current abnormalities are done away with.
Corrected. All right, moving on to the next story on the Vanguard newspaper. It reads, Nigerians' quality of life took us to Tinubu, says Onaikon. Nigeria's quality of life took us to Tinubu. Archbishop Emeritus John Cardinal Onaikon told the presidency that the Catholic Bishops' Conference of Nigeria is, in quote, done talking and now wants to see better governance. He declined to respond to criticisms from the presidency, saying the bishops already presented their concerns to President Bola Tinubu during their July 28th meeting at the State House. Onaikon stressed that the church will now judge the administration by actions rather than future dialogue.
Mr. Rice, let's start from you.
So, you see, the conference of bishops in Nigeria visited Asorok, where they had a meeting with the president. And part of the presentations made was that the economy is biting very hard on the people. So these bishops are people that also belong to our society. They have their kids and kin, their family members who are also citizens of Nigeria. And in the course of that, they do know what these people pass through. Theirs may not be the same, but of course, it could also, they could have, because the church lives on whatever comes from the public. Whatever comes from the public. That is, you can call it alms, or you can call it tithes and offerings. This is what the church lives on. That is what the church uses to do their developments and every other thing. And if the economy is becoming that tight, the prospects, the prospect from the communities, from the people around the church, will be very, very low. The church will now become shortchanged in what they used to rake in as tithes and offerings that comes from the public. And consequently, that is part of the indices that, provided the position of the bishops. They now told the government that the economy is biting hard and the economy is not flourishing, and people are suffering, and insecurity is insecurity is very, very overwhelming to the Nigerian government, that they don't seem to have an answer to insecurity issues so far. So when they presented such things, the presidency debunked all that claims, and they said that the economy is flourishing to the best of his knowledge and to the statistics he has. So, but one now wonders whether what statistics the presidency or the president has is actually realistic. Because if statistics are not realistic, if it is realistic, it will be seen in the lives of the people. But if it is not, it will be seen on many things. On inflation, the matters of inflation, on the cost of living, and so on and so forth, on the kind of wages that Nigerians receive from both the private and the public sector. These are some of the indices that will show that these things are actually as good as the president claims. But we do know as Nigerians that those indices are not there to show that the economy is sound, that the economy is growing. It is not there. If it is there, we will know. We are all Nigerians. And the bishops too, with their kids and kin all in the public, they will also know. So, but the presidency criticized the bishops, especially Aneke, who was a spokesperson, criticized them and started saying things that were even inconsequential to what they presented to the government. Then Naiko said they are now done with talking. They have now talked to the presidency, the man at the helm of affairs. It is upon him to acknowledge what they have said or what they have presented, or not to. Where they debunk it, well, it's up to them. We are now seeing, and we're going to take our own actions. We do what we can to show that either our pleasure or displeasure on the goings on in Nigerian government and the administration.
Yesterday, I know we spoke about this, and then we heard what Daniel Bwala said. We heard what some other persons have said. Some agreed, some disagreed. And I just want to commend the Archbishop, the Cardinal, for this statement. And he has come out to say, whatever you people are saying, we have gone and laid, complaints to the president. I think it was I watched a little bit of the interview on Arise, where he said, we told the president that the economy is bad. The president said the economy is good. So he has come out to say this morning that we've already said that we're expecting. So it's a situation where we've said what we want to say. We now expect the government to do, since you've said that the economy is good and the country is good, we want to see you replicate the things you've said, and we would hold you accountable by what you've said.
I will really say that the indices of the economy are the people, from what Mr. Rex has said. Now, the same thing we are saying is the grassroots, people on the grassroots they are the testimonial to the economy, basically. Now, if they are from what they said, they are done talking. Cardinal Nikon said they are done talking. All they need is action. All they will see is that at the end of the day, we will see that it's playing out. The question I have here, my own submission, is very simple. Let somebody from who is seeing or who is watching the economy come and live with those who are interacting directly with the priest and tell us if the economy is good. That's all. Let somebody who is at the helm of affairs, who is in the presidential, part of the presidential aid, come down to, live with the masses, just a day or two, and tell us if the economy is good. And that will be okay.
Who will come to live with you?
No. I mean, not living with me, basically, but let there be interactions. Let there be, because the whole thing is happening because there may not be enough town hall meetings that could give that leverage where people can interact.
Why wouldn't there be town hall meetings? There are supposed to be town hall meetings. That is where you begin to interact with the people, with the citizens, with the people of the country. How many times have you had such meeting where the presidency interacts with the people?
That's the thing. It's somebody they need to come down
because they do not want to be messed up. Because some people will even go even out of their way to begin to say things that were not supposed to be said. So they want to manage, such situations so that it won't occur. Because it might even set up an uprising. People are not happy. People are not happy at all about the Nigerian situation.
All right. Mr. S, I will start from asking a question. Because in your submission, why you agree with the Cardinal that the indices are supporting their position, that the economic reforms that we'll talk about is not reflecting on the life of Nigerians? What are the things that the Cardinal said that you deem to be inconsequential? Because I remember quite well, and let me quote.
The Cardinal or presidency?
Okay, you're talking about the presidency.
It is yes.
Okay, because I was.
Bwala, the response Bwala gave to
that clears it, because from what the Cardinal said, there's nothing that is ambiguous. It is clear in what he said. And like I did submit yesterday, Daniel Bwala is not doing President Tinubu any good by taking on Cardinal Onaikon, the Archbishop Emeritus of Abuja. And let's put it in perspective. These are men who rarely speak, but whenever they speak to the issue, to the point, and they don't pander to political fervor of any kind. And I did remember exactly Kanonaikan, while Abacha was at the helm of affairs, he spoke, and the Catholic bishops, unafraid, were a voice throughout that struggle for return to Nigerian democracy. So they speak to whoever is at the helm of affairs, and they have spoken their truth. Despite the controversies, it will do the government of today every word of good to keep more on this matter. Because in as much as they want to continue to take on the cardinal, they will continue to expose a lot of things that they don't want people to talk about. And the cardinal has rightly, closed the chapter, that they are done talking. So it's left for you now to let what they've said reflect in governance and in the life of the people. And I quite agree with him. And to those who continue to say, on what ground does the clergy or the church have to speak, or that they are speaking on behalf of the Catholic faithfuls, let me submit by quoting the cardinal. And he rightfully says, he said, we didn't go there just as Catholic bishops pushing for Catholic agenda. No, we went there as people who are with spiritual mandate to speak to anybody in the name of God. An issue is rested. And, beautiful submission you had. Whatever the government wants to tell us, the real indices remains as it is reflected in the quality of life of the people. Give me the empirical data on how many persons have been lifted from poverty since 2015 to date. I am talking about 2015 to date, because government to me is a continuum. It's not about who is at the helm today. I would have been charitable if it were the Accord party that took over from APC. But like Mr. President rightfully submitted, quite intelligently, the way I love my president, he said, I took over from myself. Therefore, I hold APC accountable. The party should come out and tell Nigerians how many persons they've been able to pull from the lower cadre, from the status of the Talakawa. Of course, we don't have the middle class again. So tell us where you've lifted them to. Or are we still dwelling on the empowerment where we'll have to go and get a fry pan and then get things to be able to mold kulikuli? And is that the empowerment? Or must we all be in APC to be able to get SUVs? So let Daniel Bwala and the likes do President Tinubu a favor and keep quiet.
But even Daniel Bwala, we all know who he is. These were some of the persons, Reno Mokri, Daniel Bwala, and the likes of him, including Femi Fani-Kayode. These were people who had unleashed a whole lot of criticisms against the President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. And when they are now appointed to work in their government, they begin to sing in new tunes. So Bwala is not a character to reckon with. It is the same thing as our own our Igbo brother. I'm an Igbo man, an Igbo brother who is in the Nollywood, who was formerly promoting peterobi's candidature, and later again he started talking all manner of negative things about peterobi. They are now in court. So that is the situation. The moment Bwala gets out of that administration, you begin to hear him talk differently.
The Catholic bishops and the cardinal, they are closer to the people than the president. They are closer to the people. The Catholic bishops are the ones who receive people for masses in church, for church services. They are closer to the people.
Which is even, and for me, from where I sit, an aberration. The government should be closer to the people than the clergy. When we talk about government, from where I sit, for the clergy or the church to be closer to the people tells you that things are not working. For me, the closest institution you have is government. Before people get to church, they have to pass through the amenities that is provided by government. You have, at the lowest cadre, you have a councillor who is usually from either a clan or what the Igbos call Omunna, or somewhere very close, then you have a local government that should be closer to the people. So for me, for the fact that people run to the church, are you getting me? It tells you that things are not really working. So for me, every administration that wants to take on the church, I think is a step in the wrong direction. Especially when it comes to the mode, character of the likes of Archbishop Emeritus of Abuja, Cardinal Onaikan. And I remember men like Okoji. So do we go back to history? The likes of the individual that were mentioned as speaking for the leadership, are they forgetting the history of the church? Do we take them through the eras? This is a wrong territory to draw into a battle. Because when they enter the ring with you, you will be messed up. So let's continue to, talk about the quality of life. And any leadership that doesn't want to hear these things, then is not ready to work for the people. I'm sorry, I have to submit.
Moving over to the Punch headline, we have 2027, Tinubu, Atiku, Obi weigh ex-governors for campaign roles. That's on the Punch headline. Ahead of 2027 presidential election, President Bola Tinubu, Atiku Abubakar, and peterobi are considering former governors for the key role of Director General in their campaign teams. The move is aimed at leveraging the ex-governor's electoral experience, structure, and influence to coordinate campaign operations nationwide. No specific names were mentioned, but the consultation signal that early preparation for 2027 are already underway.
Yeah, you see, by 19th of this month, about 2 weeks from, almost 2 weeks from now, the presidential campaign will start in earnest. And of course, the parties are now trying to get who should be the right persons to sell the party's manifesto to the Nigerian people. For APC, the considerations are between Al Makura and, of course, the governor of Imo State,
Governor Hope Uzodimma.
So, and they are now considering these people. Amakura, his advantage was that he was part of the people that, was instrumental to the formation of APC. He was in CPC, and then when they came back, and AC came in, and they merged, he was instrumental. In fact, he was a foundation member of APC. Of course, Hope Uzodimma, in terms of, it's because of acceptability amongst the governors and most of them. So he could, of course, propagate. In fact, the odds favors Uzodimma for the campaign, Director General for APC presidential campaign. He favors him. And then that of
ADC.
It has always been like that. Aminu Tambuwa, the former governor of Sokoto State, senator, is linked to that, most likely. Most likely. It may not be contested by any other person other than Tambuwa, who has been a very close ally of Atiku Abubakar, who is the presidential candidate of ADC. So with these things, the parties, it's not just these two parties. All the political parties are shopping for who will become the campaign director. And in the case of getting a campaign director, you must get somebody that has the erudition, that has what it takes to sell the party's manifesto to the entire 36 states and Abuja. And he must work with other people, intelligent persons, that is grounded in partisan politics. That is exactly what the parties are looking at. So by the time before the 19th of this month, the parties would have all anchored on who will sell their individual manifestos. Of course, they call it manifesto. I do not know if political parties in Nigeria actually are hinged on ideology, but these people will eventually emerge to begin to sell the manifestos of the party and carry their principal, the presidential candidates, around the 30 states and Abuja for the 2027 elections.
Well, for Hope Uzodinma being, candidate for the position for APC, I would say that he's already doing his job. He has already been doing his job. So whoever the NDC decides to pick, also the ADC and probably other political parties, they should also consider the portfolios of these people, because for someone like Atiku now and his running mate Amechi, I'm sure they have a plan or a manifesto, like you said, of what they want to achieve, the things they desire to achieve, and the plans or the activity of this Director General must be aligned primarily to what the party is. So it shouldn't just be based on personal interest or what the person stands to gain or what the party has promised the person. Like I would often say, anybody that is to be considered for any political appointment should endeavor to put into perspective the persons that they are, planning to rule. That is the common man, the average Nigerian. So whoever is going to become the Director General for their campaigns must be someone who also understands that the people should be at the forefront of any manifesto, any political ambition and aspiration as it appears. So good luck to whoever comes out as the campaign starts and getting towards the elections, that the things that they would say, like I think there was a time we mentioned that if we check back that most of these manifestos have not changed. So maybe we'll hear something different this time, something that will resonate with our current reality, and then we would know who to vote for.
All right. The question remains, when is it that personal interest is devoid from all this? And when we speak about ideology, what's the difference between APC and ADC? The difference is that APC is in power today. What's the difference between ADC and NDC?
Both opposition parties.
So the point is this. This is all about, it's not about the people. It's about who can mobilize the more and who can, those who are running for the office, trust the more. And while you were submitting, I didn't hear you mention about the NDC, peterobi. And this is where, yeah? Yeah,
actually, I summed it up that all the parties are looking for. And then from suggestions by some writers, some names were mentioned. That of NDC, no name has been mentioned, but we're expecting that a very credible person must come up to become, of course they will need somebody that's good enough to sell their candidates, the president candidate.
I just wish that whatever the parties are doing now for the people, it's about winning election.
That's what I say. As much as it's the biggest player, they should also somehow.
This is about horse trading, of course.
Somehow they should consider
a money bag also. Someone who could mobilize, do things even without waiting for the campaign council's fund. So these are things.
If someone can have 200 million to afford to pay for signage fees, so probably anybody that wants
to. Is anybody paying already?
Well,
now that you're bringing up this issue, my own is these tax agencies. I want to see the tax clearance of these individuals that are going to pay the 200 million for signages.
Of course, you do not contest the election in Nigeria without a tax clearance certificate.
That's what the law says.
Yes. So, but in this case, when you are talking about a policy that is seen from perspectives as obnoxious, inconsistency with the provisions of the Constitution, then to such extent it is actionable. So I am aware that some people, some lawyers are getting ready to contest that in courts. We allow our courts to make some statement on this. It's not just about revenue chase. It should be about fundamental rights of being capable of being in good shape to run for elected positions, even when you do not possess the multi-millions of naira that you need to pay. You don't need to pay as much. That is why INEC do not ask you to pay as much.
All right, I just have just a bit token advice for NDC that they shouldn't make the mistake they made in while they were in Labour Party in 2023. They should be thorough. I'm speaking to NDC. They should be thorough in choosing whoever will lead their campaign council. That's me, and that's my only thinkable advice.
All right, we'll take a short break. When we return, we'll bring you more updates. Stay with us.
Every heart has a story.
Behind every smile, there may be silent pain.
Behind every success, a battle no one ever saw.
Behind every scar, a journey of hope, faith, forgiveness, and resilience.
This is where real people tell real stories.
Stories of love, stories of betrayal, stories of loss, stories of redemption.
No scripts, no filters, just honest conversations that inspire, challenge, and remind us what it truly means to be human. Join Adena St. Rachel as she goes beyond the headlines and beyond appearances to uncover the moments that shape lives forever.
Because sometimes the most powerful stories are the ones that have never been told. Welcome to Hearts and Souls, where silence is broken.
Hearts and Souls, only on Aneke TV. Move with the word.
You're welcome back. Now moving over to the next issue on the headlines, story making headlines. It says, Osun polls, I'm not under pressure, but don't trust police, says Adeleke. I'm not under pressure, but I do not trust the police. Osun State Governor Ademola Adeleke says he is not under pressure ahead of the Osun polls. However, he has expressed distrust in the Nigeria police force to conduct a free and fair elections. His comments come amid rising political tensions, with both PDP and APC trading accusations over security and the credibility of the electoral process.
Well, the problem is that it is not even the police that is organizing the election. The police is just, ensuring security during the elections. So he's saying he doesn't trust police, which means they could, collude with the enemies of his party to rig the election, as has been seen over time in Nigeria electoral process, past. So, well, it is a problem that Nigeria elections are not seen to be free. When I'm talking about free, is an election where people will freely come to vote and stay and see their votes count. So, and if there's no freedom, if there's insecurity in an election, the election is not supposed to be adjudged credible. And the people who will start ensuring that elections are credible is the umpire, the unbiased, and the umpire should be unbiased in such a way that it will allow people to freely vote. How do they do that? They are now in charge of directing the security agencies. They are now in charge of ensuring that people are not molested or intimidated during electoral process. the vote casting period, the people, that is the job of the police, do not allow. But now there's a problem. The problem is that police come to polling units without a gun, without anything. So now we begin to think, how do you stop hoodlums who come to polling units with machetes, guns, and other things? How would that police stop them? So the INEC must come out with a way of checkmating the possibility of hoodlums taking over power in polling units. If they come and shot in the air, people get scattered and run for their lives and go to their homes. And then these people will now rig. The people who are taking over the place will rig the election. So Adeleke does not trust police because he's not sure that the police will protect the environment to make it good enough for voters. He's not scared because he believes he is popular enough. He has done things enough that will make people, vote for him, align with him. But that people may be scared away. He's not scared, but he thinks that there could be vote buying. There could be people who will succumb to whims and caprices of the government at the center. That is not, confident with the INEC ad hoc staff who may be wooed into compromising. But he has the people. That is his confidence.
We've seen and we've heard, so much regarding this Osun State's upcoming elections. One that we didn't hear when Ekiti had their election. One that we didn't get last year when Anambra had their election. And it seems like there's so much going on in the state. First, we've heard that, people came out to collect their PVCs and they were attacked. Some had machetes, some had guns. PVCs were stolen. And then we learned that DSS arrested 5 SSGs and police arrested. And then we heard that the governor and other participants signed a peace accord. And we've heard this is not the first time the governor is saying he's not intimidated or he's not under pressure. Okay, he has earlier said he's not intimidated. Today he's saying he's not under any pressure, but he does not trust the system. Now, it just goes to show that something is not right in the state. I wouldn't want to call it a witch hunt because, of not being aligned into a political, having a political affiliation. But there is so much going on that one is wondering what the state of Osun State will be after the election. One of the days we spoke about it here, I asked, what is INEC doing to make provisions for people who don't have, who their PVCs were stolen, to have PVCs on the day of election? This election, this particular election is very much around the corner, and we still have so much uncertainties surrounding this election. Now, the governor has come out and said that he does not trust the police, and INEC has told us that the police is being equipped to ensure that elections and electoral materials are safe. So there's just a whole lot that we need to. Anyway, it's all love and prayers for Osun State pending the elections.
Yeah, pending the elections, it's all love and prayers for Osun State. But then the police that does not have the equipment, they are coming there. Maybe let's just not take away all the equipment. They're just coming there with the tear gas or with some of the things they could use to, help and settle, mitigate issues here or there. I don't think it's necessary to have such a thing only. There should be a backup. Governor coming out to say that he does not trust, that he is not unfeigned by any circumstances surrounding this election. However, that he does not trust the police could be from many sides, but from the side which Mr. Rex actually pointed out is simply if they are not going to be equipped to have, arms or something they can use to help protect the citizens that came to vote for the election. I'm not sure it's going to work.
Yeah, you see, pre-election, problems has shown that people have actually made up their mind to be violent. You see, you have seen violence before the election. What will happen during the election proper? And what situations, what have you been able to put in place to ensure that that violence is nipped in the bud, that there won't be violence during the elections proper? That is a question, and a question that we actually expect INEC to answer.
Is it only INEC that will answer? Because from the look of things, it's already enshrined in the Constitution that police, they are the ones who should, by the right.
We do know
I'm
that.
Not sure it's only INEC that should, the implementation is with.
When you are talking about election, INEC is in charge of the security agencies they are going to deploy for elections. They tell them exactly what to do in line with the provisions of the law.
Yeah.
So, and now it is upon them to now hold serious meeting with the command, the police command. And this is exactly how we're going to approach it. This is what we want for our job not to fail. This is the things you will do for us.
Mr. Reyes, just like you have pointed out, we have seen some, prevalent election, issues, which we have seen people came to collect their PVCs. They were chased away by thugs. With that, INEC, they are seeing this. They are seeing how it's playing out, and not introducing, an order that bears that the security could, have an arm or something. They are the ones that will introduce those things. But if that is not done, then I'm not sure it's going to be as it should be. I'm not sure.
That is the answer.
Or they are planning for INEC police, a special police from INEC. That's what
other outfits will come out.
Maybe INEC, because that's what I'm actually. I'm not
the answer. I said INEC is in charge. Should be able to talk with the police command. It is a police command with INEC will now say, okay, this is the situation that has come now. It is something that's going to face us. INEC knows that job is going to be flawed. INEC knows that they will not succeed in giving a free, fair, and credible election if security
is it not high time they engaged other security outfits? Because I remember there was when they said it's only the police that is mandated, but seeing the situation of security decadence in Osun State prior to this election, isn't it time they consider the option of...
Unless they have an ahead, they will be ahead in intelligence.
That's a beautiful idea.
They'll be ahead in the intelligence. If they will be ahead in intelligence, that would be okay. If they will be ahead in intelligence.
How? How can you ask Nigeria ever been ahead in intelligence?
No, I'm just...
No, it's a question.
I'm also trying to...
I'm ahead in intelligence.
It could be the first time. It could really be the first time.
So if they can't handle just a state election, what happens? I mean, this is just a preamble.
Yes, but what I'm saying is being ahead.
So they should be able to curtail this.
There's an obvious question people are not asking. You're expecting INEC to do magic in Osun. The question is, what is it about Osun State?
That's the same question I asked. There is so much going on there. I mentioned it. What is going on in the state that you're not telling us?
The question should be, what is it about the state? Now, we want INEC to do magic. But there's another question I want to ask. Aneke said he doesn't trust the police. Did he say he doesn't trust INEC? And we are wanting INEC to do magic. Does INEC give order to the police? They can only have a tete-a-tete, sit down, have a conversation. But police doesn't take order from INEC in this very instance.
No,
I'm going so.
No.
They can have a conversation.
Let me say something. I said earlier that it is upon INEC to sit with the command
and
That's
have a conversation.
Yes, and think about how
even after the conversation, the police decide what they want to do.
No,
I want to quote the
It's just that
there's a law.
Let me quote
There's a law that stipulates how the police will do the job as it affects
in an election.
Yes.
Let me quote the governor, or Deleke himself. And Deleke said, President Tinubu, I am Chief Security Officer of Osun State. Osun will not accept any rigging. That's Governor Deleke speaking to the president, telling you that even the governor, who is the Chief Security Officer of his state, cannot and is not able to command the police.
No,
so what sort of magic are we expecting from
No, what we do know that, but elections has been held in Nigeria over and over, even when governors are said to be chief security in quotes, yet they don't have power to command the security agencies. And that is exactly why we are going to now create state police, where possibly, as chief security officers in their states, they have power at least
to now use them for their own.
Not using them. That's exactly why we are afraid of actually giving a state police so that it will not be used. And then that's why we are talking about a kind of checks and balances in ensuring that state police becomes effectively functional in such a way that the governor will command, yet not use against opponents.
The problem we are having here, is this. Let me cover my face with the proverbial basket. Must APC win Osun State? Must Governor Adeleke go back returned? Because when you put the right question mark on these issues, you now understand why Osun State is being heated up. The rhetorics of the very individual who are supposed to ensure free, fair conduct of affairs in this very election is such that I've read and I heard Governor of Imo State, Hope Uzodinma, say that they will win Osun State by all means. When you're seeing rhetorics like that, what will tell you? You will hear someone from the opposing end speak in a counter manner, and the politics continues to be heated up. Leading me to, I saw the conduct of election in Anambra State.
These are the peculiarities of states.
Where we saw the deployment of both the army, though we know that that's an abuse of Nigerian constitution, that army should not be involved in internal security, but we understand that we're in a very precarious time. But we saw that the army were in the streets, nowhere close to polling centers. We saw the police conduct their affairs in a civil manner. So, for me, if the governor has not lost faith in INEC, it could be replicated. And this is why people are beginning to celebrate some traits of our former president, that he rarely sits from a position of non-interference in these matters. Leading to why, if you do a comparative analysis of elections, all cycle elections, conducted during his time, which we credit even this president of leading and leaning towards, giving credence to the all cycle elections in Anambra and Ekiti. We saw in Anambra the civility of that election, and we are hoping that that should be replicated. So the point remains that this very individual, and I keep asking again, what is the words of those peace accord that has been signed by these political parties and those contenders in this election? I just pity those that would offer themselves on altar of nothing to be butchered in this election. Because the way it is going, only God knows. Because are we going to see violence? It's permissible, going by the rhetorics that are, predicting this election.
Not even the rhetorics. Violence has started already. You have the pre-election violence happening, which tends to give you an ample, feeling that certainly violence will occur because the persons or the dramatic personnel that are involved in that election are desperate.
On that note, we call on the INEC, the political parties involved, to be civil and ensure that this election slated for August 15 is conducted in a very civil manner. And it is the responsibility of INEC to ensure that we have a free, fair, and credible pool in Osun State. Mr. President, you are the Commander-in-Chief of the Nigerian Armed Forces and the father of the nation. It is your responsibility, beyond party affiliation, to see that that election is conducted in an orderly manner.
We take a look at the headline in Vanguard. PFIPC. Allow me testify, I'm being made scapegoat. Adeyemi. The imprisoned former PFIPC Director General Prince Adeni Matthew Adeyemi has requested administrative clearance from the House of Representative Ad Hoc Committee chaired by Yusuf Gadiji to testify in person. Represented by his legal team led by Festus Akigbe, Adeyemi contends in the PFIPC report that he is being unfairly targeted as a scapegoat to shield broader institutional and procedural lapses within government. His lawyers emphasize that any legislative findings released without his direct testimony would be fundamentally flawed and violate his constitutional right to a fair hearing.
We are back. We are back to FPIPC.
Yeah,
again.
it's been a long.
The maxim of fundamental, here the other side comes to play. You see, the man in question, the House of Representatives said they are almost rounding off, and they have refused to invite the man who is at the center of everything. They have refused to hear from him on individual basis for him to testify before them. So he is seeing himself, and that's why he called himself scapegoat. Scapegoat. That now he's being handled as an individual who is almost in charge. But one wonders, how could one person have forged and forged and forged all the documents, and of course worked with almost all the agencies of government, from presidency to the ministries and all of that, and he's just one person, and you do not even want to hear from him, and you said you are investigating. I'm wondering the kind of investigation or the kind of hearing they are having without getting a name. They now said it's court. The court has actually asked that he be remanded. Yes, even if court has remanded him, there are ways you can approach the court and get a temporary release for him to appear before the National Assembly. But that has not been done. So he's now is against his constitutional rights. So whenever you now come out and say the result is that it's a flawed thing, because there's a fundamental abuse of the constitutional right of Adeyemi to fair hearing.
Is it only the constitutional right of Adeyemi that is in question here? Is my constitutional right not being infringed? Am I not deprived of the opportunity to hear and know
get the information?
Like, how do you keep someone
Nigerian
out?
Money?
No,
which I'm a taxpayer.
No, in his own case, it will be followed by a kind of indictment. That is where I talk about the constitutional right. The constitutional right of Nigerians are impeded on because they have refused to do the right thing to get everybody to know what transpired, so that at least there will be confidence on the goings on in government. People have lost their confidence as a result.
Also, on this case, I read in the news this morning that these same ad hoc committee are being, questioned because it looks like their investigation have been one-sided. They failed to investigate in the death of the only accomplice, sort of, that he had, and also
they cannot investigate.
Yes,
they cannot investigate.
They started even defending.
I thought you have mentioned Femi.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. In the news this morning, they said, "Oh, you've not questioned Femi Gbajabiamila, and you've not investigated the death. You've called other people. You've mentioned other people that you've called in for questioning. You've called in the accountant general. You've called the minister of finance. You've called in the CBN representative. But the persons or the particular person that is a person of particular interest and concern as it is right now, you do not call it. And from what we hear, their investigation is about to close. So and then this particular person, Adeyemi, we've not questioned it for us to know exactly. So I can understand why he said he's a scapegoat.
For me, let me state the truth here. Femi Gbajabiamila to me is as innocent and as wise.
We know you keep saying, but
yes, but the point remains that for the fact that he was mentioned,
exactly,
the agencies that are investigating, the legislators that are investigating, owe it to us, the Nigerian people, as a duty. And even with Femi Gbajabiamila, owe it to himself, ought to be invited to speak on this matter. And how will Femi Gbajabiamila be exonerated if Adeyemi is not allowed to say his piece? That's the truth. How would you conclude the investigation without bringing the very personal individuals who are involved in all this? And the police are holding him custody. And at the end of the day, you want us to believe that a proper investigation has been carried out. Let me submit.
Don't submit yet. You are going to submit later.
Because of our time. We're running out of time.
You see, yes, of course. But I expect that the committee of the House of Representatives should have called on police to give them a forensic investigation they have done about the death person that has been linked with all this. How did the person die? Why did they destroy this building immediately after the fire? What are the forensic? Did they get camera, of the environment? They didn't get that. Where is it? Why did they have to kill that death thing and the hotel fire and everything? What is the police position and reports about that?
You've capped it. You've capped it. They shouldn't teach police their work. By now, police should be furnishing us with information.
That's all.
However, here is Adeyemi asking for administrative clearance to appear before the legislators to say his piece. So, my submission in this is that if he is not called to speak publicly before even the House of Reps and the agencies that were so mandated, I'm not even speaking of police in this matter, who has taken a prosecutorial position, then in whatever position the government comes up with this will be seen from a tainted lens. In as much as whatever people want us to believe, or the government wants us to believe, we will keep looking at this issue from a certain perspective. If government wants to be cleared, if the sole individuals who are involved, CBN, Office of the Accountant General of the Federation, the investigators themselves, ICPC, the legislators that are investigating, they should do themselves a favor and let this man speak. Remember, over time, I kept calling for public inquest, not investigation. Public inquest into this with a view of helping Nigerian people know which other phantom agencies exist. Because you can't tell us that this man is almighty, that he's able to hoodwink all government agencies and then even go to the coffers and allot the monies to himself and have an office. No,
and employ
I refuse to agree. But I want to go home, so let me stop at this.
All right, that's the much time we have this morning on Sunrise. It's been a pleasure having you join us this morning. Till we come your way again same time tomorrow. I am Princess Ken Ochoma.
And I'm Good Hope Chukuma. Thanking you for watching. It's been a pleasure.
Mr. Resaro, thank you for the in-depth insights.
Thank you for having me here, and for you that watch us on Aneke TV, keep watching, because you're going to be getting the best of the goings on in Nigeria and abroad.
I am Uche Osai saying thank you for watching, and keep watching till we come your way same time tomorrow. Bye-bye.
From the ancient seat of the Caliphate in a modern Nigerian state, balancing tradition and development, Sokoto tells a story of history, faith, commerce, and resilience. Located in Nigeria's northwestern frontier, Sokoto State is a gateway between Nigeria and the Sahel region. Sokoto is the spiritual heart of the historic Sokoto Caliphate. Founded in the early 19th century, the Sultan of Sokoto remains one of the most influential traditional leaders in West Africa. Trade remains the lifeblood of Sokoto's economy, with vibrant markets connecting rural farmers and regional traders. Beyond tradition, Sokoto is investing in education and infrastructure to shape its future. The people of Sokoto preserve a deep cultural identity rooted in Hausa Fulani tradition. Like many regions, Sokoto faces development challenges, but reforms and investments continue to reshape its future. From its rich Islamic heritage to its evolving modern identity, Sokoto remains a powerful symbol of history meeting progress in northern Nigeria.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news, you need clarity, you need speed, you need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV, move with the world.
The Federal Executive Council that are here, let me welcome the Deputy Governor of the state, the Speaker of the House of Representatives, and other members of the Delta State House of Assembly, the Chief Judge, and all the members of the State Judiciary that are here. I'd like to welcome the special daughter of the nation, the Director General of the World Trade Organization, Dr. Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala. I welcome you. Our keynote speaker is here, born in Africa, known all over the world, a pride of the continent, Dr. PLO Lumumba. I welcome you to Nigeria. Let me welcome all the members of the business community, captains of industry that are here, members of the diplomatic corps, development partners, captains of industry, our royal fathers, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Your Excellencies, there are moments in the life of every society that define not merely its present, but the course of its future. Moments when vision rises above ambition, when leadership meets opportunity, when ideas find investment, and when possibilities become prosperity. Today is one of those moments. Today we gather not simply to inaugurate another summit. We gather to unveil
the Robo, you have the Isokos, you have the Shekiris, you have the Jaws, you have the Anyoma and Oshimele, and you have the Kaz. This diversity lies our strength, because all the cultural presentations are put in one spot to make us thicker and better as a state. And that's why we are often referred to 2022 and 2024. We have had a significant leap to 18.34. What we have done here, because we have these fundamentals right, is to invite the entire world to see the enormous job that this administration and previous administrations have done to put the state in a proper footing for investment. We have 5 critical thematic areas. The first is agriculture, agribusiness, and livestock happens to be a cornerstone. If you look at that, the non-oil GDP, that accounts for 32%, and that's very significant as it is. Mining, solid mineral and mining has become very strong. We are full of kaolin, we have huge presence of coal, lignite, and silica. All of this can be found practically all over in Delta states. And those are the presentations we are making and inviting the public to come on. Energy ecosystem. We have Transcorp power in Delta State, we have supply power in Delta State, and we have 8.5 megawatts of IPP already running, established by the states. So here we have a big opportunity for investors to come in. We have the digital economy and innovation. Our youths will be displaying their skills and the potential that they have for investors to come on by tomorrow. We have an important platform for us to run. We are situated on 3,600 hectares of land, and that's very significant. 2,600 in cocoa axis and 997, about 1,000 in the Kwale area. So gas is in abundance. What we are selling to the world is not only just the availability of that gas, we're also saying that the state has made significant development in the Delta Special Economic Zone. It's a tourist delight and investor's delight. So on this note, I'd like to welcome you to Delta State, its economy and the people. Welcome and thank you.
Our special thanks to the Secretary to the State Government of Delta. We thank you for opening our eyes to see indeed the reason why we're here and all that we partake of and from as investors in the economy of Delta State. Please appreciate Dr. Kingsley Emu for his welcome remarks. Whilst he was speaking, the governor of Anambra State walked in. I would like to say good morning and welcome to Professor Charles Soludo. Please say good morning with me. Welcome, sir. Before we hear from the summit chair, I'll welcome the chairman of the Health and Safety Committee of the summit to give us a safety briefing as we proceed in today's summit. Welcome Dr. Akpowaye Akpomiemie as he makes his way to stage. If your hands are free, please receive him with an applause.
Thank you very much. Your Excellency, the Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Senator Kashim Shettima, JCON, Your Excellency, the Executive Governor of Delta State, Right Honorable Sheriff Oborowori, please permit me to stand on established protocol. On behalf of the Health and Safety Committee, I welcome you to the 2026 Delta State Economic and Investment Summit. Before we commence today's proceedings, I would like to take a few moments of your time to highlight some important safety information. Your safety and well-being remains our highest priority all throughout the summits. Please take note of the following. We do have medical personnel and mobile clinics at designated areas throughout the events. If you feel unwell or you notice someone that requires medical attention, kindly alert the nearest official around you and they will inform our emergency officers who will respond immediately. Emergency responders are strategically located at all entry and exit points. They are putting on white bibs, you will recognize them. Kindly identify the nearest emergency exit close to you. Our emergency exits are the left points there. In an unlikely event of an emergency, please remain calm, follow the advice and directives of the event officials. Should an evacuation become necessary, please do not rush or push. Follow the advice of the event officers and they will take you to direct you to designated assembly points. We encourage everyone to keep the aisles, the walkways, and the emergency exits free from all obstructions at all times, please. Please keep your personal belongings secured. Ensure your mobile devices are kept on silent all throughout these proceedings. Finally, we ask for your cooperation by following all the instructions from the event organizers, security organizers, and emergency responders whenever necessary. With your support and cooperation, we are confident that today's summit will be safe, productive, and successful. Thank you all for your attention. I wish you all a rewarding and memorable Delta State Economic and Investment Summit for 2026. Thank you.
Please appreciate Dr. Akowere for leading us into a safe and productive environment. It is my joy and my honor to bring up on stage a man who has spent over 4 decades proving that Delta State is beyond producing oil and gas, but also to build companies based on it. He's a son of Ndokwa land right here in Delta, started his education right here in Delta before he went to the University of Nigeria, Nsukka, to graduate top of his class in geology. Started his career in 1980 as a well site geologist with NNPC, grew his career to found Platform Petroleum in 2002, one of Nigeria's 24 marginal field awardees to actually bring its field into production, and of course that field is situated right here in Delta State. By 2010, he went on to co-found Seplat Petroleum and served as its pioneer chief executive officer. He has built into Nigeria's preeminent indigenous oil and gas independent, achieving the great feat of dual listing on the Nigerian Stock Exchange and the London Stock Exchange. Today, he serves as founder and executive chairman of the AA Holdings and sits on the board of the NNPC by presidential appointment. Colleagues who know him and have worked with him say he is methodical and meticulous, and he has brought these traits to serve as the chairman of the summit. Please welcome for his remarks our chairman today, Engineer Austin Avuru.
Your Excellency, the Vice President, the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Your Excellency, the Governor of Delta State and Chief Host. Your Excellency, the Governor of Anambra State, and all distinguished ladies and gentlemen here present. What I will try to do is to situate this summit in the right context and to try to establish that this is not just another talk show. This is the beginning of a new movement in Delta State. Let me start with a few fundamentals. Around the world, hydrocarbon-rich countries are consciously rebuilding their economies to achieve prosperity after oil. They are using oil, revenues from oil, to build a future economy that will be prosperous even after oil. And this is because oil and gas is a finite and wasting resource. Examples of countries like Norway, 40 years of oil and gas production in the North Sea, has built a sovereign wealth fund that is approaching $3 trillion. All the Arab oil producing countries, Kuwait, Saudi Arabia, UAE, are doing exactly the same thing. The lesson here is that even here in Nigeria, hydrocarbon-rich states must take lessons from what these countries have done. Subnationals going forward must now intentionally and consciously move beyond dependence on the center. We have to consciously build a subnational economy based on the niche areas of competitive advantage that we have. We have to provide the environment to attract massive and sustained private sector investments through deliberate, well thought out programs that create relative ease of doing business. Let me just highlight a few focus areas here in Delta State. Maritime commerce. As the Secretary to the State Government pointed out, we have 4 ports: Warri, Sapele, Koko, and Burutu. 2 interconnected airports. And by design, an interconnecting express route from Warri through Ughelli, Kwale to Asaba that not only connects the 2 airports, but connects our ports to markets. So what are the enablers to ensure that we benefit the most from these maritime endowments? We will have to dredge the waterways, Escravos, Warri and Benin rivers, to allow bigger vessels into these ports. It sounds very simple, but if you do this, the traffic into each of these 4 ports and across the state will more than quadruple. The road infrastructure connecting these areas, these key areas, must come under continuous maintenance. Continuous maintenance. If the roads become unusable, these assets will start to waste. Agriculture. We have avenues for aquaculture, ranching, large-scale cassava production, and oil palm. But what do we really need to do as a state to enable this? The state will have to build education must be emphasized. In the end, when we focus on these enablers, we must have a one-stop shop, very professionally run one-stop shop where investors can knock, pick up all the information they need, go back, whether you're applying for swaths of land or whatever it is, you have a one-stop shop where you be attended to professionally, and you come back into this safe state and invest. That is where His Excellency, the Governor of Delta State, will focus his second term, so that by the time he leaves, we'll all be able to live, work, and prosper in Delta State. Thank you.
I think it deserves a better round of applause. That has been Mr. Austin Avoro, a geologist by training. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I have a singular honor and privilege to invite for his speech the pilot in charge of this flight. Since he boarded, he has aggressively signed a signature across the length and breadth of the state, both in infrastructure and human capital development. His passion is geared towards the non-oil and gas sector in growing the economy, creating an enabling environment for tourism, agriculture, sports, entertainment, micro, small, and medium enterprises to thrive. To widows and orphans, he has given hope in place of despair. To our youths, he has given them tools instead of excuses. To the workforce, a conducive atmosphere to work instead of tension. And now to the private sector, opportunities to tap into the potentials of the state seamlessly without stress. He is God-fearing, prudent, bold, transparent, focused, and sincere. Your Excellencies, it will interest you to know that while he was Mr. Speaker of the Delta State House of Assembly, he returned the sum of 500 million naira, that is $500 million naira, back to the treasury of unutilized funds at the end of a fiscal year. And as Mr. Governor, he hasn't borrowed a dime from anyone, dead or alive. Yet, his projects are seen from mainland to the creeks. A devout Christian, he still functions as an usher in the church. Please join me in welcome His Excellency, Right Honorable Elder Sharif Oberowori, Governor of Delta State, to address us.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Your Excellency, Senator Kashim Shettima, GCON, Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Your Excellency, my dear brother and neighbor, Professor Charles Shukuma Soludo, CFRO, Governor of Anambra State. Your Excellency, Sir Monde Uyeme, very reliable and reliable Deputy Governor. Your Excellency, Senior Dr. Ifeanyi Okowa, the immediate past Governor of Delta State. Distinguished Senator Ede Dafinone, and members of the House of Reps are here. You can see Right Honorable Mutu, Right Honorable Victor Wunkolo, Right Honorable Thomas Eritomi. Very respected guests are here. The Minister of Finance, the Minister of State Gas, members of the Diplomatic Corps, Chairman of the Summit, Engineer Austin Avuru, our keynote speaker, daughter of Delta State, Dr. Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala, GCON.
our guest, Professor Patrick Otieno Lumba, who is also here, captain of industry, members of the organized private sector, and investors. You can see the ambassador of Brazil is here, the ambassador of Malaysia, they are all here, top government functionaries, our very royal fathers, stakeholders, gentlemen of the press, ladies and gentlemen. Today marks the crystallization of a journey that began in July and August 2025, when I led a delegation of cabinet members to China and Brazil, respectively, to seek partnerships to explore and enhance the economic and investment opportunities in Delta State. This forum presents us with a golden opportunity to march west with actions, align our expectations with specific goals, and seek those goals with measurable results. It is therefore my honor and pleasure to welcome you all to this Economic and Investment Summit, conveyed as part of my administration's strategic imperatives for building a robust economy that is adaptable to the physical, social, and technological changes of the 21st century. Let me assure this audience that this summit is not another talk show, like what the chairman said. It showcases our vision and strong will to reposition the state economy and enhance its competitiveness in business. Through this summit, we hope to connect ideas with capital, forge strategic partnerships, and maximize our competitive advantages as a state to build an enduring legacy of wealth and prosperity for the maximum benefit of current and future generations of Deltans and residents in the state. Before I proceed, permit me to specially recognize the chief guest of honor, Your Excellency, Senator Kashim Shettima, GCON, Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Chairman of the National Economic Council. Mr. Vice President, the government and good people of Delta State are greatly honored to have you here today. I commend your calm disposition, your intellectual acumen, exemplary leadership, patriotic fervor, and commitment to collaborating with sub-national governments such as Delta State for the collective good of our country and its people. Let me use this opportunity to also congratulate you on your renomination as running mate to our President and leader, His Excellency, Senator Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR. I extend my profound gratitude to our keynote speaker, Dr. Ngozi Okoje-Iweala, GCON, a globally renowned economist and proud daughter of Delta State, for graciously making time in our busy schedule to developing our potentials in Delta State. I do not doubt our contribution today will enrich the library of thoughts and information on public-private partnerships for sustainable economic growth. Thank you for putting Nigeria on the world stage. We are proud of you. It is my honor and pleasure to welcome my brother governor, who is guest of honor, Professor Charles Chukwuma Soludo, CFRO, the governor of Anambra State, for this summit. Your Excellency, I thank you for this heartwarming display of solidarity. And also adding color to this event is the Honorable Minister of Finance and Coordinating Minister of the Economy. Thank you for coming. Minister of Livestock Development, Minister of Petroleum Resources, Gas, and the Permanent Secretaries representing the Ministry of Solid Mineral Development and Steel Development. Dear Honorable Ministers, I wish to put on record that your presence here is a great source of encouragement and inspiration. I recognize the presence of members of the diplomatic corps who have come to honor us with their presence. We also appreciate the group from Brazil, led by Roberto Gianetti, and director from Brazil Investment Promotion Commission, APES Brazil, and also delegation of Chinese investors, especially those who are already investing in cocoa free trade zone, for honoring our invitation. Chairman, there are also an anchor, people already, maybe not partly brief. We have people already coming to invest in that cocoa free trade zone. And I also know that you also discussed with me that you're also interested. You also want to invest there. Gas. So thank you very much. We are equally honored by the presence of Engineer Austin Avuru, an accomplished entrepreneur and a major player in the Nigerian oil and gas sector, who is the chairman of this summit. Engineer Avuru is a shining example of vision, courage, and resilience for the younger generation of Nigerians to emulate. And I thank you for agreeing to be the chairman of this summit. I also convey the deep appreciation of the government and good people of Delta State to Professor Patrick Otieno Lunumba. This gifted public speaker has carved a niche for himself through his bold and thought-provoking insights into the peculiar challenges of politics and governance, especially in Africa. Thank you, Professor Nuba, for your interest in our state and in prosperity and progress of African continent. Today, Delta State, with a population of over 6 million people, blessed with abundant mineral resources, rich in vegetation, fertile soil for agriculture, multiple urban centers, an enlightened populace, improving infrastructure, and a business-friendly climate. Delta State is an investor's heaven with vast opportunities waiting to be exploited and harnessed. The economy is approximately 17 trillion naira, making the state a key driver of national economic growth and development. Delta State connects major markets across Nigeria, serving as a gateway to the southeast and linking directly to Lagos, the nation's business capital. With up to 15 urban cities, this is the only state in Nigeria that you have about 15 urban cities. 15. Its greatest asset remains its vibrant, hard-working people, celebrated at home and abroad for their industry and ingenuity. You can see purposely we invited Okonjo-Iweala to give the keynote address because it's one of our own that we have exported out to go and do wonder. Austin Avuru is a son of the soil. We made him the chairman. There are so many, if we want to count, we can't and can't. And I'm proud to be a Deltan. So our goal today is to partner with prospective investors with overriding objective of building a modern economy that is strongly diversified and therefore can withstand external shocks in line with the policy imperatives of the more agenda of this administration. This administration believes in a data-driven development model that is private sector-led and creates opportunities for our teeming youth population. Our primary goal today is to partner with interested parties to maximize our state competitive advantages, develop the non-oil sectors of the economy, create jobs, accelerate economic development, and achieve sustainable development. In view of the foregoing, our ease of doing business incentives are top-notch, ensuring that prospective investors have the conducive atmosphere to operate seamlessly and profitably. The establishment of the Delta State Ease of Doing Business Council, chaired by me, is one of the major reforms we have undertaken to enhance the ease of doing business in the state. Also worthy of note is the granting of waivers of payment of tenement rates, fees, levies, and other charges to investors for up to 5 years after commencement of business. The agro-industrialization plan of this administration, as contained in the more agenda, provides ample opportunities for profitable private sector investments in commercial agriculture and agricultural value chain. Investment opportunities abound in the value chain production of cassava, oil palm, rice, potato, and other cash crops. It is my pleasure to announce that in preparation for this summit, over 12,000 hectares of farmland have been earmarked for agricultural development for prospective investors. And in addition, Delta State has a coastline of 163 kilometers suitable for development of a thriving marine economy. As one of Nigeria's leading oil and gas producing states, Delta State possesses abundant natural gas reserves alongside substantial renewable energy resources, creating a strong foundation for a diversified energy economy. Investment opportunities abound in gas-fired power plants, embedded and captive power systems, solar farms, mini-grids, biomass and waste-to-energy projects, hydro power, energy storage solutions, rural electrification, and the manufacturing and assembling of renewable energy components to support existing and potential enterprises in the state. It is also pertinent to point out that this government has prioritized sound public financial management anchored on careful budgeting, fiscal discipline, judicious allocation of resources, transparency, and accountability matched with excellent service delivery. Hence, despite the huge investment in improving public infrastructure, we have not borrowed a kobo from any bank, and we will not intend to borrow. Underscoring our commitment to fiscal discipline and prudent financial management. What this means is that prospective investors are coming to a state that is financially stable and provides an enabling environment for them to operate without let or hindrance. In line with the fourth pillar of the MORE agenda, which is enhanced peace and security, we have strengthened the security architecture in Delta State. And that's why we brought you to become the chairman, so that you know what we are doing. So that you don't look as if you are those in diaspora. This state, the security agencies in the state have been very effective in combating crime and criminality, keeping our state safe and secure. Indeed, our investment in the security sectors have boosted morale among security personnel and local communities, improved trust between security forces and residents, and created a safer environment for economic and social activities. It might interest you to know that Delta State was adjudged the safest state for oil and gas investment in Nigeria in 2024 by the Federal Ministry of Petroleum Resources. This is an overwhelming vote of confidence in the state as an investor's haven. Mr. Vice President, as I conclude my address, I am pleased to announce that the government has set aside $100 million, approximately $133.8 billion, as viability gap funding to de-risk new investments in the states. This one we are not borrow. We are not going to borrow the money. The money is there. This is a practical demonstration of our total commitment to ensuring that the agreements reached at this summit are executed without delay. As stated at the beginning of this speech, this summit is not a talk show. We are marching west with action. It is my earnest expectation that this marks the beginning of enduring strategic partnerships that will galvanize the massive industrialization of Delta States. Finally, I want to thank Mr. President, His Excellency Senator Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFRO, the Vice President, Senator Kashim Shettima, GCON, and their entire team for constantly working hard to bring the dividend of democracy to all Nigerians. I thank Your Excellency, my brother Governor Soludo, very dear honorable ministers of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, and other eminent invitees for honoring us with your esteemed presence. My deep appreciation also goes to our distinguished guests, especially our friends from Brazil and China, for their interest in the development and progress of Delta State. Your Excellency, the Vice President, this is Delta State. We are ready. We are stable. The state is peaceful for investment, and people are ready. You look around, you see a lot of people are ready. We have to close our portal. When we saw the registration getting to 4,000, we have to close it. We are ready. We cannot be depending only on oil. Oil has made us proud as a state, but we need to diversify. And that is the reason we have decided to organize this summit. The journey that we took to Brazil is working well. The China one is working well. The investors are here. And it is my belief that at the end of this summit, Delta State will smile and will be able to do things, do the needful by the grace of God. Thank you, and God bless you all.
Its economy begins with a new morning. A moment when vision awakens, possibilities emerge, and ambition becomes action. Every transformation begins with the courage to move forward. This is the story of Delta State. A state embracing its future. Every great economy begins with a new morning. A moment when vision awakens, possibilities emerge, and ambition becomes action.
I want to gently recommend this to you. Please do not be nice. Be kind, because kindness is a measure of our humanity. But do not be nice. Nice means wanting always to be liked. And this is a particular affliction of female socialization. Nice means silencing inconvenient truths. Nice means choosing always to be comfortable. Nice means letting go of courage. Nice means talking about peace, but not about justice. Nice will not remake the world, and there is so much about our world that needs remaking. There is no such thing as a perfect human being. The longing for perfection will hold you back. It doesn't help any cause to start with perfection as yardstick. We do not need to be perfect before we are able to do what is right. I wish you everything you wish for yourself that causes no harm to others.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news, you need clarity, you need speed, you need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Ken Ochoma. The headlines. Presidency opens public consultation on state police bill. Federal government considers strict social media age limits for minors. Sanwo-Olu urges HR leaders to prepare workforce for AI. Details of the news. The Federal Ministry of Communications, Innovation and Digital Economy has launched a nationwide public consultation to evaluate strict age restrictions on children using major social media platforms. Recent survey data reveals over 80% citizen support for federal digital regulation, with 64% favoring a minimum cutoff age of 16 or 17 years. The policy drive aims to curb emerging digital threats, including addictive design algorithms, cyberbullying, online predators, and the misuse of personal data. Federal authorities and UNICEF stress that escalating risks like sextortion require urgent safeguards to protect Nigerian minors while preserving educational access. The Academic Staff Union of Universities chapter at Adekunle Ajasin University, Akungbe Akoko, has threatened industrial action over 1.1 billion naira in approved intervention funds. Union chairperson, Dr. Bolu Oshodi, confirmed that despite government assurances, the institution's bank accounts remain uncredited, leaving staff owed a 3-month salary backlog. Compounding the financial distress is an ongoing deficit between the monthly state subvention of 223 million naira and a monthly wage bill exceeding 550 million naira. Academic leaders warned of major campus disruptions if the Ondo State government fails to implement the nationally agreed university salary structure. The National Youth Service Corps has issued an official notice warning prospective corps members that mobilization will require prior clearance from its National Electronic Registration Database. The management emphasized that electronic verification is now mandatory to prevent mobilization delays for the upcoming 2026 Batch B service year. This strict verification protocol aims to strengthen system integrity while reinforcing travel safety directives that advise corps members against traveling to orientation camps at night. Tertiary institutions and graduating students are urged to ensure all required documentation and mandatory clearances are fully completed prior to camp registration. The Presidential Working Group on the National Policing Bill has invited public memoranda on implementing state police structures across Nigeria. Led by Chief of Staff Febi Gbajabiamila, the group introduced a 7-week timeline to deliver a draft executive bill to President Bola Tinubu by September 3, 2026. The consultation covers 17 key areas, including jurisdictional boundaries, operational autonomy, funding models, and safeguards against political abuse. While the Nigeria Governors Forum supports decentralized policing, the Supreme Council for Sharia in Nigeria advocates for strengthening existing federal security structures instead. Kano State Governor Abba Kabir Yusuf has inaugurated a specialized sickle cell center and a modern office complex for the State Center for Disease Control at Murtala Mohammed Specialist Hospital. The dedicated facility will provide free comprehensive diagnosis, counseling, and treatment for sickle cell patients under one roof. Governor Yusuf also launched the distribution of free maternal commodities, emergency medical supplies, and 300 customized digital blood pressure monitors to civil servants. Health officials noted that sustained healthcare investments have significantly reduced maternal mortality rates across the state's 44 local government areas. The Kano State government has approved the appointment of 19 new permanent secretaries and redeployed 14 serving officials across state ministries, departments, and agencies. Kano State Head of Civil Service, Hajia Bilkisu Shehu Meimota, announced the executive decision in an official statement issued in Kano. Shehu Meimota urged the newly appointed leaders to discharge their administrative duties with high diligence, professionalism, integrity, and accountability. The appointment and redeployment take immediate effect, with all handing over processes scheduled for completion on or before August 12, 2026. Troops of the 34 Artillery Brigade under Operation Udoka have discovered a shallow grave containing the remains of abducted community leader Chief Ibe Anyado in Umudike Forest, Imo State. Army Public Relations Officer Lieutenant Colonel Olabisi Olaleko Ayeni confirmed that the intelligence-led military operation followed the arrest of key suspects. During interrogation, one suspect confessed to the kidnapping and murder, leading military operatives directly to the illegal insurgent camp burial site. Commander of Joint Task Force Southeast, Major General Oluremi Fadaro, assured residents that all arrested suspects will face full legal prosecution as operations continue. The Jigawa State Police Command has arrested 9 suspects following violent civil unrest and attacks on security personnel at Gujungu Market in Taura local government area. Police Public Relations Officer DSP Shisu Adam confirmed that an altercation between a soldier and a local youth escalated into widespread market violence. Investigators arrested key suspects involved in attacking a local police station, burning market stalls, and launching a separate fatal assault on local vigilante members. To restore lasting public order, the police command has initiated peace talks involving Mayeti Allah representatives, traditional rulers, and community stakeholders. The Adamawa State Police Command has launched a formal investigation into the alleged shooting of local businessman Suleiman Abubakar by military personnel in Mubi North local government area. Police operatives visited the scene on August 3rd to facilitate emergency medical care before transferring the injured businessman to Yola for specialized treatment. Adamawa State Commissioner of Police CP Kabiru Hassan directed the State Criminal Investigation Department to conduct a thorough and impartial inquiry into the incident. Police authorities are coordinating with military commanders to ensure a transparent investigation while appealing to the public for calm. Over 3 grueling months of total blackout have left the residents of Onwago village in Amecho, Konano, Enugu South local government area struggling with collapsed local businesses and high daily generator fueling costs. Desperate for relief, community members staged a peaceful march to the residence of the Enugu State Commissioner for Local Government and Rural Development, Deacon Oke Obodo, an indigene of the village, demanding urgent state intervention to restore power. Former Secretary of Enugu South Local Government Area, Honorable Emmanuel Ikeoji, alongside community stakeholder Honorable Dave Abo, revealed that the neighborhood's aging transformer is severely overloaded and can no longer sustain the area's population, appealing directly to Enugu State Governor, Governor Petermbah, and Main Power Electricity Distribution Limited for a modern high-capacity replacement. Receiving the protesters, Commissioner Obodo commended the villagers for their orderly presentation and promised to transmit their grievances directly to the governor. Addressing the protesters on behalf of the network manager at Main Power Electricity Distribution Limited, Okonano District, Safety Officer Engineer Vincent Okeke explained that the company had not received formal notification regarding the failure and urged the community to submit an official petition. You are watching Aneke TV news across the country. Remember, you can follow us on Facebook and YouTube at Aneke TV. Now a quick reminder of major developments in the news. Presidency opens 7-week public consultation on National Policing Bill. Communications Ministry considers age limits for social media minors. Coming up shortly, Sanwo-Olu calls on HR leaders to prepare Nigerian workforce for AI. Stay with us.
Every hat has a story.
Behind every smile, there may be silent pain.
Behind every success, a battle no one ever saw.
Behind every scar, a journey of hope, faith, forgiveness, and resilience.
This is where real people tell real stories.
Stories of love, stories of betrayal, stories of loss, stories of redemption.
No scripts, no filters, just honest conversations that inspire, challenge, and remind us what it truly means to be human. Join Adena St. Rachel as she goes beyond the headlines and beyond appearances to uncover the moments that shape lives forever.
Because sometimes the most powerful stories are the ones that have never been told. Welcome to Hearts and Souls, where silence is broken.
Hearts and Souls, only on Aneke TV. Move with the word.
You're welcome back. Abia State Governor Alex Otti has officially declared open the 2026 Youth Leadership Bootcamp in Umuahia, emphasizing youth development as vital to state growth. Represented by Deputy Governor Ikechukwu Emetu, Governor Otti urged 1,000 selected participants to acquire civic leadership skills to transform their home communities. The month-long leadership program is organized in partnership with the Enterprise Development Center of Pan-Atlantic University. Abia State Leadership Academy President Kenneth Carlo noted that participants were selected through a rigorous screening process out of 7,000 applicants. The Abia State government has disbursed 1.2 billion naira to support 81 vulnerable groups through medical interventions and social protection programs. State Commissioner for Information, Mr. Oke Kano, announced the financial release during a media briefing following the State Executive Council meeting in Umuahia. Kano confirmed that Governor Alex Otti also approved 450 million naira in counterpart funding for the World Bank-supported Nigeria for Women project. Additionally, the state government has executed direct labor infrastructure projects across 46 locations to clear drainage channels and manage flood waters. Lagos State Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu has urged human resource professionals to lead efforts in preparing Nigeria's workforce for an artificial intelligence-driven economy. Speaking at a human resource forum in Lagos, Sanwo-Olu emphasized that strategic human capital development is key to maintaining national economic competitiveness. CIPM President Ahmed Gobir stated that corporate leaders must direct emerging technologies toward inclusive growth rather than widening social inequality. Keynote speaker Erica Farmer encouraged organizations to prioritize continuous upskilling and workforce capacity building across public and private sectors. Lagos State Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu has reaffirmed the state's readiness to host the 2026 Confederation of African Football Awards ceremony. Following an inspection tour by a CAF delegation at the Wole Soyinka Center for Culture and Creative Arts, Sanwo-Olu assured flawless event delivery. The Continental Awards event is part of a dual hosting arrangement, with Abuja scheduled to host the CAF General Assembly on November 21, 2026. Lagos will serve as the host city for the award ceremony, honoring top African football talent across the continent. And on entertainment news, media personality Toke Makinwa is celebrating her daughter Yakira Eliana's first birthday with an upcoming family trip to London. In a social media video, Makinwa expressed heartfelt gratitude as she reflected on her journey into motherhood at age 40. The milestone celebration follows a series of pre-birthday events, including the gift of a mini electronic toy vehicle for her daughter. The popular media host continues to share glimpses of her family life with fans across social platforms. And now to end the news across the country, here are the main points again. Presidency opens public consultation on National Policing Bill to guide state police implementation. Communications Ministry evaluates strict social media age restrictions to protect skills with AI trends. That's news across the country at noon. For breaking news and eyewitness reports, call 0703 043 7110 or follow us on Facebook and YouTube at Aneke TV. On behalf of the producer, Chidima Sogwa, and the entire news team, I am Princess Ken Ochomma. Thanking you for watching. Enjoy the rest of your day.
The eagles stand as a majestic symbol of strength, clarity, and vision. Its ability to soar above storms signifies resilience, while its shaped sight represents focus. This is why many nations, including Nigeria, use the eagle as an emblem of nation pride. Eagles do not fear challenges, they embrace them. They fly higher when the winds become strong, rising above obstacles rather than avoiding them. This teaches us that problems are not barriers, but stepping stones for those who dare. To live like an eagle is to stay focused, courageous, and disciplined. It is to see opportunities where others see only difficulties. The sky is not your limit, it is your launch pad.
Frontline Africa is Aneke TV's flagship current affairs program, where critical national and continental issues take center stage.
On Frontline Africa, we examine politics, the economy, security, business, health, and a wide range of other key sectors shaping society.
The program is insightful, engaging, and interactive, providing a platform for informed analysis and meaningful public discourse.
Here, issues are discussed raw, balanced, and expertly with depth, clarity, and a commitment to fact and accountability.
Join us every Saturday at 5 in the evening, only on Aneke TV.
Humility. Humility is not thinking less of yourself. It is thinking of yourself less. It is the quiet dignity of those who serve when no one claps and rise when no one cheers. In a world shouting for attention, humility whispers truth. It chooses peace over pride and silence over show. It knows that value isn't in volume and honor isn't always visible. The humble carry unseen power. They lift others without needing a pedestal. And in doing so, they rise higher than ego ever could.
In Africa's most populous nation, women make up nearly half of the population. They vote, they campaign, they mobilize communities, they shape families and economies. But inside Nigeria's highest lawmaking chambers, their voices remain a minority. Today, a proposed constitutional amendment seeks to change that. It is called the Reserved Seats for Women Bill, a proposal that could reshape Nigeria's democracy for generations. Supporters call it long overdue correction. Critics describe it as political tokenism. But one question remains: can democracy truly represent the people when half the population is largely missing from power? Nigeria has one of the lowest levels of female political representation in Africa. Since 1999, women have struggled to gain significant presence in the National Assembly. Currently, women occupy only a small fraction of seats in both chambers. The Reserved Seats for Women Bill proposes a major shift: 37 additional Senate seats, 1 per state, and the Federal Capital Territory. 37 additional seats in the House of Representatives. 3 additional seats for women in each state House of Assembly. The arrangement will last for 16 years, 4 election cycles. Supporters say it is designed to create small space for women until equality becomes normal. Advocates argue that Nigeria's political structure has long favored men. Campaign costs are high. Party structures are male-dominated. Election violence discourages participation. For decades, reforms have been slow. The Reserved Seats Bill is designed to break that cycle of exclusion. Nigeria will not be the first country to adopt special measures for women's representation. In Rwanda, constitutional quotas helped women become the majority in parliament. In South Africa, party quotas increased female representation after apartheid. In Senegal, gender parity laws transformed political participation within a decade. India and Pakistan also used reserved seats for women in parliament. Supporters argue that without deliberate intervention, equality may take generations. Not everyone agrees with the proposal. Critics argue that democracy should be based on open competition, not reserved positions. Others fear symbolic representation without real influence. There are also concerns about costs and expansion of government structures. A central question remains: must reserved seats be written into the Constitution? Legal experts argue that constitutional backing would ensure stability and protection. Without it, future governments could reverse the policy. But constitutional amendment requires approval by the National Assembly and at least 2/3 of state houses of assembly, making the process politically demanding. But beyond politics, the debate is about representation in society. Advocates say visibility in leadership shapes ambition and opportunity for young women. But experts warn that representation alone is not enough. Broader reforms are needed in education, security, political parties, and economic empowerment. As debate continues, Nigeria confronts fundamental questions about democracy and fairness. Can temporary measures create lasting equality? Will reserved seats empower women or remain symbolic? What does true representation mean in a diverse nation? For supporters, the bill is correction. For critics, it is controversial reform. But both sides agree Nigeria's democracy is still evolving. The future of the bill may depend not only on lawmakers, but on whether Nigerians believe democracy works best when every voice has a seat at the table.
Across Nigeria's dynamic economy, enterprise is on the move. From the resilience of small businesses to the expanding reach of indigenous industries, commerce thrives on innovation, determination, and vision. Finance is evolving, powered by technology and driven by a new generation of entrepreneurs. In a rapidly changing world, digital transformation is redefining how we save, invest, and grow wealth. From energy to agriculture, manufacturing to tech, Nigeria's economic landscape continues to diversify. Policies shift, markets respond, and opportunities emerge. Every figure tells a story. Every trend shapes the future. The question is, where is the next opportunity? On Aneke TV, we bring you clarity beyond the numbers. This is Business Outlook on Aneke TV, tracking the markets, analyzing the trends, and spotlighting the drivers of economic growth. Aneke TV, informing enterprise, shaping perspective. Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you walk. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
What's up, Nigeria? What's up in the enugu? How you guys doing? It is a beautiful Tuesday afternoon live on Aneke TV on the best of best entertainment show. I still remain your number one and your one and only Gift of Voodoo, popularly called social lawyer, aka Red Pepper and All Spicy Pepper. Today I came in and Blue Pepper, and with my co-host here live, Commissioner of Enjoyment. Commissioner, how you doing?
Commissioner, how you doing? Commissioner, no go chop.
This is a hungry commissioner.
Commissioner, how you doing? Commissioner, no go chop.
Commissioner, how are you doing?
No, they ask Commissioner how you doing. Ask him how is the consequence doing.
Okay, Commissioner, how is the consequence doing?
Consequence is trying. I never chop.
What you never talk. Every time you never chop.
How many times have I told you I never chop today?
You just told me why coming in here. So
I never chop.
Yeah, today you're
I told you I never chop now. Anyway, good afternoon.
So
see, there's no smile on my face. Economy and other things, but today is a good day.
Yeah.
Today is a very good day. And yesterday, Gift was on vegetable. Today she is on the Chelsea side. I don't know if I don't know if she's part of the old ladies. Don't worry, doing our sports show, do wisdom. Maybe you join us. Are you a Chelsea fan?
Yeah, no, I'm a Chelsea man. You Liverpool, Arsenal.
You don't know what a fan. You don't know what being a fan is.
Juventus, all these clubs.
Chelsea standing fan. A brother Chelsea fan. Eh? It's about Chelsea, Liverpool, all the clubs, all the teams. Fan.
Yeah, I belong to everybody and belong to none.
Well, if we go near here, your president, thank you, thank you very much.
So we have a lot of things for you guys today on the show. I promise it's gonna be amazing, fun, active, and you know what I mean, everything spicy. And then moving over to my first gist is something that has been trending. It's a buzzword issue. You know, this has been a continuous trend. We have, in fact, they have given us part 1, part 2, part 3, part 4, and part 5 of this show, and it's becoming a reality show, family reality show. And I'm talking about the P Square family, the Okoye's family. You know, the clash ongoing between Peter Okoye, Paul Okoye, and Dr. Jude Okoye, who happens to be their elder brother. And I think we see the likes of Peter Okoye calling out his elder brother, Jude Okoye, for splitting their twin blood relationship at this point. And it's becoming something interesting because the online viewers out there has said, let them not be biased, let's hear from two opinions before we give our judgment. And we've come online to hear some fascinating clips of what Dr. Jude Okoye has come to defend himself against the claimed allegation levied against him by his own blood brother, Peter Okoye. And at this point, I want to hear your advert opinion on this issue about the split, and not only the split, the accusation, part 1, part 2, part 3, part 5. We actually released part 5 yesterday evening.
Congratulations on the new movie.
Okay. What do you have to say?
I would really love to, first of all, start with my congratulations for releasing that movie and for releasing that short clip of, visuals. The funny thing is that it's family issue.
But they brought it to the public.
That's the point now. They brought it to the public. It's family issue. Ask Agokwembi. I've answered you.
No. You cannot just answer me this.
No,
because
you don't understand. You don't understand, because if family has issue, okay, you want me to explain?
Yeah.
If family has issue and they bring it to the public, do you think they will do what the public says? They will go in and reconcile.
No, public opinion will aid the reconciliation.
There's nothing like public opinion when there's already a seeming reconciliation that is coming. There's nothing
something like that. They will reconcile. You see.
No.
Okay, they should throw away their brother Jude now. They should imprison him.
No, but at this point, Jude is not accepting the fact that he did anything
That's
wrong.
what I'm telling you now. So if he's not accepting the fact, then it's the way it is. Okay. Everybody go and rest.
Okay, let me even bring it to your table.
My doorstep.
Okay, let's bring
There's
it here.
nothing on this
Let's
table.
bring it closer.
Okay, bring
Don't
it closer.
you miss P Square?
Well, I will not say I miss P Square because era has come to an end by one of my favorite bald head coaches. Eras come to an end, and we have seen eras come to an end.
Okay.
We saw YC era come to an end. We saw Dija era come to an end. I miss P Square, of course. Michael Jackson era came to an end. A lot of people's era come to an end.
But the echoes and sound of the footstep of history keep repeating. These musicians.
It's like you crammed this thing before you came. The echoes and the sound of the of P Square keep repeating. What is your problem? The problem is that, you see, this is a family issue. There's nothing you can bring in there. Even if they are seeking public opinion, they're not seeking it the right way, because they should go to court and settle.
Okay, now let's talk about the court now, because that was actually my next line of question. Now, Peter has made an allegation that EFCC, the matter was brought before EFCC, and at the end point of it, his brother, Dr. Okoye, was discharged and acquitted for the allegation levied against him by his brother Peter Okoye, and they brought it to court. At this point, it's still in court, and the verdict will be given, hopefully, as alleged by his brother Peter Okoye on September.
Gail, let me tell you something. We are very real here. This is a world, and it's a real-time affair. When you look at what's going on in this world, I'm not saying that they are wrong to bring it to the public. I'm just saying that EFCC cannot even do much. This is the money they made by themselves. They invited their elder brother who started managing them. I'm not siding anybody. If you notice how...
But do you think that what his brother did by taking the lion's share, 50%?
Who's that?
That's Dr. Jude.
Dr. Jude now.
By taking
their manager. Let's use the word their manager.
Will your manager, will he take the lion's share over you, who actually does the main work?
Actually.
Let's be sincere now. Let's not be biased.
All right. Actually, in investor vibes, if my brother, who I invited into my company, wants to take 50%, if he does not let me know, and we don't have a rule, then I will say, okay, good. Or because I did not know. But if I know, and we had a rule, and we signed documents, you will go to court now. You will give me my money. That's just the.
Don't you think that's what Peter is fighting for?
Okay, let's say that's what he's fighting for. Okay, if he's fighting for that, how do you think public opinion has aided? It has. I won't take it away. But I'm saying that they should follow the right channels.
No, but they have been, like said by him, they have been following the routes.
But now they want to bring it to the public.
Yes, okay. I think it's not working. The normal legal way is not working.
The thing is that
they have to bring it to the public.
The thing is that, let me use as a commissioner for enjoyment in my constituency. Somebody comes out and say, okay, commissioner, I will do something. I'll give you 30, 50, okay, I will do something. I have 100%. I have 100 million naira or 100 million of vote of thanks. I will give you, anything. Anything is not a money. Anything is not even vote of thanks. Now, if the person at the end of the day, let's say is my junior brother, and I take 50%, and he does not react, and let me tell you, it's not the first time Jude is taking 50%. Maybe they just found out. That's why I'm saying they're actually doing well.
But the twist in this issue is that the other twin brother, who happens to be Paul Okoye, is not reacting towards Jude.
You know why?
Yeah.
Why he's not reacting? Could be they are together in the game. Listen, this is P Square. We nobody, even in Enugu now, even in the other day I was in
You're in Tashwa.
Tashwa, yeah, you know that place. I was in Tashwa. That place I was.
No, pronounce it well. You're in Tashwa.
Where is Nil in Tashwa?
That place you were the other day.
Okay, Nil in Tashwa. That sounds like China. Nil in Tashwa.
Yeah.
I was there.
Yeah.
Now, I was hearing P Square. I was hearing that sound. It was making me to dance. But as a commissioner, I cannot dance in the public. I have my reputation. What did I do? I went inside my car. I nodded 3 times. I came out. I was satisfied. Now, I heard their songs in a foreign land. Talk more about the local land. It means that these guys are global. They're international. Till now, their songs are making waves. And they're still having royalties from the song. They're still earning from the song. So that means they're really doing well. But that's not
the problem is, you know, in every music label fight is about royalty.
Okay, for instance, what like you said about royalty. Runtown, the court has directed him to go back to his music label. What happened is a story I may not be able to share here, but let me just keep it. What I'm saying is still a contract issue. We are seeing you could sign a contract. That's what I'm saying. Even if it's your, you see, these are twins. So no, these are twins, and they are having this clash. Imagine his brothers and see. Do you get? It's just the thing. Now they are twins and they are having the issue. Imagine it's your, and they are even identical. Imagine it's not identical. So it's not the matter. If there's a stipulated rule that is going to guide them, fine. And this person defaulted, they should go to court. They have lawyers. Now, if they are going to court and it's not working, they are seeking public opinion. If the public give their judgment, the public does not do public opinion in such a case. What the public does is that the public will suggest, because somebody can say he's wrong, somebody can say he's right. Now, how many, let's say it's 1,000 comments. How many comments can you fish out? Will you judge by the comments? Are those people there live to judge? Let them take it further. There are many ways to get this done. And you've seen that they really want to come together, because I watched the video. He was so passionate. I think Peter was so passionate that they want to come back. But you see what happened, and he was so passionate, even though he was in a clean environment. A very wonderful environment.
Do you want him? Please ask Commissioner, do you want him to be in a dirty environment?
No, the environment was good. I'll say, guy,
it was nice.
Your case is nice. If it's a case, it was a very good environment. I was just admiring the space where he was. A guy, imagine this kind of house.
Money is good, though.
Money is good. You know, that's why I want to do something for you, but you are always
Okay, let's move ahead and move over to the next gist. Is about outfit check, and this outfit check is about the very known Neo Energy. They call him Neo Energy. He's a one-time Big Brother housemate. And do you know why I brought this up? Because you look a little like
Neo.
Yeah, the height. The fine boy cute face.
Oh wow!
Oh my God! It's just that you don't braid your hair. That's different.
Wow!
People have come to criticize. No, you know how long or plenty of your knowledge about fashion. Do you think this public opinion about his outfit is actually correct?
Two things. First of all, if that was just for a brand, fine. If that's just for an idea, experiment, awesome. But if that's for personal, consumption or personal outfit, I would say it's a little bit extra on the trouser.
Yeah.
That's all. But because when you've seen that the culture of fashion is changing, do you understand?
Yeah, they're adding a little bit of flair of Gen Z, because I see the corporate wear infused with some rugged designs.
That's amazing.
They're infusing Gen Z.
Really amazing. If the guy had to leave, okay, imagine he's walking on the streets, how he will look. It's distracting.
And you cannot actually wear this to go and look for work. They will be like, this guy is not even serious.
But he can wear, I mean, if it's just that suit top that has the trouser, amazing. I would have just given him something from my constituency. But he did not reach it. And I will still give him something for, making that suit. But then, if it's for fashion purpose, it's perfect. If it's for, awareness, to talk about someone, you will now see how people will start creating such designs, and it's good. But I really love that he at least is alive.
So let's move over to my next one, which is about Ariasta's sister, who has come online to react and to say that the Aburas in Lagos are overdoing it. That they bashed her car just with the feeling that she is her sister. Yeah,
she's her sister. Well, the truth is that
this thing has to stop.
Yeah, and the problem is that they used to wear rubber band. They don't used to wear. Are there if what's going on in this family? These people, they know they wear clothes.
Yeah.
It's fine. The thing is that this government should come into this one. They should really.
Have you seen their mom?
Their mom is really beautiful.
Hey, she's a Gen Z mom. You should understand what I mean. A Gen Z mom.
Gen Z mom and these children now, like, look at anyway, they have money.
Yeah.
So mom has money. That's one thing I'm seeing. But they don't used to wear clothes. But let me not take that away, because I used to feel like, it's butterfly that used to inspire them to do anything they are doing. But that's fine. They are beautiful in their family. I think this is not AI. Good. So sort of life. Yes, sort of life for her own life. It's bad to do something about somebody that you think is the person that you are. And this Aboru thing, I've been hearing it in Lagos. Even during Pelastrad, there was some kind of issue that had to.
Let me even tell
really
you.
Bad.
Yeah, it actually prompted Pella and Jarvis to make those statements about these Aborus, that a lot of phones were stolen during their wedding.
Why?
And because of this, they are limiting their guest number to 100 for their incoming white.
Yes, 100. Like, they are just in my mind, because I really want to do 50. And there are people that will not come. What
you are stingy. You are a very stingy man.
In my constituency, we don't do.
No, you're a very stingy man. Because tell me how 50 people. Like, did you wait in the 50 counting? Did you include your parents, the parents of your wife, the family? Are they among the 50?
My wife's parents.
Are they among the 50?
Wait, now my wife's parents.
The family of your wife.
The family of my wife. Are they not my wife's parents?
Somehow.
My family of my wife, are they not my wife's parents?
If there are 20 in numbers.
Okay, siblings. Let's say that. Okay, no.
So let's say.
Okay, let's say siblings. 4.
We attend your wedding.
No, you don't understand. Siblings 4 now. 50 here, Abi. Okay, let's say 50. So they are already like family of my wife 25. If you like, higher village head. Family of my husband, of my groom, whatever I am, to my wife 25. We are good.
We are good.
Excited.
So externals, your friends
and family.
Well wishers will not come.
Zoom. Zoom wedding.
This man has to be a stingy man right here.
Watch online. What do you, they will stream online. They don't stream services online. They will stream wedding online.
That's so fair at this point.
So okay, you mean I will be
yes, that you are thinking. That is what I'm saying.
So you mean that
it's looking like a stingy man's wedding?
No, it's not a stingy man's wedding. That's to tell you, because in my constituency,
because you have to have friends and that will come and witness the
union. That's what you don't understand. That I have friends.
Don't you have friends?
My wedding will be like Olympic. You don't understand. It will be like a nation, a carnival, a festival. Yeah. So that's why if you don't do it like that, people will still message you. You didn't tell me. So I will send you the name of 2,000 people I didn't message.
Yeah.
I didn't tell. Yeah. Do you get? So if you tell me, you didn't invite me, sorry. See 2,000, see your PDF of 2,000 people that did not invite. So that you find your name there. Your name is not there. Please add your name. I didn't invite you. I have something for you guys.
So let's talk about Bibi Naija Finas, who embarks on a 100 hours challenge to mention and write Mr. Beast. Is she mad?
I like Fina a lot. You know why I like Fina? Fina is beautiful on makeup.
Okay.
Yeah, she's beautiful on makeup, and she's also, I feel she's a brainiac.
Yeah.
And I feel
she created her own reality show house.
Yes.
Where she brought mad people together to become sane.
Hey, this girl is just... Anyway, you can do anything if it works in Nigeria.
Yeah.
It's so beautiful.
But this her 100, 100 hours journey, it's crazy. That's like let me say 2.5 hours. No, 24. Yeah, 48. That's almost 4
days. Yeah. No. Mr. Beast will respond. He will just say hi.
Are you serious? For all the sleepless nights?
Don't worry. Let me tell you something. Something about entertainment. Something about creativity. You have to go beyond yourself.
Okay.
You see, comfort zone really kills a lot of dreams. If you're not comfortable where you are, I'm not saying you should not be comfortable, but if you keep moving, you will meet your luck. You find your luck. The problem here is that Fina is embarking on a journey. I believe she's prepared.
Okay.
Not a journey she is not prepared. Mr. Beast will eventually reply, because I'm sure Mr. Beast is a wonderful person. Then, and they can collaborate and do something. I would really want to see her.
No, she's now a streamer.
Yeah. Yes.
The girl wants to make money at all.
It's good. It's really good. Listen. Once it's legit.
Even coupled with the fact that she was the ex-Big Brother Naija winner.
Is to tell you, because she came out to say that the money she won, no one advised her. You see, that's what happens when you don't have good friends or good family members. Everybody wants to take from you. That's why surround yourself with great people in the entertainment circle. Like, she won that kind of money. Nobody called her. Well, it could be from her too, because it depends on how you take advice. Do you take advice? Maybe they tell you, don't share this money. You say, no, I want it. I want to take care of this one. Now you share the money. It's money 5K. 100 million is money 5K. 5K that you use and go to Hida restaurant, and then is buying only bottled water. So it's a problem, but I really wish her well, and Fina is good for me. She's really good on makeup.
So let's talk about the actor Richard
Mofe Damijo, RMD the man. That's the man we're talking about right now.
And he said that he actually gave his wife 100 million naira.
Awesome,
yeah. To hold. I gave my wife my first biggest check, 100 million naira, to hold, to keep it for herself, even though I know that 90% will probably end up in the children. So would you give your wife your first
I will give my wife my wealth.
Oh, come on, you marry me, please. Come and marry me. Oh.
You are married.
Did I propose?
No, don't propose. If you propose, I will dispose.
I will propose.
Listen,
you must accept this thing.
Okay.
When are you receiving that biggest check?
No, very
soon. Then they go propose. Like, what because you don't accept that?
I will accept your proposal and dispose your disposer.
Oh my God.
RMD is an amazing man, and it's so awesome. When I see such a news, I am elated. I am flabbergasted. I am excited.
Super.
And I just brim with smiles and grins everywhere. Because what I'm saying is many men don't know the value. They have not tested a woman with quality. That's what many men lack. And many women has not met men. Oyibo.
Hey.
You have to shake me on this. Shake me. I'm doing well for my continence. Now, what I'm saying, many women has not even seen their counterpart, and many men has not seen their female counterpart. You see? So you see, it starts now. That little money that you give somebody, how do they manage it?
But you want
100 million. You know what that money is. It will go. Yes, now I'm a millionaire. First of all, millionaire in thoughts, in words.
Wait. You are not even a millionaire in your pocket.
No, pocket cannot contain the money.
Give me my ring. Give me my ring. Give it to me now.
I should shake you.
Give me my ring.
All right. You see this thing. That's a good woman.
Yeah.
I've seen someone like RMD real life. You give your wife the money. You know that this money, hold this money, it will still go down to the family. Find things to improve. Come on, the kids are looking amazing. They say his daddy. They say his mommy. It's actually both of them. And it's a good house. For instance, RMD came out the other day to say that the wife gave up her career for him. Are you having a kind of conversation? The wife may have seen the light and decided to, stay back. Let RMD move. Because she trusts the kind of man that she is with. And look at both of them, all growing old together, and they are doing well. I so much love this news. Can you bring more of this, please?
100 million.
100 million,
100 million.
What I do for my constituency is bigger than this. It's just that I don't, show my working.
So at this point, I'm gonna call it a day. I'm gonna draw the curtain.
Wow.
I'm gonna say clock it.
Clock it.
So, Commissioner, are you clocking it for the people of Enugu?
Yes, I'm clocking it for the people of Enugu. Thank you very much for watching. You guys are amazing. See you same time, same station here on Aneke TV Entertainment, where we'll bring you the best of the gist of the best of the boss and whatever you think that is what happening in the world of entertainment. Yeah.
And you know what we do every day on the station by 12:30 p.m. Tune in, watch the best of best show entertainment live on Aneke TV. You can always follow us on all our socials, all at Aneke TV. We love you. I still go by the name Gift Obodo. See you tomorrow, same time, same station. Bye.
Bye.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news, you need clarity, you need speed, you need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Humility. Humility is not thinking less of yourself. It is thinking of yourself less. It is the quiet dignity of those who serve when no one claps and rise when no one cheers. In a world shouting for attention, humility whispers truth. It chooses peace over pride and silence over show. It knows that value isn't in volume and honor isn't always visible. The humble carry unseen power. They lift others without needing a pedestal. And in doing so, they rise higher than ego ever could.
In Africa's most populous nation, women make up nearly half of the population. They vote, they campaign, they mobilize communities, they shape families and economies. But inside Nigeria's highest lawmaking chambers, their voices remain a minority. Today, a proposed constitutional amendment seeks to change that. It is called the Reserved Seats for Women Bill, a proposal that could reshape Nigeria's democracy for generations. Supporters call it long overdue correction. Critics describe it as political tokenism. But one question remains. Can democracy truly represent the people when half the population is largely missing from power? Nigeria has one of the lowest levels of female political representation in Africa. Since 1999, women have struggled to gain significant presence in the National Assembly. Currently, women occupy only a small fraction of seats in both chambers. The Reserved Seats for Women Bill proposes a major shift. 37 additional Senate seats, 1 per state, and the Federal Capital Territory. 37 additional seats in the House of Representatives. 3 additional seats for women in each state House of Assembly. The arrangement will last for 16 years, 4 election cycles. Supporters say it is designed to create small space for women until equality becomes normal. Advocates argue that Nigeria's political structure has long favored men. Campaign costs are high. Party structures are male-dominated. Election violence discourages participation. For decades, reforms have been slow. The Reserved Seats Bill is designed to break that cycle of exclusion. Nigeria will not be the first country to adopt special measures for women's representation. In Rwanda, constitutional quotas helped women become the majority in parliament. In South Africa, party quotas increased female representation after apartheid. In Senegal, gender parity laws transformed political participation within a decade. India and Pakistan also use reserved seats for women in parliament. Supporters argue that without deliberate intervention, equality may take generations. Not everyone agrees with the proposal. Critics argue that democracy should be based on open competition, not reserved positions. Others fear symbolic representation without real influence. There are also concerns about costs and expansion of government structures. A central question remains: must reserved seats be written into the Constitution? Legal experts argue that constitutional backing would ensure stability and protection. Without it, future governments could reverse the policy. But constitutional amendment requires approval by the National Assembly and at least 2/3 of state houses of assembly, making the process politically demanding. But beyond politics, the debate is about representation in society. Advocates say visibility in leadership shapes ambition and opportunity for young women. But experts warn that representation alone is not enough. Broader reforms are needed in education, security, political parties, and economic empowerment. As debate continues, Nigeria confronts fundamental questions about democracy and fairness. Can temporary measures create lasting equality? Will reserved seats empower women or remain symbolic? What does true representation mean in a diverse nation? For supporters, the bill is correction. For critics, it is controversial reform. But both sides agree Nigeria's democracy is still evolving. The future of the bill may depend not only on lawmakers, but on whether Nigerians believe democracy works best when every voice has a seat at the table.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news, you need clarity, you need speed, you need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV, move with the world.
It's my pleasure to bring to you Heart and Soul. And it's a period and it's a time to discuss the things that touch us most. As individuals, as families, as groups, as organizations, we are going to be looking into different areas of human life that, touch us. And we believe that in this, or through this program, a lot of homes, a lot of hearts are going to be healed and our stories shared. Because it's said that a problem shared is half solved, and in this program, it is our desire that heart and soul will be touched and be mended. You feel free to laugh, you feel free to cry, you feel free to, show and exhibit emotions. And to start this program with me today is a wonderful young lady who has, in her training and in her practice, experienced certain things that she would like to share, because she knows also by sharing it, a lot of people are going to be touched, a lot of people are going to be impacted, and we're going to dig deep. It's going to be freestyle, actually, and because she's going to express in her own language, in her own words, how she feels about some of these situations and how she's been able to manage it such that it doesn't affect her life, how she's been protecting herself, and the way forward. So let's, without wasting more time, get into the business of the day. And I want to welcome Nurse Ebere. She's going to really introduce herself the best way possible, and then we'll go into the conversation. Welcome.
Thank you for having me. My name is Nurse Ebere Chukwu Eze. I'm a nurse, and I've been practicing for over 7 years now, especially in the mental health facilities. So there's something that I've felt like is a burden to me, and I really want to talk about it today. It's about how women, young ladies, allow relationships to break them so badly that most of them have to be admitted into hospitals to function optimally again. So for a very long time, I've come across different women in their different spheres of life, working class women, students, housewives, being admitted for severe depression or psychosis because of traumas in relationship or the desire to be chosen by a man. I could remember a time when we had this female lawyer. She's an established lawyer, doing very well in her field. She was admitted, and the period she came to the hospital, she was just a shadow of herself. For 2 weeks, she could not eat, she could not bathe, she could not do anything for herself because of what relationship did to her. She was married, actually. Yeah, she was married, and because of the traumatic experiences she had in her marriage, in her relationship with her husband, it traumatized her so much that she came down with severe depression. And I've seen several other cases, and I can't really blame women so much, because it's the way we have been groomed to desire so much to be chosen by men, that if we are not receiving the treatment we desire from them, it breaks us down mentally. So because of this, it really affected me, my relationship. I was once married. I'm just separated. And because of the experiences I was having in my relationship and what I've seen in other women, what relationship can do to them, I told myself, I can't allow myself to break down to an extent that I have to be placed on medication to function properly. And then I talked to myself and I was like, I can't allow myself to get so far that I can't recognize myself anymore. So I had to step out to actually know exactly what I'm doing and rethink if that was what the relationship was what staying in again. So
okay, Ebere, let me just cut you. It's already getting a little bit emotional, but that is the essence of why we are here. And it's actually very good to know that you have a personal experience and that you at some point had to think. At what point in that relationship did you really say, no, I just need to step aside? Even though here within our context, people look at it as strange. A woman that is married and you want to stay away from your husband. At what point exactly? What was the real thing that broke the camel's back for you? What was it for you that made you say, no, I'm not going to keep doing this?
Okay. One thing about traumas in relationship is that it doesn't only have effects in the mind, it also affects the physical body. You come down with a lot of bodily illnesses. At that time, I started taking blood pressure medications because my blood pressure was over the roof, and I didn't have that condition when I was pregnant for my child. So it was after, and I began to experience the toxicity from the relationship, that my blood, because I was always sad and crying, and it affects the body. So it was at that point I thought to myself, I can't continue like this. And sometimes when I'm at work, I'll just burst out crying. So I was already seeing the signs of depression. So at that point, I just thought to myself, I can't continue like this.
Okay, okay, sorry about that. But how long were you married? For how long were you married?
I was married for 3 years.
Okay, yeah, and you have a baby, or you?
Yes, I have a baby.
How old is your child?
My child is 2, turning 3 soon.
Okay, so is it a boy or a girl?
A boy.
Okay. Is the boy with you or with the father, or where is he?
He's with the father.
He's with the father?
Yes.
Okay. And they are living in the same city like you, or different place?
We were living in Abuja, so I returned because of the
situation.
The situation.
Okay.
Yes.
Is it from the same area like you?
No,
okay.
I'm from Enugu State, while he's from Anambra.
Okay.
Yes.
It's very close by.
Yeah.
And okay, you didn't actually mention what was the toxic thing about. What was the most painful thing in the relationship? What was it that he was doing continually that was really affecting you psychologically, that you couldn't bear?
Just a whole lot of actions that compiled together. There were just bits of behaviors that piled up together to cause that effect. One was him being verbally abusive and, you know, subjecting you to always humiliating you and making you feel less of yourself, or ordering around like your
Okay.
yeah.
Let me just ask again. When did you meet this man?
We met in 2021 in Abuja. We met through a mutual friend, and we didn't cut for long. Yeah, so we got married in 2022. Yeah, and the separation happened last year, April.
That was after 3 years.
Yes, the exact the April was our exact
3 years anniversary.
3 years anniversary. Yes.
So how does that feel for you? That when others will be saying, "Oh, happy anniversary," and people are celebrating them, and then you're already out of it. Was it something you imagined before that maybe you could, if it didn't work when you get married, if it didn't work, you work out on it, or did this just, you know, how was it? Was it something you ever thought about? Because of course I know that some people think like that. I used to think like, if it doesn't work out, I'm not going to subject myself to something. You know, when I was young, I think that way myself. So was it something you thought, oh, I'm not going to strain myself in any relationship. If it is not working, I'm not going to hang on there? Or was this all a shock to you?
Okay, I didn't enter marriage thinking that it wasn't going to work out, because I felt we were a perfect match for each other and we were happy. However, along the line, especially after my child, a lot of changes started happening. And at that point, I saw that there was not going to be change because of the personality he had. You know, personality of not being able to be talked to by somebody, not being able to listen to anybody's advice, or calming down when someone talks to you. So when I saw that change, I was, okay, I've seen what this situation can do to women. And if this person is not going to change, the effect is going to have on me, as is already reporting by little, in little different ways. It's already reporting. If I'm not going to take action now, in the future, the regret may be bigger. So it's better now than waiting till when I'm much older and then accumulating the trauma, which can lead to severe depression that I've seen in different cases.
Okay, so you were already a nurse, a trained nurse, before you met him?
Yes.
You were already working?
Yes, I've been working.
Okay, and if I may ask, what does he do?
He's a lawyer.
Okay, so he's an educated and enlightened person, so it has nothing to do with his academic background. And since you parted with, how has it been? Have you been communicating with your son? How, you know, what has been the relationship like?
Well, the same toxicity he showed me when I was in the relationship, he still exhibits it up to now, and even to a larger extent now, because at some point that I couldn't reach out to my child, I had to go to the law to file for custody, because my baby was still too tender. Actually, he collected him from me, so I had to go to the law to file for custody. So even with the unrestricted access the law gave me, he was still refusing orders. So up till now, I still don't have that unrestricted access, but each time I go to Abuja, I can see him. He brings him to a place where I see him, but I can't see him or talk to him over the phone. Yeah,
So how does this whole thing feel? Because I can imagine your first baby, you know, like, you really looking forward to kitting him up, going around with him, and now you are limited. You can't see him at will. And you know it's somebody that should be your protector, somebody that you both should be doing this, and he's the one restricting, holding back the child. And how does it really feel?
Well, it feels overwhelming. However, my consolation is, as long as my baby is fine, I'll continue to be strong for him and work hard to better myself for him. Because if I allow the whole experience to break me, then I didn't achieve anything by leaving the relationship. Because the whole essence of living was to not to break down. So if now that I'm out, I allowed the experience to break me down, then I didn't achieve anything. So I'm just kind of trying to be strong for my baby and work hard to achieve my dream, so that if the money is a problem, I can maybe buy a better lawyer and fight for custody. So he's been overwhelming actually, but I'm just being strong for him.
Thank you very much. I like that. Continue to be strong. But I also want to know, since the baby is just a toddler, how do you know that he's well taken care of? What about the emotional aspect of, thinking what is happening when he cries in the night? How is he being taken care of? Who takes care of him exactly at Abuja? Do you know who takes care, apart from the father? Is there any other person? Is there a nanny? Is there a relative? Who is taking care of this child?
Well, when I said he's being taken care of, I mean like the financial aspect, but emotionally, he was attached to me. And nobody's going to take care of him like I would do.
Yeah.
However, each time I visit him, I see that he's looking a little bit okay. So my partner called his mother to be with them. He has other nannies as well, but it will be different from when the mother takes care of him. Yeah,
I can imagine. So, do you think that your relationship is reconcilable, or you think it's irreconcilable?
Well, a lot of times I have a wave of feelings. Sometimes I feel like, okay, if it's reconcilable just for the sake of my child, but other times I feel, no, this man is too mean. I don't want to have anything to do with this kind of human being. Sorry, I'm being emotional.
Oh, that's also to be expected. Yeah, of course. I know. I think we need to take a little break and then come back to continue. It's okay to express emotion. Actually, that is what it's meant to do, because there are a lot of people out there watching what is going on here that are in similar situation, a severe situation. There are people, women battling with, should I leave, should I stay, and all that. So by sharing this experience, a lot of other people. So let's just take a little break and then we'll get back to it.
Need advert placements, coverage for events, or the latest news stories? Call 070-3043-7110 right now. Aneke TV, move with the world.
So welcome back from that short break. Before we went on break, you were expressing how you felt about knowing that, or not knowing how your baby, who was hitherto attached to you, how he's been taken care of emotionally. And then you broke out to tears, but that's part of the healing process. It's okay for those tears. Of course, thank God you're a nurse, so you know what, what happens when tears drop. So it's not a sin, it's part of the healing process, and that's why we're here. And we know a lot of people watching us right now are also getting their own healing. So let's think about it. Yes, the mother is there, there are other nannies around there, and it can't feel like you. So how does it feel now, imagining that this man maybe has another woman staying around and hanging around him? How does it feel? Have you ever thought about it? And that sometimes, of course, your baby might want to come closer, and because of another woman, he may not get, he'll be bad. So,
well, he had other women when I was around.
Okay.
The thought of having other women is not strange to me. I know they are there. However, I just feel for the safety of my baby, because as a boy, if he has someone else, this feeling that I want my child to be the heir, because my husband is not so rich but comfortable. So the thought of being harmed by another woman to take his place is what scares me. But other than that, I don't care if he has another woman or not.
Okay. And so when those thoughts come, what do you do? How do you how do you deal with it? Because of course those thoughts will definitely come, and when they come, how are you able to still cope, manage, knowing that you can't really do anything? So what do you do about it?
The only thing I do is just to pray for him. That's what I do. I pray and cover him as his mother. I feel my covering over him should be enough to protect him from any harm, and I continue with my court proceedings, hoping for a better outcome from it, to gain custody.
Custody
yes.
of the baby. Okay. So yeah, are there you left him 3 years ago, or
no, last year.
Okay, just last year.
Yes.
Ever since you left him, have you had any other relationship?
No.
You're not talking with anybody?
I don't have interest anymore for now.
At this moment, you
yes.
are not. Okay.
And
okay.
Technically, I'm still married.
Okay,
I'm not
yes,
divorced
because
yet.
You have not divorced him.
Yes.
Okay,
yes.
so that's also good to know. So, you know, one thing leads to another. Before you fell for him, before you people got married, you fell for each other. Yes? You know, there was an attraction. There was something that brought you together. There was something that made you feel he was your match.
Yes.
So now, after a very short period, you are out of it. And how does it feel? What do you think? What comes to your mind? Do you still have some of those sweet memories?
Yeah. And it just me mourning what I thought would have been, because at that initial stage, he showed me the kind of life I wanted. So me thinking about them, just me imagining, why didn't that short period last longer? What happened? So it just those glimpses of good life he showed me that I still mourn. But other than that, if I remember the bad side, I was like, nah.
You took a right decision.
Yes.
By stepping aside. So
yes.
if he comes back and says, come on, baby, we just, you know, it was just misunderstanding. Let's remove the miss and come together once again. What are you going to do?
Well, like I said, he has a very strong personality that is hard to change. So even if I accept to return, it's me going to learn how to endure a whole lot of things, because it's not going to end. Sometimes I feel like he's out of his control. He has this personality that I don't know how to explain it.
Is he narcissistic?
He has, yes.
Because
a religious narcissist.
Okay.
So yes. So, and it was that religious part that attracted me to him. I felt like I had met.
Is he a Christian or a Muslim?
We're Catholics.
Okay, both Catholics.
Yes, we're Catholics. So it was that personality that I say, okay, this is a man of God. I was like, no, this one is different. Yeah, it's different. Because he even wanted to become a Reverend Father at some point. So this one is different. But
okay.
So that's
okay.
what
I like that part that you say that you know, it's his personality, because I was just wondering, because whatever we have in Anambra State, we have it in Enugu and we have it elsewhere in the world. So I think that is more like a personality trait,
yes,
and not a thing to be generalized. Okay. Yeah. On your own part, do you think that you contributed anything to the breakdown of that relationship? How was your communication?
Well, it takes two to tango. However, at the initial stage, I was just this calm, sweet girl. So at some point when it got so much, I had to defend myself. Like, I became defensive. Yeah, I want to show that at least I can fight a little. I can fight back. So is that how do I put it? That friction he was encountering that worsened the situation. Because if I didn't react, he wasn't going to stop. Then if I reacted, he became worse. So I think that was what now made his full character to become manifest fully. Yes, because he didn't want that resistance. Yes, he didn't want that resistance.
So when you said wife material, I think I heard that, and I've heard it a lot of times. What does that really mean to you?
A wife material to a lot of people is someone who is so calm that he takes anything thrown at them. Yes, that's the definition of a wife material to a lot of people. Because basically, as a good woman, when you do your job, and okay, let me put it this way: a wife material is someone who doesn't question any treatment or accept whatever that's thrown at her. Yes, and accept it with all humility, without
objection.
Yes, they don't hold anybody accountable to their actions. That's the definition of a wife material. Yes. So a lot of people.
But what should that really be? Is that a right thing to, is that a proper definition, or, what should be a better definition of
that? Is the societal definition of wife material, but the real definition is a homely woman who knows how to take care of the home and take care of her family and nurture her family. That should be the definition of a wife material, not what the society has termed it. Someone who can accept any form of abuse without uttering a word.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so how did your parents, in particular, are you the Ada?
I'm the last one.
Okay, so you have elder sisters and
yeah,
brothers?
We are just three. I have elder sister, I have elder brother.
And they are both married?
Yes.
And still married?
Sure.
And they were both married before you got married?
Yes.
Are they all both married to Enugu people?
Yes.
Okay, and you're thinking, maybe if you had married Enugu, you would have. So, what is their reaction? What is your parents' reaction? They both are left, yeah? Your parents are still...
My mother is alive.
So, how did she receive this news? Because I know somehow maybe it may have come as a surprise.
It's because it has been going on for a long time. She even had a first-hand experience when she was in my house. She saw how the whole environment was so
tense,
so foul. Yes, so toxic. So, and at some point they were even begging me for my life.
Oh, really?
If I stay here, yes, this man is capable of killing you. Yes. So, because at some point he was the one trying to send me out. I was like, no, you cannot send me out. Cannot send me out. So
out of the home?
Yeah, that statement men used to say, leave my house. I'm like, you're not going to send me out. You married me properly, legally, so you didn't pick me from the street. So, and because I had my life in Abuja, I did my nursing in Abuja, and I've been working. So this Enugu is new to me. I just left after my secondary school.
Okay.
Yeah, so if I'm coming back to Enugu, it's going to be like starting life all over. So anytime he says I'm leaving, I know that I'm coming back to Enugu, and I don't want, and there are not even good jobs in Enugu, just all this penal they pay, unless you work with the government. So all those periods he used to threaten, I will leave the house. He will go to the essence of calling my people that I'm coming back home, or he'll be forced to do something he will regret. All those threats.
He keeps threatening that way?
Yes. So all those threats, and I will resist, I would be like, no, I'm not going anywhere. And then my people will be like, if this man kill you, now you kill yourself.
And you lose.
Yes. So when I got tired, I didn't feel any resistance from them. Yes, I was like, it's better to be alive. And
tell your own story than somebody telling your story.
Because if anything happens to me, you just give them one tale that maybe I felt sick, and I'm not there to defend myself.
Yeah.
So
whatever thing you want to safeguard or secure now, you can only do that when you are alive.
Exactly.
Well, so so your mother, she here in town, or?
Yeah, she is. She is, because when I was pregnant, she had a stroke, although she recovered fully. However, we don't want her to stay again alone in the village, so she's here in Enugu with us.
Okay, she's staying with you, or with
my sister.
Okay, your elder sister, they are also here?
Yes.
With the husband?
Yes.
And her children?
Yes.
And your brother?
My brother is in Nsukka.
Okay, he's working there?
With his family too.
Okay, yes. And I must commend your strength, your resilience. Yeah. I know it is not easy, and I can tell you for free that a lot of women listening and watching today, they are being encouraged, they are being strengthened. One I would have also, or I would like to know is, in Abuja, were you, both working together at the initial time? How close was that relationship? How, closely knitted were you both in the beginning? Because you mentioned that since you had your baby, or after you had your baby. So I'm wondering, before you had your baby, how was it? Could it be that the stress of, the baby has, brought demarcation? Was it the thing standing in the gap, or how was it? before the arrival of your baby?
Okay. Well, I'd say that it didn't actually start after my baby, just that it intensified after my baby, became concerning after my baby, but there was still signs of it after the marriage, you know.
So that thing called red flag was there. Was it there prior to the marriage or something? Was there any red flag that became full blown?
Yes.
Afterwards.
Yes.
And what is that?
There was there were signs actually, you know. But when you are in love, you will not see them. So and because we didn't date for long, so it didn't actually manifest fully. You give the excuse that okay, the wedding preparation is stressing him out. Maybe he will calm down after because the way he would lash out at the slightest provocation or anything inconveniences, in the way he would yell at you or remind you of things that have gone past, we have gone past by. Like, it was really, at some point I broke up the relationship, and because I could remember he works for Pius Anyim. Yeah, he's his lawyer. So there was a time he was worried he's going to close down his office because he was running for presidency. So I was like, okay, let's start submitting documents elsewhere. He was like, I didn't even tell him we're going to pray about it. Do I think you're going to get a good job that will pay him? The way he
blotted out as if it didn't make sense.
He said a lot of things. I was like, no, I'm not going to be with someone that talks to me in this way. At that point, I told him I wasn't doing anymore. So he begged and said, sorry, he overreacted. It's not going to happen.
Was that before the marriage?
Before the marriage. Oh. This is the signs I'm trying to tell you that it was there. Yeah, but however, he would try to
give excuse for it.
I would be giving excuses for him, and then he would try to mend to kind of
to get you,
cover it up with maybe one good act or the other. So the signs were there. However, immediately after the marriage, he felt, oh, I've gotten her. There's no need to cover. Yes, so he wasn't trying to pacify me anymore in any way. So even after offending me, I'll be the one to apologize for peace to reign. So yeah, so the signs were there. The signs were there actually, but as they say, it gets worse after marriage.
Okay.
Whatever you see in a relationship just
magnifies.
Exactly. It will magnify in the marriage.
Why do you think it's like that?
The man feels he has gotten you, and like our mentality, if you leave the marriage, your value has reduced.
For the woman.
For the woman.
What about the man?
No, they can marry as many as they want. So that's the feeling. So once they've married you and start behaving like that way, they feel like, if you leave, who will marry you again? And your value has reduced. But I don't know why they behave like that. I think this is it.
And do you think that is correct? Because looking at you now, if you didn't say you were married, nobody would know you had ever been married.
Yeah.
Nobody will ever know.
It's their mentality, and it's only bad people that think like that. Exactly. Because why would you think my value reduced because you married me? So.
And you two did it together, so it's not like you married him and he didn't marry you. Both of you did it together, you know. And so, actually, this is also like bringing me to a man that was close to me. And then when we discussed, it was my friend, and we discussed, and sometimes I say, there's something they say in a place, I've used that girl, like.
Yeah.
You know, and I'm like, yeah, exactly. I asked him, man, when you were using her, what happened to you? Were you also naked before her? I said, then it doesn't make sense. Yeah. Because when you are discrediting the person you slept with, you're also discrediting yourself.
Yeah.
Because you are not wearing your suit while she was naked. Exactly. You both were naked together. So, I mean, what is there?
You know, they feel men are polygamous, so they can sleep with as many as they want, and
that makes them even dirtier because they're exposing themselves to a lot of women, and a lot of things, a lot of gods, a lot of different things, because the Bible even says that when you bring yourself together with a woman, you join yourself together. So I mean, as many spirits as they join together with,
creating soul ties everywhere.
And you know, and you don't even know the one that is dragging you. But then let me just ask you straight again. Is there some love in him or towards him? If he comes back repentant, if he comes back, do you still love him?
I love him. I didn't leave because I didn't love him. I left because he didn't love me.
Okay.
But however, I love myself enough not to subject myself to that kind of humiliation again.
All right.
So it's not about my feelings towards him, but what his feelings towards me.
So your feelings towards him, has it changed?
If you remove his bad character, if you remove his bad character, my feelings towards him is still the same. Yes.
Okay,
but,
so if he comes back and apologizes to you and tells you that he has repented and he's not that same person again, so what are you going to do?
He can't change overnight.
Unless it's not overnight, you'll be away with...
It's not about asking for forgiveness. Unless he has gone through therapy, that's the only way I will know that he has made efforts to change. He can't just say, I've changed and changed.
And what if he tells you that he has been to therapy?
We'll see the evidence.
Evidence of the therapy. So how are you going to see it? You can't see it by proxy. You only need to be closer to see it. So
he can send he can send it on phone. You can see the
send you what? Send you
the sessions, the therapy sessions he had. Yes.
Oh,
so
really?
there has to be evidence that he has gone through some kind of therapy, because you can't just change like that. He will always, if he comes back and apologizes, he will only give you a period of maybe a few months to show you that, okay, there was a change, and then goes back, because this is personality. It's hard to change. It's not something you can change overnight.
Okay, let me ask you, if you are not a nurse, because I know that your psychiatric nursing is playing seriously here. If you are not a nurse, would you be thinking the same way you're thinking, or talking the way you're talking? Because I see that nursing knowledge coming to play seriously.
You know, when I started, I said, it's my experience in psychiatry and what I've seen, what trauma can do to women.
People,
women coming down with severe depression. Is this experience that I have has made me to make this informed decision.
Okay,
yes.
Awesome. Okay, I think we need to go for a break, just a short break, and we'll be right back.
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Welcome back. We've been talking with Nurse Ebele, and she's been discussing her experience with her husband. Now, I will say S because they are still not divorced yet, but they are separated temporarily to see if there will be changes. And she has, explained a whole lot of things that are very important in relationships. They are quite emotional thoughts. They are quite emotional discussions. They are quite emotional conversations. And they also, of course, therapeutic, which is the essence of heart and soul. That is the essence of this program. We believe that by interacting here, by discussing issues and matters that touch the heart, that touch the soul, people will be able to get healed, and others watching us will also get their healing. And so we've been talking with Ebele, and she has espoused a lot of things to us. And of course, she has shown emotions and also shown her resilience. So just before we close on today's segment, Ebele, I will likely come back and ask you again, if the man goes to a therapy and comes and say, I'm fine now, come back, what are you going to do? Okay, if he shows you a video, before we went on break, you said if you see evidence and all that, if he produces evidence in paper or evidence in picture, I mean, for how long time will that evidence be that you will be able to believe him that he has really gone through a therapy and he has changed?
Well, an actual therapy takes about 3 to 6 months. and there are a number of sessions that you need to go, and we have to get certification from the therapist that you are doing well or you're improving or there have been positive changes. So if he had actually gone through, which I know he would not go, I'm just talking because he's a very stubborn man, he would never do that. However, if it's something he does and I consider as changes, of course, marriage is a lifetime commitment, and I didn't leave because I don't want the marriage anymore. I left because it was affecting my life, and so if there's change, which I pray would be if there's change, of course I would go back. Yeah.
Okay. So what will you tell young people out there that are watching you? Some people are already in relationships and they are seeing those red flags that you saw, and some are about to enter and they are seeing red flags and they are trying to man it up. Should one be ashamed to, you know, to say no, enough is enough? You know, there are a couple of questions. I want you to go around it anyhow you like.
Okay. First of all, giving advice to young people, it hardly works because, like they say, you can't advise someone in love. I was advised too. So, and because you can't just meet someone and within a short period, you get married to someone you never knew, especially someone from a distant place. You don't know his character back home. So if I give somebody advice now, I will still give, but I'm just saying that it hardly ever works because love covers multitude of sins. You won't see them because the butterflies are still there. However, like they said, marriage is an eye opener. When you get inside the marriage and all those butterflies dies, the reality sets in. But no time should be too late for a woman to choose herself and say, no, I can't subject myself to a lifetime of torture. So even if you, the law didn't allow you to see all those signs and you're married, if there's any way you can go around it and seek solution to the problem, if it can be resolved in the marriage, go for it. If it's beyond resolution, then you have to step away and work on it from afar, because it's better to stay afar to fight for it than being inside and die while fighting. So that's basically
awesome. But from what you said, now it appears to me then there is no need to advise anybody. There's no need, just go. If whatever you see, you take it.
No, there's still need, there's still need to advise. There's a lot of self-aware ladies. Yes, I just need the right information. Because when I was getting married, a lot of my friends was like, because there was this project I had at the time. Yes, I wanted to leave the country at that time when he came, and my friends was like, if I were you, I would choose myself, build your career first. I know where you're coming from, I know how you've struggled, and this is an opportunity. But I was like, okay, this man is okay, he's good. If I lose a good man and travel, I make all the money and not find someone to love me. So the main thing is knowing what you want as a person, not building your life around a man or another human being, because if your expectations are not met, you will regret it. So the advice is just to know what you want at any time. Don't allow emotions to be cloud your judgments. Yes, so that's just my advice, and always love yourself enough to know what you can take and what you cannot take. Yes.
Okay, the other thing I would like to know is, how old is this man? What is your age difference?
Our age gap is just 6 years.
Okay, 6 years. Yes. He's 6 years older than you.
He's 6 years older than me.
Okay, that's beautiful. And so you didn't make any terrible mistake in that regard. That's a good, or should be a perfect match. And like you said, know when to step aside, know when to say enough. It's enough, because it's very important that you know that, and nobody's going to tell you that. So when you talked about love covers a multitude of sin, is this something like when people say love is blind?
Typically.
Yes. Is that love is blind?
Yes.
So when you are in love, you are blind to faults.
Yes.
You are blind to see those things that are not part of the package or shouldn't be part of the package.
Exactly.
Or sometimes in the relationship, you're telling yourself, oh, don't worry, it will go down, he will change.
He will change.
I'll pray him out. I'll pray. Do you think there is a role prayer plays in this whole thing? If you had prayed better, maybe it wouldn't have. It would have changed. So what's...
Well, personally, I have not seen any woman that prayed her husband into behaving better. So out of experience of what I've seen, Osinachi was a good prayer, a good prayer warrior. She couldn't pray her husband into loving her or doing better. So instead of staying there to pray, I advise you step aside and pray from afar. Let God change him wherever he is, and then
bring you back together.
Yes, and bring it then. Praying inside and subjecting yourself to untimely death. Because I feel prayer without work is useless. God has given us the wisdom to discern what is good and what is bad.
Yeah.
Yes, because it's decisions we made for ourselves. God didn't choose our partners for us, but however, he has given you the wisdom to know what is right and what is wrong.
So it's just been such an interesting interaction with you today. I have also learned a lot. And one of the things you kept repeating, choose yourself. It made a lot of meaning to me. And I know it's making a lot of meaning to you out there. Choose yourself. Always choose yourself. There's also this thing that says nothing is worth dying for. Not even that relationship. Don't go and kill yourself. Because one thing I tell people, when you talk about Osinachi and other people, we may not know how prayerful she was, but we know she was a child of God. We knew she was a prayer warrior. But the other thing is, after she has left here, we don't know where she went to. Because of the relationship, she was subjected into constant trauma, constant anger, bitterness that was, that could have been covered up with a lot of things. And so if that is the case, so why do you have to go home or leave this earth angry or frustrated? Choose yourself, a better will tell you. And until we meet again next time, I am your heart and soul coordinator. I'm here. I want us to be having some nice time. We're going to be talking about different areas, different subject matters, different issues that are around you. My name is St. Rachel, the anchor for this program. I know you have had a nice time with our guest, Ebele. Thank you very much for finding time. We'll meet again next week, same time, same station. Keep a date with us. This is Aneke TV, and my name is St. Rachel Ngozi. Thank you.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news. You need clarity. You need speed. You need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world. Across Nigeria's dynamic economy, enterprise is on the move. From the resilience of small businesses to the expanding reach of indigenous industries, commerce thrives on innovation, determination, and vision. Finance is evolving, powered by technology and driven by a new generation of entrepreneurs. In a rapidly changing world, digital transformation is redefining how we save, invest, and grow wealth. From energy to agriculture, manufacturing to tech, Nigeria's economic landscape continues to diversify. Policies shift, markets respond, and opportunities emerge. Every figure tells a story. Every trend shapes the future. The question is, where is the next opportunity?
On Aneke TV, we bring you clarity beyond the numbers. This is Business Outlook on Aneke TV, tracking the markets, analyzing the trends, and spotlighting the drivers of economic growth. Aneke TV, informing enterprise, shaping perspective.
Depression is more than sadness. It is a medical condition that affects thoughts, emotion, and daily functioning. Many people struggle silently, masking their pains with smiles or business. This silence often makes the battle harder. Recognizing symptoms like fatigue, isolation, and loss of interest is an important first step. Depression is not a sign of weakness. It is a health challenge that requires care and understanding. Just like any illness, it deserves proper attention. Help exists through therapy, medication support groups, and open conversations. When society treats mental health seriously, more people find the courage to seek help. No one should suffer alone. Compassion can save lives.
Aneke TV's flagship current affairs program, where critical national and continental issues take center stage.
On Frontline Africa, we examine politics, the economy, security, business, health, and a wide range of other key sectors shaping society.
The program is insightful, engaging, and interactive, providing a platform for informed analysis and meaningful public discourse.
Here, issues are discussed raw, balanced, and expertly with depth, clarity, and a commitment to fact and accountability.
Join us every Saturday at 5 in the evening, only on Aneke TV.
Many thanks and welcome to Frontline Africa, coming to you live on Aneke TV. Today, as always, we'll take you behind the headlines, cutting through the noise to bring you the sharpest analysis, unbiased perspectives, and critical insights into stories shaping our continent and our nation. From politics to the economy, and our panel of seasoned analysts, they are ready to unpack the biggest issues of the day. This is the Frontline Africa, and I'm Uche Osai. Joining us is Emeka Odom, Development Communication Expert and seasoned Public Affairs Analyst. Mr. Emeka, a pleasure to have you.
Thank you so much for having me.
Yeah. And also with us is Aneke TV's in-house analyst, a seasoned Public Affairs commentator as well. Mr. Resarum, a pleasure to have you on Frontline Africa.
Thank you for having me.
Yes.
Today.
You know, if you were in some places, if I have a bell, I'll just do the shake. Yes. And then coming back to us is our seasoned partner on Frontline Africa, Ozo Ibuneku Ogazimora, Esquire. He's a legal practitioner, public affairs analyst, and former commissioner of strategy, culture, and tourism here in Enugu State. Ozo, it's a pleasure to have you.
My pleasure. Thank you very much.
You're really welcome back. So, gentlemen, without wasting much time, let's hit the ground running. Let's start with a latest issue. Court overturns the registration order, gives ADC a lifeline. In a major legal twist for Nigeria's political landscape, the Court of Appeal has overturned a lower court's order that would have deregistered the African Democratic Congress, ADC. The three-member panel not only set aside the judgment, but sharply criticized the trial judge's reasoning, handing the party a crucial lifeline just as electoral activities intensify. And, you know, let me just go straight. One of the comments by the judges on this issue is that the registration of ADC and others was judicial rascality. Also, Ganitimoran, this is your tough. Let's start from you.
Okay. The justice who stated that what the lower court did was judicial rascality, it was an order. Because, you know, when you see a case of clear manipulation and attempt to muzzle the opposition, you ought to know. Because often, the judge is not supposed to be moved just by the bare facts, assuming the facts fit in law. But in this case, you are also to be bothered about the current trend, the mood of the nation. That action taken by the judge was indeed an abnormal one. Because in this particular time, when everybody is attuned to getting the government to step back, even if you intend to win this election by all means, do not take it to the judiciary in such pre-election matters. If it were to be post-election, we know that they manipulate so many things. That is pre-election, that is post-election. But we are not talking about pre-election where you are allowing sentiment, allowing emotions, allowing manipulations to now cause the disruption of the election. If you deregister some political parties as listed, has that furthered democracy in Nigeria? No. It actually conscripts and wraps democracy, arrests it, making sure it does not move forward. So what the judge did was a kind of pandering to sentiment, pandering to mood, and genuflecting before power. A judge, no matter how small, even a magistrate, is not supposed to genuflect before power, because that power he has is the ultimate power, because it is based on established rules. When you give a judgment and it comes to testing, it is established that you have followed the rule and you are doing this in the interest of the society. You see, justice is believed to be improperly served when it is done in reflection of the sentiment of a section. If justice is based on facts and law, strictly facts and law, nobody will be injured. Somebody may be aggrieved, but you may be wrongly aggrieved. And when you come to court, you are given the beats of it for you to understand that your anger, your feeling of dispossession and the rest of them were not founded on fact and in law. If anything you do in a civilized society, because to start with, for a civilized society to be, there has to be agreed norms. This is how we look at things. This is how you take possession of this. You don't take possession because you are having a gun in a civilized society. You don't take possession because you are the loudest. This is what we do to take possession. And when the issue of possession comes, the judiciary will be looking at the fact of your act, the fact of the challenger, and then the law. By the time these things are put side by side, law does not bend. It's not supposed to bend. If it gets to a knot, it doesn't bend to avoid a knot. It stays there. But ordinarily, it should actually remove the knot and proceed. But unfortunately, in the third world, in most cases in the third world, for certain factors, the law does not move as smoothly as it should. In this particular case of the registering political parties, the law was clear. It was established by law. The registration process was established by law. Why then deregister them if there are no infractions? Because the law also says this is what may be done to register a political party.
All right, sorry to cut in. What does this decision, does it in any way reinforce judicial independence?
Yes, of course, it does. Well, I don't know whether you call it judicial independence, but I will call it courage.
Courage.
Why, yes. I'll call it courage. You know, some acts of courage can be momentary, can be for a moment, and then at the other stage, it may be lacking. Or the forces against may be overwhelming, in which case the person may be courageous, but the forces against will be overwhelming. We have seen it in many cases in Nigeria, but yes, the Court of Appeal has shown courage in what it is doing, but ordinarily it is not actually what it should be. It is just staying the course which it should stay in a civilized society. You do not need prodding. You do not expect to be praised for you to do what you are supposed to do. If your job is to come and cast news, you come and cast news. Nobody should praise you about it. That's how you earn your bread, right? It is only in Nigeria or in the third world that governors are held, ceremonies are instituted because roads are paved, because buildings are erected. If you praise a governor for erecting buildings, what did you elect him for? Why would you praise him for the thing you elected him for? So it is not really a matter of praising the judiciary now. It is for us to say it should have been like this down the line.
Okay, that's quite clear. Mr. Meka, let me come to you, but let's get your opinion, but from the the view of, let's say, the concerns about consistency in rulings concerning political parties in Nigeria.
Yes, thank you so much. That is actually where the war lies, the issue of consistency, because one would have naturally expected, the law is very clear, constitution is very clear, and they, at least to a certain level, yes, these are, sometimes they are written in technical languages, but at least there are lawyers available to interpret these things. And while lawyers may have what you may call a subjective interpretation of the law, talking about the banner, but we expect the bench to be fairly, unanimous in their judgments. More so to the extent that what is A here, I mean, if you go to Lokoja, if a judge in Lokoja is making a pronunciation, it should be A. And if another judge in Maiduguri is looking at it, it should also be A to a reasonable extent. But sometimes that's not what we get, it's even very dangerously, dished out to sometimes, to the extent that even when the Supreme Court has made a pronunciation on a certain matter, sometimes, you also see you hear the news of some judges, saying something that appear to be contrary to that. So that is the issue. Now, the law is very clear on the conditions that can make INEC deregister. Of course, the INEC has the power to deregister a political party. That is very clear, because they were the ones that registered in the very first place. But the law is very clear, And one of the grounds on which, the appellants were, the petitioners were wanted to, or asking INEC to deregister these political parties was that, they were very inactive and redundant. Whereas, like the appeal courts, made reference to the fact that these parties had won seats, in the past elections. They had won seats, because whereas the law says that for you to deregister a political party, that means they may not even have won only one, a minimum of one seat. So, these are issues. So, to the extent you now begin to ask, and how the judge emphatically made that, that order, and the Federal High Court judge made that order, as if it is something that is already determined, ahead of time. And I'm happy that the Court of Appeal has come to yes, we may not, wholeheartedly, say this is independence now, because we must be very honest that we have also seen some other things that may want us to even doubt if there's any independence at all. But we must to a certain degree hailed this particular judgment, as Honorable has just put it, is a demonstration of courage.
A demonstration
yes,
of courage.
It's a clear demonstration of courage, and so we implore and appeal to the judiciary community in Nigeria. Appeal to the judiciary to please let the authorities ensure that their members, the bench particularly, show enough courage. Sometimes it is courage. When courage is established, it takes you to your independence. Because for you to even say, I want to fight for my independence, you must be courageous enough to even fight for the independence. So, and I think that this is very, very important, because these are election matters. One of the reasons why we always canvass for this is because no matter what happens, the courts remains our best option. I will give you an example. We all know Chief was a rebel of blessed memory, and the role he played, and how the things he did in the 1993 general elections that eventually led to the annulment and things like that. And when we came back to democracy in 1999, one of his television interviews, they were asking him, say, look, why are you coming back to partake in this democratic experience? You scuttled the last experience. You played an ignoble role in Scotland, the last experience. So why must you come to benefit? Because by then he was already a service senator. So why must you come to benefit from this? He laughed and said, well, in your own judgment, I scuttled. But as far as I am concerned, I helped democracy. I believe in democracy. And they asked him how. What a paradox, He said, when he, as a Nigerian citizen, it is within his constitutional right to ask questions about the governance and the activities of government at any point in time.
Yeah.
And that he has a right, where he feels that things are not going well, to seek redress. And look, you know what he said that baffled me so much? He said he only went to court as a loyal, law-abiding citizen who believes in the rule of law. That he only went to court, and that as long as he was concerned, the Constitution allows, the only way that the Constitution allows you to seek redress on matters of this nature is to go to court. That as of the time that we are talking about, Nigeria was only 19 states.
Yeah.
Nigeria was 19 states. He said he had enough money. In fact, he said he spent about 50 million naira prosecuting that case. That if he had decided to throw only 19 million, 1 million naira in each of the states, that he would have set the entire country ablaze. If he had decided to go the other way, without going through the courts, to say, well, I don't like what is happening, let me score to this. Yeah. He will invest 1 million naira in each of the states, just 19 million naira, because remember the value of our currency at that point in time we are talking about. Yes. And that the entire country would have gone ablaze. But he decided to spend more money going through the constitutional way. Yeah. So
underscoring the importance of the judiciary and democracy.
So they are so important, and they always say when a judge, even if a judge is drunk, the moment he has made the pronunciation and hit the gavel, that is law until it is upturned by a higher court.
All right, Mr. Ress, I will come to you in a jiffy, just from the perspective of disciplining, erring judges, because looking at the statements of the appellate court, they said, and I quote, what the learned trial court did amounts to judicial impenitence, or what the Supreme Court called judicial insubordination. Mr. Ress, let me get your opinion from this perspective.
Well, they made that statement based on the fact that before that judgment was given about the registration of those political parties, that's the ADC and the rest others, the Court of Appeal had ordered that the case should be on hold. But the trial judge in the lower court, in the high court, did not heed to that order. That is what they called rascality. It is not done in law to actually, neglect the order of a higher court. A court of appeal has said, stop anything that has to do with either hearing or judgment or whatever you may have entered to do on that particular issue before you.
Yet, the judge neglected that and did not conform to rules. So, and that is why they said it's rascality. It is something, it is insubordination. Because we believe that the higher court has, a kind of control, or whatever statement they have given is a kind of control on the lower court. And as such, he should not have given that judgment. So, and because he should not have given that judgment, yes, naturally, the judiciary has a way of giving out reprimands, and that comes from the NJC, the National Judicial Council. But then, it has to do with somebody coming out to actually make a petition that this matter, because naturally, when you give a judgment that's not in line with the law, if he goes to a higher court or an appellate court, they will say the judge at the lower court erred in law. There will be no punishment. They may have erred in law, but the thing is that he did not, uphold the rule of law in the circumstance, because ordinarily, he is supposed to say, at least as a judge, the appellate court has said this matter is put on hold until we have had the appeal before us, because there was an appeal before them. So he went ahead to give the judgment. So we're expecting that the NJC, National Judicial Council, will have to actually call him to order. I'm talking about Justice Lefu, who actually...
my question would be next. Should Learned Justice Peter Lefu continue to sit at the bench? That should be my next line of question.
You see,
no, because why I raise this question? There are a lot of concerns in Nigeria that the judges in Nigeria are not disciplined enough. That NJC is becoming more of a toothless bulldog.
No, it's not. I don't agree with you. I don't agree with you. The thing is, Lefu will continue to sit as a judge, of course. It is the NJC now that will look at that matter critically and be able to apportion whatever punishment it is. We have seen judges derobed. We have seen judges retired, compulsorily. We have seen judges meted, some punishments were meted on at different times in Nigeria. So you cannot say NJC is a toothless bulldog. It cannot be. It cannot be.
I want to approach this particular question you asked with a great caution. Now, number one, yes, we may not say that on account of this particular incident, that maybe the NJC should go ahead and derobe the judge, right? But certainly, one of the issues that we have in this country, which you pointed out, is we have seen these instances, too many of them. And as we see these instances, we are not seeing also a corresponding action taken. See, the truth of the matter is that if NJC on their own routinely, come out with disciplinary issues on judges, the nation may not know the reason for which this particular judge is being taken up on this instance. It becomes a general issue. The truth of the matter is that the Court of Appeal made a very, very important statement. He said this is judicial insubordination. Anywhere you go to, whether it's in a family, whether it's in the school, in the place of work, anywhere you are, insubordination is not something anybody wants to tolerate. So when you have a judge, as a matter of fact, under normal circumstances, it's just like when the Chief Justice of Nigeria has just issued an order that lawyers should stop using the appellation of barrister when they come to Supreme Court. So if tomorrow you go to Supreme Court and you want to do this, it becomes some kind of rascality. So I believe that when issues of this nature happens, NJC should be able to address. And one of the things that we have also said in this country is, one, apart from judges, many judges speaking from different sides of their mouth, in the sense that on a matter on this particular issue now, you go to a high court in Lagos, you hear something different. You come on the same matter, You go to another high court in Port Harcourt, you hear another judgment is given. There's no uniformity on a single issue. Whereas, you know, when a judgment has been given on a, well, we know that the High Court and the Court of Appeal is not a court of finality, quite clearly. There are matters that are very clear, you know, that you would expect judges to approach this issue is as clear as crystal star. This is how it is. So that is one of the problems. The second problem we've also had in the judiciary in Nigeria is judges going ahead to sit over matters that are already determined. Not just that they are already determined, giving a judgment on a matter that the Supreme Court had already, or a higher court had already sat on.
Let me help you.
As you're coming into this matter, I want to call your attention to something else as well. You know, we're talking about discipline here, and you're a prince of the judiciary, you know, at the Temple of Justice. You're a prince there. And I'm asking, this very judgment by the Court of Appeal seems to be a judgment on Peter Lufu himself, and we're speaking to discipline. When you see what they said it was a judicial rascality, and they went further to say that it amounts to judicial impertinence, and or what the Supreme Court called judicial insubordination. And we know that when a child is, you know, is these tendencies of insubordination, you discipline that child, and on that background, we know that some political parties in Nigeria have come up publicly to tell the judiciary not to assign their case, you know, to some judges in Nigeria.
Okay, it's all right. Let me first of all help look at what is.
You know, there was a point I wanted to drop there. That what prompted that judicial insubordination. You know, something called for it. That the appeal court didn't just use that word in vacuum, because, like he pointed out, they are said, look, stop further proceedings on this matter because it's already in the appeal.
Yes, that was the rascality. That was the rascality. It is now left for the NJC to handle that. But there was something you mentioned about this court giving judgment on this and another court giving judgment on it in a different way. You see, in the process, we have what is called jurisdiction. Jurisdiction, particularly territorial jurisdiction, is a very strong factor in a case. That you live in Enugu and you got judgment on this, there may not be the exact fact in this particular matter in Lagos. So the variation in that fact may create this as actually a matter that has not been dealt with. If it is the exact matter, you say res judicata, it has been decided based on this fact. But are they the same facts in Lagos? They may be similar. Similarity does not remove jurisdiction. It is the same, it looks like the same thing in Enugu. I mean, what is happening in Port Harcourt may look like the same thing in Enugu, but they are not exactly the same when it comes to law, because there may be other things that makes it different. So that is why you may have those cases. Then that same jurisdiction we are looking at, you know, the jurisdiction of the court in Enugu doesn't actually extend beyond the Enugu state. You understand? Where you may have conflict is where the High Court in Enugu City, decides a matter. Then the High Court in Abane, which is under the same judiciary, decides the same matter differently. That is why you're having confusion. But when the court in Enugu decides this matter and the court in Lagos decides it the other way, there is no conflict. Well, first of all, the territory is not the same, right? Then the other matters of jurisdiction, they are not the same. So you cannot say they are the same.
But we don't have that.
Then, what you mentioned
this
about this...
no, I would really need to make a response to if one ever finishes.
This, what we talked about disciplining of the other, this thing. We may not be in a haste. Because, you know, the law is a conservative institution.
Conservative institution.
Yes. It is not going to come out as radical as many people will want it. It may eventually come. But then there's another point you don't have to miss. You see, that I have committed some wrongs here. It may not be before the court. Right? You see me now slapping somebody there. It's not before the court. If it is before the court, that is when you now know whether I'm being given preferential treatment or not. That something is taking place this place does not mean it is before the court. It is when it is brought before the court. So the NJC you are talking of in many instances does not just go looking for who to punish. Somebody has to forward it and stand by it.
But NJC need to have, you see, given the weight, the nature of their job, I think they should have some kind of a monitoring session that, you know, beam searchlight on conduct of judges.
They have.
But in any case, let me use this opportunity to make, concerning what you said about, you know, the conflicting judgments.
Yeah.
Yes, I agree with you. You know, obviously, jurisdiction, when you come to issue of justice in Nigeria, elsewhere, the issue of jurisdiction plays a very vital role. And that's not what we are talking about. Of course, we know that two cases that may appear, you know, similar. A replica is not the same thing with identity. They are two different things. That is very clear. We are talking of legitimate cases where the same issue, the very same issue, you know, let me tell you, number one, if you look at the Amechi versus Omehia case, you know, in River State, that is number one. The nomination of Obaseki, I can go into details and these are cases that, you know, made waves in Nigeria here. Even the registration of political party, this is not the first time this issue is going to court. Somewhere, was it in 2019 or so? You see, the truth of the matter is that sometimes, either for peculiar reasons or for, you know, whatever thing it is, sometimes these are issues that already they know that they already decided. In fact, was it last year or so? The NJC also came out to say that they will come very hard on judges, on lawyers who even bring these cases in the very first instance. There was another time they said, oh, that the issue here is that sometimes that because the judiciary is not properly digitalized, that sometimes judges don't know when a case has been decided by a so. See, these are excuses that we have seen over time. The truth of the matter is that in all of these things, there are legitimate cases where a matter has been decided already, you know. And apart from that, let's even look at, yes, a judge. If all of us here, for instance, now are judges, we have, even if we are in the same jurisdiction, the mere fact that we are individuals, our own perspectives will always have something to do. No matter how you know, objective we want to be, the individual perspective will always come in the way you interpret it. There's no doubt about that. And that is why when it occurs, when such situation occurs, the appellate court will say the judges at the lower court erred in law. They just see it as a human misinterpretation, which can happen to anybody. But when you see them come out smoking to say this is rascality, this is judicial disobedience.
The disobedience they were talking about was that there was indeed an order to stay procedure on that, and he disobeyed. He went ahead to do that. That's the rascality, and that is the insubordination. But then what you are talking about, you see, jurisdiction is a complex thing.
What about issues of
why what the justice did was grievous? That he's supposed to know the law better than any
other person there.
You mean the judge?
Yes. So that is exactly why a lot of people, including the appellate judges that described what he did, they were, of course, not happy that somebody who is knowledgeable in precedents, in the rules, in the rule book, and everything about the law, has to now ignore an order of an appellate court to give a judgment. And that is exactly why so many people are criticizing the fact that NJC should have hurriedly reprimanded him. But then I agree with you that it may not come as fast as that.
And when it comes, we will not know.
And then another thing is,
your argument is that
that NJC must go ahead to reprimand him.
Yeah, you see, it's the same NJC that they are telling us that justice must not only be given. It doesn't happen only in the law court. When you say the maxim that justice must not only be given, it must be seen to advance. It's not only on matters that comes on the floor of the court. Even administratively like this now, when you see today, the question to ask is, what does an average Nigerian feel about our judicial system? Does it bother NJC that most Nigerians feel that, you know, justice in Nigeria is
erosion of confidence in the judiciary?
Exactly. Yes. So for me, you know, maybe what do I know? The NJC, they know better. But I think that on matters of this nature, these are little things they can do to be able to, you know, establish and re-establish confidence of the people.
Somehow we talk as if we are not Nigerians. You see,
That's
there
the
are
thing now.
factors that are inherent in this country.
Of course.
Which has permeated into all the sectors, including the judiciary, the benchers, everywhere.
No, but they don't want to accept it.
No, that's I want to tell you.
Gentlemen, sorry. Before we rest this very issue, I need Honorable here to make a statement concerning the position of the appellate court, you know, and I asked the direct question in this regard because you are knowledgeable, you're a prince at the table of justice, and in their judgment, they said this amounted to judicial rascality, and I quoted them about impotence and then insubordination, and I'm asking, this very judgment, is it not a judgment against Peter Lifu himself? So does NJC need another recommendation for them to look into the matter?
Against his character, yes. Right? It's a judgment against his character, his person. And it is indeed a dark spot created. But then, as a lawyer, I'm not going to be as brazen as others to call for his head, because before you call for anybody's head in the process, especially the bench, you must have the entire facts. We do not have the entire facts. Do you understand? I give you an instance now of where some people may think some matters are before the judges. That they are in the public domain, in the media, does not mean they are before the judge, right? There's a process for it to be brought before the judge, for you to now say this is before the judge. So until you understand all those things, you read them, you really investigate them, then you know whether the matter was before the judge, right?
All right.
You do not just, interpretation of the law is not as strict as some people see it. I'll give you an example. If you remember Uzodimma's case, you know, many people were saying Uzodimma, board judges and the rest of them. Well, he may have done something there. But are you aware that the judge, the court is not supposed to give you what you did not ask for? If you are contesting this court, but you didn't ask the court to give it to you, the court is not going to give it to you. The court is not Father Christmas.
Exactly.
You understand?
Justice Oputa made a statement like that, that the judge, that the court is not a Father Christmas.
It's not a Father Christmas.
It does not give what you didn't ask for.
If you don't ask for this, even this cloth you are wearing now, we are contesting it and you have proven that it does not belong to me. But you didn't ask the court to give it to you. The court will rule that, yes, I do not have it. It's not my own. But it's not going to say it is your own because you didn't ask for it.
All right. On that note, gentlemen, we'll take a short break. When we return, we'll continue on these issues. Okay. Stay with us, please.
Yeah.
Every second, the world changes. Markets rise. Leaders speak. Stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news. You need clarity. You need speed. You need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Many thanks for staying with us, and you're still watching Frontline Africa. And with us here is Emeka Odom, who is a development communication expert, a seasoned public affairs analyst, and also Ibuneku Ogazimora Esquire, a legal practitioner and seasoned public affairs analyst, and a former commissioner of strategy, culture, and tourism here in Enugu State. And equally with us is Aneke TV's in-house analyst, Res Arum. Gentlemen, it's been a pleasure so far. Let's look at a developing story where the Cardinal Naikan, former Archbishop of Abuja, came out publicly speaking on the visitation of the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, and he started opening up to talk about the issues they raised with Mr. President, where they talked about the economy and the hardship in Nigeria. And moving forward, he spoke on the election that is coming in 2027, and then I want to quote him in one of the issues. He said, when the nation is bleeding, you can't expect a polite meeting with the head of state. We need to let him know. And his reply is that the nation is not bleeding. We told him the economy is not helping the poor people. He said, economy is doing fine. Practically speaking, he told us quite clearly that he does not agree with us. And then moving forward, the presidency has responded, and in the words of Daniel Bowler, he is saying that the position of the cardinal is aligning with the position of the Catholic Church, which interest aligns with that of the former Labour Party presidential candidate peterobi, and they go ahead to dismiss his submission as his personal views. They are not political, rather they are political rather than spiritual in this very instance. Mr. Mekodom, let me start from you.
Okay, yeah, thank you so much. Like I've always said, if you go through history over time, from one epoch to another, different countries, you find out that the close interaction between the pulpit and the podium has always been maintained. More so in a country like Nigeria. If you look at, for instance, the Catholic community, the Catholic community is an active, a corporate citizen of Nigeria. Not only religious affairs. Many times they have come out, to make very strong pronunciations, on the state of governance in Nigeria. That's why sometimes you see them go to visit, the president, and in the various subnationals, you see many of them visit governors. So this particular instance is not different. Same case with many other religious organizations. This particular instance is not different. But you see, where for me, irrespective of whatever opinion that the Catholic bishops may have expressed to the president, which they are entitled to, quite frankly, because apart from the fact that they are wearing cassock, they are also citizens of this country. Many of them depend on the alms that is given by the various Nigerian citizens and the churches to make a living. So if Nigerian citizens are no longer strong enough financially to be able to give offering in churches, it will also impact on that's a reality, whether you like it or not. It's a reality. It's a reality, because churches live on alms. Everybody knows. Don't worry. Many of them may have may be involved in business, but principally churches live on alms. Alms given by who? By adherents of that religion. And who are these adherents? They are citizens of the country. And we know these are things that people may not tell you. The offering you give is dependent on your own financial power as well, or probably your understanding of the importance of that giving. That is number one. Number two, we have seen cases where even the Catholic Church themselves, on their own, many of their reverend fathers have become victims of insecurity in one way or the other. We see that, in fact, I was just reading something on social media today. Or is it where is that Catholic Church that came out to say a seminarian or so? Was it in Kaduna or Benue that a seminarian was kidnapped? So, and these are the issues. So the bishops have a right to go to the president. The bishops are not ordinary citizens. They are within the Christian community. They are elites, right? So for them, they have access to the president, and that's why I'm sure they have utilized that going to discuss the state of the nation. And they always say that many of them control, or many of them have access to large gatherings of people on a daily basis. Remember that every bishop is in charge of a diocese, and human beings make up this diocese. So they can go and talk to people directly, but they've chosen to go and meet the president.
Have families.
They have families as well. Many of them are you know, they are
sons, they are brothers.
Exactly.
And they have sisters.
So now they've gone to meet the president to talk to him directly. That is very much in order. Like Aneke said, he said, you don't keep quiet, because whether we like it or not, a priest is a prophet of God, and they are under obligation, spiritual obligation, to speak the truth at all times. In the Bible, we saw that happen, you know, several instances. But what bothers me here is not even what they told the president. What bothers me is the way the presidency, the mindset that the presidency has in responding to the issue. Now, look at from what we read out there. If what we read out there is actually what Mr. Daniel Boala said, they dismissed it. The president doesn't have to agree with them like the cardinal said. He said, Mr. President did it. He said he doesn't have to agree with them. That's not because when you come to express an opinion to me, is it my place to accept the opinion or not? I don't have any issue with that. But like I said, where I have an issue is when Mr. Boala now finds a way to say, oh, that the opinion of the cardinal aligns with the opinion of the Catholic Church, and the opinion of the Catholic Church aligns with the opinion of the former Labour Party. So, in other words, the Catholic Church and what the cardinal and co came to say is they have become a mouthpiece of Mr. Peterobi. And for me, I mean, that is too pedestal.
All right.
That is just too pedestal.
Mr. Meka, we'll still get back to you on this, just for want of time. Mr. Rez, let me come to you, but let me point you to a certain direction on this issue. We've seen in the budget an allocation for maintenance of traditional palaces, religious worship places as well. And here, Boala is arguing that religious institutions and their leaders ought to maintain neutrality, alleging that significant Catholic backing went to Obi during the previous election cycle. And I'm asking, for the fact that we have a provision for religious institutions in our budget, should they maintain neutrality against his argument that even the church, they depend on offering on the welfare of the people for the church to thrive?
Well, the position of the bishops when they went to the president, it tends to, you know, look to inform the president about the goings on in the country, not about what the president believes in. Because as the president, sometimes some of his aides don't even tell him the truth. The people that come up with statistics that think all is going on well. The central bank will come with its own economic position. The Ministry of the Ministry of Finance and other coordinating ministry will come out with their own, you know, very good, favorable condition. But where are the indices that tends to show that the ordinary man in Nigeria is actually enjoying democracy dividends? That's exactly where I believe the bishops were pointing at. I believe the bishops were pointing out the myriad of insecurity problems we have had in Nigeria. We have seen so many things. So looking at what the federal government budgeted for palaces, mosques and religious organizations is a mere, well, let me not use a word that may not be good enough, but I want to see that it's a kind of wooing them and making up for them to accept the beliefs of the incumbent administration, not because what they complained about is not the truth. Whether he believes it or not, the situation is there. And then for Boala to begin to link that situation as a kind of support for a presidential candidate of the opposition party is a tapestry of deceit. It tends to, push and it tends to, move that matter to become an issue of controversy. People will now, there are arguments for and against whether the bishops are supporting the oppositions or whether they are now supporting the incumbent administration. So these things should be seen from the perspective that the bishops, based on what they are calling and what they are known for, should be speaking the truth. And the truth is actually based on the fact that the greater percentage of the Nigerian population, about 70 million, about 270 million people, are not finding it rosy. The economy is hard. There's no two ways about it. If you go to any place, if you do a random sampling, you're a journalist, you know how you sample the opinion, and people have been complaining and crying foul because of the economic situation and the insecurity situation in Nigeria. So how do you now begin to how do they now begin to push it to a political angle so that there will be a lot of problems here and there, arguments here and there, as to whether the bishops support the incumbent administration or support the opposition, or that they were there to say the truth?
All right. Honorable, as I ask for your opinion, let me go further. In the interview granted by Onaikan, he said 2027, Tinubu government bent on winning by all means. And unfortunately, they have a lot of means at their disposal, and they are deploying all those means in a way that eventually, even with a free and fair election, the votes of the people may not count. This is the Archbishop now, the Cardinal speaking. And in furtherance to that, going forward to, get what Baola said, and he said that he is reaffirming that the President Tinubu was fully justified in challenging the Catholic Bishop's assessment of the nation's economy, maintaining that the government's stance remains solidly rooted in economic facts and official data. So two things here.
Well, you see, first of all, Daniel Boala is a propaganda tool of the government.
A propaganda tool?
Yes. So you are not supposed to be surprised he said that. He justifies his bread, his earnings. So he can say anything. He has said many things. And at a time, he said a lot of things against Tinubu. And then suddenly he has turned around, he's now singing his praises. And when he was confronted with that, he denied he said things against Tinubu. And eventually he was shown what he said, and he kept quiet. So he's not even a person whose utterances should bother anybody. However, what now looks like conflict between the Bishop Onoiko and the president, their statements were like the facts. The leaders of the church said, this is not reflecting well on the society. Meanwhile, the president says, no, economy is booming, it's growing, right? The truth is this, they will never come together to say the same thing, except one side is lying, particularly the leaders of the church, Bishop Onaiko, because things are so difficult for everybody. As he said, Bishop Onaiko and even the junior members of the church belong to this society. They have fathers, they have mothers, they have sisters, they have brothers, they have cousins in this society. Members of their communities have been kidnapped, possibly killed. Members of their ethnic groups, everybody's ethnic group has been kidnapped, perhaps killed, or ransom paid, and the person held for so many days. So it is affecting everybody. You see, Tinubu, the position he held, going by his antecedents, would always be the same. Because he doesn't even believe that the insecurity he has anything to do with his government. There are two things that inform his attitude. First of all, he said it was there before he came. Secondly, he thinks that heightening of insecurity is an act of the opposition trying to discredit him. So when you have such a government, is such government going to ever accept an argument that the deformities are coming from its actions? No. Because they believe they have already shifted the blame on past administrations, allowing security to get to this level, this ugly level. And now the remaining, they have shifted to the opposition, claiming that the opposition is funding it. Look at the statement they made in the height of the Urire kidnap saga. They said no amount of kidnapping will give you the presidency. They were talking to somebody. No amount of kidnapping will give you the presidency. They were telling the person who they claimed or assumed planned and projected that kidnap of students. They were telling the person that even if you want, you can kidnap the whole state. We know you are doing it for politics. So when you have such a situation, you are not likely to have a team of people who are rational, who are reasonable. They are not looking at it from any reasonable point of view. Whether it is their understanding that is based on their circumscribed position as people in power who are blinded with the opulence of power, who are now removed from the reality of the society. That is one thing. The other one is whether it is on mischief. Now we know it is not bad, it is not so good, but what can we do? After all, it's all over the country and they didn't start with us. So expecting Tinubu not to differ with Onaiko would be like expecting, something, a miracle to happen after Jesus Christ.
All right, but why are the Catholic bishops speaking up now?
Well, you see, the situation in Nigeria has been the way it is, and people don't seem to make a demand on the system in Nigeria. Docility. Nigerians are very docile people. That is why nobody makes a demand on the system. And you remember that it is known, it's a known fact, that our institutions are not strong enough. Of course, we believe in the church is an institution that should be coming out to take a stand on some political positions by the government. But they have not done it because we have very weak institutions. And look at it. The government on their own are beginning to, put budgets for the churches. Have they been doing that? When has it been? When has it happened in Nigeria? Where budgets come with some approvals for palaces, churches, and all the rest of them. It doesn't happen. But this is the way politics has gone. The level politics has gone. To now begin to, but it is even good that even with those approvals made, the church now had to wake from its slumber to now make demand on the system. And we are happy that even when Tinubu denied most of the claims of Onaiko and his group, he still came out to grant an interview and continued and stood his ground on what he told Mr. President. So that is the situation in Nigeria. So you do not expect anything better than this for Nigerians. Ordinarily, if it is a sane, civilized country, Nigerians would have been making so much demand on a system like ours. You see people coming out to protest, coming out, take certain positions that government must do. But here, people are afraid because they will unleash the security agencies on them. So many people have died. You know how many people that died during NSAS. You know people that died during one protest or the other, and nothing has happened about it. Those who killed them has not been put to book in any way.
All right, gentlemen, let's move ahead from this very issue. Another emerging story where 2027 INEC rejects Jonathan's candidacy as Turaki's faction insists on manual submission. INEC has rejected former President Goodluck Jonathan's 2027 presidential nomination submitted by Kabiru Turaki-led PDP faction, saying it was made manually instead of through its mandatory electronic portal. The Turaki camp insists manual filing was its only option after being denied access codes and argues it complies with Electoral Act. Gentlemen, what does this mean for 2027 election, the legal stakes, the deepening PDP crisis, and the Electoral Act? While INEC is insisting on electronic submission through his electronic portal, but here PDP faction led by Turaki is insisting that if the name of their candidates are not published, that they will go to court. Yes.
Of course, they're already in court. It's only that the matter is still pending before a court. You know, since after the Supreme Court ruling on the PDP issue, there were some kind of ambiguity in interpretation. That is exactly why they had to go back to the court. The ambiguity is that the wike faction, where Abdul Rahman is recognized with Anyang, has uploaded their candidates through the INEC portal. Yes, but they did not upload anybody for presidency. Now, Turaki, the other board of trustees that's giving that judgment, Supreme Court Apex ruling, he said that the former Senate President Wabara is a BOT chairman, that the BOT has to now resolve where the factions, the BOT has to resolve, and there BOT now appointed a caretaker committee headed by Turaki, you see. So that is where the Turaki faction derived their position, asking that they should be given the right to present the candidates for the elections. And they're in court already. Now, they have not been given access to the portal. The access to the portal has been given to the Abdul Rahman faction, the Abdul Rahman and his secretary's faction. And now Turaki has decided to submit manually. Even the submission he made manually has been rejected. And they are now threatening to go to court. Already they are in court. They will still go to court again and again. But you see, it has always been this problem or the other with PDP. PDP seems to have multiple problems that, of course, has shown that they will completely be decimated, and their mission and objective to secure positions during the election 2027 may be mad completely.
All right, Honorable, I see you smiling or laughing on this issue. But let me ask again.
Yes.
Could we say that INEC is already taking sides with a faction of the PDP?
Of course, INEC has taken sides, but then you also have to look at the issue of the matters being in court, and we have had successive judgments that seem to favor a particular group. But let me quickly tell you this: all these things you see about the PDP, people should understand it for what it is. It is distraction.
Distraction.
These are planted actions.
Which of the factions now?
Both are just distracting people, right? The wike faction or whatever is just to distract. It's just to keep some places disorganized. It's just a macho kind of a thing. And then the other
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news. You need clarity. You need speed. You need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
I want.
Good afternoon and welcome to News at 3 on Aneke TV. I am Good Hope Chukuma. Here are the headlines. The federal government has mandated the immediate dismissal of any tertiary institutions student found involved in kidnapping or violent crimes following due investigation. Federal Capital Territory Minister Wike has restricted commercial tricycles and motorcycles from operating within central Abuja, citing severe public security and safety concerns. Major Nigerian aviation unions have threatened industrial action and airport picketing against domestic airlines failing to remit statutory 5% ticket sales charges. Now the news in details. The National Population Commission office in Zamfara State has officially rolled out the electronic civil registration and vital statistics system, modernizing how births and deaths are recorded across the state. Announced during a press briefing in Gusau, the new digital platform replaces traditional record keeping to streamline civil registration and safeguard vital population data. Federal Commissioner Right Honorable Nasiru Muazu Bagreya highlighted that securing accurate demographic statistics is crucial for effective state planning, policy formulation, and resource allocation. Registration remains a fundamental civil right, serving as the gateway for citizens to access basic public services, including healthcare and education. To ensure complete coverage, the Commission is urging parents, community leaders, healthcare institutions, and traditional authorities to promptly register all vital events on the new platforms. The rollout forms a key pillar of the federal government's wider drive to digitize public administration and modernize Nigeria's national civil database. A devastating flash flood triggered by torrential rainfall has claimed 2 lives and submerged multiple communities in Damaturu, the capital of Yobe State. Emergency search and rescue operations were launched across the Malari and Pompomari axis after rushing floodwaters inundated residential areas and trapped unsuspecting residents inside their homes. Confirming the fatalities in a situation report, the Yobe State Emergency Management Agency identified the deceased as 38-year-old security guard Esa Haruna and 18-year-old Abba Kiari. Joint emergency teams from the State Emergency Agency and Fire Service retrieved the bodies, which have since been converted to the mortuary at General Sani Abacha Specialist Hospital. With the rainy season intensifying, disaster management authorities have issued strong safety advisories urging residents to keep children away from open drainage channels and avoid wading through rushing waters. Authorities are continuing safety assessments across affected communities, while urgent calls have been issued for residents living in low-lying vulnerable zones to immediately relocate to higher grounds. Fresh tension is gripping Nigeria's aviation sector as major unions threaten to shut down defaulting domestic airlines over unremitted ticket sales charges. Key aviation labor groups have issued imminent picketing threats following the expiration of their ultimatum, accusing several operators of illegally withholding the 5% passenger fee meant to fund safety and regulation agencies. The unions contend that withholding these statutorily collected funds severely undermines airport safety and worker welfare across the country. In response, the airline operators of Nigeria dismissed the shutdown threats as misguided, insisting that labor unions have no regulatory authority over statutory fee collection and advising them to direct all inquiries to the Civil Aviation Authority. With airline operators highlighting severe economic pressure from skyrocketing fuel costs and excessive regulatory levies, the standoff threatens major flight disruptions nationwide if key stakeholders fail to reach an immediate compromise. The Kano State House of Assembly has approved a landmark bill barring private educational institutions from unilaterally raising tuition and related fees. Passed during plenary following recommendations from the House Committee on Education, the newly amended legislation mandates that all future fee increases must receive explicit government approval. Under the approved law, private and voluntary schools must now operate within a stricter regulatory framework overseen by a reorganized Private Institutions Board. The legislation also formally establishes the Office of an Executive Secretary to strengthen administrative oversight and ensure continuous compliance across the state's private sector. House Speaker Ismail Fagori commended lawmakers for passing the crucial reform, emphasizing that the measure will protect parents from arbitrary financial burden while improving educational quality. The approval follows extensive stakeholder consultations and public hearings aimed at balancing institutional operation cost with consumer protection. The federal government has directed vice chancellors, rectors, and provosts across Nigeria to immediately dismiss any student found culpable of involvement in kidnapping or other violent crimes. Speaking during a high-level security meeting with the Governing Council of the Federal University of Lafia, Education Minister Tunji Alausa emphasized that tertiary institutions must never become safe havens for criminal elements. The minister urged heads of tertiary institutions to strengthen internal intelligence gathering, network systems, and collaborate closely with the Department of State Services and other security agencies. Reaffirming President Bola Tinubu's strict anti-ransom stance, Alausa warned that yielding to criminal demands only emboldens perpetrators and undermines national educational safety efforts. To support long-term institutional protection, the federal government plans to allocate infrastructure funding through the Tertiary Education Trust Fund 2027 Intervention Program for Critical Perimeter Fencing. The ministry will also support sustainable power generation infrastructure across secondary campuses under the Energizing Education Program to prevent security vulnerabilities caused by systemic outages. The federal government has issued a firm directive mandating all ministries, departments, and agencies to achieve full compliance with the Nigeria Data Protection Act. Issued through a circular from the Office of the Secretary to the Government of the Federation, the order enforces President Bola Tinubu's vision to secure public records and modernize national digital governance. Under the new mandate, every public institution must appoint a qualified data protection officer and submit statutory audit reports to the Nigerian Data Protection Commission. Agency heads will be held personally accountable for ensuring strict compliance, allocating adequate funds, budgets for technical safeguards, and engaging licensed consultants to conduct required data security audits. Welcoming the development, the Nigeria Data Protection Commission commended the administration's political commitment to private rights and announced the launch of a regulatory clinic to assist agencies with technical implementation. The directive signals a decisive push to standardize responsible data management across the public sector in alignment with global privacy standards. Gunmen have killed one person and abducted 31 residents following a violent late-night attack on Shuwaki community in Bakori local government area of Katsina State. Former local government chairman Aminu Magaji confirmed that the attackers operated uninterrupted for nearly 2 hours, leaving 7 others severely injured and looting livestock alongside personal valuables. The majority of the victims still held in captivity are women, including mothers carrying nursing infants. Although security personnel and local watch corps operatives were all alerted and responded during the operation, the bandits managed to escape into the forested areas with the captives before reinforcements could intercept them. The escalating insecurity has triggered widespread displacement across multiple communities in Bakori, leaving displaced residents living in constant fear and disrupting local agricultural activities. Meanwhile, in a separate development in Plateau State. Suspected gunmen invaded the Torok community in Riyom local government area, shooting and killing former councillor Daniel Danjuma Chong in his home. Suspected Lakurawa terrorists have launched a deadly attack on a community in the Kebe local government area of Sokoto State, killing a police officer and 2 civilians. Security analyst Bakastine confirmed the coordinated Monday invasion, identifying the deceased officer as Hussein Manyu alongside elderly resident Bala Wakili and a young header who refused to surrender his livestock. During the operation, the armed militants shot a farmer working in his field, assaulted a married woman who resisted attempted sexual violence, and roasted an unspecified number of cattle. The assailants also set ablaze a police Hilux patrol truck and a community guard vehicle, causing heavy damage to operational security assets before escaping the scene. The latest raid has triggered fresh outrage among local residents over rising insecurity across vulnerable rural communities in Sokoto State. Community stakeholders continue to demand urgent intervention and enhanced security deployments to counter the escalating threats posed by armed militant groups in the region. The news at 3 comes to you live from Aneke TV. For more updates and breaking news stories, follow us on Facebook and YouTube at Aneke TV. And now here's a recap of the major stories making the headlines. The federal government has mandated the immediate dismissal of an tertiary institution student found involved in kidnapping or violent crimes following due investigation. Federal Capital Territory Minister Wike has restricted commercial tricycles and motorcycles from operating within central Abuja, citing severe public security and safety concerns. Coming up shortly, major Nigerian aviation unions have threatened industrial action and airport picketing against domestic airlines failing to remit statutory 5% ticket sales charges. We'll be right back shortly. Stay with us.
Across Nigeria's dynamic economy, enterprise is on the move. From the resilience of small businesses to the expanding reach of indigenous industries, commerce thrives on innovation, determination, and vision. Finance is evolving, powered by technology and driven by a new generation of entrepreneurs. In a rapidly changing world, digital transformation is redefining how we save, invest, and grow wealth. From energy to agriculture, manufacturing to tech, Nigeria's economic landscape continues to diversify. Policies shift, markets respond, and opportunities emerge. Every figure tells a story. Every trend shapes the future. The question is, where is the next opportunity? On Aneke TV, we bring you clarity beyond the numbers. This is Business Outlook on Aneke TV, tracking the markets, analyzing the trends, and spotlighting the drivers of economic growth. Aneke TV, informing enterprise, shaping perspective.
Welcome back. Federal Capital Territory Minister Wike has declared that commercial tricycles and motorcycles will never be allowed to operate within the Abuja city center. Speaking during his monthly media chat following a Capital Security Council meeting, Wike stated that operators of Keke Napep and Okada have become major security threats and environmental nuisances across the capital metropolis. The minister confirmed that he approved security directives mapping out clear restriction zones across high-density urban hubs to safeguard public safety. While a total outright ban across rural outskirts remains impractical, strict enforcement teams will immediately call on registered commercial operations operating inside core municipal areas. In addition to transport restrictions, Wike addressed the surging population of street beggars, declaring that the capital administration will not fund shelters for migrating destitutes.
He maintained that allocating public resources to house incoming beggars only encourages migration from surrounding states, reaffirming plans to continually evict and relocate destitutes from capital streets. The Kano State House of Assembly has suspended the executive chairman of Babeji Rojo and Bagwai local government area for a period of 3 months. The legislative decision was confirmed on Tuesday by Ibrahim Adam, special advisor on new media to the Kano State Governor, in a statement released on his official Facebook page. Details regarding the specific allegations of operational misconduct leading to the abrupt 3-month suspension have not yet been made public by the Assembly. Further legislative clarification and official statements are expected as developments unfold. Ambassador Nkechi Ufochukwu has officially assumed duty as Nigeria's ambassador to the State of Israel after presenting her letters of credence to President Isaac Herzog in Jerusalem. The formal ceremony reaffirms the federal government's dedication to expanding bilateral relations and deepening strategic partnership ties between both nations. During the event, Ufochukwu conveyed goodwill messages from President Bola Tinubu and outlined key strategic focus areas for her diplomatic tenure. Her priority areas include expanding bilateral cooperation in trade, agricultural innovation, technology, healthcare, security frameworks, and cultural exchanges. Receiving the envoy, President Herzog reaffirmed Israel's readiness to collaborate closely with Nigeria to advance shared strategic interests, particularly in counterterrorism and technological development. Ufochukwu stands among the confirmed diplomatic envoys appointed to strengthen Nigeria's external foreign representation worldwide. Now in sports, President Bola Tinubu has commended Team Nigeria for their outstanding performance at the 2026 Commonwealth Games in Glasgow, Scotland. In a statement released by his special advisor on information and strategy, Bayo Onanuga, the president praised the contingent for flying the nation's flag with remarkable dignity and pride. Nigeria concluded the games with an impressive tally of 24 medals, consisting of 10 gold, 7 silver, and 7 bronze. The standout moment of the tournament came when Samuel Ogazi secured a historic gold medal in the men's 400 meters final with a dominant time of 44.25 seconds. President Tinubu reaffirmed his administration's commitment to investing in sports infrastructure, strengthening institutions, and creating sustainable opportunities for young athletes. He also applauded the leadership of the Nigeria Olympic Committee and the National Sports Commission for their support in driving elite athletic development. Now in entertainment, Ifeoma Ife Okoye, wife of music executive Jude Okoye, has publicly addressed allegations raised by her brother-in-law, Peter Okoye, regarding disputed ownership rights. Reacting to Peter's recent tell-all claims suggesting documents were presented to transfer rights to her name, Ife stated on her social media platform that she refuses to trade accusations of public conflict. Referencing scriptural principles, Ife emphasized that she entrusts the situation entirely to divine justice rather than seeking public self-defense against distorted narratives. She maintained that hidden motives and truth will ultimately prevail in due time, adding that her priority focus remains praying for healing, peace, and mutual reconciliation within the family structure. The public stand-up follows recent legal friction involving Jude Okoye after business disagreements stemming from the long-standing P-Square contractual relationship. While tensions escalate across social media channels, Ife reaffirmed also her continued support for her husband as he navigates ongoing family and corporate disputes. And now to end news, here are the main points again. The federal government has mandated the immediate dismissal of any tertiary institution student found involved in kidnapping or violent crimes following due investigation. Education Minister Tunji Alausa emphasized that campuses must not become safe havens for criminals, while announcing security infrastructure support through TET Fund. In the meantime, major Nigerian aviation unions have threatened industrial action and airport picketing against domestic airlines failing to remit statutory 5% ticket sales charges. The Airline Operators of Nigeria dismissed the shutdown threat, maintaining that regulatory discussions regarding passenger levies belong strictly between airlines and Civil Aviation Authority. Meanwhile, Federal Capital Territory Minister Nyesom Wike has restricted commercial tricycles and motorcycles from operating within central Abuja, citing several public security and safety concern. The administration also announced targeted enforcement measures aimed at removing undocumented street beggars and destitutes from core urban areas. And that concludes the news. Thank you for watching. I am Good Hope Chukuma. Good afternoon.
The eagles stand as a majestic symbol of strength, clarity, and vision. Its ability to soar above storms signifies resilience, while its shaped sight represents focus. This is why many nations, including Nigeria, use the eagle as an emblem of nation pride. Eagles do not fear challenges, they embrace them. They fly higher when the winds become strong, rising above obstacles rather than avoiding them. This teaches us that problems are not barriers, but stepping stones for those who dare. To live like an eagle is to stay focused, courageous, and disciplined. It is to see opportunities where others see only difficulties. The sky is not your limit, it is your launch pad.
Imo State unfolds like a living poem, a tapestry of memory, aspiration, and transformation. Here, history is not settled in the past, but continues to move forward, carried in the footsteps of Imolites, whose resolve and optimism animate every corner of the land. The people and their spirit Imolites are renewed for their courage, enterprise, and intellect. From the bustling avenues of Owerri to the rolling hills of Idato, both the young and the old carry a quiet, steadfast conviction. Education is not just a means to an end, but a calling. Their ambition lives in the classrooms, in labs, in markets, and in the global Imo diaspora. Imo's cultural heartbeat is rhythmic and rich. High-life melodies mingle with gospel harmonies and modern beats, each song echoing ancestral memory and youthful vigor. Traditional dances carry stories of community, origin, and resilience, even as innovation blossoms, rooted in respect for heritage. Infrastructure and roads. Under Governor Hope Uzodimma, Imo has undergone what many describe as a road revolution. The administration claims to have delivered over 120 quality roads within 5 years. Notable among them are the dualized Owerri-Olo and Owerri-Okigwe roads. The Mbidi-Oguta Road and 18-kilometer dual carriageway was commissioned in early 2025, aiming to boost economic activities in Uru West and Oguta LGAs, especially by connecting to the Orashi Energy Free Trade Zone. Other signature infrastructure includes the Azamta flyover to decongest traffic and the Emmanuel Iwanyam International Conference Center, which has been built to world-class standards. Governor Uzodimma has also stated that these infrastructure investments are not just for mobility, but are economic corridors intended to stimulate trade, reduce travel time, and integrate Imo's communities more closely. Under human capital development, health and education, and on health, the Governor Uzodimma administration reports a comprehensive revamp. Renovation of 305 health centers, purportedly one in each electoral ward. Establishment of 55 new primary health centers announced in 2025 to expand access, particularly in rural areas. Construction of 3 new general hospitals at Ohaji, Oguta, and Omuma. Revitalization of the Imo State University Teaching Hospital and the Specialist Hospital, plus re-accreditation of nursing and midwifery schools. Creation of a state health insurance scheme known as Imo Health Insurance, which has reportedly covered more than 66,000 residents. Deployment of mobile clinics to reach rural and underdeserved communities. In education, Governor Uzodimma has significantly expanded tertiary education. What was once one functioning public university has grown to 3, along with a polytechnic and a college of education. He has also prioritized youth empowerment and governance that are strong signals of financial reforms. According to some reports, Uzodimma has focused heavily on capital spending, budgeting major parts of the state resources towards infrastructure and development. Then, Imo under Emeka Ihedioha, renewal and vision. While much of the recent narrative focuses on Governor Uzodimma, it is important to acknowledge the contributions of his predecessor, Chief Emeka Ihedioha. Through his rebuild Imo agenda, Chief Ihedioha prioritized environmental renewal. There were efforts to restore drainage, improve waste management, plant community trees, and reintroduce refuse compactor vehicles. He also restructured state finances, including implementing a treasury single account for greater financial discipline and automating revenue collection to improve the state's internally generated revenue. In agriculture, Chief Ihedioha launched an initiative called Rice Revolution to boost rice production, turn rural youths into farmers, and partner with the private sector for food security. For youth and sports, Chief Ihedioha's government reportedly worked on sports infrastructure across the 27 local government areas, envisioning healthy, active youth participation in sports. What truly defines Imo is its resilience. Where decay once prevailed, renewal now pauses. Where neglect reigned, leadership dares to imagine. The story of Imo is not only about roads and hospitals, it is about a people who refuse to accept stagnation, who carry their heritage with dignity, and who dare to dream of a better tomorrow. As night falls over palm-lined hills and Owerri streets, hum with life, Imo is not just a place, it is a promise built in classrooms, clinics, markets, and fields. In its people lies its greatest wealth, and in its bold, forward-looking dreams, its greatest power.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news, you need clarity, you need speed, you need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Few names command as much respect in Nigeria's political history as Dr. Nnamdi Azikiwe. Scholar, journalist, nationalist, statesman, one of Africa's foremost advocates of self-rule. Azikiwe dedicated his life to the pursuit of freedom, national unity, and human development. Popularly known as Zik of Africa, he was not merely a politician. He was a thinker whose philosophy inspired generations of Africans to challenge colonial rule, embrace education, and build societies founded on justice, dignity, and equal opportunity. Born on November 16, 1904, in Zungeru, present-day Niger State, to Igbo parents from Onitsha in present-day Anambra State, Azikiwe's early life exposed him to Nigeria's cultural diversity. That experience shaped his lifelong belief that the country's strength lies in its unity rather than its differences. Driven by an insatiable thirst for knowledge, he pursued higher education in the United States, earning degrees in political science, history, and anthropology, despite enduring severe financial hardship. Those years deepened his conviction that education was the greatest weapon against ignorance, poverty, and oppression. Returning to Africa in the 1930s, Azikiwe chose journalism as his first instrument of national liberation. Through newspapers such as the West African Pilot, he challenged colonial rule, encouraged political consciousness, and inspired millions to believe that Africans deserved independence and dignity. His famous declaration, "Show the light and the people will find a way," became more than a slogan. It reflected his belief that enlightened citizens are the foundation for democratic progress. At the heart of his political thought was Zikism, a philosophy that sought to transform African society intellectually, morally, and economically. Zikism rested on 5 enduring principles. The first was spiritual balance, the belief that moral integrity and respect for humanity should guide leadership and public service. The second was social regeneration, calling for the elimination of discrimination based on ethnicity, class, or religion, while promoting equality and social justice. The third was economic determinism, encouraging Africans to achieve economic independence through entrepreneurship, innovation, industrialization, and productive labor rather than dependence. The fourth was mental emancipation, urging Africans to reject colonial inferiority and develop confidence in their identity, culture, and intellectual abilities. The fifth was political resurgence, advocating democratic governance, constitutionalism, accountable leadership, and active citizen participation. For Azikiwe, political independence alone was never enough. A nation, he argued, could only be truly free when its citizens were educated, economically empowered, and morally responsible. These ideals guided his political career. He became one of the principal architects of Nigeria's independence, working alongside other nationalist leaders to negotiate an end to British colonial rule. Following independence in 1960, Azikiwe became Nigeria's first indigenous governor-general, and in 1963, the country's first president after Nigeria became a republic. Although the office was largely ceremonial under the parliamentary system, Azikiwe remained a powerful symbol of national unity during one of the most delicate periods in Nigeria's history. Beyond politics, his influence extended to education. He consistently promoted investment in schools, universities, libraries, and research institutions, believing that no nation could achieve sustainable development without cultivating knowledge and critical thinking. His commitment to education inspired generations of scholars, professionals, and public servants across Africa. Azikiwe also championed African solidarity. Long before continental integration became fashionable, he envisioned an Africa capable of speaking with one voice, cooperating economically, and defending its collective interest in global affairs. His advocacy contributed to the broader Pan-African movement that later influenced the establishment of continental institutions and stronger regional cooperation. Yet, like many founding leaders, Azikiwe governed during periods of intense political rivalry, ethnic tensions, and constitutional disputes. While historians continue to debate aspects of that era, there is broad agreement that his commitment to dialogue, constitutional order, and national cohesion remained central to his public life. Today, nearly 3 decades after his death in 1996, his ideas continue to resonate. His emphasis on ethical leadership challenges public officials to place national interest above personal ambition. His belief in education reminds policymakers that human capital remains a nation's greatest resource. His insistence on unity calls on political leaders to resist the rhetoric and instead build institutions that promote inclusion, justice, and equal opportunity. His advocacy for economic self-reliance encourages governments to diversify the economy, strengthen local industries, and empower young entrepreneurs. His respect for democratic values reinforces the importance of accountability, transparency, the rule of law, and peaceful political competition. For today's Nigerian leaders, Azikiwe's life offers enduring lessons. Leadership demands vision before popularity. Character must outweigh power. Knowledge must guide policy. National unity requires deliberate effort. Public office is ultimately a platform for service rather than privilege. Perhaps the greatest tribute to Dr. Nnamdi Azikiwe is not found in monuments or official ceremonies. It is found in every effort to build a Nigeria where merit triumphs over mediocrity, where education opens doors of opportunity, where diversity becomes a source of strength, and where leadership is measured not by personal wealth or political influence, but by the lasting impact it leaves on the lives of ordinary citizens. Nearly a century after his first inspired Nigerians to imagine a free nation, the philosophy of Zekism continues to ask a timeless question. Will those entrusted with leadership pursue power for themselves, or use it to transform society for generations yet unborn? That question remains as relevant today as it was in the lifetime of the man history remembers simply as Zik of Africa. Nigeria finds itself at a pivotal moment, a nation of nearly 220 million people, rich in human potential, natural resources, and cultural diversity. Nigeria is simultaneously confronted with an array of security challenges that have deep historical roots and contemporary complexity. From the harsh insurgency that has persisted in the northeast for over a decade to the sprawling banditry networks across the northwest, from recurrent heather-farmer clashes in the Middle Belt to rampant kidnap for ransom syndicates and urban criminality, insecurity today manifests not as isolated events, but as an interlinked ecosystem of violence and instability. These phenomena do more than threaten lives. They fracture social trust, impede economic growth, depress investment, and erode the foundational legitimacy of the state. In environments marked by distrust and fragmentation, dialogue emerges not as an optional luxury but a strategic imperative, a mechanism for understanding grievances, bridging divides, and constructing mutually accepted pathways toward peace and progress. Indeed, scholars of conflict resolution affirm that sustainable security is seldom achieved by force alone. It demands conversation, negotiation, and inclusive engagement across societal fault lines. Nigeria's own post-conflict history offers instructive precedent. Following the devastating civil war of the late 1960s, the approach known as "no victor, no vanquished" was more than a slogan. It was a commitment to national reconciliation. Government leaders, community representatives, and civil society actors engaged in dialogue that helped diffuse lingering bitterness and chart a course toward reintegration and rebuilding. Similarly, global practice reinforces the centrality of dialogue. In conflict zones from Northern Ireland to South Africa, negotiated engagement between hardline actors and governments ultimately outlasted militarized approaches. These examples illustrate a foundational principle. Dialogue humanizes the other and transforms entrenched antagonisms into space for shared problem solving. In the Nigerian context, dialogue must operate at multiple levels: local, state, and national, each tailored to the specificity of its environment. At the grassroots, structures like traditional council forums, community peace committees, and youth roundtables serve as critical platforms where grievances can be heard and understood. For example, in parts of Plateau and Kaduna states, facilitated dialogues between herders and farmers have reduced violent confrontations over land and grazing access by identifying consensus on resource management and corporate forms of engagement. These forums help transform relationships of suspicion into dialogues of accountability and shared interest. At state and national levels, concerted efforts are needed to institutionalize dialogue mechanisms within governance architecture. This means establishing offices or councils dedicated to peace building, conflict management, and stakeholder engagement with clear mandates, independent oversight, and sustainable funding. By creating structured channels for communication between communities, security agencies, traditional leaders, and civil society, the state can move beyond ad hoc responses and toward proactive governance. Dialogue must not be restricted to reactive negotiations in moments of crisis. It should inform policy design and implementation. For example, if a policy on grazing reserves is developed without the voices of pastoral communities, farmers, and state governments, it risks exclusionary outcomes that fuel resentment. Genuine dialogue ensures representation, especially of women, youth, and marginalized groups whose experiences with insecurity are often distinct yet underrepresented in formal decision-making spaces. Recognizing the value of dialogue is one step, operationalizing it is another. To ensure that dialogue is transformative rather than performative, several practical measures should be prioritized. Conversations must be paired with tangible socio-economic investments, such as rural job creation, skill development programs, microfinance houses, and community infrastructure, which address the underlying conditions that often give rise to insecurity. Digital platforms can democratize engagement, enabling citizens, especially in remote areas, to participate in consultations, report security concerns in real time, and access information. Technology also expands the reach of peace education campaigns that reinforce values of tolerance and civic responsibility. Efforts to mainstream peace building into school curricula, community organizations, and media narratives help cultivate a culture of nonviolence and mutual respect. These educational foundations strengthen the long-term resilience of societies against polarization and conflict. Professional training for dialogue facilitators, negotiators, and conflict analysts enhances the quality and credibility of engagement processes. Skilled mediators are equipped to manage tensions, navigate entrenched positions, and sustain momentum toward constructive outcomes. Nigeria's security challenges are either sudden or isolated. They are the product of historical marginalization, governance deficits, competition over resources, economic insecurity, and weakened societal contrasts. Addressing these complex realities demand a response that is equally nuanced and collaborative. Dialogue offers a means of confronting not just the symptoms of insecurity, but these root causes. As the nation contends with these present trials, the urgency of inclusive conversation cannot be overstated. In bridging divides, building trust, and co-creating solutions, dialogue becomes not only a pathway from violence to peace, but a foundation for progress. A secure, peaceful, and prosperous Nigeria is not a distant aspiration. It is a collective project achieved through the persistent work of engagement, understanding, and shared purpose.
Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you walk. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Came through flexing cause they know I got the sauce. Got the presence on me, I can't ever take it off. That's why I came country boy stepping, yeah, I'm country boy stepping. Country boy stepping, yeah, I'm country boy stepping. Yeah, they can't get like me, rocking boots and white tee. Designer on my cuff, ain't something like a Moby. Country boy stepping, yeah, I'm country boy stepping. Country boy stepping, yeah, I'm country boy stepping. Artist out the ranch, I just told you that I'm bout it. I might take offense if you tell me that you doubt it. It's just what it is, yeah, I'm known to make it rowdy. Then I'm for the fit, and I drive a wide body. Who you know, but like this, nobody. Can't go slow, I gotta hit that body. I'm the top, but the top, I can't never take a break. Yeah, I'm hot, and you not, that's why all my records bang. Oh, it's been a long, long road, gotta go home. Flexing cause they know I got the sauce. Got the presence on me, I can't ever take it off. That's why I came country boy stepping, yeah, I'm country boy stepping. Country boy stepping, yeah, I'm country boy stepping. Yeah, they can't get like me, rocking boots and white tee. Designer on my cuff, ain't something like a Moby. Country boy stepping, yeah, I'm country too crazy. Better take that knee and kiss my ring, cause I be royalty. Everywhere I go, my scene, and they be hating. That's such a lame thing, yeah, y'all be lame team. I could never ever go outside like that. Yeah, my people got my back, and I know that that's a fact. So I won't worry about a thing, I'm gonna keep on burning track. Do you get what I mean? I got faith in my dream. Oh, it's been a long, hard road, gotta go home. Yeah, 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 yeah. Oh, and I know you love the way that I'm gonna keep on. Yeah, 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 can't do flexing, cause they know I got the sauce. Got the presence on me, I can't ever take it off. That's why I came, country boy stepping, yeah, I'm country boy stepping. Country boy stepping, yeah, I'm country boy stepping.
Every day, Your health shapes your life, your strength, your choices, your future. Because knowledge is the first step towards well-being.
This is
Health Matters, only on Aneke TV.
Hello beautiful people, welcome to Teens Jive. This is where teenagers talk, learn, laugh and have some fun. I am Inec and I am your host on the show. In every episode we come up with fresh topics for conversations, and of course we go out in the street to hear what you have to say about the topic. You're just being real on Teens Jive. On this edition we've got a very interesting topic to discuss. Don't go anywhere, because after this short break we will dive in. Hello, welcome to the conversation on Teens Jive. We're here again with a fresh topic that resonates with you. My name is Inec, and of course you can call me Alexa. And I'm not here alone, I'm here with someone special.
Hi, I'm Peculiar KK Chimamanda, and yeah, we're here together on Teens Jive. I'm so happy to be here.
I'm glad to have you here on the show, Peculiar. Today we're going to discuss something really engaging, something that is so true, and trust me, you will not regret staying back. So today's topic is what we titled Keeping Your Dreams Alive, the practical ways to stay inspired. So tell me, Peculiar, you have a dream, don't you?
Of course, like I think every single person born on this earth has a dream.
And sometimes your dream does not really mean that it's going to be a small dream. Most of the times our dreams are so big that
So
this
huge.
world cannot contain them.
I'm telling you, yeah, sometimes they're so unrealistic. I'm telling you, one time I wanted to be an astronaut. But I don't think that's unrealistic though.
It's not unrealistic.
There are astronauts
but
out there, right?
Actually.
Although, like, you know, just a young girl in Nigeria, which is like still a developing country, you think, oh, so out of this world. But anyways, we're gonna get into that.
You know, what you just said reminded me of what Lawrence Oyo said. He said when people are still young, you hear things like, oh, I want to be an astronaut, I want to be this, I want to be that. Or once the person is done with JAMB, you just say, let me just finish school first.
Honestly. But at the same time, I think one thing that actually tampered with that dream was a teacher of mine.
Okay.
He told me, you know, when he threw the question to the class and I was like, oh, I want to be an astronaut. He was like, what's that? And then he trashed it.
My God.
So it made me feel like I didn't have it in me. I didn't have the capabilities to become that. And plus, all other factors as well. But I do believe that if there's any child out there with dreams as big as Jupiter, please keep on the line, keep on the route to pursuing that dream. I don't think any dream is too big to achieve right now.
Yeah, I think we should talk about the setbacks that could, you know, hinder a person's dream. You know, we're already in Nigeria. That's like a big reason not to have your dreams come true.
True, like,
I don't know.
Facts.
But how does Nigeria really affect our dream? Because some people are still in Nigeria and their dreams are coming alive, right? But it seems like some people, their dreams are just not coming alive, even though they are in the same environment. You think it's probably their mindset?
I think mindset has a really big role to play. I think, you know, Nigeria is a developing country, but I don't think that should stop anyone. I think right now, the internet has made us have access to a lot of things that
we never used to have access to
especially
before.
AI.
I'm telling
the
you.
The chatbot is just a miracle.
It's a miracle.
It's just a miracle.
It's saving a lot of us. Like, we are able to, you know, occupy spaces where we never thought we would be able to occupy.
Exactly.
And like, there are new like inventions. And I think right now we have access to a lot of things. So anybody who is sitting down and feeling like, oh, the country is holding them back, should think again. Like, you should try to take that step, because I believe that, I don't know, there are so many things that have allowed us to, you know, shoot at as Nigerians. We're no more living in that that era anymore. It's a new age.
But still, even let's leave the mindset part. Some people actually drawn back by financial situations.
That's another thing, honestly.
And I think that one is one of the major things. Like, you see people graduate and they end up being bus conductors. That's really painful, if you ask me. And I don't really know what to say about that, but setbacks can be really devastating.
Yeah. And especially being, you know, from Africa, we have the spiritual setbacks as well.
Oh my God! People, we cannot overemphasize the village. I think they are real.
I believe so.
They are real.
Yes,
they are real.
They are real. I feel like there are a lot of forces, but at the same time, I believe that there's a breakthrough. There is a breakthrough. I think, you know, just starting somewhere can actually catapult you. It doesn't have to be something so big. You don't have to take one big drastic step.
Exactly.
You know, just taking the micro action, starting with what you have, can actually catapult you somewhere big. Like, you never really know, honestly. So that's what I believe, though.
I believe
know that the financial situation as well in the country, you know, I can't really say that the economy has affected a lot of people. Right now, what's on the youth's mind is to just jackpot. Everybody wants to leave.
You want to stay? No, I'm sorry, but you want to
if
stay?
I have the opportunity to.
Everybody wants to go.
I would leave. Everybody wants to leave. Yeah, but at the same time, I just believe that before we get to that, you know, before we can actually get to that position where we can leave, there are a lot of things that we can start doing. We have, for the people that have mobile phones, you can start something on AI. You can even start, you know, content creation, any little thing. I feel like we have access to a lot of, you know, digital tools right now. And I think another important limitation, should I say limitation or setback, is just mindset. Mindset. I feel like mindset is very, very important. If you put, one thing my aunt told me is that there's no dull person on the earth at all. As long as you put your mind to do something and you have a positive mindset about that thing, you realize that things will begin to work for you.
Okay, I think this is the first takeaway point anyone listening right now will have to take: changing your mindset. And you know, changing the mindset is a very difficult thing to do.
Yeah, I think company also affects mindset. I think hanging around, you know, you should actually learn how to curate your environment. That's another thing. You know, when you hang around people who have big minds, don't hang around people who, you know, bring down your aspirations. They just pour water all over it and trample on it. No, I think it's very important to surround yourself with people that can actually lift you up, that see meaning in your drive and all of that, that can be your anchor. Do you get what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I think that
I love that company aspect you spoke about, because sometimes you have a big dream and sometimes it could be your parents. They'll be like, no, for that one. Yeah. You know, that kind of thing. They'll be like, get out from that side. It's not for you. And it really has a big take on people's big dreams.
Yeah, it does. But I think most of the times our parents, you know, if you check, they weren't living in the age that we are living in right now. There's a lot of advances. So they are speaking from their past experiences and like the era they were in. So sometimes, I'm not saying you should go against your parents' instructions, but you know, if you know what's best for you and you know this thing is a good thing, it's positive, I don't think that there's any harm in trying. Like, try something. You never know if there's something there for you. Like,
I don't want to come into the aspect where you said even if your parents don't, so I don't really want to.
No, I didn't say that. What I'm trying to say is that, like, I'm saying that yes, your parents might not support it, but as long as it is positive. It's something that is helping the society.
No, I'm actually standing with you, actually. I'm in fact, I stand with the Miss Road to Find Road. There was this man that came online to say that his dad, he spoke something else. He said something about his children. He told his children that they should not ride a motorcycle. I don't know if you have seen that video. He told his children not to ride his motorcycle, but one of them was persistent and went on to learn. And he said that wherever he goes, it is still that one son who was, you know, stubborn.
Yes.
So sometimes they cannot really see what we are seeing.
Yes.
Sometimes they don't really get the picture we are painting.
Yeah. But I do think that there are certain, instructions, principles that we should never neglect. Because
there's a balance.
Yeah, there should be a balance. One person that you can, the set of people that you can always trust are your parents, because no matter what, they always want the best.
Exactly,
for
that's
you.
True. Even the restriction is all.
Yes, it's all just for you. It's all to protect you. It's all in your favor. So sometimes it might not be going the way we want it to, but yes, that's what I believe.
All right, so if you wanted to be an astronaut, come closer. We have some gist for you. So we're going to be listing a few practical steps you can, you can get involved in to stay inspired, because sometimes it's just for you to remain positive and you definitely get to where you're heading to.
That's
right? Because if you don't remain positive and you don't keep reminding yourself of where you are going to, you probably forget the dream, because dreams do fade.
Yes,
right?
they do.
So let's get on with it. So what's your number one, what do I call it? Your number one step.
Okay. All right. One thing I'll say is that you should always write down your dreams.
Okay.
I think it's very, very important to write down your aspirations, whatever ideas come to your mind. At the moment, I feel like wherever I go, honestly, I always have a book and a pen with me, because I love to write, even though it might sound cliche. I mean, I really love to write.
I do
so
too.
If you don't like to write, you could always use your phone. I just believe that it's very, very important to have something handy, like an album, a book, or something like that, where you can write down your aspirations so they don't slip off. Like you said, they fade. Sometimes it could be just a little, nudge, and then just as it came, it's gone before you know it. So it's very, very important to take whatever comes to mind down, because later you go back to it and then you realize, okay, maybe there are a few things I can do, or maybe you find that you actually love enjoying this thing, or you don't know how that could blossom. Exactly. So I do think it's very, very important to just write down whatever you think of, you can achieve, and then from there, let me just hear from you.
Okay, there was a question that just came to my mind when we were talking about writing it down. So I think we should, scrape that. What if I have a very big dream, somewhat unrealistic? Should I go ahead to write it down too?
Well, what I think you should do is to write it down. I do think that whatever, because right now, I think we're in an age where, should I say an age? Anyways, we're in an age where anything can actually be, anything is possible. I do think anything is possible. Whatever unrealistic or whether they seem unachievable, you write down those dreams. Then you can break them into goals, where the goals can actually be realistic.
That's another point. And I really love that point, because, when things are not broken down, we tend to think that they are so big and unachievable. So I think the second point should be break your big dreams down into goals. I mean, you go through primary, secondary, the tertiary, and then you acquire more skills and go to, conventions, just to get yourself fully equipped for, let's say, maybe a medical doctor or whatever. So, sometimes when we are doing these things, as if we don't really know. But because some dreams are not in the curriculum of this world, we don't really know how to walk towards them, right? So I think we should just pause on that and move on to the next.
Yeah.
So for me, I feel like after writing it down, you break it down. Help me out.
All right, after writing it down, you break it down. I think that after breaking it down, it's time for you to take a step.
Take a step?
Yes. Yeah, what do you think? Well, when you break it down, like for example, let's say you want to be a vlogger, or you want to become the next influencer, the next big thing on Instagram, on YouTube. Of course, it might seem very big. Like, you know, you want to have like maybe 100,000 followers by the end of the year or something like that. It could actually just start by, you know, writing down something. Like, for example, ask yourself questions like, what is the niche? Like, if I'm going to be a vlogger, do I want to focus on hair? Do I want to focus on lifestyle, fashion? And then when you write those things down, then you just take up your phone and try out something. Like, take up your phone and try out something. Yeah, I think that's very, very important. What do you think?
All right, before I say what I think about, I think we're going to play a little pause and go out in the streets and know what the young people think about this big dream things. Don't go anywhere. We'll join Calista on the street before we continue.
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Hello everyone, welcome to the Street Talk. Today we are going to be hitting the streets to hear out people's opinion based on the topic, keeping your dream alive. So don't go anywhere, stay tuned. Let's go. With me in the streets today, I have a very beautiful, elegant damsel. Please, can you introduce yourself?
My name is Stella, and I am a 200 level law student of the University of Nigeria.
Wow, that's amazing. You look so pretty.
Thank you.
So, Emanuela, we are talking about, Stella, we are talking about keeping our dreams alive. So, can you tell us one of your biggest dreams?
Okay, one of my biggest dreams, just one of them, I have so many, but I'll just pick one, is to be a solicitor of Supreme Court of Nigeria.
Sorry, I didn't.
To be a solicitor of the Supreme Court of Nigeria, that's to be a lawyer, precise, an attorney.
Okay. So, who inspires you?
Okay, I think it's actually my future and maybe Chimamanda Adichie. I just love the way she does her things, the way she has overcome so many obstacles in life. Even when her twins died at some point, she was able to still stand up and still achieve what she wanted to do, able to write her novels. Even one of her novels, Dreams Count, she was able to do more. So she inspires me, plus the future also inspires me. The person I want to be in the future also inspires me.
Okay, in this journey, have you ever felt like giving up, maybe in your academics? Because for you to be a barrister, right, you have to go through school. So have you ever felt like giving up?
Everybody always feel like giving up, but you have to manage.
So what keeps you going?
I just be like, okay, there's one meme I saw. I wish I could remember it. But I think it was like, pain is temporary, but esquire is forever. So if I remember that, pain is temporary, but me being a lawyer is like something like I'll enjoy forever in my life. I just be like, gas push. So that's just the thing.
Thank you so much. It was amazing having you here. I love you so much. Thank you.
Thank you too. I love you guys too.
Bye. Wow, That was a blast. Hope you learned a lot, because personally, I did. Remember, the only way your dreams can become reality is by not giving up. So do not give up. Keep pushing, keep fighting until we get there. I remain your host, Miss Kali. Bye.
Welcome back. If you're just joining us, this is Teens Jive, and we are on the conversation of keeping your dreams alive, the practical steps to stay inspired. And before we went on a short break, Peculiar, you threw a question at me and I was trying to handle it. So can you recap what the question was?
So I was saying that, what do you think? I suggested that after you break down your goals, after you break down your dream into certain achievable goals, realistic goals, you take action. And I asked what you think about that.
Okay, I think that is the most realistic thing to do, because once you have set your table for a meal, the next realistic thing is to eat. But that's when another point comes in, because when people go ahead with their little goals, they experience the failure setback, and a percentage of young people lose interest at this stage. When I wanted to start a hair brand, I don't want to talk about it because it was so painful. You know, when you start something for the first time, you will experience a lot of setbacks. You will not get engagements. You will spend your resources. Nothing's going to come back to you, and that failure hits you so badly that you don't know what to do, and you just think of, oh well, let me just keep it here, maybe it was not meant for me. So the failure is not final mentality. It should come in after you have tried and failed, because you were not into this, if you ask me, and you are trying it for the first time. You should not get it 100%. Yeah. So, you know, a lot of young people out there, once they feel a thing, they just feel like, oh, this is not for me. And I think this particular topic is so prophetic, because just today I was going to give up on something. Really? And I remember that we're going to talk about keeping your dreams alive. I was like, God, this is it's so prophetic. It's so funny. So what do you have to say about, you know, the failure is not final thing? People think it's just a cliche, and people just keep saying it, oh, don't give up, don't give up. What do you have to say?
I do believe that failure is failure when you stop. When you just put a full stop on it and then say, yeah. But I don't think you failed when you face a setback or a stumbling block and then you try again. I think that's actually a winner's mentality. Don't you think?
I think so.
I do think that, no matter what you're doing, one thing that someone told me is that nobody throws stones at unripe fruits. People throw stones at good fruits, right? Ripe fruits. So whenever you're chasing something big, don't expect it to be a joyride. Don't expect it to be a beautiful thing. I'm telling you, you're going to have a roller coaster of emotions. Even if it's not physical, it might be mental. It might be you fighting yourself. It might be a lot of hindrances, a lot of limitations. But in general, just keep going. Because most of the time, it's a journey. It's a journey most of the time. When you're trying to achieve your dream, it's a journey you're on a road. So there's a lot to learn. And I feel like you should always keep your eyes open to grasp the moral lessons.
And that leads us to another point. I just love the way everything is just going. Yes, they are just connecting the dots together. So the next point, learning, you have to have mentors or a community you belong to.
I was going to say that you should curate your environment. It's very, very important for you to intentionally place people who have like minds so that your goals, your dreams can be achieved faster. Like I said, company affects your mindset. You should have a mentor, because I believe that even if there's nobody that has achieved what you want to achieve, there are people that have achieved things that they've set out to achieve. Even when
their background was like a total opposite of where they are right now. They set out to achieve things and they achieved it eventually. So I think it's really important to, you know, get someone that can speak into you. Yeah. I do think it's very, very important to curate your environment, your friends. There should be people who can speak life into you when you're low, when you're sad. They can tell you that, oh, and that also takes me to one thing I wanted to say at the beginning.
Okay.
You know, your mind is a very, very deep place. Sometimes when you fail, your brain begins to tell you, oh, you're this, you're that. You begin to speak to yourself and all of that. One thing that can really help you is when you've had a journal of all the things that you've been able to accomplish. I don't believe that there's nobody that has ever accomplished. See, the fact that you're even alive is a good thing. It means that there is still hope, right?
Yeah.
So I think it's very important to write down, even if it's the littlest achievement. So whenever you feel like you cannot,
you can go through it
you
again.
go back to it, and then you encourage yourself. Yeah. So I do think that it's very, very important to just, you know, place people around you, and then also make yourself your motivator by writing stuff down.
All right, and speaking on the environment aspect, I think in as much as you are bringing people into your life, that is when you now work on taking out the people that don't have the same mindset as you do, people, activities, a lot of every other thing that does not really align to what the big dream is, because all this thing counts as well.
Yeah, they can also count as distractions. Very, very important to just have a mind that is focused, that's streamlined to what you want to achieve. It's very, very important to be, it's very, very possible for you to be distracted and like, well, especially when, because the truth is when you stand for everything, if you stand for everything, you fall for everything. I mean, if you stand for nothing, you fall for everything. That's what I mean to say. You need to know where you stand. If your hand is in a lot of different places, you begin to say that you become jack of all trades, a master of none. So I think it's just good for you to, you know, curate your environment, remove the things that don't help you, and then add the things that will really help you. Yeah, I think that's very, very important.
Well, let's be a little bit real here. You know, saying no to distractions is actually hard.
It's really hard.
Like, it's so hard. I mean, whenever we're writing exams, I'm always seeing these memes about, you know, there's this cartoon kind of boy or girl, whoever it is, that is lying on the bed with the phone, whereas a pile of books. I'm telling you. So distractions is like,
honestly,
really hard.
Let me speak on that myself. I'm telling you that I'm not a movie person.
Okay.
But when it's exam period, I don't know, the movies seem more catchy. Like, it's as if I should just... That's the only...
I could relate to that meme the moment I saw any of them, because I don't really know, but once you are actually set to get to a destination, it's as if all manner of distractions will come for you.
And I think it's just very, very important to be sensitive to that. Just make sure you keep yourself grounded. And that's why I feel like it's very, very important to surround yourself. Because, like, if, you could be in that space, and then your other friend could be in a space where she's actually firing on, so when you now have that kind of friend around, you know, the friend could see you, you know, where you're slacking and all of that. And then the person becomes like a motivation.
I love those kind of friends.
Yes, those kind of people. And like also, I think discipline, this is where discipline comes into play. I think people can only do so much. Sometimes you have to speak, most of the time, you have to learn to speak to yourself. I don't think there's any successful person that hasn't had self-control. You need to be able to control yourself and discipline yourself. I think that's really, really
okay, I'm going to add something to that discipline part. You know, when you hear discipline, it's more like, oh, this hefty protector of the self. That's what comes to my mind. But someone like Leila Homozi, I don't want to describe who she is, but she spoke about discipline. And she said, when you're trying to like be disciplined and you're like trying to be the bodyguard of yourself, and it's going to be hard because you will keep, you know, fighting yourself. But when you learn the way your system was wired, you learn what you love, you like study yourself, and then fix things that will align with who you are. For instance, maybe you want to do something like, let's say, you want to hit the gym, but then you have all manner of junk foods in the house. So what you just do, because it's like an urge, it comes once in a while, not all the time. So when that urge comes, before it comes, you have to like set the environment. So that means that environment really matters, people matter. So you like take away the junk and replace it with something that is healthy, so that when the urge comes, you just stretch your hand. Instead of getting a junk, you're getting something healthy.
Exactly.
So I think discipline is like studying who you are and then knowing how to gradually follow you, because it's still all you.
Yeah, it's
right?
all about you.
So apart from that, which other step to stay inspired comes to your mind for big dreams?
Another thing is, I would say you should audit your digital environment as well. Think about it. Everybody is online. Didn't you go online today?
I did.
Yeah. I'm telling
did.
you that most of the time we wake up in the morning, and the next thing we're reaching for our phones. Everybody's guilty of that.
I fought that. I fought it with all I had, because it's not
a good
habit. Actually, it's not.
It's actually very, very. If you think about it, it's unhealthy to your system.
I think it's mind training.
Yeah.
Because the moment you use your phone, your dopamine is high, and then you find it difficult to do more important things. You just want to stay back and enjoy your phone, enjoy anything that is not giving your brain stress.
But if you look at it, you realize that you've actually been very, very unproductive through
oh my God. We cannot talk about the dangers of this mobile phone.
Well, that's by the way anyway. I think that while we are online, it's very, very important that whatever you do, it should be something that's in line with that particular dream. So now everybody's online, everybody has, and let me not say everybody, but let me say 80% have digital phone, they have access to the internet and all of that. It's very, very important to audit your digital environment. What I mean by that is like your followers, the people you follow, are they facilitating this dream of yours? Are there people that you want to be a vlogger? Is there any vlogger that like you admire that you're following, or you're just following the crowd or following a lot of people? I mean, another thing is, when you have a dream, it's very, very possible to get sucked into this cycle of comparing yourself. Because I know sometimes you're not where you want to be. And then you open your phone and then you see other people, your age mates, they've gone so far. And then I want to speak to that person right now that feels like that. I'm going to tell you that sometimes, yes, we realize that we could have done our best and we could have put in more effort, and maybe we're not. we end up not being where we're supposed to be. But that doesn't mean that you cannot still amass something great. You can still keep going. I don't want you to compare yourself. I don't want you to begin to have anxiety or worry. I just want you to take steps that will facilitate that dream. Take steps in line with your dream. Do you get? Because I think it's very, very... I've been in that situation where I look at other people that maybe just started out just like me, and then I realized that they're here, and I'm like here. But like, you have to, at that point in time, you have to constructively criticize yourself and not bring yourself down. You need to tell yourself that these are things I need to do. That should motivate you to sit up, to be a better person, not to condemn yourself.
Exactly.
So I think it's very, very important to just place people that can actually mentor you, that can teach you, that you can learn from on your social media profile. So you're opening your FYP, you're seeing someone that can actually push you towards your goals. That's what I believe. Like, I think it's very, very
all right. What's your final word to anyone watching out there who has a big dream or probably met few setbacks and is thinking of quitting? What's your final word to that young person out there?
Well, I just believe that, first of all, you should understand that dreams, sometimes they can be very, very big, and it might feel like the gap is like so large from where you are right now to where you want to be. But what I'll tell you is just to start from somewhere and start with what you have, because you can't have everything, but along the line you realize that so many things will come to you just because you started. Even if it's for 5 minutes, just work on your goals daily so you can achieve something. That's just what I have to say.
Thank you so much, Peculiar, for joining.
Thank you so much for having me. Like, I'm so happy to be here.
I'm so glad that you actually joined us today, because I was so enlightened, I was so inspired, and I
learned a lot from you. We have a lot to talk about after this.
Maybe after this, now, you know.
Definitely.
All right. If you watched till this point, then thumbs up to you, because we have come to the end of the conversation on keeping your dreams alive and the practical ways to stay inspired. If you ask me, I think your dream is not over until you're gone. So I think that's the main full stop to this life of dreaming. So until we come your way next time, which is next week, remember to follow us on social media platforms on Facebook and YouTube at Aneke TV. This is Teens Jive. Coming up next is the game segment with Chinaza. Don't go anywhere.
Hello and welcome to the game segment, and I am your host Chinaza. I'm going to be taking you guys on a very fun ride where anything can happen. We'll have so much fun, we'll meet new people, and you might also stand a chance to win a mystery prize. Don't go anywhere, let's have some fun. Hello my G, how are you doing today? Okay, so it's a very simple game. In this game, you just have to pick a paper, and if you are lucky enough, you might win a mystery prize. So are you in?
Yes.
Okay, so pick a paper.
God, please favor my hand.
Okay, what does it say?
If you could meet anyone in the world, who could it be?
So who would it be?
Elon Musk.
Elon Musk. Why would you want to meet Elon Musk? Because there's a lot of things they are saying about him.
Money. Make him teach me his ways.
Okay, let him teach you his ways. Like, you know, Elon Musk is a multi-businessman, so he does a lot of things. So would you like to venture into that kind of role as he is?
Yeah, I would like to venture into it because, you know, Elon Musk is everywhere in everything, and he'd not learn everything. So I want him to teach me how he did it.
Okay, so thank you so much for joining us in the game. It was fun having you. Thank you so much. Hello, pretty lady. What's your name?
Mabugweze Ifnaya Stella.
She gave us the whole package. Okay. Okay, Stella. So this game is very simple. What you have to do is pick a paper and you might stand a chance to win a prize. Are you in? Okay. You don't have to see the paper now. You just have to pick. Okay, pick a paper. Okay. What does it say?
I'll tell you one fun fact about myself. I am an ambivert. Let me say that. I think ambivert, yes. Ambivert, yes.
So what does that mean?
It means someone that sometimes person is like a mixture of an extrovert and an introvert. Sometimes person can be so loud and sometimes person can be so reserved. Like, you get, so I'm like two sides of a coin. You can see me here, you not see me another time. That's it.
Okay.
If you meet me another day, I might just ignore you and pass.
Okay, so thank you for joining us in the game. It was fun having you. Hello, pretty lady. How are you doing?
I'm good.
I seriously love your skin color. Like, you're just glowing all over the place.
Thank you. Thank you.
The game is very simple. You just have to pick a paper and you might stand a chance to win a mystery prize. Are you in?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, so pick a paper. Okay, what does it say?
What's the skill you love to learn?
So what would that be?
Graphics.
Wow, graphics design. So why would you like to learn that skill?
I mean, designing flyers, you don't have to, pay so much to do. Something you can just sit in the comfort of your home and, put one or two together and bring out something beautiful.
So like you just love the fact that it's something you can do from the comfort of your home. That's why you love the job. Okay, so thank you for joining us in this game. Okay, we are here with a very pretty lady. So what's your name?
Marvelous Ejikeme.
Marvelous. So welcome to the game segment. So the game is very easy. What you have to do is pick a paper and stand a chance to win a mystery prize. So are you in?
Yes, I am.
Okay, pick a paper. Okay, what does it say?
What's your dream vacation destination?
Okay, so if there is somewhere you have an opportunity to go to anywhere in the world, where would that be?
I think the US.
The US. Why would you want to go to the US? Some people have said Dubai, Paris, or something like that.
I feel that when I get there are many things I can achieve in my life. Like, there are more opportunities for me, like
job opportunities.
Yes, job opportunities. There are many things I can learn.
They are not telling you, like, this is an opportunity for you to go and rest. Yes, that's it. It's not everything is not about hustling. There are sometimes you just have to go and flex. So if you are to go and flex, you still go to the US.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you so much for joining us. So that's it for the game segment. I enjoyed myself and I hope you did. We had a lot of fun. We learned new things. And I hope to see you next time. Same station, same show, Teens Jive. I am your host, Chinaza. Don't forget to follow us on all our social media handles: YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, X, TikTok, all on Aneke TV. Till next time, bye.
And finally, we've come to the end of the show. I'm glad that you stayed till the end. Until we come your way next week, same time, same station. This is Things Jive, where we have some fun. Remember, you can follow us on Facebook and YouTube at Aneke TV. I am still your host, Onyechi. Bye.
Across Nigeria's dynamic economy, enterprise is on the move. From the resilience of small businesses to the expanding reach of indigenous industries, commerce thrives on innovation, determination, and vision. Finance is evolving, powered by technology and driven by a new generation of entrepreneurs. In a rapidly changing world, digital transformation is redefining how we save, invest, and grow wealth. From energy to agriculture, manufacturing to tech, Nigeria's economic landscape continues to diversify. Policies shift, markets respond, and opportunities emerge. Every figure tells a story. Every trend shapes the future. The question is, where is the next opportunity? On Aneke TV, we bring you clarity beyond the numbers. This is Business Outlook on Aneke TV, tracking the markets, analyzing the trends, and spotlighting the drivers of economic growth. Aneke TV, informing enterprise, shaping perspective.
Nigeria's worsening security situation has continued to intensify calls for the creation of state police, as kidnapping, banditry, terrorism, and violent crimes stretch the capacity of federal security agencies across several regions. In recent years, Nigeria has witnessed repeated mass abductions of school children and civilians, including incidents in Kaduna, Niger, Zamfara, and Katsina states, where armed groups have targeted schools, highways, and rural communities. The Chibok schoolgirls' abduction in Borno State, the Kankara school attack in Katsina, and the recent wave of kidnappings along the Abuja-Kaduna Expressway remain defining examples of the scale of insecurity confronting the country. Beyond school attacks, rural banditry in the northwest has led to mass displacement of communities, destruction of livelihoods, and repeated negotiations for hostage releases. In the southeast, violent attacks on security formations and civilian targets have also been recorded in parts of Anambra, Imo, and Enugu states. In the northeast, insurgency linked to Boko Haram and ISWAP continues to destabilize rural and border communities despite years of military oppression. Security analysts argue that these overlapping crises expose a major structural gap: Nigeria's centralized policing system. With the Nigeria Police Force controlled federally, operational directives, logistics, and deployment approvals often require central clearance, even when emergencies are localized. A key challenge often raised is the limited operational authority of state governors over commissioners of police. While governors are officially described as chief security officers of their states, in practice, commissioners of police in each state report directly to the Inspector General of Police in Abuja. This means governors cannot independently order arrests, deployments, or tactical operations without federal approval. There have been several public instances where governors requested urgent deployment or redeployment of police personnel during crisis, only for delays or bureaucratic procedures to slow response time. In fast-moving security emergencies such as kidnappings or communal clashes, these delays can prove critical. Supporters of state police argue that decentralization would allow states to respond faster, using officers recruited, trained, and deployed within local environments. They say local policing would improve intelligence gathering because officers understand local languages, terrain, and community networks, which are essential in tracking criminal groups operating in rural and forested areas. They also point to countries with decentralized policing systems. In the United States, state and local police forces operate independently but coordinate through federal agencies when necessary. In Germany, policing is primarily managed at state level, Länder, while maintaining federal oversight for national security. India also maintains state-controlled police forces under a federal constitutional framework. However, Nigeria's security experts caution that without strong oversight, state police could be vulnerable to political interference. There are concerns that governors could misuse security structures against political opponents, journalists, or dissenting voices. especially in states with weak institutional checks. Human rights advocates also warn that disparity in funding and training between states could create unequal policing standards across the country. Wealthier states may develop stronger forces, while poorer regions could struggle to maintain professional capacity, potentially widening security inequality. Despite these concerns, many analysts argue that the current centralized system is overstretched. With Nigeria's population exceeding 200 million and vast ungoverned rural spaces, federal police presence is often thin on the ground, creating operational vacuums exploited by armed groups. In several kidnapping cases along highways and remote communities, response times have been delayed due to distance, logistics, and command structure approvals. This has strengthened argument that localized policing would reduce response time and improve preventive intelligence rather than reactive operations. Proponents now suggest a hybrid model where state police operate under national standards with unified training, strict federal oversight, and shared intelligence systems. This, they argue, would balance local efficiency with national control and reduce the risk of abuse. Others propose phased implementation, beginning with strengthened community policing units upgraded into full state structures over time, allowing gradual reform without destabilizing existing security frameworks. Ultimately, the debate reflects a central national question: whether Nigeria's current security architecture can continue to carry the burden of rising insecurity, or whether decentralized policing is now a necessary step toward more effective protection of lives and property. What remains clear is that any reform must be guided by strong accountability, professional standards, constitutional safeguards, and political neutrality to ensure that security institutions serve citizens and not power structures.
Ebonyi State, the salt of the nation. Located in the heart of southeastern Nigeria, is a story of transformation, resilience, and pride. Created on October 1, 1996, by the administration of General Sani Abacha, the state was carved out from parts of Enugu and Abia states. Its capital, Abakaliki, has grown from a quiet provincial settlement into one of the most rapidly developing urban centers in the region. The name Ebonyi is derived from the Ebonyi River, while its slogan, the salt of the nation, reflects the state's historic salt deposits in Amachara and Uburu, which were once central to trade and local industry. These salt lakes stand as living symbols of self-reliance and the resourcefulness of the Ebonyi people. Culturally, Ebonyi is a proud custodian of Igbo heritage. The people are known for their strong communal spirit, creativity, and deep connection to their traditions. The New Yam Festival, Ogene music, Nkwa Umuaboho dance, and the colorful displays of masquerades all reflect the beauty and vibrancy of the state's cultural life. In villages across the land, pottery, weaving, and blacksmithing are still practiced, reminding visitors that in Ebonyi, the past lives side by side with modern aspirations. Blessed with rich soil and abundant natural resources, Ebonyi is a major producer of rice, yam, cassava, maize, and palm produce. The Abakaliki rice mill, one of the oldest in Nigeria, remains a symbol of the state's agricultural heritage and its determination to feed the nation. Beneath its soil lie deposits of limestone, lead, zinc, marble, and of course, salt. all pointing to vast opportunities for industrial growth and investment. Over the years, Ebonyi has produced remarkable men and women who have made their mark on the national stage. Dr. Sam Egu, the state's first civilian governor and the former Minister of Education. Chief Martin Elichi, an accomplished administrator. Senator Anympayo Sanim, a former Senate President and Secretary to the Government of the Federation, and Engineer David Umahi, a visionary leader and the current Minister of Works, all embody the drive and discipline that define the Ebonyi spirit. From education to public service, from entrepreneurship to civic leadership, Ebonians continue to excel and inspire a new, determined to shape a brighter future. The lessons from Ebonyi's story are clear. It teaches the power of vision, unity, and perseverance. It reminds us that no beginning is too humble and no dream too distant. Through hard work and community efforts, the people of Ebonyi have turned their challenges into opportunities, rewriting their destiny with faith and determination. Today, Ebonyi stands tall, a land of salt and substance, of culture and courage, of tradition and transformation. The salt of the nation continues to shine, seasoning the story of Nigeria with hope, progress, and pride.
Aneke television. How agribo di egwu nkwazo na ahia mgboji ogwugwu kakwa ogwugwu ema. How mbo wa bia na ihe ebube eme. Mgbagbu wa gbatawa na ihe ebube emewa. Aneke television na-emere ogbe ya mere amadi ihe. Ị na-agba nkwụ, ị na-eme nkepụta nwa, ị na-akwa ozu, ị na-agba akwụkwọ. Bịawa na Aneke television, bịa ka ezuoru ozi ọma. Bịawa na Aneke television yidume. How na-emere ogbe ya mere amadi ihe. Ụmụ Igbo bịawo na nke a bụ nke anyị. Ị mara ebe ọ ga-alụ etiwo mọnwụ ntakịtụkwa mọnwụ si nne. Ya mere ha ji wee weta Aneke television. Ọ bụ onye gbagburu agha nna. Ọ dị na soshal midia. Ọ dị na
the silent witness to human courage, the keeper of memory, the archivist of greatness.
Across the vast landscapes of Africa, from the savannas to the bustling cities, voices once rose, ideas once burned, and visions once dared to challenge the limits of their age.
They were not merely individuals. They were epochs in human form.
In literature, minds such as Chinua Achebe, Wole Soyinka, and Ngugi wa Thiong'o reclaimed the African narrative.
Through ink and imagination, they dismantled distorted histories and restored the dignity of African identity. Their words were not just stories.
They were mirrors, reflecting a people long misunderstood, and windows opening the world to the depths of African civilization.
In the realm of science and knowledge, pioneers like Philip Emeagwali proved that African intellect could reshape the frontiers of computing and technology. Their work was a quiet revolution, reminding the world that innovation knows no geography.
And in leadership, towering figures emerged when history demanded courage. Men like Nnamdi Azikiwe, Kwame Nkrumah, Nelson Mandela, and Julius Nyerere redefined freedom, not as a privilege bestowed, but as a right reclaimed.
They spoke for millions. They endured prisons, exile, and resistance. Yet, their vision transcended the politics of their time.
They dreamed of a continent awakened. Today, their echoes travel through generations.
In every African classroom, in every curious mind, in every dream that refuses limitation. For history is not merely what has passed, it is the foundation upon which tomorrow stands.
The past still speaks. Its lessons remain. Its voices endure.
This is not just remembrance, it is inheritance. Echoes of the past, where history breathes and legacy lives on.
Asi na ekwekwo amagba ekwu ụmụ nwanyị akụọla o ọkwa na nzukọ ụmụ nwanyị oge anyị ji akpa maka ọdịmma anyị karịkwa maka ọdịmma ezinụlọ. Nzukọ ụmụ nwanyị bụ ebe anyị na-akpa maka arụike anyị, ndọrọ ndọrọ ọchịchị, azụmahịa, omenala ndị ahụ dị mma nakwa ihe ndị ahụ ga-eweta ọganihu n'obodo. Naanị ihe ị ga-eme bụ sonyela anyị na nzukọ ụmụ nwanyị ebe ahụ a na-akarị ihe na-eweta ọganihu n'obodo. Ndị nne, ndị nna, oge a bụkwa nke anyị. Sonyela anyị na Aneke TV n'ebe a na-emetụ aka na ihe ndị oyibo na-akpọ social media na TikTok, YouTube, Facebook, X, Instagram. Ọkwa na Aneke TV ka ihe ndị a niile na-eme. Aneke TV, anyị apụọnụ. Daalụ gị bụ onye na-esonyela anyị na nke taa na nzukọ ụmụ nwanyị na Aneke TV. Abụ m Ngozi Otahumele. Dịka anyị si eme na nkata anyị, ọ bụghị sọsọ ofu onye na-eji ikwe. Ndị ga-ekwu okwu tata buru ibu, gbaa agba, donye adonye, maka na ihe anyị na-eji neba anya tata bụ ihe na-emetụta obodo. Ihe ha fụrụ wee tibe mkpu, maka na asị na ebe nwatakịrị na-ebe akwa na-alụ aka na o nwere ihe dị na ya, o nwere ihe ha fụrụ ha ji eti mkpu a ha na-eti. Ọ gịnị ka anyị na-eji n'anya taa? Ihe anyị na-eji n'anya tata bụ kedu otu e ga-esi wee kwụsị alụmdi ụmụaka.
Many thanks for joining us on The Insight. Remember, The Insight is the program where we'll bring to you a heartbeat of issues, policies, politics, personalities shaping our nation. And today, we'll take a look at Enugu State as the fastest improving state. Today on Insight, we turn our attention to Enugu State, a state that is steadily forcing itself into the center of Nigeria's development conversation. With Dr. Ruben Onyishi on the show, we examine what it truly means for Enugu State to emerge the fastest improving state and whether this progress marks the beginning of a durable transformation or merely the promise of one. For years, Nigerians have heard ambitious pledges from state governments, but what stands out in Enugu's case is the growing evidence of movement in governance, in infrastructure, in public sector reform, and in the confidence that development can be deliberately engineered, not left to chance. The question now is not simply why Enugu is rising, but what lessons the rest of the country can draw from the rise. Is this a story of bold leadership, disciplined implementation, and strategic investment, or are there deeper questions about sustainability, equity, and the real impact of these gains on the lives of ordinary people? These are the hard questions, and they are the ones we'll put before Dr. Ruben Onyishi today. Because when a state begins to outperform expectations, it deserves more than applause. It deserves scrutiny, perspective, and honest conversation about what comes next. And joining us to help us answer some of these questions with deeper insight is a man who is so close from the corridors of power, one who is part and parcel of this re-engineering of a state. Welcome, Dr. Ruben Onyishi, who is a senior special assistant to Enugu State Governor on New Media. Dr. Ruben, it's a pleasure to have you one more time on The Insight.
Thank you very much, Chair.
All right.
Glad to be here.
Yes, you're welcome.
Thank you.
Yes, Doc, you know, we are taking a look at this report that just emerged, and we are told that Enugu State is now the fastest improving state. And when we look at the statistics, yes, you know, they say statistics don't lie. And when we look at the statistics, we are seeing Enugu State, you know, scoring highest momentum score of a positive 1.15 out of 33 assessed states. Then you look at the runner-up states like Jigawa in second place with a positive 0.77%, and Abia ranked third, you know, at a positive 0.67. And then when you look at where Enugu State has taken Southeast, as you see Enugu State, you know, pushing Southeast as the best performing region, you know, of development momentum. And I'm asking you, what does this really mean for you as a government?
Oh, thank you very much. What it means for us as a government is the fact that, you see, we are not working for people to rate us high. We are just doing our thing. You understand? Focusing on transforming Enugu State. You know, focusing on taking the GDP of the state from where we met it to $30 billion. Knowing full well that investors will contribute very much to the economic growth. So we plant flowers in order to attract the bees.
You plant flowers in order to attract the bees.
Yeah, so you see all that the governor is doing in terms of infrastructure, ease of doing business, is targeting investors. You see that all the governor is doing in opening up routes here and there is, you know, to make for connectivity, targeting investors. All right, and then making Enugu aviation hub, and then building hotels like the 5-star hotel. You know, they are all geared towards, you know, attracting investors, and then that is it. Then ultimately the goal is to eradicate poverty, to reduce poverty to 0% headcount index. So we're doing our thing.
Sorry. Reduce poverty to 0%.
Headcount index, yes.
Is that achievable?
Yes. Most of the things we do, people never thought they were possible. but they are possible. They are being done, and it is very clear. So all to the credit of a man who knows where he's headed for, and then the team he has brought into the job. Because one thing is also to make a good choice of a team, and people who will be as committed as you are. You know, people, you are just as weak as their weakest link. So you have to bring the people, everybody on board, and then push them. When I mean push them, you know, strategically, you know, align everyone to their roles, and making sure that they are motivated to get the job done. So these are what we have. So we weren't doing that to play to the galleries or anything. We are just doing our thing, and the governor is focused on these deliverables.
So you're simply telling us that you were not surprised by these ratings by Phillips Consulting.
That we were not what?
You're not surprised.
Well, it's not that we are not surprised. All right. While we do our things, we don't know what any other person might be doing. All right, but we do our things, and we focus on our things, doing them. You see all that the governor is doing. So we are focused on our thing, you know. But if these things occur to us as leaves to a tree, it's not that they just occur to us as leaves naturally. Leaves,
it comes natural.
Yeah, as leaves would to a tree. So we will appreciate it,
right.
And we are not going to rest on our oars and say, "Look, we have achieved this." All right, we are still going to continue to do the best we can, you know, focusing on these three objectives, you know, revving up the GDP, bringing in investors, and reducing poverty to that 0% level.
Okay, you know, let me officially offer my congratulatory message to you. You know, it's not easy when one looks that amongst states, you know, you outperformed other states. But let's get to this. Philip Consulting, they said Enugu emerges fastest improving state. And my question is, do we equate fastest improving state as simply the best performing?
Well, it is not wrong to equate it. If we are the fastest growing or fastest improving state, that is to say that, you know, we are on a speed lane. And if you look at what the governor has done so far in terms of development, you know, because they tie these things to certain developments. They tie the momentum to, they looked at human capital development, they looked at infrastructure, they looked at social services, and all the governor has done. You understand? That informs that decision, all right? Because those things are founded on statistics. Exactly. All right, so it is not wrong to say that we are the best state in Nigeria. If you look at all the indices, Enugu is on its own because of the kind of governor we have, the leadership we have.
Okay. Let me ask you a pointed question. You know, on the inside, so don't hold back. Let me ask you a pointed question. You know, it has taken a while, and I've been reading, listening, interacting to comments concerning this. And I'm asking, is this a PR emanating from the government? Is there any sort of influencing Enugu State emerging on this position, despite the data?
You know, when I was in Urban Radio the other day, on Urban Radio, and they asked me the same question, and I wondered, say, PR for what? PR, what are we doing PR for? We don't even, you know, like I said, things occurring to you naturally as leaves to a tree. Governor has won so many awards. We didn't ask for those awards. The governor has not even received all the awards that are coming to him. He's even dropping them. So he say this, that I don't, these awards. Let me just focus on my what I'm doing.
Look, are you saying you people are not involved in any sort of PR?
How are we? What kind of nonsense PR?
No, because we are talking about awards coming in, and amongst
so you are discrediting Philip Consulting, a reputable, credible institution like Philip.
We understand that this is based on the index.
They gave you the indices upon which they based their assessment. So look at those indices. Are they wrong? Are they not visible enough in the state? These are visible indices, things that the governor is doing. So we are not involved in any way. This thing just came to governor, came to his excellency. He came to him, and we said, well, yeah, it has come to us. Yeah, it will just make us to motivate us to work harder. We don't rest on our horse, and we are doing our thing, focusing on these deliverables. That's one thing, if you know His Excellency, is focused. This is what I want to do. He wants to achieve them. Okay? So nobody is doing any PR for any. We don't have time for that.
All right. Let's tie this to policies and decisions. Let's look at what, from where you sit, what are the policies or the choices, you know, that have pushed Enugu State to the top of the momentum index, in your perspective?
Well, like I said, these things are based on indices, and they named those things. They named them. They talked about the smart schools that the governor has built, 267 so far, more are coming. All right, it's not mean a task to execute 267 smart schools.
Abia State is doing similar thing.
How many have they done? 17 or how many? I don't even think it is up to that. And if Abia State is doing similar thing, it's not a crime. Imitation is not a bad thing. You can imitate, even though they say imitation never rises above the original. But if you see something that is good somewhere, that's happening somewhere, you can imitate. So if Abia imitates Enugu, it is in the interest of the Southeast. It's in the Southeast region. So we encourage it. If you see anything good that your colleague is doing, you can also imitate it and do it, replicate it. But I don't think Abia State has done as much as Enugu, because we are talking about 267. I don't think Abia has done up to 17. And then we have the Type 2 hospitals, 260. You have the Enugu A. Okay, you have the transport interchange terminals. You have the CNG buses. You have the new Enugu Smart City that is priced to raise up to 300 billion. All right. We have the ICC. You have Hotel Presidential. We have Enugu International Hospital. We have all the revamped assets, ranging from Hotel Presidential, Niger Gas, Sunrise Flour Mill, UPPL, and so on and so forth, that this government has done, which are, of course, contributed to. They talked about the IGR. The Enugu IGR as at 2023 was about 34 billion. But in 2024, it astronomically rose to 180.5 billion. And then in 2025, it rose to 406 billion. These things are as a result of intentional, approach, intentional decisions that the governor has taken, and they led to these things. The Philip Consulting also mentioned the IGR, that IGR for a state that was in 2002 getting a patri 24 billion, in 2002, in 2003 34 billion, 2004 180 billion, and 2005 406 billion. Can't you clearly see that the state is fast improving, very, very rising steeply in the momentum?
All right, Doc, I had conversation with people who, though rightfully acknowledging Enugu State's performance, especially in regards with this Phillips Consulting Index, but they also said that much of this success shouldn't be credited to your administration, that rather it should go to the president who has engineered a national fiscal change.
Okay, if it should go to the president, there is no problem about that. It is the same APC government. But let me say that much of what we are doing here as a subnational is order. It is order. And the president himself acknowledges it. Remember that the governor himself had, while we were even in the PDP, had won 2 awards in the presidency, award of excellency from the presidency. All right, so, and Enugu came tops in fiscal viability in Nigeria, on the subnational with fiscal, which means that Enugu has the capacity to clear its operating expenses without recourse to FAC. I put it in the essay I wrote, which I shared this morning. All right. So that tells you that what we are doing, if you look at the subnational, other states, aren't we all in the same space? Some are even receiving higher FAC. Remember that Enugu is not even an oil-generating state that benefit from the derivatives. All right? But it's just because of the creative nature of the governor and his fiscal intelligence, his financial intelligence, that he sees money everywhere. You know, where we can't even see money, the governor sees money. He has what Raymond Williams calls complex seeing, the ability to see more sights than any other person of your own experience. And that's what the governor has done. What the governor does is that place where you think nothing will come out of it, he will trigger a chain of reaction that will bring out something from it. All right? And that's why you see Enugu is becoming that buoyant. Enugu, once called civil servant state, is now doing well. So it's not because of the presidency. Do you understand? But we must also acknowledge the president, because you saw what the president did when he stopped fuel subsidy and then channeled the proceeds to states. So states now get more than what they used to get before. So states can now comfortably pay salaries without resorting to borrowing, all right, and do all these things. But here, we are even looking at Enugu State having its own IGR, 400. We are looking at 800 billion in this fiscal year, in this 2026 fiscal year. That's what we are looking at, 800 billion. All right, and the state is generating 406 billion. Was it the president, the national, that gave us the money, or how did the national government, the federal government, contribute to this IGR? Because we are talking about internally generated revenue. And it is not because of tax, because tax is not even anything. It's because of already built assets. The governor was intentional. He knew what he wanted to do and executed it. He has this fiscal discipline. I think that is even one of the indices, fiscal discipline.
Yes, fair enough.
Yes.
I read that in the indices. They said that you recognize for strong financial management.
Yes.
Revenue generation surpassing federal allocation.
Yes.
However, we were talking and you mentioned the article this morning, and something struck me in that. Let me read. It says, and you in particular, is your article. You say, let me start from, Enugu had never had it so good. Governor Mbah has disruptively transformed Enugu in unimaginable terms. Is these are so visible, you can feel it, touch it, eat it, or stamp on it with your feet? And I'm asking you, from your writing, are you saying that this is the best performing governor since the history of this state?
Arguably, yes. What Mbah has done in 3 years, I don't think anybody did it in 4 or 8 years.
Doc,
yes.
Is it not because other people has laid the foundation?
No, there's no foundation. Nobody laid any foundation. What foundation? For what foundation did anybody lay that in 2022 we are getting 24 billion IGR? What foundation? It's not any foundation. It's just that you put somebody. Or you see, if Mbah weren't this creative, we would just be waiting for FAC. Whatever that comes, we will take from Abuja and then share and all that. No, but this is an entrepreneur. You know, Mbah is coming from this background where you have to think. So he brought it to bear on governance, that you have to think and act. And that is what he does. He thinks, he acts. Every day he's thinking. This is a thinking governor. Every day he's thinking, what do I do? And as you are looking at what he has done another. He has done more. All right? So that's what we see. That's what we see is as a result of his creativity and his financial intelligence.
All right. Let me still take you up again. You know, speaking to GDP, and you did mention it, 30 billion US dollars is the target. And you wrote this morning, the target to rev up the GDP of the state to 30 billion US dollars, make Enugu the first choice of investors' destination, tourism and living, and reduce the poverty to 0% headcount index in 8 years of Mbah administrations.
Yes.
Let me just pause here a bit. When you look at the number, this is a drive to raise the revenue to the GDP of the state to 30 billion. Is this no antithesis to bringing in investors?
How can it be antithesis?
People talk about thesis.
Excuse me, do you know when you bring investors, when investors come in here, these multinationals, they come into Enugu, do you know the job creation implication? in Enugu, because it means that more people will be getting employment. It means that even if you are paying pay as you go tax, it means more money to the state. Do you understand? But because those employed will also have to pay their tax, which I also pay, they deduct from my salary. All right, tax must be paid. All right. So how is it antithetic? If anything, it is a good thing if you bring in all the investors, and then it also lead to development, because those investors will establish their businesses here. It will also encourage local raw material, for instance. Maybe they use cassava. People will go into cassava production because they know that when they harvest this product, they already have a market for it. All right. So what we are doing is actually mainly to attract investors, because investors will lead to a viable economy and will lead to the GDP rising. Look at Lagos, for instance. What makes Lagos big? If you go to Lagos, that's why you see the multinational, the manufacturers, everybody's in Lagos. And so you see that Lagos is a big economy, just like Port Harcourt. It's also a big economy. So what Mbah wants to do is to make Enugu one of the top 3 subnational economies. And you see that it is playing out already. It's playing out already by the statistics that Philip Consulting gave out. These statistics are there. These things are there. So you could see them for yourself.
All right.
That this is where Enugu is headed for.
You know, Philip's Consulting is a private firm.
Yes.
No.
A reputable and creditable one for that.
We're not arguing that.
Yeah.
But when we look at the fact that this ranking is coming from a private institution or organization, and I'm asking, does that mean, or to translate that, governance is working well on the ground in Enugu?
Well, that's what it means, that governance is taking place in Enugu, and a good one at that. Like I mentioned it, that what Mbah is doing is committed to consensus governance of the state, and intentional, right? There's there is a difference between that somebody is groping in the dark, I am a governor, anything that comes. This is well thought out, planned programs and activities that the government is implementing, and also knowing very well the impact of these activities and programs, that if I implement this program, this is what is going to come to the state. Because there is a target, and the target is, look, very simple. The target is the GDP must rise, and it is rising already.
I agree with
all right?
you. I agree with you.
Yeah.
I agree with you.
All right?
But I asked this question, you know, when one goes in through this report, they told us that 70% is based on infrastructural public service, the development, you know, that we see. We agree with you on that. We could see, you mentioned the smart school, type 2 hospital, and the rest of them. But that's 70% infrastructural development and the likes.
Yes.
But 30% was based on interaction with the people. And I'm asking you, is that enough to measure a government that is working for the people? 30% from people's opinion.
Now, when you measure government, I don't know if there is any other parameter by which a government is mentioned. If you take away infrastructure, are you going to measure a government by its recurrent expenditure, how much is spent in paying salaries and all that? Of course, no. But you need to actually look at, you know, the development trajectories of the government. You need to look at what has the government done to improve the lives of the people. That's what it's about, the people. Human capital development. It's about this infrastructure. The infrastructure that the government is building is for the people. The people is at the center of everything. That is why the third objective is to eradicate poverty to 0% headcount index, so that everybody in the state will be comfortable. That is what the governor is doing. And you will agree with me that this will be achieved earlier than 8 years as projected. It will be achieved because if you look at what has happened so far, and this is morning yet on the creation day, because the governor is not looking back. If anything, he will bring in, and you know he's very innovative. That's what confuses people, because it's not just doing things the way it has been done before. If we were to do things the way they were done before, we would still be where we were before. All right, but you have to innovate. In leadership, innovation is important. If you don't innovate, then you can't rise. All right, so if we must rise, we have to innovate, bring in new things, new ideas to bear on governance, do the unheard of things. Those things you think that are impossible, bring them on board. Try ideas, juggle ideas. These are what the governor is doing, and you can see that the result is coming. We are not static. We are not saying as it was in the beginning, so shall it be forever. No, 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 no. There must be new things that you are doing to rise up to this level when Enugu doesn't even have what it takes to rise to this level.
All right.
Do you understand? But here comes a man who came on board and said, no, I can't afford to be static. I can't afford to rest on my oars or to just relax and say whatever comes. I must do things to get to a place. We are targeting Enugu being one of the top subnational economy, top 3 subnational economies.
Top 3 subnational
economies in Nigeria. Do you understand? That's what we are doing. And you have seen it play out in this assessment. You also saw it play out in Enugu winning the best governor in terms of fiscal viability.
You know, when you
talk
about top 3,
yes,
you'll be wanting to take after Lagos.
Lagos is the target. Lagos is the target. If we are like Lagos, it's not good.
You don't have any seaports.
We have seaports. You know, that was what they said, because before Mbah came on board, he studied Enugu. People were saying Enugu was landlocked. Enugu is not landlocked. Look at Uzowani. Uzowani, we have water. During the colonial days, they brought in goods and services through those. That's why we are revamping this Ogrugu jetty. So Enugu is not landlocked. And what the governor is doing, you know, within this space, we are entering the next phase. And that next phase is when you are going to get even the University of Agriculture built in Uzowani. And then the waterways will be opened up for transportation of goods and services. And then the rails that His Excellency has talked about connecting the state. These things he would do. So anybody who thinks that they have seen all is thinking what never is, was, nor ever shall be.
You know, one thing is when one listens to you, it's like listening to the drum, sounding to the best of tunes, and one would want to dance to your voice. However,
but I'm saying the truth.
We'll take a short break. When we return, we'll continue to look at these indices.
All
Stay
right.
with us, please.
Okay.
The Insight with Uche Osai.
Having the political will to confront whatever is the challenges.
Igbo man wrestles with
the tortoise that had a lot of ingenuity, a lot of ideas, and the tireless.
It will take the bold mind of government in power to say, let there be electoral reform, no matter whose ox is God.
I was there. We did everything. All of us came and supported him with our last blood.
In-depth analysis, expert views, real voices, uncover the stories shaping Nigeria today. Deep dive, honest, unfiltered, only on the Insight with Uche Osai on Aneke TV. Join us. Many thanks for staying with us, and you're still watching The Insight. And with us is Dr. Ruben Onyishi, who is a senior special assistant to the governor of Enugu State on new media. And we are taking a look at Enugu State, emerging Nigeria's fastest improving state, according to Phillips Consulting Index. Doc,
yes.
While we were having this conversation, you outlined rightly the target, growing the GDP to $30 billion US. You talk about investments, and then the third one, poverty, eradicating poverty. You said to a 0.0%
headcount index.
Yes. Let's talk about eradicating poverty in Enugu.
Okay.
From where you stand, are you making any seeable impact in that regard? Because we could see the infrastructures. We can't argue about it. We could see investments, for example, in Enugu Air. That we cannot argue. And arguably is a fact that the GDP is growing as well. So let's talk about other measures.
You see, when you talk about eradicating poverty, right, there are so many ways to eradicate poverty. For instance, look at, let me just use as an example, the transport interchange terminals and the CNG buses. Now, do you now know that the CNG buses, that they charge far cheaper than any other transport system? All right. So when you do that, you give the people residual income. The people have residual income because you look at from Nsukka to Enugu is 1,005. But other buses, by now, they should even be charging about 6,000. But I think, I don't know how much they charge now. It's between 4,000 and 6,000. But that's CNG. Everybody is following that CNG buses. And then the buses, that's ambient. You enjoy yourself. You have access to the internet through Wi-Fi and all that. That's not a way to eradicate. Give you more money in your pocket. The money you would have spent, you spend less. All right. And then look, we are talking about this much national and job creation. The government is creating jobs. Look at the asphalt plant built the other day, employed about 500 people. That is taking away poverty from the people and empowering the people. Look at the garment hub. Look at the Notre Dame tractor. You know, look at the Heya group that we attracted the other day, which also employed so many people. Employment is one of the ways of empowering the people. Now, when we get these investors we are talking about who come to Enugu and establish businesses here, they will engage our people. And when they engage you, give you a job. Is it not poverty eradication? You who had nothing to do, who aren't anything, and you now end up to 300,000-400,000 in a month. Is it not poverty alleviation? So we want to do things. These are the things we want to do, because one of the ways to measure a thriving economy is employment, jobs creation. That's one way to. When people are jobless, it means they are poor. But when people are engaged, look at farmers. We are empowering farmers. The other day, the governor gave out tools, fertilizers, and all that to governors. What billions to give to farmers in Enugu. So when they now engage in farming, and moreover, we have the Enugu Marketing Board. We say, go and plant your whatever you are planting. During harvest, bring to Enugu Marketing. Enugu Marketing Board is the off-taker. They will buy it up from you. And then they process these things and sell to the people at cheaper rate. So when we have food security in Enugu State, where food is everywhere, it means that it will be comfortable. You can, any little money you have, you can buy enough to feed your family, isn't it? These are the ways of eradicating poverty. So the governor is intentional about what he's doing. And it is paying off. It's paying off.
All right. That's quite...
Just like the roads we are talking, the government is building. The roads also have a way of impacting your residual income. By the time the road you ply on is paved, do you understand? Which means that your vehicle will be spared. Because if you run on these bad roads, you are shocked, you are bushing, your that will always get spoiled. But when these roads are built, it means that it will not easily get spoiled. So you now have residual income. All these things are ways of, giving it to the people. But people think more of sharing money. Share money. And if you give people, and then you share money to a few people and leave the others, and then people will be suffering. All right? And then the strategic way of also pushing money into the economy of the state by the projects the government is doing. By the time government pays these roads the government is embarking on, by the time they pay the contractor will pay the workers. And it is any good people that, look at those people that are working on the road now, they will give you contract and say, build this gutter. If you build it, this is how much we will pay you. Then the contract, that subcontractor will also employ people who will do it, the mason and the what do they call them? Those that serve the mason. They're also getting money. That's how you put money in people's pocket. When they are paid, these people receive money. Right? These are the various ways of, just like you look at a market, for instance. Okay, those days at Nsukka, they say once they pay university workers, those at Ogige will sell. Because they will all go to the market to buy.
So the story has changed.
So that is it. They also get something. That's how this is economics. All right, it's all about the people and empowering people and giving money in the hands of people so that they'll be able to spend and get value for what they spend.
All right.
Yeah.
Let me track back to what you wrote this morning as well, we continue to have this conversation. You said Mbah has connected 3 senatorial zones in Enugu through a network of roads.
Yes.
Rural roads in various places are also being paved.
Yes.
But what interests me most, and that's where I am going, the state is set for 660 megawatts of coal powered electricity.
Yes.
Let's talk about that a bit.
In fact, it's that program is starting in September.
September.
Yes, we are going to generate 660 megawatts of electricity. And the time is coming for us to bundle from the national grid. You understand? Because if we generate that, I think that's going to serve a large chunk of the people of Enugu State, especially the economic clusters. Okay. All right? So it's a heavy, good development that is coming. And you know that once Mba says something, he does it. He doesn't look back. He's a go-getter. He's a fighter. You get what he wants to do. So we want to, because power is key to a developed economy. All right, if you don't have energy, it's going to be a problem. So if investor is coming and investor knows that he will not be paying much, you understand, or using his generator, investor will easily come because he knows that he has an easy access to affordable electricity that will help in business and whatever he produces.
Quite interesting. But now that we're talking about projects, I was speaking to someone the other time, and the person said, wow, commendably that Enugu has turned into a massive construction site. But besides that, people are worried that some of these projects may be abandoned projects.
How would they be abandoned? The projects will not be abandoned.
Somebody described it as putting the 5 fingers in the mouth. That there is a massive construction, unarguably credited to your administration, but they are worried that your administration may not be able to see it through.
Which one has been abandoned since all the roads in Enugu, all the roads in Emene, Transekulu, New Haven, everywhere, they are all being paved. Is anyone abandoned? None is abandoned. The Opin Suka Ogogo road that is being dualized and constructed now, has it been abandoned? Is ongoing. The AMA, because when I talk about linking up the 3 senatorial zones, you know that Mba has done that. Mba has linked Enugu West to Enugu North through this Ama, Olo, Ezago, Umolokpa road. That is almost completed. Do you understand? So if you are going to Uzo 1 now, you can easily, people of Uzo 1, instead of coming through Nsukka, they can now come through that road to Enugu. That is linking them. Or linking, if you can also go to Nsukka through the other way. Now, you also linked Enugu East to Enugu North through the road Owo, Obaho, Amankano, Omalo road going to Ubolafo. That one is completed now. Do you understand? That's linking the Enugu to even the north. All right. So anybody coming from that to Ubolo axis can easily access Enugu through that road. All right. So the 3 senatorial zones are strategically linked. You can also cover the 3 senatorial zones in a day. That's another thing. It's very strategic and intentional. All right. So that's what we've done.
All right. Let's come back to Southeast.
Yes.
Speaking to your performance, and I'm asking, what does this performance, speaking to Enugu's performance, say about governance trends in Southeast?
Yes, I like what is happening in Southeast because, when people talk now, I remember those days just like Jim and Sam Mbakwe. Do you understand? They were in MPP then. And they will say Jim is performing, Sam Mbakwe is performing. There is this kind of, what I call it, competition in terms of performance. And it is good for the Southeast, because now Mba is performing. People say, you just told me now that Abia State is also building smart school.
Yeah.
So you see there is more or less this kind of mild competition among the 2 states. All right, everybody is trying to outwit the other in terms of outdo the other in performance. That's a good thing for the people because any other governor wouldn't want to be called a laggard. Any other governor would also want to do something for the people, and that is good. And you see that in that rating, Southeast has the highest momentum.
Yeah.
And it's a good thing for us in South. Another thing that's remaining is just for us to also through to link up the various states in the Southeast with rail lines, and then kind of subnational kind of what do I call it? When we collaboration, you collaborate developmentally, to bring development to the southeast. So that's one area that...
when we were talking about this, something struck me.
Yes.
And that's the argument people make. And I really, listened to that and then observed as well that the southeastern states, the governors rarely come together to embark on same developmental projects for the region.
The governors come together. They have their Southeast Governors Forum. You understand, where they now bring up ideas and all that on development. But we have yet to see that collaboration in tangible terms. Right? It's something that might come, like we're looking at collaboration in terms of security, like, see what Enugu has done. Somebody else could say, okay, this command and control center, extend it to Anambra State. It's all about technology. Get the cameras extended, get it extended to Ebonyi State. We can collaborate. Enugu becoming the center. Or you could replicate the same thing in your state. All right? So the collaboration in terms of, if we are talking about rail lines, so okay, do your own up to this point, then I will link it up with my own at the borders.
Like you read my mind. That was going to be my next line of question.
Yes.
And I wanted to ask, you're in the inner circle of this administration in Enugu State. I ask, are there times where people moot the idea of having a rail network connecting all the southeastern states together?
That is something that is desirable. It's quite very desirable, but I know that...
it's not attainable.
No, it's attainable. Why not? It is. But for now, I can't say whether there is such a contemplation in the offing. If there is, I do not know. But I know that my governor and my state intends to build rail lines connecting the various places in Enugu State. Enugu, Nsukka, and other places will be connected. That I know.
Let's talk about the model of governance in Enugu State and the things you're doing, and I'm asking, is it possible for other states to be able to replicate Enugu's model, especially this unique progress tied to political and fiscal conditions?
Yes, it's quite very possible. And that's why I'm saying that though imitation never rises above the original, but imitation is also good. If you see something that is good, you can replicate it in your state. Nobody will come and say, why are you replicating what I did? Will anybody say that? Nobody will say that. So if you see something that is good, if you don't have the idea, you understand, you don't have the creativity, but you could see that somebody is doing this in their state and you see that it's paying off, you could imitate it. There's no crime in imitation. You could say, okay, let me do this also. Like the idea of smart school. OT might not be doing as many as we are doing, but OT has started. So any other person could say, okay, I'm going to build smart schools. I'm going to build type 2 hospitals. Do you understand? I'm going to even get Anambra A or Abia A or whatever you call it. Or the interchange terminals. You could say, look, Enugu, that's why I say that Enugu offers itself for a gaze. And that is the place of aesthetics. It offers itself for a gaze. So you are looking this thing and you marvel and say, what is this? So if this person can do it, I can also do it in my state. You could also come and learn from Enugu how all the moribund assets are revamped. You can revamp them and then you begin to get high revenue yielding assets that will also help to put more money in your hands. Look at the new Enugu city and what is coming from it. Who says anybody cannot imitate that and do it in your state? If you imitate that and do it in your state, it's in the interest of the people of Southeast, and it will be better for us. All right, because before now, before the Tinubu administration, Southeast cried marginalized. People who said we were being marginalized. And then somebody said, look, what are you telling me? Look at how much you have received. It's just left for you to develop your place. Develop your place. Don't wait for anybody, because if you develop your place very well, like what the governor is doing now, paving roads and all that and constructing new ones, it is for the people of the Southeast. Nobody will say, why are you doing this in your state? But if you are waiting for Abuja to do everything for you, like Mbakem now, who told you that Enugu in its life will rev up to 406 billion. 406 billion as eternally generated revenue, which means that without even collecting anything from the federal government, Enugu is home and dry. So who would have thought that? It takes a man. It takes a man to think order, to say, look, I'm not going to be like any other person. I need to innovate. I need to do something that is quite different to arise at a certain level. And that's what the governor has done. And it's paying off.
All right. Doc.
Yes.
What we're seeing, is this as a result of seeking to be re-elected into office when you go for second term? And you know why I ask this question? When we look at the indices, you see that some states where the governors are already enjoying their second term, they are now seeking re-election. In the indices, they didn't come close to the likes of Enugu, the likes of Abia State, and the rest of them. Imo State, for example, is another APC state that is at the backbone on this index. And we are asking, is this not as a result of wanting the people to re-elect the governor?
If you know the kind of person that Mbah is, you will know that Mbah is not doing this thing. You know, he told us something. He said, look, I'm not interested in whether you re-elect me or not. I'll just pack my bag and go back to Lagos where I came from. I'm not interested. But I have a target, I have a thing to do passionately, which I want to do for my people. I have the right key to unlock the economic potentials of this state. That's what Mbah has, and which you can clearly see that he has it. So it's not about anybody re-electing him or not. If after all he has done for Enugu and the people of Enugu say, look, we don't want you again, good and fine. But I know that the people of Enugu will not say we don't want you again. Because the good he's doing we're basking in it. The people of Enugu are enjoying it and drinking it to the lees. Somebody say, I drink life to the lees. The people of Enugu are drinking it to the lees. And the people are eager, very much eager to re-elect the governor. Because he has a lot to do. The projections, even at the fact that we have achieved many of the programs we wanted, but the target has always been, I will do this in 4 to 8 years. I will build 10,000 kilometers of roads in 4 to 8 years. So which means every year you build 1,250 roads. In 8 years, this is where you arrive. All right? So that is the target. So I don't think Enugu State will not reward performance with any negative thing. All right? The people are eager to re-elect the governor who is performing wonderfully. All right? So what he's doing, and if he comes second tenor, you know, these things are programmed and planned. They're planned that this is what I want to achieve. And let me tell you, it's not just Mbah will not end in Enugu State. I'm telling you. Because all over the nation, he's well known. Well known. The people are singing his praises everywhere. He will not. He has a destiny in the leadership of this country. He has a destiny in it. In the leadership of this country, he has a destiny in it. So it's not about second turn. It's not just about, you don't know who the governor is. The governor is just thinking small.
All right.
He's thinking very big. Far bigger than you can think in terms of what he would do, in terms of his programs and projects, and even in political activities. Do you understand?
So, finally, before I let you go, if we argue, and I agree with you that this is evidence of sustained reform, what more should we be expecting?
Who knows what to even expect with the Mbah administration? Did you ever expect that you would have Enugu A? Did you ever expect that you will have a new Enugu smart city? Did you, by any measure, envisage the transport terminals or the revamping of the moribund asset? Did you envisage all that? Nobody did. Did you, by the widest stretch of your imagination, entertain that Enugu would rake in 406 billion in IGR? So what will you envisage except that the governor will take you by surprise? He will always beat our imaginations. We are thinking of 660 megawatts of electricity. We are thinking of other things. So there is a lot to expect. But wait for them. They are coming gradually. And we will get there.
All right.
And the people of Enugu State will shout to Huru.
All right,
and say we have arrived. And the people of Enugu State will know that we once had a governor. Because I know that if the constitution allows for third term, Bah will get it by virtue of what he's doing.
I don't know if the governor would be looking for a third term.
He will not. No, he's not. I wouldn't. I said if the constitution.
Yes, if the
but
constitution.
What I'm saying is that even after now, he's headed for somewhere.
All right.
Go and mark it. I said he has a destiny in the leadership of this country.
Nation.
Yes.
All right. Just finally, before we go, it's just a closing statement, and I'm going straight to your first sentence in this write-up this morning, that petermbah of Enugu State has done exceedingly well within 3 years of his governance of Enugu State is no longer news. His deeds are breathed abroad. Would the opposition agree with you, Dr. Ruben?
Will the opposition not agree with me if the indices are on the ground? They can see it very visible. What is there for anybody to agree with me? Do I need anybody to agree with me that there are 267 smart schools? Do I need anybody to agree with me that there are 260? You know, when we talk about this, we are talking about 200. We are not talking about 17. We are not 17 local government. We are talking about 260. Do I need anybody to agree with me? Do I need anybody to agree with me that there is Enugu A? Do I need anybody to agree with me that there is no Enugu Smart City? Do I need anybody to agree with me that there is ICC, there is Enugu International Hospital, there is Enugu International Hotel? What do I need anybody to agree with me? I don't need anybody to agree with me. If somebody chooses to be blind, even if you are blind, you will feel it. I say you will feel it. You will eat it. You will touch it. Otherwise, you will stamp on it with your feet.
In other words, the opposition are enjoying the legacy of the government.
Aren't they enjoying it? They are that's what they do.
Dr. Ruben, Dr. Ruben, that's our time today on the Insights.
All right.
Thank you very much. It's been a pleasure having this conversation with you.
Thank you.
Yes, Dr. Ruben Onyishi is the Senior Special Assistant to the Governor of Enugu State on New Media. And you are a wonderful audience. You've listened to Dr. Ruben Onyishi. Let us know what you think about this conversation and what Dr. Ruben has said. Reach us with the hashtag, The Insight, on our social media handles, all at Aneke TV. To come your way same time tomorrow, I remain your host, Uche Osai, saying bye-bye.
Time, the silent witness to human courage, the keeper of memory, the archivist of greatness.
Across the vast landscapes of Africa, from the savannas to the bustling cities, voices once rose, ideas once bound, and visions once dared to challenge the limits of their age.
They were not merely individuals. They were epochs in human form.
In literature, minds such as Chinua Achebe, Wole Soyinka, and Ngugi wa Thiong'o reclaimed the African narrative.
Through ink and imagination, they dismantled distorted histories and restored the dignity of African identity. Their words were not just stories.
They were mirrors, reflecting a people long misunderstood, and windows opening the world to the depths of African civilization.
In the realm of science and knowledge, pioneers like Philip Emeagwali proved that African intellect could reshape the frontiers of computing and technology. Their work was a quiet revolution, reminding the world that innovation knows no geography.
And in leadership, towering figures emerged when history demanded courage. Men like Nnamdi Azikiwe, Kwame Nkrumah, Nelson Mandela, and Julius Nyerere redefined freedom, not as a privilege bestowed, but as a right reclaimed.
They spoke for millions. They endured prisons, exile, and resistance. Yet, their vision transcended the politics of their time.
They dreamed of a continent awakened. Today, their echoes travel through generations.
In every African classroom, in every curious mind, in every dream that refuses limitation. For history is not merely what has passed, it is the foundation upon which tomorrow stands.
The past still speaks. Its lessons remain. Its voices endure.
This is not just remembrance, it is inheritance. Echoes of the past, where history breathes and legacy lives on.
Aneke television. How agribo mu die ku nkwa zere na ahia mgboju okuku kakwa ogugu ema. How mbo wa bia na ihe ebube eme. Mgbagbu wa gbatawa na ihe ebube emewa. Aneke television na emere ogbe ya mere amadi ihe. Ị na-agba nkwụ, ị na-eme nkepụta nwa, ị na-akwa ozu, ị na-agba akwụkwọ. Bịawa na Aneke television, bịa ka ezuoru ozi ọma. Bịawa na Aneke television yidume. How na-emere ogbe ya mere amadi ihe. Ume Igbo bịawo na nke a bụ nke anyị. Ị mara ebe ọ ga-anọ etiwe ọmọnwụ ntakịtụkwa mọwụsi nne. Ya mere ha ji wee weta
si na ekwe kụọ ama agba ekwe ụmụ nwaanyị akụọla o ọkwa na nzukọ ụmụ nwaanyị oge anyị ji akpa maka ọdịmma anyị karịkwa maka ọdịmma ezinụlọ. Nzukọ ụmụ nwaanyị bụ ebe anyị na-akpa maka arụike anyị, ndọrọ ndọrọ ọchịchị, azụmahịa, omenala ndị ahụ dị mma nakwa ihe ndị ahụ ga-eweta ọganihu n'obodo. Naanị ihe ị ga-eme bụ sonyela anyị na nzukọ ụmụ nwaanyị ebe ahụ a na-akarị ihe na-eweta ọganihu n'obodo. Ndị nne, ndị nna, oge a bụkwa nke anyị. Sonyela anyị na Aneke TV n'ebe a na-emetụ aka n'ihe ndị oyibo na-akpọ social media na TikTok, YouTube, Facebook, X, Instagram. Ọkwa na Aneke TV ka ihe ndị a niile na-eme. Aneke TV, anyị apụọnụ. Daalụ gị bụ onye na-esonyela anyị na nke taa na nzukọ ụmụ nwaanyị na Aneke TV. Abụ m Ngozi Ọtahumele. Dịka anyị si eme na nkata anyị, ọ bụghị n'ụsọsọ ofu onye na-eji ikwe. Ndị ga-ekwu okwu tata buru ibu, gbaa agba, donye adonye, maka na ihe anyị na-eji neba anya tata bụ ihe na-emetụta obodo, ihe ha fụrụ wee tibe mkpu. Maka na asị na ebe nwatakịrị na-ebe akwa na-alụ aka na o nwere ihe dị na ya, o nwere ihe ha fụrụ ha ji eti mkpu a ha na-eti. Ọ gịnị ka anyị na-eji n'anya taa? Ihe anyị na-eji n'anya tata bụ kedu otu e ga-esi wee kwụsị alụmdi ụmụaka. O tego aka n'obodo ihe a na-aga anọkata ifu nwatakịrị dị arọ ite naanị ma nwatakịrị dị arọ 15 anụpịa di. Ndị a n'ebe a tata bụ ndị jikọrọ aka ọnụ, otu jikọrọ aka ọnụ na-anụ ọgụ dị iche iche, onweghị ebe ha anaghị etinye aka ime ka mpụ kwụsị n'obodo. Ha ga-afụ ebe ajọ ihe na-eme gba nkịtị. Nke ndị na-ekwu maka ya nsụ ọnya n'oyibo asị nọ coalition of civil society, national coalition ya bụ otu jikọrọ ndị dị iche iche na anụ ọgụ nke a bụ ndị ngalaba Enugu maka ebe onye bi ka ọ na-awachi ihe ha ji anụrụ ọgụ n'Enugu a bụ n'ebe ha bi maka na onwe ka esi wee tibe mkpu n'akụkụ ebe ha bi ha nụ ya ha dalara ụla ndị mụ na ha nọ tata wee bụrụ site n'aka nne m ambassador pastor Kate Obodekwe anyị na-asị gị nnọọ na nke tata onye ọzọ sokwa anyị tata nọ n'aka ekpe wee bụrụ Odoziakụ na Ọkpatakụ Cecilia Ndokoli anyị na-asị gị nnọọ na nke tata
ndị be anyị daalụ
onye ọzọ anyị na ya nọkwa wee bụrụ Ijeọma Obinna
ndị be anyị ndewo nụ anyị soro nọrịa ka anyị nụrụ ka akụkọ a ga-esi wee gaa ka anyị ga-esi wee gwa unu ha ga-enyekwala ya aka ịkwụsị mmegide ụmụaka
daalụrị nne Odoziakụ Ijeọma Obinna Ọnwụka isonyela anyị na nke tata m ga-ebido ebe ị nọ Ijeọma Obinna Ọnwụka ihe anyị na-ene anya bụ otu anyị ga-esi wee kwụsị alụmdi ụmụaka kedu arụ one nwatakịrị kwesịrị ịdị tupu anụpụ ya di
oke ekwubu ya nwatakịrị ọbụla ya nwata nwaanyị bụrụ ndị a na-akwanye n'ihu di ya na-ekwu okwu ya kwesịrị itoru mmanụ akọ na uche mmanụ ihe bụ ịnụgodi di tupu ọnụnwa di ahụ anyị wee nyewe anya na ihe gbasara constitution anyị ma child marriage act n'Enugu steeti o wee si na nwatakịrị ọbụla na-kwesịrị ije di kwesịrị iru age of 18 tupu o ruo gawa ije di ahụ so asịsị kwubi ya nwatakịrị nwaanyị ọbụla tupu o jewe ije di o kwesịrị iru age 18 ahụ tupu o jewe
ya bụ na o torugo ihe eji nwaanyị eme
ọ ya bụ ihe lụọ anyị nwa na-agwa anyị na o torugo n'ọrụ arọ n'ahụ na o torugo ilu ha eji nwaanyị eme
daalụrị nne ka m bịa ebe ị nọ ambassador Kate Obodekwe a sị na ihe na anụ ọgụ a bụ ka ị ga-esi wee kwụsị alụmdi ụmụaka kedu ebe unu nọ wee fụ ụdị ihe a na-eme maka ọtụtụ ndị mmadụ ama mma na ọ na-eme o nwere dịka ebe anụpụ nwatakịrị dị ihe dịka arọ 10 ma ọ na-erube ha afọ ịsatọ anụnwa unu na-ekwu maka ya kpata o ji wee bụrụ ihe na-echuru unu ụla
daalụrị nne Odoziakụ Ngozi Ọtakwu mere n'eziokwu anyị afụgo ebe ọtụtụ ụdị ihe a na-eme ọ bụrụ sọsọ n'Enugu steeti ebe niile anyị afụgo ebe nwatakịrị dị 10 years a na-anụpịa nke kasị agbawa m obi bụ na nwoke a na-anụ ya dị 30 years just gwa m ife nwatakịrị maka sa akakụnya bụ nwatakịrị na m ga-asị na akakụnya bụ nwatakịrị n'aka dimkpa lugo 30 years nwatakịrị dị 10 years bulu mmanya gbala egwu na-abịa n'iru gị enwe obi ka obi n'alịa mmanya anwa so anyị afụgo ọtụtụ ife dị iche iche dị otu a ọ na-emetụ anyị n'obi na-agbawa anyị n'obi anyị wee sị mba na anyị ga-ekuni jee soro n'ụba ọgụ a fụ na ọ bịa n'isi njedebe maka na afụgokwa m nwoke dị almost 30 nwa nwatakịrị nwaanyị dị 13 years mgbe anwa anyị ka ebidoro ịnụ ọgụ a mana anyị bụ nwoke na nwaanyị a nọgidelu di na nwunye ya bụ nke nwaanyị ruo 20 something years ọ ga ka o ji wee malụ na ka ọ dị ka mgbe aka anyị anya te o wee sị hei ya nọ ife a ka ọ na-agabiga since just obere ife na-ekwesịrị ịselu di na nwunye okwu otu akafa si wee gbasa because na ya bụ nwatakịrị nwa maybe mgbe anwa ọ jere ije dị a ọ dịrọ prepared ọ dịrọ matured because to me ije di na nwunye ma nke nwoke ma nke nwaanyị kwesịrị dị matured and maturity abụrụ sọsọ na age o kwesịrị obi kwesịrị dị matured everything about that person dị kwesịrị dị matured especially n'ebe nwaanyị nọ because nwatakịrị nwaanyị dị 10 years 12 years 13 even 18 years nwanụ ka bụ nwatakịrị even 21 ka bụ nwatakịrị mana ọ bụrụgo na law si 18 years mana ọ bụrụ n'uche aka m ya bụ 18 years aka dịbagodu ka nwatakịrị dị nwaanyị dị nkwadebe Onya ka eji abịa efu nwatakịrị nwaanyị elu banye n'ije dị n'oge ọ pụọ n'ebe ahụ ọ kwere eme ọgbabanye kọrọ m n'ọnụ ụtọ.
Daalụ rinne Cecilia Ndụ Okoli dịka ndị ọzọ si wee tinye ọnụ ọ bụrụ na m mụọ nwa dịka otu anọ kịta nwa m dị ihe dịka arụ 10 mkpọpụ ya dị kedu ihe gbasatara unu na ya ka ihe ọ ga-eji chubere unu ụlọ ọkwa nwa m ka ọ bụ
daalụ Ngozi ọ na-echu anyị ụla maka na ọ na-eme nwatakịrị nwaanyị ahụ na-ekeluru ọgụ ịnụ di ọ banye abanye o nwere mgbe ọ ga-eto ọfụzia na ibie ni kasị ya mma ọnụkọta ọgbapụ na disel na-eyizi trọza ọ na-eyiri oge nke ife ya ya na di ya sịwazie ọbawazie mba di ya na-asị na ọ gbago n'ilo na ọ na-enyezie respect this and that mgbe ahụ ọ afụgo m onye nke dị 49 mgbe ọ nụrụ nwatakịrị ọ dị 25 mgbe ọ nụrụ nwatakịrị ya dị 13 years so nwoke wee dịzie 49 nwaanyị ahụ nwatakịrị amụgo 4 children wee yiri ya na ụmụaka na-eyizi trauza so nwatakịrị wee na-agazi nwoke wee bụrụ nwunye ya pụta na chọọchị ndị chọọchị si nenene eji nwoke na nwatakịrị a ikwere ka o puo eze wee jee nụrụ ya otogo mgbe ọ ga-eji wee mega anyị nke iwe sizi ya mba nụnụ ihe ọ sị na onye kpatara nkụ
arụrụ si ngwere bịara ya ọlụ
so na ihe na-eme bụ na the thinking kedu ihe a na-akpịa n'oyibo echiche ha na-aba ararọ maka onwe ihe dịka na at least iji 2 years wee tọọ nwunye gị or just age gap ahụ adị too small know your friend ifunu nna abụ ga na-akpọ ọfụma mana ị bịa nụta obere nwa ị na-eme expect biko na-ekwe n'ihe na nna asụ ka oyibo ị na-eme expect ka o jiri aka ya mara ihe o kwesịrị ime gị nwa amatago onye kụzie na nwatakịrị a gbaziwezi ya ntu otopu wee na-respect gị.
Daalụ rinne ịma na ajụjụ njụ ka m bịa ebe ị nọ Ijeọma ajụjụ njụ bụ otu a unu nọ kịta na-anụ ọgụ anụnwa mụnwa bụ ihe mụrụ nwa ndị dibịa nata ha mmanya nata ha ego ọkwa nwa m ihe m na-ajụzụ bụ kedu ihe gbasara unu kedu ihe na-aṅụ panadol n'isi na-awụ onye ọzọ.
Daalụ Oriakụ Ngozi ajụjụ ga-asakwa gị ya gwakwa gị na onwe ihe gbasatara maka ya ịkpọrọ nwa 10 years ka nwa dị below 18 years ekwu wee jee kpọ ya nwoke tọrọ ya nụ nyere ya so much gap makwa na enwe health implications arụ ọkụ ofu bụ na o nwere ike nwa juto na arụ ihe mepebe ka arụ nwaanyị kwesịrị imepe o nwere ike nwụrụ o nwere ike asị na operation ka a ga-eme ya ebe a na-eme operation because na arụ ya akaba aka it will affect her. Ọzọ dịka ibe ya ọnwa ọya ndị a na-ayakarị vesico vaginal fistula na-adị emekarị obere nwa na-akaba aka ịlụ di obido ya ahụ ebido ya ebugharịwa mgbe ahụ ịghọta na ya ka o ji gbasata anyị mere anyị ji achụrụ ya n'oge ọzọkwa bụrụ na enwere ike na akwapụ ya jee nụọ di ya jee nụọ di ya o ruo ebe ahụ bikos na nwoke ahụ karịrị ya na age nwoke a na-emegide ya nwoke a na-eti ya heti nkatitel pan nwoke nwere ike ọ pụọ n'ụlọ mgbe ọ sọrọ ọ nata bikos na obere nwa ka ịkpọ gị ya after na onwe eruru ịgwa gị okwu gịnị ya ama ntukwu nwaanyị ka di na nwunye kpaa nkata maka o nwere ebe ọ raharụ gị na ihe na so ya mere anyị ji si na ọ gbasatara anyị na ọ ka mma na anyị chụwara ya chụwa ewu ojii kịta ụtụtụ dị tupu chi ejiri ka anyị chụwa ya ka anyị nwere ike kwụsị ya
nata ihe a niile
maka na ọ dịrọ mma nwa gị dịrị ime n'ụlọ ịmara onye tụwara ime ịkpọrọ onye ya agadi nwoke all in the name of ka asị na ọ nụrụ di ọ dịrọ mma anyị chọrọ ka a kwụsị ya.
Daalụ rinne
Odozi Akụ Ngozi biko ka tinye ọnụ n'ofu a obele soso ofu okwu ka chi iji wee sa gị ajụjụ anyị jụ ife o ji awala anyị isi ife ofu okwu nchi ikwu na ya bụ na ndị Igbo si na gịnị mere na nwa bụ nwa ọra a na-agụkwu ya n'afa ofu onye ada amụ nwa nọ ngị bulie n'afọ mmụọ bụrụ na ọsọsọ gị mụrụ ya maka ife metụla anya metụla imi and na anya ma nnọkwanụ asị ndị na-fight against it esi na ọnwa dị afọ na ife sọ gị ka ị ga-eme na ị ga-anụ ihe dị na 9 years asị nwa bụ nwa ọra ososo ofu okwu aka chi tụnye ya na nwa bụ nwa ọra ofu onye ada amụ nwa
daalụrụ nne
ịbịakwa nwatakịrị amụ nụrụ di n'oge ịnanya ha na-amụgide ụmụ mụta 17 anọgụ m na anyị nọ na-arụ na ime obodo ị na-ajụ nwaanyị ụmụ ndị dịka ịmụ si na ha dịkwa 17 mana mmadụ 7 bụ ihe dị ndụ taa anyị na-ahụ ụfọdụ si na 9 dị nke enwe ijikwa nọ n'ọdị mgbe ya dị 9 years ka akwanyere ya na di
ifu na nkwanye ka a na-akwanye
ya dịbụrụ ndị amadị ihe bụ di ahụ na ọjọọ si na amụnye amụta ya ofu nwunye na-asị ya na ịbụ ị ga-abụ nwunye ya o jecha buneta ogbe bred maọbụ ihe abịa nye nne ọsị nekwe di gị echi na ọkpọ gị jee nakwuru ebe ahụ ọ nakwụzie nwatakịrị amadị ihe a na-akọdo akọ n'abalị ahụ nwoke emego nwatakịrị na-agba ọsọ asị achịkwu a na-enu ya otu a biko nụ ọ na-eme anyị na-ekwu ka population control ya ka akwụsịnata ya mmadụ eju ebe niile agụrụ akwụkwọ ma ochi na ihe at least onye mmụọ ya zụrụ ọnụ n'ogodo ofu ma ịbụ aka ịzụta ha ọfụma Naijiria dị na mmanụ mana ebe ọ na-amụ ha mụsa ha ma
obodo a na-aghasa m
onye zụta ọbịa onye gị bụ mama ema njụta
ebe o si wee weta daalụrụ nne dịka i kwuru Agụdị ambasadọ Kate ọ dịghị ka ọ gịnị bụ ihe na-akpata ezinụlọ akpọpụ nwa ha dịka ụlọ ahụ na-alụ kịta ama m na omego ọtụtụ ihe unu nyopụtachel ọ dịghị ka ọ gịnị bụ ihe na-akpata ụfọdụ ji akpọpụ ụmụ ha na-etolu ha etolu ka o jebe dị
daalụrụ nne maka ajụjụ odozi akọgozi m ga-etinye ọnụ ụzọ m ga-enye atụmatụ mebi ịbụọ ma ịtọ first bụ na ife na-akpatakarị na eji enupụ ụmụaka nwaanyị oge fapelu mpe bụ dịka odozi akụ anyị kwuru na amụjusi ụmụ ebe niile ego eji azụ adịrọzi ikezi ofu agadi nwoke mebi na nwunye nwụrụ anwụ o mebi ndị na-achọ ịnụ ofu ebu ịtọ ịnọ ise at the same time ọfụgo na ọnọdụ ka ọnọdụ ya bụ family dị o si n'azụ maka ọ na-ebidokarị wit ndị nne ọ na-ebidokarị wit ndị nne ndị ọkọ ọchịchọ ndị ọka akpịlị ndị chọrọ ka ka ọ bụrụ na onye dị otu a na-anụ amafa nwaanyị bikos na ofugo ka ọnọdụ dị na ezinụlọ onunu nwa ya onunye ịbụnụ di enwere ike jụ ya bụ mbụ nke nwaanyị ekwechili si na ọ ga-eje lele ya bụ ije di ụfọdụ ọbụrụkwa nke nwoke ga-asị na ọ ga-eje ya ka e wee mee gịnị ka e wee na-ereduce the number of the children na the family then ụfọdụ abụrụkwa na maybe na parents enere ụmụaka anya ọfụma onwe ka nwatakịrị nwaanyị si wee jegide ije azụ bute afọ ime because obute afọ ime afọ mara onye tụbanya ọ bụ na ọma onye tụbanya asị ya ma ọ bụ agadi nwoke ma ọ bụ gịnị ngwa sekwali akwanye ọbanye na dedi obido ọ ga-ataba afụfụ ụfọdụ abụrụkwa just like nkwukwa mbụ ọ bụrụ ọnọdụ family ọ bụrụ nwe ka nwatakịrị a si wee tụta ime mkpuke eburukwa ofu agadi nwoke na-achọkwa nwunye na ma ọ bụ nwe ka arụ si wee dedo nwa nke nwoke ma ọ bụrụ ndị afụgokwu nwoke arụ na-adịsịrọ akpalụ nwatakịrị nwaanyị maka na ọ tụtara ime mkpuke jedunye nwoke arụ na-adịsịrọ mma olu ebe anwa nwoke ewelea ma isi na-adịsịrị ya mma asụnwụ owelea anya ama triti nwatakịrị nwaanyị so n'ife niile a ka anyị na-agba anyị fụsịa anyị asị mba na anyị ga-akwụsị ya bụ ife na ọ dị njọ rinne
daalụrụ nne Ijeọma ama m na onwe ihe ị ga-atụnye na nyocha unu nyocha maka ama m na tupu na anụwa ọgụ a o nwere ihe unu fụcha ndị onwe ihe ị ga-atụnye ọ dịghị ka onye a na-eme ụfọdụ ezinụlọ ji akpọpụ ụmụ ha na-etoghị eto
daalụ maka ajụjụ a Oriakụ Ngozi ụfọdụ ihe anyị fụ melụ anyị ji wee chụwa ya anyị na-achụ ịkwụsị ọnụmụ di ụmụaka ụmụ nwanyị bụ na anyị chọpụta na ndị ụfọdụ ha bịa ihe akpọrọ poverty enwere ego na-eme ndị ụfọdụ ọnwụ ka nwoke nwanyị nwere ka sị na o si Lagos bata na o wedatara bread na o bu moto wee nata ọ na o bu dị keke ma ọ bụ ọkada nata because na ezinụlọ ahụ afụtube bicycle ka ọ fọzie ha wee bịa sị ya na nwa onye dị ụta si na ya chọkwara ịnụ nwa gị maka na o si n'ụzọ bata ọ bụrụ onye nọ n'obodo and poverty ha enego anya onye a nata na o nyere anyị rice na ọ bịakwa dashi ama ego ha ewerugo ebe o nyere anyị nri o nyere anyị ego ka ihe ọzọ nne gawa n'ụlọ at least anyị ga na-eriju afọ di gị ga na-echeta anyị ọ ga na-ewenetara anyị nri anyị ga na-eriju afọ so na ihe anyị nyopụtere mere anyị so n'ofu ihe anyị nyopụtere anyị ji chụwa ahịa ọzọ abụrụ dịka nwanne m nwaanyị kwara na ekwubukwere m ya mbụ ụfọdụ na-abụ nwa gị eje tụrụ ime n'iro ịmara onye tụwarị anụ ka a hapụ ịbụ na ifere na egotere ifere na ezinụlọ gị so anyị achọrọ ka ifere ahụ bịa be anyị kama ifere ahụ ga-adị n'ezinụlọ anyị ọ ka mma na nkwali ya kwanyere ofu nwoke onweghị ka ọ bụrụ onye aṅụrụma onweghị ka ọ bụrụ onye arụ adịrọ ya ọ bụrụ onye onweghị ka ọ bụrụ an autistic person ya ọ bụrụ onye ara ya ọ bụ na ndị be ha ji to something dị ụtọ na achọrọ ka ọ bụrụ na ọ zara nọọ mmadụ na nwoke na nụ ya ọ bụrụ ọkụ ya nwe nwa kwanye ya ka ifere
wee ghara ime ha
dị n'ezinụlọ anyị ọ ya bụ ya ahụ so na ha anyị fụchalụ anyị ji wee chụwa si mba o a kọntinu otu ụmụ nwaanyị anyị ha ama ju akwụkwọ adọwa ụmụ nwaanyị anyị n'ụlọ ifu na ụmụ nwoke jecha ụmụ nwaanyị ama o nwere ife nwaanyị echefu n'ọkwanụ nwaanyị bụ ezinụlọ dị taa ya nwaanyị bụ ife ọ bụrụ nwaanyị onwero na ịgụọ cheki ya n'ezinụlọ ọbụla agụta ụmụ nwoke 10 gụta ofu nwaanyị a ga-eme ụmụ nwoke 10 ahụ kwesịrị ime ị na-afụkwu ya ọ na-eme n'anya gị yes onye ọbụla na-afụ ya ọ dịrọ ka ọ dị mbụ asị na kpọga nwa m nwoke skuul nke nwaanyị ma nke kpọgara ọdị skuul na-emekarị ihe nke nwoke akpọgara skuul so ọhịa bụ ha iji wee anyị fụrụ ya n'oge wee fụ na ọ dịrọ mma si nye ụmụ nwaanyị anyị ohere ka ha gaa skuul ruo arọ ole ha kwesịrị iru tupu ha anụwa di ọ bụrụ maka poverty maka ifere ịkpalụ nwa gị kwafu kwanyere nwoke na kwesịrị ebu
daalụ nne dozie akụ Silia ọ dịka onwe ihe ịchọ ịtụnyekwa dịka a na-ekwu
ọ covered o mechitaghị ha maka agụrụ akwụkwọ a ma ọ bụ dịka mgbe ị na-ezi nwa nwoke nwoke onye bụ ideji ụlọ ị na-ene anya ọ bụrụ na onye a bụ nnọọ ihe niile idebe nke nwaanyị n'ụlọ and ọ bụrụ na nke nwaanyị ahụ o nwetenụrụ ihe dịka 500 naira n'aka gị ị naghị enye pocket money ma 1000 ọ bụ ofe anụ onye asị Ọnịcha mee bụrụ ọkada vii ma ọ tụne moto na-asụ ọ na-asụ onye 3000 naira
ọ dị ya ka ụpanye gị ụwa niile
ọ fụnụrụ ego a n'aka gị onwe ihe ọ gwa ya ma ozugbo ọtụ n'ime onye sokwa na-eme ụmụaka nwaanyị a na-anụ di n'oge so biko na anyị na-ayọ ndị nne na ndị nna netonu nwa nwaanyị gị anya ma ndị nwoke akwa na-ezu ọkwa ha ọfụma ha ga-ebukwa mebikwa obodo
daalụ o nwere ajụjụ m chọrọ ịjụ ka njụ onye pastọ ihu na anụlụ ọgụ a bụ si anụpụ na nwatakịrị nwaanyị na-etolubeghị ọ na o nwere ụmụ nwoke na-adị ihe dịka arọ 13 na-anụ nwaanyị ụna na-anụkwa ọgbụrụ ndị nke nwoke ka ọ na-ada afụ ụmụ nwoke na-etolubeghị eto ahapụ ya ka o jee n'ọnwa nwaanyị dịka ụfọdụ ndị na-eme ofu mkpụrụ nwa nwoke anya mụ achọ ka ọ nụọ nwaanyị n'oge ka o wee bido n'oge wee mụba ọ na ụdị ha ada eme n'ebe ụmụ nwoke nọ
daalụ nne ma ka ọ dị ebe oke ka ọ dị ebe oge nọ ka anyị na-ekwukwa maka nke ụmụ nwaanyị nke ụmụ nwoke sokwazi tu ife o ji wee dị ka anyị na-ekwukarị maka nke ụmụ nwaanyị because nature of ụmụ nwaanyị because ụmụ nwaanyị to start with bugodu the weaker vessels ọsọsọ ofu mkpụrụ ngwu ka esi na ngwu nwoke niile wee mepụta wee kee nwaanyị so nyakwe all the ojiwede ka so ụmụ nwaanyị ka face kale mana anyị na-ekwukwazi against ụmụ nwoke dịkwazị young dị under age wee na-anụ nwaanyị osogodi ya bụ n'ososofu nwa ka ọ bụ because na bụ nwoke kwesịrị ịdị both matured in mind in spirit in everything before o wee na-anụta nwaanyị just like etu si wee kwu mbụ na ọ bụrụ na nwoke ma nwaanyị akwado wee banye n'ije di na nwunye onye ibe aka nsogbu na-ebute esi ebidokarị efu nwatakịrị nwoke ikekwe ọ bụrụ na mama parents ya chọtara anya bụ nwaanyị ọ na-anụ ọ bụrụ ọdụ onye ji aka ya wee chọta ike ọ bụrụ na ịfụnanya dị ọ na ya bụ marriage ọ welu maka na akwanyere ya ọ wee jebe n'inya bụ ije dị o nwezi ike elue ọ bụrụ ife ọfụlụ ka ife ọ chelụ ka ọ na-afụwazi before ịmala ife na-emenụ ike ọ banye into violent marriage etibe a na-anụ song before ịmala ife na-emenụ asị na nwatakịrị egbue nwunye ụfọdụ kwanụ ọ bụrụ na ọ dịrọ prepare na ọmarọ nwaanyị mbụ wee banye na ya bụ ije dị na nwunye ikezikwa ọ bụrụ na ya bụ problem si n'aka nya ma ọmarọ parents ya amarọ because na ọ dịrọ prepared parents ya prepare there was nothing like na ejelu test all those things achọsọkwalụ nwatakịrị ofu nwa ọkwabanye na marriage oluzie ikezi nke nwaanyị ọ na-atụ anya na emere ana na ọdị ime nwaanyị adịrị ime ebodo nwaanyị n'ọnya so na ka ọ dị bọọke ka ọ dị bọọke nọ ka anyị na-ekwu maka nke nwaanyị ka anyị na-ekwu maka nke nwoke because na parents kwesịrị ịdị na prepare both the males and the females at the same time ka fa dị nkwadebe ịbanye n'ije dị anụnwa na ọ dịrọkwa n'izi because ọ dịrọ ka ọyị nwoke na ọyị nwaanyị nọketa isi na ịda ayizi ije dị na nwunye bụ a lifetime thing. Let there be a spiritual preparation, physical preparation before an abanye na anya bụ ije dị na nwunye
maka ọ dịghị mfe
ọ
bụghị egwu achị ụtaba n'aka wee na-agba
atọ
daalụrị nne gị bụ onye ọma na-ene n'anya ama m na ka isi ekwu na ọ na-adaba maka ihe eji anụkwa anụ ọgụ anụwa maka echi maka idozie tata ọ dị mma echi ahapịa ihe niile ghasaa ọkwa anyị ncha niile bụ ihe ga-ata afịa ka anyị ṅụọ mmiri ọ bụ na anyị gbatịa ụkwụ nkata anyị na-aga n'iru a sị na ekwe kụọ ama agba ekwe ụmụ nwaanyị akụọla o ọkwa na nzukọ ụmụ nwaanyị oge anyị ji akpa maka ọdịmma anyị karịkwa maka ọdịmma ezinụlọ nzukọ ụmụ nwaanyị bụ ebe anyị na-akpa maka arụike anyị ndọrọ ndọrọ ọchịchị azụmahịa omenala ndị ahụ dị mma nakwa ihe ndị ahụ ga-eweta ọganihu n'obodo naanị ihe ị ga-eme bụ sonyela anyị na nzukọ ụmụ nwaanyị ebe ahụ a na-akarị ihe na-eweta ọganihu n'obodo ndị nne ndị nna oge a bụkwa nke anyị sonyela anyị na Aneke TV n'ebe a na-emetụ aka na ihe ndị oyibo na-akpọ social media na TikTok, YouTube, Facebook, X, Instagram ọkwa na Aneke TV ka ihe ndị a niile na-eme Aneke TV anyị apụọnụ daalụ dịka ị ka na-esonyela anyị nkata anyị ka na-agakwa n'iru ihe anyị na-ene anya bụ kedu ka anyị ga-esi wee gbochie alụmdi ụmụaka na-etolu ha etolu akwalụ ha kwanye na di ebe o si emetụkarị aka bụ ụmụ nwaanyị maka ọ dịkọ nke ụmụ nwaanyị bụ ihe dị njọ mana onweghọ nke na-adịghọ njọ dịka ambasadọ Kate si wee kwuo ma nwoke ma nwaanyị na ka ọ dịbe oke bụ ka ọ dịbe ogene ya bụ na onweghị ụzọ esi wee jebie ọ dị mma wee na-abịa ebe ị nọ Ijeọma kedu ọrụ unu na-alụ kedu ihe bụ ọrụ unu otu a nnọ kịta ọ bụrụ na mfụ ihe na-eme bịa gwa unu kedu ihe unu ga-eme
daalụ maka ajụjụ na coalition anyị bụ National Coalition on Ending Child Marriage Enugu State Chapter anyị nwa na-eme n'Enugu State Chapter bụ ijisi ike gaa na communities gwa parents okwu gbasalụ ime ka ụmụ ha ndị na-erube ogo ịnụ di tupu ha ka ha jee lụọ di. Anyị emegokwa some other programs like mgbe anyị mere community bylaw program. Yeah, I have a program I met with some communities in Enugu State. ekpula atọ nọ na mgbo akwụke na ụmụ atụgbanwa community anyị wee kọwalụ ha gbasalụ maka a na-ajụ ka ha nwa bụ ndị community ga-esi wee gbochuo ikpụpụ nwa ha na-etobeghị eto ka ọ jee ije dị ha wee kọwara ha na enwe ihe dịka community bylaw ime ihe dịka community bylaw. Gịnị bụ bylaw ahụ? Nya ihe ga-echịkọ ọrụ obodo niile iji wee kwụsị nwa ha nwaanyị ịga ije dị na-erube oge ịga ije dị.
Ọ bụrụ ihe obodo ahụ kwekọta na ha ga na-eme.
Yes, ọ bụrụ iwu ndị obodo mana a ga-ede ya ede, ọ bụrụ na just n'iwu atụ n'ọnụ. A ga-ede ya ede dị sure na ndị kwesịrị ịsụ aka na akwụkwọ na ịsaịn ya
tinyechara ya aka na ya.
Yes, adịkwa sure na ọrụ obodo kwetara na ha ahụ ha kwuru maka tupu n'ime community taa mkpọrọ ekpula atọ na akwụke ka nọ na the process. Ha ka na-eme nke ha ka na-adịkwa agụgharịa ka eme arrive at something. Mana ndị ụmụ atụgbọma nọ na Nkanu West local government emego nke ha dechie ihe niile asainichago ya nke ha adịgo ready. Ha chọọ ihe fọn ha bụ na ịkpọkọzi obodo niile mee ya dịka a na-eme ya akpọkwa anyị nwabụzi ndị coalition ka ha gwazi anyị na ya ha anyị gwakwa ha na ha
etinyebeghị ya n'ọrụ.
Ha emebi ya nọọ ihe a na-agwakwa gị iwu sokwu ya nya onye daa iwu a nyekwa ha anyị ga-eme ya na anyị chọrọ ka ụmụ anyị ndị nwaanyị gawa skuul. Onye nke na-ama ngwa skuul si tinye ya n'ọrụ ka
ndị mụọ aka ọrụ
na ọ nọrụ na-arụ something na-emeghe dị sure na ọ bụ na ọ bụrụ skuul na ọ na-amụ aka ọrụ tupu o ruo oge ịlụ di na ọ bụrụ anọkata maka na nwoke atụwala ime sikwa ya rụzigharị ya onye ahụ. So na ha chọzi onye ọbụla ha fụ kwanyere nwa ya jee nụọ di
na-etolu
iwu obodo megidere ya. Anyị ọbụla ha kwuru n'akwụkwọ iwu ha n'ọhịa
ha ga-eme
ikpe ọhịa ka ha sị na ị ga-apụrụ ha n'obodo ị ga-apụ. Ha sị na ị ga-enye ha ego ole dị ụta ị ga-enye ha sị na ị ga-eme ha nke a ị ga-eme ya. So na ha chọọ ụmụ nwaanyị a enwere ike ọ bụ na nwa gị tụtara ime gị dobe ya ọnwa gị ka ọ bụ ọmụọ nwa ahụ ikuru nwa oge ruo mgbe ọ ga-eji bidokwa akwụkwọ ya jebe akwụkwọ azụ bido akwụkwọ ya ahụ ya jewe akwụkwọ na ya afụgo ebe o merụ. Onye mgbe anyị merụ nke ndị Anambra onye ụdị ihe a merụ na Ebenebe data igwe ha mechekwa eme proclamation na onwero nwa ha ọbụla ga-eje di na-eruro oge ije di until today Ebenebe ka na-eme ya ruo echi. Gịnị mee a lot of girls na-abụ ụfọdụ ha nwụọ nwa akwapụ ha ha dị ime akwapụ ha. Mana now a lot of girls na Ebenebe na-abụ onwe onye nke tụtara ime now parents ya na-alụzie gị nwa ọdọọzi ka chụpụ ọ ya bụ ihe ahụ anyị nwa chọkwa ka anyị mewe ya n'Enugu. Ya mee coalition a ji gbado ụkwụ in fact na South East niile ọ bụrụ ọsọ n'Enugu because the coalition cover South East niile. So anyị nwa nọ n'Enugu bụkwa anyị nwa na-ebiudu ndị South East niile. So ihe anyị na-azọ anyị achọrọ ụdị ihe azi ndị obodo tie n'ọnụ nwa gị dị ime achụpụzini ya kpọbati ya ọ mara ụma ma ọmụma ma ọ mara ụma kpọbati nwa gị ka
ọ ka nwere ohere echi ịbụ ihe ọ ga-abụ.
A lot of them now na Ebenebe, a lot of them mụrụ nwa mụcha nwa, a lot of them ejechego university. At least I nwere like 3 testimonies ndị nke mekwala ụdị ihe parents na-eme ka akwapụ bana ezigbo baịlụ ahụ take place onye ọbụla zeelo onwe ya. So ya bụ ụdị ihe a ka anyị nwa bụkwa ndị coalition na-azọkwa n'Enugu steeti ka ofu ihe ahụ dịkwa na steeti anyị bụ Enugu steeti.
Daalụ rinne. Odoziakụ Esili ama m na onwe ihe ịchọ ịtụnye bọọlụ unu na-alụ ihe eji wee mara unu.
Ịma abịa na steeti enwe ha na-akpọ laws. Ịbịaza na ime obodo enwe ha na-akpọzi bylaws. So bylaws bụ nke ndị ime obodo mere ka ha dee ya ede maka onwe ihe iwu dịcha na obodo edere ede
n'ọnụ
gị ha mụtara ịma na asị na njọ gba arọ
obozi omenala
so ihe ọbụla bụzi omenala mana ekwesịrị ka ede ihe ọbụla ọ bụzie bylaws ihe na-achị communities so ọ bụzie na some of the ihe na niile achọzi ka I nwesị ka other things na-abịakwa o mana nke a godu ka anyị ka face so I wee face ndị na steeti anyị kịta anyị wee jezie ihe a na-akpọ advocacy aje last year jekwa ya mana local government chairman of that Agbani the in Kano West jekwa na Ministry of Finance no budget and ka ha mara na-ekwe na ihe dị otu a dị oge ụfọdụ a na-eme no budgeting ka na-etinye n'ụlọ ihe ụfọdụ ga na-enyere ụmụ ndị ime obodo aka so ihe ndị a ka coalition na-emecha ka ewekwakwa gọọmenti ka
na ndị dị otu a maka dịka unu si wee kwu oge ụfọdụ bụkwanụ afụghị ihe eriri ọ bụla ọnọdụ ezinụlọ ụfọdụ abụghị na ụmụaka tụtara ime ka eji akwapụ ha ụfọdụ bụ na ọnọdụ ezinụlọ ma akpịrị ha ka e wee nweta na ndị ọzọ nweta na-abịa ebe na ambasadọ Kate dịka unu na-alụ ọrụ a ọ bụ dịka na mfụ maka oge ụfọdụ o nwere ike akpọpụ nwatakịrị na-etoru ha etoru o nwere onye ga-ekwu okwu ọ bụkwa na mfụ ụdị ihe anụnwa bịa gwa unu ga-anụ ọgụ ahụ unu ga-akpọpụta nwatakịrị ahụ
ajụjụ arụnwa maka onye fụ ụdị ife dị otu a ọnya ka eji wee na-eme dis advocacy mana redio mana TV mana ebe niile dị iche iche anyị ejekwugo mana nke Commissioner for Gender Affairs onye fụrụ anyị ụdị ife dị otu a ya gwa anyị ozugbo without igbu oge ncha anyị nwa ya manye n'ike n'ụbanya bụ ọgụ onya ka eji wee nọdụ ma in partnership and collaboration with so many CSOs ma legal practitioners and so on maka ọ bụrụ ọgụ anyị ga-anụ sọsọ n'ụwa onya ka eji wee nje mkpa mitie ma Commissioner for Gender Affairs ọ ga-abụ afụrụ anya ụdị ife dị otu a onye gwara anya ịnụ ya kepu na ntị anyị amanye ozugbo maka na anyị nwesị ndị anyị ji wee na-anụ ya bụ ọgụ
daalụ sile ọ dị ka onwe ihe ịchọ itinye na nke gị
anụkwara ọgụ afọ gara aga n'Enugu Ezike Wike community nwoke dị 35 years weje nụọ nwaanyị dị 13 years so a na-ese foto dị na ya a na-aṅụrị parents ya wee sị n'ihe mere na o nwere nwanne ha nnujebu dị na family ahụ na ha na-edokwa ya ọfụma
achọzị ka emedokwa nke ọfụma
so ịma na ndị coalition a ma ndị ọzọ kuni ma Gender Affairs kuni wee nọ ọgụ wee je kpụrụgodo nwoke a tinye adụka ka ọ ka nọ na sel kịta separate godi nwatakịrị nwaanyị na-asị na amakụdo ihe meriri ihe ahụ sel na aghọtadị ihe mediri ya ji eje ka iwefu na ụfọdụ bụ mmanya ma ọ na parents
akpịrị ego ma
poverty anụ anyị na-ekwukwanụ so onye akpata anyị jiri ejekwa ma this advocacy to the Ministry of na nke ndị ihe na budget so that a na-eme ihe ụfọdụ a na-etinye tụgodu ma ụmụaka agụnwụrụ azị akwụkwọ maọbụ ihe a ma ndị tochara ime ka a na-ata azụ
ụmụaka a ga-esi wee nyere ha aka
ma ndị akụ nwa
site n'aka
gọọmenti
daalụ na mkpokọta okwu gị Ijeọma ama m na oke ndụmọdụ ị ga-adụ onye na-enene anyị ma onye nụpụrụ nke ma onye anụpụbeghị nke ke ndụmọdụ ị ga-adụ gbasara ọgụ ahụrụ na anụ
daalụ Odoziakụ Ngozi ndụmọdụ m ga-enye ndị nna anyị ndị ikwu na ibe maka na ọ bụ ọsọ nne na nna ikwu na ibe sokwa ama ya ndụmọdụ m na-enye bụ bikonu onye ọbụla gbaa mbọ ka a zụọ ụmụ anyị ndị nwaanyị maka na ịzụ ofu nwaanyị ịzụrụ ọra niile ịzụrụ ụwa niile ọ bụrụ dị n'ọra ụwa niile ka ịzụ so na-ayọ biko gbaanụ mbọ ka ụmụ anyị ndị nwaanyị ka hapụ ị na-akwanye ha jee nụọ dị ka ha gaa akwụkwọ nata ịfụ na nwaanyị ịzụrụ ka abarugo uru karịa ebe ịzụrụ nwoke ya bụ ndụmọdụ m chọrọ inye ha
daalụ rinne na mkpokọta okwu nke gị Cecilia Ndukoli kedu ndụmọdụ ị na-adụ onye na-enene anyị fụlụ ụdị ha ka ọ na-eme kedu ihe ị na-eme expect na ndị ahụ ga-eme
onwe ha na-akpọ referral or report ebe ọ na obodo ekunye oge mma ihe ụfọdụ a na-agwa ha onwe ha na-akpọ sensitization or awareness creation radio nwa bụkwa part of it town hall meeting bụ part of it then ijekwa n'ime obodo chịkọtakwa ụmụ anyị na-akụzikwa ihe during the August meeting ọkwa part of sensitization ekwuchizie ya onye mmazia kịta onye na-anụ ma kepụ na onwe nke na-eme kwuo ya ọgụdụ fonu diskute inwe ike isere pictures hapụ na fon nọmba anyị ka ndị mmadụ wee na-akpọ wee na-arịpọtụ kesi a na coalition anyị.
Daalụ rinne na mkpokọta okwu gị Ambassador Kate ke ndụmọdụ ị ga-adụ ndị na-enene anyị na ọgụ anụnwụ na-anụ ka e wee kwụsị ya.
Ndụmọdụ nchi enye ndị niile na-enene anyị na-ege anyị ntị n'ụbọchị nke tata bụ biko asịkwana na ọgbasara asịkwana na nwatakịrị a na-achọ ije n'unye n'ije di na ọ bụrụ nwa ya dịka m kwuru na mbụ na nwa bụ nwa ọra o nwere aka isi nụ kepu na mama onye dị otu a ma papa onye dị otu a na ọ chọkwa ibulukwa onwe ya jee bunye ofu okenye ga-amụta nwunye ya bụ nwunye ya biko egbukwa n'oge ncha ịbịa gwa anyị maka inwe ike si tata na ọ bụrụ nwaanyị na ọ gbasara enwere ike echi na ọ bụrụ nwa nke ị ga-atụta anya bụ ine mkpuke enulufu ya jee n'unye biko ife a bụ ọgụ ọra na-anụ ọ bụrụ ọgụ soso ofu onye na-anụ nwa bụ na nwa ọra. Daalụnụ rinne.
Daalụnụ ekene m unu maka ọgụ ahụ na-anụ ịgbabi gbujie ya maka ọ dị ka ọ gago okirikiri unu chọrọ igbuji egwu ahụ gagolo okirikiri wee bidozie wee nụwa ọgụ wee napụtaba ụmụ anyị n'aka ndị nwatakịrị dị arọ 13 nwatakịrị dị arọ 16 nụrụ ya nụnye onye pụrụ ịbụ nna ya ihe ọ na-eweta dị njọ onye akpata ndị a ji wee sị na ha ama ntukwu n'ụlọ ewu amụọ n'ọgbụrị dịka Ambassador Kate kwu nwa bụ nwa ọra ifu ebe ọ na-emebi nyere aka maka onwere onye ma onye ga-abụ nke echi ịma mma na nwa gị ka ọ ga-emecha wee lute ekene m unu dịka unu sonyere anyị na nketa ama m na mgbe ọzọ m ga-akpọkwa unu na unu ga-abịakwa anyị akpata enya bụ nkata aka daalụ Ambassador Kate maka isonyere anyị daalụ Cecilia Ndukoli daalụ Ijeọma maka isonyere anyị o wee bụrụ ebe a ka anyị na-ekpokọta nke tata ọ bụ na ihe anyị mere na nke tata masị gị sonyere anyị n'ebe mmetụ aka anyị na Facebook na Aneke TV na YouTube na Aneke TV onwe alụ ị ga-atụnyere anyị maka ofu onye ada amacha onwe alụ ị ga-atụnyere anyị tụnyere anyị onwekwanụ nke ị nụrụ mee ka ha malụ ha ga-eje n'ọnya bụ ọgụ wee ruo mgbe ọzọ anyị ga-ezukọkwa abụ m Ngozi Ọtahumele ka o mesịa anyị. A sị na ekwe kụọ ama agba ekwe ụmụ nwaanyị akụọla o ọkwa na nzukọ ụmụ nwaanyị oge anyị ji akpa maka ọdịmma anyị karịkwa maka ọdịmma ezinụlọ. Nzukọ ụmụ nwaanyị bụ ebe anyị na-akpa maka rike anyị ndọrọndọrọ ọchịchị azụmahịa omenala ndị ahụ dị mma nakwa ihe ndị ahụ ga-eweta ọganihu n'obodo. Naanị ihe ị ga-eme bụ sonyela anyị na nzukọ ụmụ nwaanyị ebe ahụ a na-akarị ihe na-eweta ọganihu n'obodo. Ndị nne ndị nna oge a bụkwa nke anyị sonyela anyị na Aneke TV n'ebe a na-emetụ aka na ihe ndị oyibo na-akpọ social media na TikTok, YouTube, Facebook, X, Instagram ọkwa na Aneke TV ka ihe ndị a niile na-eme. Aneke TV anyị apụọnụ.
Nigeria, a land of striking contrasts where nature unfolds into dominant ecological identities. The lush southern forest and the vast northern savanna belts, stretching from the humid Atlantic coast to the dry fringes of the Sahara. Nigeria's vegetation is shaped by climate, rainfall and human activity. Broadly, it is divided into the southern forest zones and the northern savanna belts. In the south, abundant rainfall gives rise to tropical rainforest, thick, multi-layered ecosystems rich in biodiversity, towering trees from a continuous canopy, sheltering countless plants and animal species. These forests are not only ecological treasures, but also economic lifelines, supporting agriculture and livelihoods. Closer to the coast, fresh water and mangrove swamps dominate. Here, water and land intertwine, creating unique habitats adapted to flooding and salinity. The mangrove forests of the Niger Delta are among the largest in Africa, vital for coastal protection and marine life. Moving northward, forests gradually give way to the Guinea savanna, a mix of tall grasses and scattered trees. This region supports farming and livestock, forming Nigeria's agricultural heartland. Further north lies the Sudan savanna, where rainfall decreases and vegetation becomes sparser. Life here adapts to longer dry seasons and harsher conditions. At the northern edge, the Sahel savanna marks the transition to the desert. Vegetation is sparse, and survival depends on resilience of both people and nature. However, Nigeria's vegetation faces growing threats. Deforestation in the south and desertification in the north are reshaping the landscape. Population growth, agriculture, and climate change continue to exert pressure on these fragile ecosystems. Yet, hope remains. Across the country, conservation efforts are taking root, from reforestation projects to sustainable land management practices, from the dense forests of the south to the open savannas of the north. Nigeria's vegetation tells a story of diversity, resilience, and responsibility. A story that calls on all of us to protect the natural heritage we share.
Join us on Arena, Aneke TV's premium current affairs program, where politics, development, and governance come alive. Every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, we host top professionals and thought leaders who speak their minds on issues shaping Nigeria and the world. It's inclusive, enriching, and absolutely captivating.
The roadmap is, let's have our environment secured so that investors can come.
If you don't know what economic security is, kidnapping will tell you what it is. You kidnapping, ransom.
Customers are going to get these meters, and like we said, it's at no cost.
There are things that dialogue can handle. But when you leave it, you want to use the kinetic approach alone. You cannot.
For discussions that promise insight and deliver truth, stay tuned, stay informed, and keep watching Arena, only on Aneke TV.
Good morning, Nigeria. It's a beautiful morning here on the coast city. Welcome to Sunrise on Aneke TV, where every sunrise begins with delightfulness, love, and purpose. I'm bringing you that daily dose of brightness and joy. I'm Good Hope Chukuma, coming to you live from our studio here in vibrant Enugu.
It's a beautiful Tuesday morning. Welcome to Sunrise. I am Princess Ken Achoma.
And I'm Uche Osai saying good morning to you, our global audience. Thank you for letting us into your space this beautiful morning. However, we urge you to go grab that cup of coffee or tea, relax, enjoy this ride, because the sunrise is set sail.
The sunrise is set sail, and Ochoma is already on her traditional wear today, because it's Tuesday. Yes,
the only thing that is outstanding is that this week, perhaps, there could be something that is being paid at somewhere that we are not aware.
She's glowing. She has been traditional.
She's been glowing and
she has been a
looking
traditional
more beautiful. What's happening, Ochoma?
I thought it was the Rex that used to get compliments. I don't know when we moved to give you.
And even Miss Luce this morning was looking very fabulous. I forgot to just mention it because I was paying attention to some of the things I was doing. But right now, looking at him, I was. Well, you know, people could wake at the right side of the bed, and it's one of the things I've noticed so far.
Every side of my bed is the right side of the bed. If I wake from the left, is the right side. If I wake from the left, is the right side.
It's an interesting morning, and it's a Tuesday morning, of course.
So what's happening at the rural rugged area where you're collecting tithes and
well, this morning there was some, drizzling. I would use that word. There was some drizzling, and what's happening there is that a lot of people are coming out of the university, getting into the next phase of their life, and they are having a lot of questions. What they are going to do? What is Nigeria preparing for them? So we're having a mass exodus of those who are coming out of the university, going into the labor market, and they are asking questions. What is Nigeria preparing for them? Because yesterday we had a conversation about the past, how Nigeria was, the academic process, how when people come into school they have even new tickets, and you can't find that in our age. Even Ochoma could confirm that. So it's a question.
Did you graduate thinking about what Nigeria will do for you as well?
I think I already knew early enough that for one to succeed, you have to carve your own path, and that the country. I think before I left school, I knew that Nigeria probably will not have anything to offer me.
Nigeria has something to offer.
So the fact that the only thing I knew Nigeria at that time, the only idea I had was, okay, it's a land full of possibilities. That whatever you decide to venture in, somehow you will find leverage in it and then exceed.
That's Nigeria for you. Yeah, that's Nigeria for us.
For you. If you're waiting for anybody to hand you opportunities, it may not come if you don't have a name behind your surname. However, but when you put in effort in Nigeria, one thing that obviously it rewards, though at times it could be frustrating, but Mr. Res Arum, who always tell us to be hopeful that we are Nigerians, and I recently began to anchor on that.
All right, let's go to our quote for today, our inspiration segment coming from Martin Luther King Jr., where he is going to be inspiring us this morning. He said, "The ultimate measure of a man is not where he stands in moments of comfort and convenience, but where he stands at times of challenge and controversy." The ultimate moment of a man is not where he stands in moments of comfort and convenience, but where he stands at times of challenge and controversy. There's this Igbo proverb that says, it is emergency, you will know the brave, you will know the strong man, you will know the mighty man. And it is also that emergency that could ruin the mighty man or the strong man. So from what Martin Luther King is saying this morning, it is not just a measure for a man to know where he is when there's confidence. It's also when there's a problem, his reaction, how he's going to panic, what he is actually made of will show. So it is just letting us know this morning that we are humans. Of course, he's motivating us humans, people out there who are engaging in one or two things today, doing business, trying to get themselves together, that we actually have to understand that there will be a time in our life we could have some issues, some things that may come up. And the way we respond to issues, situations would mean and will determine how that man is or that how you are. So we need to respond well. We need to build ourselves today so that tomorrow we can even have that confidence. But if we don't have it, then we can know how to respond well during emergencies.
A man's strength is measured by his moments of comfort and convenience. But his absolute strength, his absolute elasticity is stretched in a place of challenge and controversy. What becomes of you when your comfort is taken away? What becomes of you when your convenience is taken from you? Those are the moments. Who do you become when that thing that makes you is taken away? Who do you become when you're in a circle where you don't call the shots? Who do you become when you're in a space where, you have to submit to a certain kind of struggle to excel? Those points, those extremes are the moments where, your ultimate measure, your ultimate strength is observed. And hopefully when you get to that point and you've excelled or you've surpassed that pressure, then you can, identify and say, okay, truly, this is the strength of my person.
Yeah, Martin Luther King Jr. Whenever I see this name, there are names that come to my mind. But I remember their struggles that led to the first black American president, upon which Obama benefited. So when I see men like this, there's another one, J.C. Jackson. When I remember them, I take whatever comes from them seriously. However, in this quote this morning, for me, what comes to mind is the refining of gold. For you to have gold in its pure form, in what we come to enjoy and celebrate, the glittering and everything has to pass through the furnace. And in this quote, telling us that the ultimate measure of a man is not where he stands in moments of comfort and happiness, but where he stands at times of challenge and controversy, tells you that the best of men are always refined in moments of challenge and controversy. But unfortunately, you see that a lot of us in this time are unwilling to go through this pressure. In fact, we need to be cautious about the next generation of men that we are raising who, run away in the face of challenge. And this is moments where people. It was in moments of heated challenge and controversy that the true words of a man. What that man is meant of. So, we'll continue to urge ourselves that when it matters most, in moments of inconvenience, that we should always pander to the side of truth, which is always very inconveniencing.
We'll take a short break. When we return, we're going to be bringing you the weather updates. Stay with us.
The Insight with Uche Osai.
Having the political will to confront whatever is the challenges.
Igbo man wrestles with
the tortoise that had a lot of ingenuity, a lot of ideas, and the tireless.
It will take the broad mind of government in power to say, let there be electoral reform, no matter whose ox is God.
I was there. We did everything. All of us came and supported him with our last blood.
In-depth analysis, expert views, real voices, uncover the stories shaping Nigeria today. Deep dive, honest, unfiltered, only on The Insight with Uche Osai on Aneke TV. Join us. You're still watching Sunrise on Aneke TV. Next, we'll take a look at the weather report across major cities in the southeast today.
right, welcome back. This is still Sunrise here on Aneke TV. Now we'll be getting straight into the newspaper headlines and analysis for today. I shall be looking at stories from the Sun, Vanguard, Punch, Daily Trust, and the Vanguard newspaper.
And joining us with deeper insight, in-depth analysis is Aneke TV's in-house analyst, Res Arum. Mr. Res, a pleasure to have you.
Thank you for having me, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, I know we didn't get to see yesterday, so how was the weekend?
Well, it has come and gone. You know, almost every Friday we continue to thank goodness it's Friday. And last Friday we were thanking goodness it's Friday, believing that the weekend is going to be somehow exciting. But unfortunately, it wasn't, because you know, there are things you need to do a weekend and it will be worthwhile. And that thing you need to do a weekend and it will be worthwhile was not there. So we were just, we went back, lie down on the bed and counted the ceilings.
Anyway, the men will understand what you meant by that. I saw Choma is lost, but however, Choma did remind me this morning that you're looking handsome as well. Because when I was talking to her, you know, she pointed me in that direction. But however, it's always a pleasure to have you on Sunrise, Mr.
Thank you, thank you.
You're welcome. All right, we'll just read out, before we get into the conversation, we'll just read out some of the newspaper headlines as it appeared on the newspapers this morning. Now, from the Punch headline, it reads 2027, Tinubu, Atiku, Obi, weigh ex-governors for campaign Director General roles. On the Vanguard headlines, Nigerians' quality of life took us to Tinubu, says Onaikon. Nigerians' quality of life took us to Tinubu. On the Guardian headline, post reforms, federal government others pass burden of economic growth and stability to state governance. That's the head story on the Guardian. And on the Daily Trust, we paid 50 billion naira to secure KB judge's release, says family. We paid 50 million naira to secure KB judge's release, says family. National policing bill gets 7-week action plan. That's the cover story on the Nation newspaper. National policing bill gets 7-week action plan. And on the Daily Sun this morning, presidency sets September 3rd for state police bill. Presidency sets September 3rd for state police bill.
When we take a look at the Daily Sun headline, which says President sets September 3rd deadline for state police bill. The presidency has set September 3rd as the deadline for the submission of the state police bill to President Bola Tinubu. The move is aimed at fast-tracking the constitutional amendment to allow states to establish their own police forces amid worsening insecurity. The bill is now expected to be finalized by stakeholders and sent to the National Assembly for legislative action before the deadline.
All right, Mr. Rice.
Yeah, the state police coming into being in Nigeria is on its way. The amendment of the Constitution is still there, yet to be assented by the 2/3 of the state House of Assemblies. And then the bill, because after the amendment of the Constitution, it gives room that supports, that's a framework that supports the bill itself, where the nitty-gritty of how the policing business will be done, state, national police will be done, will be made. And presently, the group undertaking, the group set up by the presidency undertaking that police bill, that is now working on some of these frameworks that is needed for the National Assembly to make the bill, because you are going to just come out, put things together, give it to the presidency to now send it to the National Assembly. So they are now working on it, and it is now thrown open for suggestions, ideas by the general public. Now, the chairman of the working group, Femi Gbajabiamila, the chief of staff to the president, has said it is now open for all to come in with the various ideas. that they have about ensuring that the state policing will be effective, will not just be one security outfit that will have flaws, that will elicit criticisms at the end of the day. You know, the Nigerian situation where there are fears that the governors will hijack the state police apparatus and use it against their political opponents. These are some of the factors that they want to nip in the bud, and that is why it's now open for everyone who would want to criticize in future to begin to make inputs, viable inputs, such that we take care of such situations, so that it will not happen after all. So, and that is where they are presently. So they set up that by September 3rd, all that would have been done, and the committee would have, the working group would have finished whatever thing they have to do, and forward same to the presidency for onward, transmission to the National Assembly, who will now sit and look at what has been forwarded by the presidency, and there and then too, they will also make a public hearing on it still, even when the working group are making it, they will still make another public hearing, so that at least at that level, those who may not have actually submitted anything could come or submit something, a memorandum or a memoranda for those, submit a memoranda that may be considered as part of the process. So this is exactly the way to go. I think they are working. I mean, it's on course. The situation is on course. The policing bill is on course. They will certainly come out with something that be good enough. And if there are flaws, they are going to be, observed. And of course, there are rooms for amendments. If there are flaws and we start experimenting what has been done, there are rooms that might make the National Assembly to call for amendment. And somebody will have to sponsor a motion for the amendment of areas that have been seen to do not have the required effect on effective policing at the state level and the national level.
Okay, for me, I just feel I am glad, in a way that the state police bill is about to become a reality, because we've had stages leading up to submitting it to the president for assent, and seeing that the presidency has scheduled September 3rd. For what we've learned from the House of Reps and National Assembly, that measures are being put in place, to ensure that state leaders do not abuse the outfit. And from the news this morning, we read that a portal had been created for Nigerians to, make their suggestions, what they would want to see, or maybe corrections, suggestions as to what they should expect, or they would expect in the police bill once it's passed. So this is a step in the right direction. I hope that by the time everything is finalized, we would have a system that works, that would benefit both, states and the federal government.
I hope when everything will be finalized, the communities and the society and the people living in communities will not finish. That's my own. And also, seeing this from a perspective that I wanted to ask in 2026, are we sure that this state police reform is going to come into play in 2026 from the way it's going? Now it's September 3rd. We're already having the 2026 already. We are having the year. Security challenges. We are seeing how states, are battling, how this insecurity is touching every state, almost every state in Nigeria. But the question is, dragging it to September 3rd, now you are moving, will it come into play in 2026? That's just my question.
Well, it is something you don't even need to rush. If you do a ragtag bill that will be signed into law,
but it's not today that this conversation.
I am talking. If you do a ragtag bill, you see, making a law, especially laws that are very critical in any society, is something that requires a lot of meticulousness, so that the law you make will stand the test of time. You see, if you already do a policing bill or a policing act, one, you remember that it had not been in the Constitution for state policing. So, first amendment of your Constitution is a rigorous one, the one that requires the assent of states, 2/3 of the states in Nigeria. So, you see, that one is still in process, and they speeded it up for it to have been passed for the amendment. That's a bill has been passed for an amendment. It has not even been signed into law by the president. When it is signed into law, then the framework for the actual nitty-gritty of policing is the one we are talking about that is still at a stage. So, you see, they are doing most of these things almost concurrently. You know, they are passing through the same stage. Ordinarily, if the other one had been there, then it would have been the policing framework that we'll be talking about. But they are doing both almost at the same time, and they are all running. So if you hardly do that, it may not work. And if it doesn't work, then we'll go back to square one. You see, in Igbo, they said, when you stand up to dig up a yam and you break it along the way, then when you're going to get the bottom part that has been broken into the soil, you sit down because you're going to get exhausted. Do you understand it? So, which means, akwụrụ ọtọ hujeji, itukwara na toptamia. That is what the Igbo says. So, I am not perturbed about the little time it's taking them to do it, provided they will do a thorough job.
I think you've summed it quite well. You know, so far they'll do a thorough job, because when you look at what he just raised, it is a concern that most Nigerians share, that we shouldn't in a hurry, you know, to get state police and then abuse the whole process. And you remember that the former IGP of police, you know what the time frame he gave. And while we are still at it, at the end of the day, we pray that he's not justified by the time frame he gave. However, when we talk about this bill, for me, this is an opportunity for us to be able to, you know, go into the creation of this bill with a view to mitigate the challenges that will arise from abuse. Let's have that mindset. Let there be a collective understudy and input in making a bill that would be able to stand against any sort of abuse. And if I may add, I would wish that we'll take this opportunity to correct even the appointments of the IGP, speaking about the federal police. This is an opportunity for us to equally right the wrongs with the federal policing as it is at the moment. And part of it, for me, is the appointment of IGPs. Let us use the opportunity to do away with the executive overreach in appointment of IGPs and the tribalistic tendencies that has heralded such appointments over time. Let us use the opportunity to, you know, have a framework that will necessitate the possibility of having to appoint officers based on merit, based on their achievements and their capacity to deliver on the job, not based on their tribal affiliation or link to those who are the helm of affairs in Nigeria. When we use this opportunity to look at why is federal policing, because what everybody is not talking about is what are the failures of the current federal policing that we have. We are looking at the shortfall in policing in Nigeria in terms of capacity and manpower. wanting to create state police to mitigate the present challenges. But nobody is raising the issue why federal policing is failing, why it is the way it is at the moment. And this is an ample opportunity for us as a people to put the legal framework that will correct those anomalies. Not just that to be sure that it's not replicated in state police, but to make sure that we sanitize the already existing federal policing. And nobody is talking about that. And for me, this is quite important. You know, whenever police is mentioned, I don't know if anybody has been around police barracks and quarters, you will pity these men. And at times, though, I used to think and ask, do they equally pity themselves? Because they live in one of the worst habitable human condition that you can imagine in some of the barracks. So, away with that, then talk about welfare and other factors that has hindered them from delivering effective standard policing in Nigeria. And if we can create that legal framework at this time, then kudos to them. But away from all this, I believe that when we are done, we should be sure that that process shouldn't be abused, irrespective of how highly placed. And part of it, if I am to submit, the same way we are trying to create the legal frameworks to ensure that it is not, state police is not abused at the subnational, let's equally create the framework that will ensure that the current abnormalities are done away with.
Corrected. All right, moving on to the next story on the Vanguard newspaper. It reads, Nigerians' quality of life took us to Tinubu, says Onaikon. Nigeria's quality of life took us to Tinubu. Archbishop Emeritus John Cardinal Onaikon told the presidency that the Catholic Bishops' Conference of Nigeria is, in quote, done talking and now wants to see better governance. He declined to respond to criticisms from the presidency, saying the bishops already presented their concerns to President Bola Tinubu during their July 28th meeting at the State House. Onaikon stressed that the church will now judge the administration by actions rather than future dialogue.
Mr. Rist, let's start from you.
So, you see, the Conference of Bishops in Nigeria visited Asorok, where they had a meeting with the president. And part of the presentations made was that the economy is biting very hard on the people. So these bishops are people that also belong to our society. They have their kids and kin, their family members who are also citizens of Nigeria. And in the course of that, they do know what these people pass through. Theirs may not be the same, but of course, it could also, they could have, because the church lives on whatever comes from the public. You know, whatever comes from the public. That is, you can call it alms, or you can call it tithes and offerings. This is what the church lives on. That is what the church uses to do their developments and every other thing. And if the economy is becoming that tight, the prospects, you know, the prospect from the communities, from the people around the church, will be very, very low. You know, the church will now become shortchanged in what they used to rake in as tithes and offerings that comes from the public. And consequently, that is part of the indices that, you know, provided the position of the bishops. They're now told the government that the economy is biting hard and the economy is not flourishing and people are suffering and insecurity is insecurity is very, very overwhelming to the Nigerian government, that they don't seem to have an answer to insecurity issues so far. So when they presented such things, the presidency debunked all that claims, and they said that the economy is flourishing to the best of his knowledge and to the statistics he has. So, but one now wonders whether what statistics the presidency or the president has is actually realistic. Because if statistics are not realistic, if it is realistic, it will be